Huge surprise, Min shouldn't be able to control ice yet, unless a situational amplification. But he'd need. Ren's smile faded as he recalculated rapidly and realized his error. He'd accounted for the amphibian's reserves. Had calculated the attrition rate. But he'd assumed that digestion would give small amounts of mana and take much longer to finish. Had failed to account for Min's ability to metabolize absorbed biomass faster than baseline because of his exceptional double water control, allowing him to optimize the internal chemical processes. An oversight. Small. But critical. Even if it wasn't ice in the sense that Ren manifested it, the perfect crystallization that achieved a structure rivaling diamond in hardness. It was a good approximation using similar principles. Even if falling short of the perfection that complete mastery of the element achieved. It was still maybe 60 to 70% as effective as genuine ice manipulation at comparable mana cost. Less durable crystalline structures. Less precise control over freezing patterns. But almost was absolutely sufficient for the purpose Min needed. All the water under his control that he'd released in the rain dance began cooling toward the freezing point, with temperature falling degree by degree until the liquid began solidifying into frost that covered the close arena surface roots and plants simultaneously. Not elegant. But functional. Devastatingly functional. Ren couldn't believe it. The audience couldn't believe it either, with an explosion of excited conversations filling the stands as they processed the implication of what they were witnessing. Not just one Tamer with the capacity to manifest ice element but two. In the same generation. When the element was so rare that it appeared perhaps once every 100 years at best. Ice was so rare because it required simultaneous mastery of water and wind to precise degrees that almost no cultivator ever achieved naturally. The odds of two ice tamers existing in the same academy year were insane. But the evidence was incontrovertible, with intense cold intensifying to the point where the combatants' breathing became visible as fog and where moisture in the air began crystallizing in delicate patterns. The amphibian served as the central point of the effect, with its massive body operating as a living freezer radiating sub-zero temperatures in all directions. And then Ren understood completely what he was seeing. It wasn't truly ice control in the strict sense. It was rather an application of exotic biology that some amphibians possessed, the ability to survive complete freezing through producing antifreeze substances in their tissues that prevented formation of crystals that would destroy cells. Certain amphibians can have their body temperature below freezing and survive. Their blood contained compounds that behaved like biological antifreeze, preventing ice crystal formation in critical tissues while allowing external surfaces to freeze solid. They could remain frozen for months and then thaw and resume normal function. Min's amphibian had this capability, enhanced and developed far beyond the baseline biological function through mana and cultivation. The beast was compressing air to cool it and then expelling it already imbued with its mana to combine elemental control with the dispersed water. Its special body allowed it to do this without suffering the effects of freezing itself. Cold blood permitted operation at temperatures that would kill warm-blooded creatures, with metabolism adjusting to conditions that would be lethal for most. Min had taken that natural biological capability and amplified it through mana to the point where it not only permitted survival in extreme cold but allowed active control over temperature across a considerable area. Ren and Selphira hadn't caught it the first time they'd observed this amphibian's capabilities. Even Selphira, who had answered questions and given Min hints by explaining how genuine ice control worked, hadn't expected this because it was fundamentally different from what she and Ren did in principle, even though the underlying dynamic was ultimately the same, controlling wind and water imbued with mana in specific patterns to combine them in a crystallization explosion. Min had been brilliant in his creativity. He'd exploited a biological characteristic that most would have dismissed as a curiosity without practical combat application beyond resisting Ren's eighth element as a surprise factor. But Min had understood his beast, seen the potential and had invested considerable time developing it to the point where it could compete with genuine elemental manipulation even if it didn't match the technique to perfection. The gap between almost ice and real ice was big in effectiveness under equal conditions. But under these conditions, with massive water saturation available, with the mantis at only 10 to 20% reserves, with the amphibian powered through digestion, that gap was irrelevant to the outcome. The effect on the plants was devastating and immediate. Wood was strong against water but received massive damage from exposure to extreme cold. The plant cells, inflated to capacity with liquid water, fractured as their contents expanded during freezing. Not instantaneous destruction but an assault that no plant could resist for an extended period, especially when they were saturated with moisture that now converted into a weapon against them. Temperature continued dropping as the amphibian intensified the effect to the point where the sand began gleaming with frost covering every surface. And the plants that Ren had accumulated so carefully, the parasitic network that had been draining the amphibian and that had promised eventual victory, began withering and dying under the assault of the element that cancelled the advantage that would normally head over water. The arena lost almost all the plants that Ren had invested massive resources in establishing. Only dead vegetation frozen in positions where they had been growing moments before. A complete clearing that negated all the work the mantis had done during the intense exchange. Min had reversed the situation with something absolutely incredible, a technique that nobody had anticipated and that converted what had appeared to be Ren's inevitable victory into a position where momentum favored Min completely again. The arena was clean. The amphibian had used the completed digestion, providing a boost that had opened its capacity to control a technique it couldn't have repeated under normal circumstances. That was the key insight that Ren had missed. This wasn't a sustainable technique. The cold generation capability required the energy surge from digestion to function at this intensity. Without that temporary boost pushing the amphibian's available mana to levels approaching the upper limits of Gold 1 potential, it couldn't have maintained the temperature low enough for this long. Which meant Min had planned this against his wood element from the beginning. The mantis began suffering damage almost immediately after the temperature descended beyond a critical point. The cold started penetrating its natural defenses faster than its body could compensate. Not instant damage but progressive deterioration that accumulated with each passing second. The cold penetrated from all directions simultaneously in a manner that made defending effectively against the practically environmental assault impossible. Externally, the frigid air attacked its exoskeleton, which could resist physical impacts and ordinary elemental attacks but didn't have perfect protection against extreme temperatures. Chitin was excellent armor against cutting and crushing forces. Less excellent against thermal stress. The material became brittle at low temperatures, with microscopic fractures forming as the molecular structure lost flexibility. And worse still, the roots that had been feeding the mantis with stolen mana from the amphibian had now converted into channels that transmitted cold directly toward the creature's internal system. The freezing plants acted as thermal conductors that drained body heat faster than the mantis's metabolism could compensate for, an effect that accumulated with each second that passed. What had been an advantage, direct connection to an energy source, became a liability when that connection turned into a highway for heat loss. Heat flowed from warm to cold through any available pathway. The frozen plants provided excellent pathways. And the mantis, being much warmer than its surroundings, was bleeding thermal energy at a rate that was unsustainable. Being the smallest beast among the three that Ren had available and the least defensive by nature, the damage it accumulated was considerably greater than what the Hydra or Wolverine would have suffered under the same conditions. Surface-to-volume ratio was higher, meaning rapid heat exchange with the environment. The compact structure that was normally an advantage in terms of mobility converted into disadvantage. Small bodies lost heat faster than large ones, basic thermodynamics that applied to beasts as much as to physics. And the resources the mantis had available to respond were critically low. It had cycled aggressively during the exchange with the plant invasion, spending and recovering mana in volume exceeding its base capacity multiple times. But now, with almost all the plants dead, the incoming flow of stolen energy had cooled and reduced abruptly, leaving it operating only with what remained in its own reserves. And those reserves were about to be completely exhausted. It would have between 10 and 15% remaining. With the cold intensifying and mana nearly depleted, it would be extremely difficult to reactivate the plant zone that had been so effective moments earlier. Min had almost perfectly timed, if by luck, the moment when the mantis's energy investment had been at its maximum possible commitment. The digestion boost had come right when the plant network was most extensive. Then the cold had prevented regeneration. Then the mantis found itself at critical reserves without the recovery mechanism that had been sustaining it. Perfect timing. Perfect trap. Seeds required some warmth, or at least less cold, to germinate appropriately, a process that sub-zero temperature inhibited almost completely. Germination required metabolic activity. Metabolic activity required enzymes. Enzymes stopped functioning below certain temperatures. And any attempt to force growth through massive elemental energy investment would simply drain the mantis's last reserves without achieving anything significant. Worse still, the mantis was in a position where any direct hit from the amphibian would be literally the last it could receive. No margin for exchange. Physical structure had been compromised by cold, making the exoskeleton brittle, and the energy reserves were at a level making manifestation of healing or elemental defenses to last slightly longer extremely risky. One solid hit would shatter the weakened exoskeleton. Game over. The complete focus of Ren's strategy had been wearing down the amphibian's mana through parasitic drainage, eventually reducing resources to the point where victory would become inevitable and the mantis would recover a decent quantity of mana in the final absorption. The dense field preparation that would finish the amphibian would also affect his serpent of the same element when it entered later. Create an environmental advantage that would persist into subsequent exchanges. It was a plan that would have worked perfectly if Min hadn't revealed a ridiculous capability like using cold to negate the wood element's advantage almost completely. And unfortunately, the amphibian would almost certainly resist any strike the mantis could launch now with the limited resources remaining, because it actually hadn't received much direct damage during the entire exchange. Massive bulk and natural defense provided durability that any lower-rank strike simply couldn't penetrate. Maybe 50 tons of mass. Maybe 25 to 50 centimeters of mucus-covered hide acting as armor. Attacks weakened by exhaustion and cold couldn't begin to damage it effectively now. A huge gold-rank defense backing durability that already exceeded what Silver 3 attacks could compromise. No path to victory. Not with these resources. It was a situation Ren recognized as mandatory loss, a moment where continuation would only result in receiving bond damage without realistic possibility of reversing momentum. But Ren wasn't a person who surrendered without at least attempting something that could create advantage for subsequent battle phases even if immediate victory was unattainable. He liked efficiency like that. So he decided on an approach that seemed strange considering the circumstances but had logic when objectives beyond simple elimination of the current opponent were considered. The mantis wasn't particularly good at launching ranged magic, with its specialization being more in close-range combat where speed and elemental versatility could be exploited in rapid exchanges. But it wasn't weak in the broad sense when forced to operate in that mode. Compared to various common silver-rank beasts specialized in a single element, its capacity to project elemental attacks was respectable. Especially when you consider that most Silver 3 beasts had maybe 60 to 70% efficiency with their primary element when compared to the Bronze 2 beast. The mantis, even exhausted and operating in adverse conditions, still had residual advantages from the buffs and Ren's bond structure he'd cultivated. So the fireballs it launched with the little mana remaining weren't weak according to common creature standards, especially considering it was exhausted and operating in adverse conditions. The compact projectiles of flame energy detonated with heat that would have seriously burned an opponent without appropriate defense. Total expenditure, approximately 10% of the total mana points. Nearly everything the mantis had left. Leaving maybe 5% in reserve for emergency defensive techniques if the amphibian counterattacked during the performance. But when the fireballs impacted against the amphibian, because a few did hit it directly, they caused no damage despite the considerable energy they contained. The thick mucus layer covering its transparent skin acted as an extraordinary insulator protecting against extreme temperature in both directions. The same substance allowing the amphibian to resist the cold it generated also defended against the heat that fire attacks attempted to inflict, a barrier that dispersed thermal energy before it could penetrate to underlying tissues. The mucus was thick across most of the body. Composed of complex proteins and polysaccharides that had extremely high specific heat capacity, meaning they could absorb enormous amounts of thermal energy with minimal temperature change. When fire struck, the outer layer of mucus absorbed the heat, preventing it from reaching the skin beneath. When cold radiated outward, the same layer insulated the amphibian's core body temperature from the extreme cold it was projecting. It was the same reason the amphibian could resist its own explosions without significant effort. The chemical detonations occurred at the mucus surface. The mucus absorbed the thermal energy and the shock. The underlying tissues remained protected. Min observed the attacks with an expression of momentary confusion, processing why Ren would be spending the mantis's last resources on a technique that clearly wasn't damaging his beast. Was it desperation? A panicked response from someone who didn't know what else to do. Ren. Min called across the arena with genuine puzzlement. What are you? Then his eyes widened slightly as understanding arrived. The answer became clear when you observed the effect on the environment rather than the effect on the amphibian directly. The zone around where the fireballs detonated heated notably, with local temperature rising several degrees as flame energy dispersed into the arena. And a good portion of the frost that had covered the sand began melting under the influence of residual heat, with ice converting back to water that soaked into the ground again. Not enough to reverse conditions completely. The amphibian still radiated cold that maintained the arena's center frozen. But it was partial mitigation that would make it easier for Ren's next beast to operate the wood element without it being immediately at a disadvantage from hostile ambient temperature. Ground conditions in melted zones, muddy but no longer frozen solid. Roots could potentially penetrate. Seeds could potentially germinate if given enough energy. Plants could potentially establish themselves. Clever, Min said quietly, his earlier confusion resolving into respect. He understood now. Ren wasn't trying to damage the amphibian with those last attacks. Wasn't flailing desperately hoping something would work. Was deliberately investing final resources in battlefield preparation that would pay dividends for the Hydra or Wolverine when they entered. It was the kind of thinking that separated good tamers from great ones. Recognizing when a battle was lost and immediately shifting focus to the next battle rather than wasting resources trying to salvage the unsalvageable. It was an investment in the future rather than an attempt to win in the present, a calculated use of the mantis's last resources. The environmental modification was subtle but meaningful. Not warm but above freezing. Workable conditions for plant growth if properly supported with mana. But Min had recognized the intention finally. "You're not getting a free setup," he shouted while ordering an attack that would finish the exchange before the mantis could contribute more to the preparations. The amphibian fired massive water jets, hydraulic projection crossing the distance between combatants in a fraction of a second. The water pressure was enormous. Kinetic energy to the level of being able to punch through reinforced concrete at close range. But they were still slow attacks by the mantis's normal speed standards. Yet the exhaustion and cold had compromised its legendary agility. And if they connected directly, they would completely crush the mantis. The pressure would be sufficient to fracture its exoskeleton and sever the bond through massive trauma. Also, the mantis was still connected to the roots it had established during the previous battle phase, even though most of the plants were dead and frozen. Those roots had worked to resist the push from the explosions and to absorb energy from a good, safe distance, but now provided anchors that prevented executing the last-second evasive maneuvers needed. However, thinking quickly, it generated a small but thick barrier of rock in front of itself, positioned diagonally toward the ground. The barrier appeared fast, being short-distance control connected to its feet, but it needed to crouch. The water impacted the barrier and it barely resisted the pressure. The rock creaked. Fractures appeared. The structure would hold for maybe 1 to 2 seconds under the sustained hydraulic assault. But the diagonal angle directed the water downward rather than allowing it to continue toward the mantis. The deflected water struck the ground with enormous force, displacing sand and frozen soil beneath the mantis's position. The ground shifted. The root anchors loosened as their connections were undermined by the churning earth, freeing the beast. The mantis jumped at exactly the right moment, right before the rock barrier collapsed under pressure it could no longer redirect into the subground without a support point. The leap was not graceful. Not the fluid motion it would normally execute. But sufficient to escape the collapsing barrier and the redirected water that had been about to crush it. The rock barrier shattered completely under the continued water pressure, fragmenting into pieces that scattered across the arena floor. The water jets continued for another second before Min cut them off, recognizing the attack had missed. The fire attacks had been interrupted before the mantis could launch the final 2 to 3 fireballs it had been preparing. But it didn't have too many remaining anyway and was already at 5% reserves after making the wall. And then, recognizing that there was no way to continue effectively with the exhausted resources and accumulated damage, Ren gave the mantis rest. The creature disappeared in a flash of light marking retreat to its tamer's core. Voluntary withdrawal. Tactical surrender, preserving what remained of the bond rather than receiving damage from continuing when a victory for the mantis or even any more help to the next beast was impossible. The mantis's physical form converted back to pure energy. The beast code flowed back along the bond connection to Ren's mana core. The manifestation ended cleanly without the jarring disruption that came from forced bond severance through excessive damage. Ren felt the feedback through their connection. Some exhaustion and channels strain from excessive mana cycling. Master Yang raised his hand to signal the result officially. First partial victory, Team Luna. The audience erupted in applause and excited conversations about the exchange they had witnessed. It had been a confrontation that had oscillated between the combatants multiple times, with momentum shifting back and forth as each side revealed cards and countercards. And the final twist where Min had revealed the capacity to manipulate temperature had been a moment that nobody would forget any time soon. 2 ice-capable tamers in the same generation. Statistical improbability that scholars would be analyzing for years. The volume of conversation in the stands was deafening. Ren observed the amphibian still on the field while considering options for the next combatant. The creature was certainly tired, had spent considerable resources on its cold technique and in executing multiple explosions. But it wasn't nearly as exhausted as the mantis had been. Gold rank reserves provided depth allowing it to absorb losses that would have incapacitated a lower rank beast. And more importantly, it had barely received any direct damage throughout the entire exchange. Maybe 5 to 8% of its total durability was compromised through minor burns and superficial wood element damage before the cold technique cleared the plant invasion. Nothing it couldn't heal in a second. Just tired and depleted but fundamentally intact. Ren needed to decide which of his 2 remaining beasts he would send against the amphibian. As he had been supposing during previous planning, the Hydra should be saved because he still didn't know when Luna would deploy her wolf. That confrontation would be critical and would require having a beast with specific elemental advantage available, particularly the enhanced capacity to use light to counteract the wolf's inclination toward darkness and good resistance. Light versus darkness wasn't an absolute counter like water versus fire. But it was a meaningful advantage. Which meant his Wolverine would enter first against the amphibian. And thanks to the mantis's efforts in reducing the temperature with the last-moment fire attacks, it wouldn't be terribly difficult for the beast with considerably superior elemental control to finish an amphibian with low mana reserves. The melted zones the mantis had created would allow immediate plant growth without needing to overcome frozen soil conditions first. The amphibian's cold generation capability had been demonstrated, which meant it could be countered rather than surprising the Wolverine. The explosive defenses were known and could be adapted to. The energy reserves were depleted to levels where extended combat would favor the fresh opponent. Easy mode. Ren activated his second bond and allowed the Wolverine to manifest in the arena. The creature materialized with the same presence it had on the semi-final, communicating power over the elements. It was the difference between level 3 and 6 of cultivation. A gap of 3 levels. The disparity that became obvious in direct comparison when both beasts belonged to the same tamer and shared buffs and similar training methodologies. Basically better in every stat, but more important than raw physical stats was the mana capacity and control sophistication. The Jade Wolverine's mana reserves were already big for the rare variant and around the same in mana points but more than double what the amphibian currently had available if taking into account all efficiency-related buffs. More than 20 times what the Mantis had possessed at full capacity. The amphibian's control efficiency was solid for Gold 1 but not too exceptional if taking the double Tamer's extra buffs out. The gap in both capacity and efficiency meant the Wolverine could accomplish more with less expenditure while having deeper reserves to draw from. Overwhelming advantage that numbers alone couldn't fully capture. It evaluated the field in an instant with senses processing elemental information on multiple levels simultaneously. Temperature distribution, soil moisture and frozen colder areas. Residual mana signatures if the amphibian's water and cold essence still dominant but fading. Mantis's wood and fire traces scattered throughout. Min's mana imprint on the entire battlefield from his last technique usage. Available resources were abundant water, moderate organic material from dead frozen plants, ample mineral content in the sand for earth manipulation. Conditions favorable for wood element assault with water and light support. Amphibian vulnerable. Victory within 5 minutes. And then the Wolverine executed a technique demonstrating exactly why rank disparity mattered so much when both sides shared similar retroactive enhancement bonuses. Plants surged from the ground on a scale completely eclipsing what the Mantis had accomplished. Not dozens but hundreds of structures sprouting simultaneously from points distributed throughout the complete arena. Not gradual growth that could be interrupted but nearly instantaneous manifestation, with refined elemental control converting the frozen remains and saturated soil into rapid aggressive growth. The mechanism was fundamentally different from what the Mantis had done. The Mantis had operated by imbuing seeds with wood mana and launching them toward targets. The resulting plants had needed continuous energy input to grow aggressively. The entire process had been relatively slow and mana-intensive because the Mantis lacked the control to command the element at range efficiently. The Wolverine simply commanded the element at distance directly, with wood responding to its will with what seemed like absolute obedience. No launching seeds, no germination delay and no continuous energy input required once the initial structure was established. Just pure elemental manipulation that raised mana plants from available organic matter and mana without intermediate steps. And the efficiency was staggering. Roots grew upward from the ground, reaching toward the amphibian's legs and lower body. Much thicker than what the Mantis had managed. Harder to destroy and more resilient to explosive counterattacks. Mantis root diameter more than doubled on average, and in structural differences it got approximately 8 times greater cross-sectional area, translating to dramatically higher durability. And these roots weren't just larger but also more sophisticated in their construction. The Wolverine's mastery over wood element meant it could create internal structures that mimicked advanced high gold rank botanical architecture. The amphibian attempted to resist, with its massive body generating intensified cold in an effort to replicate the situation that had worked so well against the Mantis. The temperature began dropping again. It was investing its remaining reserves into the technique that had delivered victory previously. But the magnitude of the new attack was incomparable to what it had faced before. And the Wolverine that was highly adept at elemental projections at range, was saving enormous quantities of mana that the Mantis would have needed to accomplish the same effects. Where the Mantis had imbued from its body and planted launched seeds, the Wolverine simply commanded the element at distance directly. The mana cost difference was substantial, meaning less expenditure for equivalent output when working at range, and since the control was huge, also meaning a way bigger, lushier forest. The amphibian's fundamental weakness against wood remained even when it had developed strategies against that element. Wood still drained water. That was the core relationship in the elemental cycle. Water nourished wood but wood also consumed water. And when the wood was backed by a beast with exceptional elemental control facing a depleted gold 1 beast trying to defend with a good but still fake element, cold, rather than its primary affinity, water, because that would be bad too, then the matchup became increasingly one-sided. The amphibian tried maintaining as much cold as possible to combat the plants threatening to establish complete dominance over it again. Temperature descended further near the center of the arena as the creature invested its last reserves in the technique that had worked perfectly against the mantis. The air became painful to breathe and frost accumulated on every surface at accelerating rates. But the wolverine was not the mantis. It had considerably more refined control over the elements. The capacity to coordinate responses that negated any advantages the opponent attempted exploiting. The distance control and its advantage in efficiency became increasingly evident with every passing second. It countered the amphibian's attempts to increase the cold by feeding the plant's power with a precise combination of water, light, and controlled heat that perfectly counteracted the sub-zero temperature. Not simply heating the area indiscriminately but specific manipulation of environmental conditions that seemed to go around each individual plant and root. Where the amphibian generated cold, the wolverine projected heat exactly sufficient to neutralize without wasting energy on excess. Where photosynthesis required light, soft but constant glow provided the resource amplified by mana. The precision was remarkable. Each plant received almost individualized support calibrated to its specific needs and exposure to cold. Plants closer to the amphibian received more heating. Plants farther away received less. No wasted energy, no inefficient blanket techniques. Just targeted support that maximized return on mana investment. Mana expenditure for the wolverine's counter technique was even less than what the amphibian was spending on cold generation. Way more effective. It was an execution demonstrating refined control to the point where each action was precise without being excessive. Efficiency maximizing return on mana investment. And the result was that plants not only resisted the cold but thrived despite conditions that should have been lethal, with their growth accelerating as they found abundant resources that the wolverine deliberately provided. Min observed the development with growing recognition that the strategy that had worked against the mantis was insufficient against an opponent operating on an almost fundamentally different level of sophistication. He would need mastering true ice to deal with something like this. But he wouldn't surrender without fighting either. He ordered using the last card the amphibian had available, a final investment of remaining energy from the completed digestion. The amphibian detonated a massive explosion, not concentrated in a specific area but distributed throughout its complete body in a manner maximizing damage to roots that had penetrated through its permeable skin. It was an enormous expenditure consuming all remaining reserves that had been restored by the absorbed beast digestion. But the roots the wolverine had manifested were considerably thicker and more resistant than those the mantis had managed creating. Not delicate structures that an explosion could easily fragment but robust constructions absorbing detonation energy and redistributing it through the interconnected network. The root system functioned like shock absorbers in a suspension system. Individual components might fail but the overall structure remained intact by distributing stress across many connection points. Some roots fractured, certainly. Sections more exposed being destroyed by the explosion's force. Maybe 20 to 30% of the root network taking big damage. But the core network remained intact. The majority of the structures survived the assault and were healed and regenerated by the others. Damaged roots regrow at maybe 2 to 3 centimeters per second using the absorbed mana for repair. And those surviving roots continued extracting mana from the last amphibian's reserves without interruption. The drainage accelerated as the creature exhausted almost all its last strength in a loud and showy technique that hadn't achieved its intended objective. Drain rate even higher as more roots established deeper penetration into the amphibian's body, taking even its form as energy for the wolverine. Min couldn't return his beast, which was trapped in a thick network now. The roots had penetrated too deeply, almost integrated with it and hugging the mana form to not let it go even if the tamer willed it. The amphibian form eventually disappeared completely when they stole sufficient energy that it could no longer maintain coherence. 50 tons of mass gone like they were from a ghost. Master Yang's hand rose. Second partial victory, Team Ren. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Appreciation for the wolverine's overwhelming display of elemental mastery. But also some disappointment that the conclusion had been too fast and less dramatic than the extended tactical chess match between the mantis and the amphibian. Sometimes superior power just won. No clever reversals, nor hidden techniques. Just better capacity applied decisively until the opponent had no options remaining. Ren allowed himself a slight smile as the Wolverine remained manifested, ready for whatever came next. One down, 3 to go. And Luna's wolf still waited. That would be the next, difficult eater, like Min's problematic one had just been for a while. The battle was far from finished. Min still had his second beast available. And that beast would be his blue serpent that had been Min's companion for 5 years already, a creature that had grown considerably and that had gained improved control in the base element it shared with the amphibian, water. Ren observed while Min prepared to invoke his serpent, his mind evaluating what he remembered about the creature's capabilities. The serpent was more agile than the amphibian. Less defensive tank and more healing support or quick attacker. The water control it had developed was sophisticated for a Silver 3 beast, which was respectable if not exceptional. It was now gold and Ren knew little about what was better in the new rank. But Ren doubted Min had a better way to counteract the elemental weakness to wood than what he developed with his amphibian. The cold technique had been a brilliant innovation requiring a boost, a capability the serpent didn't possess because its specialization was different. And the Wolverine had already completely prepared the field. The arena was covered with roots and vines that had survived the exchange with the amphibian and that were now established deeply throughout the entire ground. More importantly, it had recovered considerable energy by absorbing mana from the amphibian during the final moments. Its reserves were close to being complete thanks to the resource transfer from the defeated opponent. Wolverine starting reserves. Essentially back to full capacity. It was a setup favoring Ren almost ridiculously. The serpent would enter a field where the element to which it had its greatest weakness already dominated the terrain, facing an opponent that was fresh and prepared, almost improved by the previous exchange that had allowed it to set the plant trap. Simple logic suggested victory would be quick and practically guaranteed unless Min revealed something completely unexpected that changed the dynamics as dramatically as the revelation of cold manipulation capability had done. Ren allowed a small smile to touch his lips while observing Min invoke his serpent with determination that hadn't diminished despite the amphibian's loss. His friend wasn't a person who surrendered easily when he could show off before people, and he probably had something planned even if the situation seemed unfavorable. Min invoked the blue serpent with confidence that hadn't reduced despite the amphibian's loss. But when the creature fully materialized in the arena, Ren noticed something immediately that was different from what he remembered a few months ago. The serpent had become strangely purple. It wasn't the dark and ominous purple that Leora's wisp fire was gradually adopting as it matured toward manifestation closer to the bash's negative spiritual nature. It was a considerably lighter tone, almost lilac, a coloration mixing with the blue base in a manner creating an iridescent effect when light reflected off the scales. It was a subtle but notable change for someone who had observed the beast's development during most of its existence. Water serpents typically maintained consistent blue tones as they advanced through the ranks, with variation within the spectrum but rarely derivation toward different colors. And lilac suggested influence from some additional element mixing with the aquatic base, an alteration that could indicate specialized evolution or something more experimental. Ren felt a mental sigh forming as he processed that implication. Of course it would be Min who had a beast with anomalous coloration suggesting experimentation with the limits of what conventional cultivation that Ren recommended permitted. Min had been one of the last to bring his main beast to gold, very late, a lag that didn't come from being the last to start but from disorder. Something fundamental in how he approached most aspects of life. He was an absolute chaos agent in the room he shared with Ren, Taro, and Lu. A living contrast with the other three who maintained organized personal spaces and structured routines. They were always scolding him for leaving everything scattered around. Clothes accumulating in corners. Study materials dispersed across his desk in a disordered order that only he could navigate. Equipment abandoned wherever he'd finished using it last instead of properly stored. It was a constant source of minor friction that never escalated to serious conflict but that definitely tested his roommate's patience. Ren, Taro, and Lu maintained their room quarters with almost military order. Beds made every morning. Clothes folded or hung. Books arranged by subject or alphabetically. Equipment cleaned and stored in designated locations. Min's quarter looked like a hurricane had passed through and decided to take up permanent residence. Somehow his chaos never quite spilled into the other spaces. He had enough consideration for at least that, but within his own territory, entropy reigned supreme. Min complained frequently that they were the weird ones and that normal people at that age weren't so square, that teenagers should have a certain level of chaos instead of living like premature adults obsessed with perfect order. Lu insisted that the best tamers by the nature of cultivation had to be orderly. Cultivation required discipline, discipline required structure and structure required order. Therefore, order equaled a tamer's success. The logic was ironclad in Lu's mind. But Min argued there was sufficient time to become boring and structured when they were older, that the present was for experimentation and spontaneity. "We'll have 200 years to be organized if we reach gold rank," he'd say. "Can't I enjoy for like 10 more years before that?" And honestly, in a certain way he had a valid point that the others recognized even though they didn't admit it frequently and especially not in front of him. For Ren, Taro, and Lu, Min was who gave flavor to the boring parts of the day. His random occurrences that interrupted the monotony of routine. His comments that made them laugh when tension became oppressive. Or simply providing someone to scold when they needed an outlet for some frustration that as young people they couldn't appropriately direct toward other sources. It was a strange but functional dynamic, a balance where Min's chaotic personality provided necessary counterweight to the others' ordered inclinations. Without him, the room would be considerably more boring even if it would also be cleaner and more organized. And relevant to the present situation, Ren could understand why the serpent would have an unexpected color. Min was also practically the only one among Ren's close companions whom Ren helped most directly in being so creative with his cultivation approach. Most called it reckless, an accusation that was born when Min didn't follow Ren's novel methods to the letter but experimented with small variations that could have unpredictable consequences. Already following Ren's method was a novelty in principle. Why be crazy enough to change even that? But Ren knew that the characterization of reckless wasn't completely fair. Min wasn't as foolish as he appeared superficially. Behind the apparent chaos was a mind processing information carefully before making those decisions that others dismissed as impulsive. Min always consulted multiple sources before implementing changes to his beast's cultivation. He read ancient texts that most considered too obscure to be worth the effort. He spoke with instructors like Wei about minute details of elemental mechanics. And most importantly, he came to Ren himself frequently to discuss potential results that one change or another could entail in a species based on its mana patterns and development. They were conversations Ren genuinely valued because they forced logical articulation of principles that would otherwise remain implicit in his mind. Having to explain why a certain approach was risky required breaking down reasoning in ways that clarified his own understanding as much as it educated Min. Ren had explained repeatedly during those discussions that the path to maximum potential was narrow. Narrower than most appreciated. And that he himself didn't know everything because his knowledge didn't extend far enough yet to map the complete territory that beasts could eventually reach. Platinum for now. He didn't even know the best routes in diamond rank. You could get stuck while watching others ascend to diamond in the future, Ren had warned during one of the more serious conversations they'd had. Small changes might have an even greater effect in subsequent phases that I myself don't know about. I can assure you that certain variations won't affect your potential until platinum, which is the maximum rank known to me for now. But I can't guarantee that those same changes won't create limitations in phases beyond that. It was honesty about his own knowledge's limits. An admission to a friend that even having had access to enormous information, there were territories remaining unmapped because that same information hadn't explored every possibility. Ren gave examples frequently to illustrate the concept in ways Min could fully understand the implications. The wolverine was a perfect case for demonstration. A creature that could be cultivated with specialization in a specific element, a choice that would change development style but wouldn't affect the fundamental capacity to reach superior ranks as long as the beast's base was respected. As long as the species' foundations are maintained correctly, Ren had explained, the Wolverine will reach platinum regardless of which element you choose as primary. That's true according to what I know so far. But if I later learn that only certain elements can reach diamond or greater potential, then perhaps only the multi-elemental line was correct all along, for example. And we would have limited growth by choosing something else without knowing it. It was the uncertainty making experimentation risky even when it seemed safe based on present knowledge. Because you didn't know what you didn't know until it was too late to reverse decisions made years earlier. But worse than possible elemental limitations was the possibility of species divergence. Ren was the cure to the situation the city had lived with for so long. The permanent species trap that had limited generations of tamers. If you took one of the multiple permanent species routes, then it was the end. That was the nightmare scenario Ren had emphasized multiple times as the reason why following the base to the letter was generally safer than experimentation. If your serpent became a white salamander at gold rank, for example, Ren had explained with seriousness communicating the warning's importance, then its growth limit would be gold 3, and nothing more. You'd receive a strong immediate power increase because you've reached the peak of development in a permanent species and salamanders are powerful creatures. But the potential would end there forever. You could only mature your beast going forward, refining what it already has, but never improving its rank beyond gold 3. It was a trade-off that some wild beasts in certain niches made deliberately. A sacrifice of long-term potential in favor of immediate power allowing them to compete in their situations present. But in Tamer's case, Ren thought it was a decision that should be made with complete understanding of what was being abandoned, not accidentally through experimentation that went wrong as it had always been. Min was still very daring in that aspect, a characteristic Ren admired even while warning about risks because he had the adventurous spirit that Ren also admired. Min had genuine aspirations to discover small optimizations staying on the best path but that weren't perfectly generic for that path. He wanted personalization expressing his individuality without compromising maximum potential. If a beast has maximum potential in diamond with 3 elements, Min had argued during one of their discussions, then I want to be able to choose those 3 specific elements if that choice doesn't affect the final rank. Not simply accept the first 3 that appear but select the combination adapting to my style. It was a reasonable philosophy Ren couldn't completely dismiss. If there really was space for at least elemental personalization within the limits that maximum potential imposed, then it was worth exploring. The problem was determining exactly where those limits were without accidentally crossing them in the exploration process. And now, observing the serpent with anomalous lilac coloration entering the arena, Ren suspected Min had been experimenting in ways that perhaps had pushed beyond what Ren would have recommended if he'd been consulted about the last specific changes. The serpent that should preserve characteristic light blue coloration even at gold 1 had clearly diverged from that standard. Its scales gleamed with a tone suggesting additional elemental influence mixing with the aquatic base, an alteration that could be beneficial specialization or could be the first sign of divergence that would eventually limit growth. Ren observed while the serpent appeared in the arena covered with roots the Wolverine had established. The creature seemed aware of the danger the vegetation represented, coiling cautiously in a defensive position rather than charging directly. But cautiousness wasn't sufficient when the complete field was so saturated with threats that couldn't be avoided simply by being careful. The roots responded to the serpent's presence fast, permitting no evasion by their sheer numbers. They coiled around a long coiled body, still with dozens of contact points, establishing simultaneously as the vegetation took advantage of every centimeter of exposed surface. Within seconds the serpent was surrounded almost as completely as the amphibian had been, with constriction preventing movement while the roots began the parasitic drainage process. It seemed that despite the weird color it would be a quick victory replicating the success against the amphibian. Same element beast. Same fundamental weakness. So same inevitable result when facing complete wood dominance in a field now specifically prepared to exploit that vulnerability. But then the serpent exploded. Not figuratively in the sense of sudden ordinary, subjective or moral release. It literally detonated in fire in all directions, a heat liberation so violent and unexpected that the Wolverine instinctively retreated several meters. It can't be. Ren thought with shock. Can it do the same as the amphibian? Had Min developed a similar explosive technique for his second beast, chemistry converting defense into counterattack? No. Ren and the audience realized simultaneously as they watched the incinerated vegetation and processed what they'd just witnessed. It wasn't a biochemical explosion like the amphibian had used, no reaction of controlled secretions detonating under water manipulation. It was something different that explained the anomalous coloration Ren had noticed immediately. The serpent, now clearly visible after the explosion had dispersed the roots that had tried trapping it, had a new elemental characteristic it definitely hadn't possessed the last time Ren had seen it at Silver 3. A strange film of red tissue crowned around its head like a lion's mane but composed of fins instead of hair, a structure pulsing with energy. The fins were arranged in a circular pattern around the head and upper neck. They glowed faintly with internal heat. And the explosion it had just executed hadn't been water or any aquatic technique of any type. It had been a detonation of fire. Genuine flames that had burned the plants in direct contact. Intense heat that had caused vegetation to wither and release its grip before parasitic drainage could even establish itself appropriately. The roots within 3 to 4 meters of the serpent were charred. Blackened to the point where they crumbled when the serpent moved. The root network that had been attempting capture was destroyed in that single burst. Ren slapped his face with the palm of his hand, a gesture communicating his newfound exasperation, but maybe even reluctant admiration, an absolute recognition that of course this was exactly the type of thing Min would do. Of course. It had to be Min. If anyone in their entire generation was going to force two completely opposing elements into a beast without appropriate balance between them, it would be Min without any doubt. The chaos agent who rejected convention simply because it was convention, who experimented without sufficient fear of consequences that would have stopped more sensible people. Water and fire. Elements that opposed each other fundamentally in almost every aspect of the elemental interaction. Even worse than light and darkness in some respects because the opposition was messier, less direct and immediate. Combining both in the same creature without having others as balance in the mana system was asking for problems on multiple levels. An imbalance that established theory said would result in instability that would eventually limit growth or cause a dozen other problems that texts warned against with emphasis bordering on hysteria. Standard cultivation theory was extremely clear on this point. Opposing elements required multiple compensation mechanisms or mediating elements for stability. Water and fire needed earth to ground both, or some other moderating influence. Direct combination without mediation, not recommended. Probability of success in a stable system, maybe 1 to 5% according to historical records. Probability of failure causing permanent problems and some system damage, maybe 30 to 40%. Probability of subtle long-term problems, maybe 50 to 60%. But Min had apparently decided warnings were optional suggestions rather than absolute limits. And after Ren used his mana eyes to take a good look at the now likely messy system of Min's beast. All seemed fine. Somehow he'd managed to cultivate his serpent possessing both elements simultaneously, the capacity to generate water and fire without one completely cancelling the other at all. Or so it seemed for now. Ren would have to see if Min had truly achieved to integrate them properly or if this was just a superficial combination that would collapse under pressure. The serpent coiled in the center of the scorched zone it had created, with flames still flickering along parts of its body. Not consuming it but dancing across the scales while the water-blue coloration and fire-red tissue created a visual contrast that was striking if somewhat unnerving. Min stood at his end of the arena with an expression that was equal parts pride and mischief. He knew exactly how shocking this revelation was for Ren. Had probably been waiting for the perfect moment to reveal it for maximum dramatic impact. Surprise. Min called across the arena with a grin that suggested he was enjoying Ren's reaction immensely. Bet you didn't see that coming. Ren lowered his hand from his face and stared at his friend with an expression difficult to parse. Exasperation certainly. Concern about potential long-term consequences definitely. But also, something else, something that felt like excitement despite the rational part of his mind screaming about how risky this was. Why was he so animated and happy? Had Ren's own adventurous spirit also been provoked by this? Because objectively, this was terrible cultivation practice. Opposing elements without mediation. Specialization that risked permanent species divergence. Experimentation that could lock Min's serpent forever if the balance collapsed. But subjectively, it was working. Right now, in this moment, that chaotic serpent was functioning well. And that was fascinating in ways Ren couldn't completely suppress despite knowing he should probably be more disapproving of the chaos his friend represented. It was absurd. It was reckless. It was dangerous in ways that probably wouldn't manifest completely until later development phases. And it was absolutely brilliant in the pure audacity of attempting it despite every authority saying it was a bad idea. The audience erupted in conversations, spectators processing what they'd just witnessed. A beast with opposing elements wasn't something they saw frequently. It was a rarity bordering on impossibility according to conventional knowledge. Min had apparently beaten those odds. Or at least, he'd beaten them so far. The real test would come when the serpent attempted advancing beyond Gold 1 toward Gold 2 and the strain on its dual-element system increased exponentially without making it immediately collapse into elemental chaos. Min smiled widely from his position, clearly enjoying the shock the revelation had caused. I spent months working on this. It was totally worth it just to see everyone's expressions. And honestly, the result was impressive even if the method had been risky in the extreme. You're an idiot, Ren responded with a tone carrying affection mixed with criticism. But I have to admit it's an interesting innovation. Though we're going to have a long conversation about the risks you took after the exams finish. Min shrugged with carelessness, communicating he'd anticipated exactly that response. A long conversation is a small price for having a beast that can do this, he replied while ordering the serpent to demonstrate the capabilities that the element combination provided. Or rather, when the combination fails to maintain perfect balance and creates unstable resonance. A powerful explosion generated by elemental instability eliminated even more plants around the serpent. Not controlled detonation like the amphibian's chemical reactions but rather a consequence of water and fire energies briefly clashing instead of coexisting peacefully. The detonation happened spontaneously when the serpent's internal balance shifted too far in one direction. The instability provided additional offensive capability through unpredictable detonations. Fascinating and dangerous. Quintessentially Min. And Ren observed with renewed attention, recognizing that the battle he'd assumed would be an easy victory had just become considerably more complicated. Min seemed to have awakened a genuine appetite for explosions that Ren recognized as perfectly aligned with his friend's chaotic nature. It wasn't simply their tactical effectiveness making explosive techniques attractive to Min but also the theatrical element they provided. Visual and auditory spectacle capturing attention in ways that more subtle methods never would achieve. They undoubtedly suited the personality that thrived being the center of attention. The need to make others laugh that manifested in combat approach as much as in social interactions. Each explosion was a statement as much as a technique. Communication of, look at me, I'm doing something incredible, that resonated with the audience in ways more reserved Tamers rarely achieved. The crowd's reaction confirmed it. All spectators were focused entirely on Min's serpent despite Ren's Wolverine being an ultra-rare beast too. His theatrical approach to combat drew eyes and held attention through pure spectacle. But appreciation of Min's style didn't change the tactical reality Ren faced. With a serpent capable of using fire to burn vegetation before parasitic drainage could establish, he could no longer take advantage of the wood field that had invested considerable resources creating during the battle against the amphibian. All that mana spent establishing the root and vine network was essentially lost now that the opponent had a perfect countermeasure. But Ren wasn't a person who wasted resources just because the initial strategy became unviable. Instead of simply abandoning plants that no longer served an offensive purpose, he decided to absorb the energy remaining in the system and store it underground where he could access it later if the situation changed. It was an investment in future flexibility. Keeping options open rather than completely committing to a single unique approach. The Wolverine executed the technique Ren had developed specifically for this type of resource management, with elemental control directing mana from surface routes toward deep storage where enemy interference would be minimal. The mechanism worked through creating underground mana reservoirs. The routes extending 2 to 3 meters below the surface converted from active combat tools into passive storage vessels. Mana flowed from dying surface-burning vegetation down through the root network into concentrated nodes positioned at strategic locations beneath the arena floor. Not perfect storage, some mana loss was inevitable during transfer, but significantly better than allowing the energy to simply dissipate when all the plants were destroyed. The arena surface cleaned gradually as vegetation retracted below ground, a process taking only seconds but recovering a significant percentage of energy that would otherwise have been wasted against the fire. And with the field neutralized and resources partially recovered, Ren decided it was time for something he genuinely enjoyed when he had the opportunity. The experimentation phase where he could systematically test the enemy beast capabilities without pressure of immediate victory being the sole priority. Min had revealed a fascinating situation with the water and fire combination without stabilizer, and Ren wanted to understand exactly how it functioned before committing to the final strategy. This was what separated good Tamers from great ones. Good Tamers saw an unexpected capability and immediately tried overwhelming it. Great Tamers saw an unexpected capability and studied it first, extracting maximum information before deciding on optimal counter-strategy. And Ren, despite the competitive context, was fundamentally a researcher at heart. The opportunity to observe a functioning dual opposing element system was too valuable to waste on immediate aggression. He began with the most obvious element to test, fire against fire. The Wolverine launched a flame projectile toward the serpent, a technique that was refined but not particularly massive in terms of invested energy. A fireball approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. Approximately 800 to 1000 degrees Celsius at the core. It was a test more than a serious attack. Observation of how Min's beast would respond to the element it shared. The response was revealing. The fire the Wolverine projected wasn't just resisted by water the serpent could generate. The serpent's mouth opened. The fireball entered. The fire the Wolverine projected wasn't just resisted by the water the serpent could generate but was literally absorbed. Flame energy was controlled on contact and integrated into the creature's internal system without causing appreciable damage. Instead of burning its tissue or triggering a defensive reaction of water generation from the serpent, the fire simply joined the existing flame energy already circulating through the serpent's body. No damage. Just seamless integration. It was an immunity exceeding simple resistance, a new capacity to take a hostile elemental mana and convert it into a resource that strengthened rather than weakened. An absorption efficiency of nearly 100% for the fire element too. Min had two beasts with absorption capability now. The amphibian could consume defeated opponents to increase power. The serpent could absorb some elemental attacks to add to and replenish its energy. Different mechanisms. Same strategic advantage of sustainability through enemy resource conversion. Ren nodded with a partial realization of the underlying principle. It made sense that a beast cultivated specifically to balance water and fire would develop the capacity to absorb both elements as part of maintaining internal equilibrium. Perhaps it was a natural consequence of the need to constantly process opposing energies. An adaptation converting a potential weakness from its fire into a distinctive strength. If the serpent couldn't efficiently absorb and integrate both elements, the inner conflict between them would tear its system order apart from the inside. So absorption wasn't just a cool new capability. It was a survival mechanism. The only way a dual opposing element system could function long-term was if it could process energy from both elements and maintain balance. Therefore the next test was water. The Wolverine generated a torrent directed toward the serpent. Not a massive attack again, to save mana. Ren observed carefully to see if water could extinguish the external fire dancing around and crowning the serpent's head in the mane of red fins. But the water passed through the flames without extinguishing them. It was an interaction defying ordinary elemental logic where water and fire cancelled each other mutually. The water flowed through the flame-wreathed fins, touched the burning tissue and made contact with the surfaces that should have either extinguished the flames or been evaporated away by the heat. And nothing happened. The fire continued burning. The water continued flowing. They occupied the same space without apparent conflict. Peaceful coexistence where elements that should annihilate each other simply existed together. Min's fire seemed to literally get along with water. Not just tolerate it but actively cooperate with it in ways that shouldn't be possible according to standard elemental theory. And like with fire, the serpent absorbed the water the wolverine had projected. Integration without resistance, communicating that the aquatic element was as welcome as the flame one. It had a perfect symmetry in absorption capability. A balance treating both opposing elements with complete parity. Neither favored. Neither rejected. Both equally integrated into the system, maintaining the serpent's existence. Ren processed observations rapidly, his mind working through implications at accelerated speed. The absorption clearly didn't affect the serpent's internal balance negatively. That fact was more impressive considering conventional theory suggested adding a third element to stabilize the precarious equilibrium that should be maintaining both contrary ones operating simultaneously. But Min's serpent appeared to violate that principle. It absorbed fire without the fire overwhelming the water component. It absorbed water without the water extinguishing the fire component. Somehow it was maintaining a dynamic equilibrium despite continuous input from both sides. How? Ren focused his mana perception more sharply, observing the serpent's internal flows with detail that would normally be invasive but that Min probably expected given the battle context where secrets inevitably revealed themselves. And what Ren saw was a masterpiece of elemental juggling exceeding what he would have anticipated Min could achieve even with his extensive consultations to multiple sources. The internal rotation of the system intertwined the two elements in a perfect counterspin. Water and fire rotated around a central elongated core in opposite directions in a manner creating dynamic stability. Not static equilibrium where elements remained separated. But an active balance where they were constantly interacting in patterns feeding each other rather than creating destructive chaos. And the rotation speed adjusted automatically depending on the relative quantity of each element. When one exceeded the other in volume, the spin accelerated for the more abundant element while feeding energy to the scarcer one. This process redistributed resources until both were again in parity. The feedback mechanism worked through a pressure differential. More fire meant higher temperature. Higher temperature created expansion, expansion increased rotational inertia and the increased inertia accelerated water rotation through coupling. And the inverse worked equally well. Evaporation restored balance. It was a self-correcting system maintaining equilibrium without requiring constant conscious intervention from Min. That allowed the technique to be usable in combat rather than simply theoretical, requiring full attention at all times to prevent catastrophic failure. Actual combat usage with active techniques meant sustainability became critical. It was brilliant. Ren had to admire it even while recognizing the risks the approach implied. The engineering was sophisticated beyond what he'd expected from Min's generally chaotic approach to cultivation. This required understanding of mana rotational dynamics and feedback systems. Required tons of careful adjustment to find the exact parameters allowing stable operation. Min had done his homework. Had consulted sources. Had probably driven Wei absolutely crazy with questions about elemental interaction theory and stability mechanics that were not even known. And he'd succeeded in creating something that shouldn't work according to standard theory but that demonstrably did work in practice. That was innovation, real innovation. Not following established paths but finding new routes that conventional wisdom said were impossible. Ren felt complex emotions processing the observation. Pride in his friend's accomplishment, concern about long-term risks, fascination with the mechanics and maybe even competitive irritation that Min had developed something this sophisticated without revealing it during their regular discussions. But admiration didn't change the fact that Ren needed to find a way to win the battle. Having eliminated fire and water as viable attack options, since both would just feed the serpent's reserves, he evaluated the remaining elements the Wolverine had available. Earth seemed the most promising option. It had no inherent weakness to fire or water. Wind and wood would then be weak too. Earth versus the dual water-fire system seemed to have no obvious interaction disadvantage. Earth was just neutral. Solid. It didn't burn easily, didn't dissolve easily. It just was. And that neutrality was exactly what made it effective. The Serpent's sophisticated elemental balance system had no special mechanisms for handling Earth-based attacks beyond the standard options any Gold 1 beast possessed. Light and darkness could serve as well. They operated in a different spectrum from the thermal and fluid interactions water and fire dominated. But they were slightly more expensive in mana terms for comparable effectiveness. That additional cost came from the complexity of manipulating energies that most beasts couldn't naturally perceive or interact with. And Ren preferred conserving that investment considering Luna's battle still waited after Min's defeat. That confrontation would almost certainly require extensive mana usage. He didn't want to face it without much of it. So he decided to defeat Min with Earth for now. It was an element providing sufficient power without draining reserves he needed preserving for the exam's final phases. He could experiment more with the new interactions between other elements and the Serpent's balance system later. When competition pressure didn't limit how much he could invest in pure curiosity. And couldn't scold Min for taking large risks without warning or asking him. Even if it was slightly hypocritical given Ren's own tendencies. The Wolverine changed its approach completely, abandoning any other elemental techniques in favor of Earth manipulation that exploited mass and density as primary weapons. Rocks emerged from the ground and launched toward the Serpent with velocity converting fragments into dangerous projectiles. It was bombardment forcing constant evasion instead of the tranquil absorption the Serpent had been enjoying until now. Earth wasn't absorbed. The Serpent's dual-element system had no mechanism for processing solid matter imbued with Earth mana like Leora had. Fire and water were energies that could be integrated into the rotational balance. Earth was just mass. Heavy, solid, unyielding mass that had to be dodged or deflected. Min responded with the creativity that was characteristic of his combat approach. The explosions he generated weren't simply defensive but also offensive and he was also using them to propel the Serpent in unexpected directions, with calculated detonations providing thrust complementing the creature's natural mobility. It was an innovative use of a technique that most would have limited to direct attack. Transformation of limitation into advantage through intelligent application. But the tactical situation shifted immediately. From sustainable attrition through absorption to resource-depleting evasion through continuous movement. Every dodge cost stamina, every deflection cost mana and the Wolverine had vastly deeper reserves to sustain the bombardment than the Serpent had to sustain the defense. But the explosions were still strong and dangerous. When the Serpent's internal balance destabilized, it could choose where the resulting explosion manifested along its body. The Serpent began moving in 3 dimensions rather than just 2. Diving fast downward and sideways with dorsal bursts. Creating zigzag patterns that made predicting its trajectory nearly impossible. But the mana cost increased proportionally. The Serpent didn't only use explosions though. It could not only break the balance to attack but rather improve it. It began launching projectiles that were chaotic in the best sense of the word, combinations of fire and water rotating around themselves in patterns creating impressive visual effects. When they impacted, the effects were dramatic. The water shell burst on contact, dispersing in a spray and then the fire core detonated, creating a secondary explosion. And more than just power efficiency, there was something else happening. Ren observed with growing interest as the rotation of the 2 elements in projectiles generated light. Flashes being released by the interaction between opposing energies in ways approximating combination into an extra element. Almost light, but slightly more inclined toward heat and with physical properties more of matter than energy. Not the same true elemental light that Ren could manifest through direct control. Not quite the same phenomenon he created when elemental ice was born through deliberate fusion of wind and water. But related. A naturally emergent property arising from the dynamics Min had created rather than consciously designed capability. The light generation mechanism was fascinating from a theoretical perspective. And observing that helped Ren understand something about his own capabilities that had been on the edge of consciousness without crystallizing completely. These new way elements interacted to produce emergent effects. Properties not present in individual components but appearing when combined appropriately. That was a principle applying not only to fire and water but to any element combination if interactions were understood deeply enough. Elemental ice wasn't just frozen water. It was an emergent mana property arising from water and wind interaction under specific conditions, its crystalline structure, unique thermal properties and the way it reflected and refracted light. None of those were the same as normal ice made from normal water alone. Min's pseudo-light wasn't a deliberate creation. It was an emergent property of fire-water rotation at sufficient speed under controlled conditions. The light appeared not because Min commanded it but because the physical laws governing elemental interaction produced it as natural consequence. And if fire-water produced light as an emergent property, what other combinations might produce unexpected effects? It was an insight opening an entire new avenue for elemental research. Suggestion that elements could be combined not just through direct fusion but through creating conditions where emergent properties naturally arose from their interaction. It was a valuable insight into a new way of applying elemental combinations that Ren filed for later exploration. But for now he needed concentrating on finishing the battle that had extended longer than pure efficiency would dictate. Not excessive by competitive battle standards but longer than the conclusion Ren had projected when he'd first seen the serpent's vulnerabilities. Min's innovations had bought time. Had created complications requiring adaptive responses rather than simple overwhelming force. But time bought wasn't a victory achieved. And the serpent's reserves were approaching critical levels despite the creative techniques extending its sustainability. Serpent current reserves, approaching the threshold where combat effectiveness would begin seriously degrading. The Wolverine intensified the Earth assault, with Earth projectiles becoming faster and more frequent. "Took you long enough to figure it out," Min called cheerfully. "I was wondering how many elements you'd try before going with the obvious answer." "I was being thorough," Ren responded with mock dignity. "Some of us value complete data collection over rushing to conclusions. Some of us also value winning before opponents burn all their resources," Min countered. "But sure, let's call it thorough investigation instead of overthinking." Even in competitive battle, their friendship came through in the easy way they needled each other. But the humor didn't reduce the seriousness of what came next. The Wolverine's Earth technique was ready. Massive. Overwhelming. Designed to end the fight decisively rather than prolonging exchanges that favored the serpent's sustainability through absorption. The bombardment became nearly overwhelming. The serpent's evasion and explosive propulsion were barely sufficient to avoid the increased rate of incoming attacks. Several projectiles grazed its scales, leaving visible marks where impacts had occurred. And simultaneously the Wolverine began demonstrating something that would inevitably make Min complain. Ren's own control over fire and water was still greater than Min's despite the impressive innovation his friend had achieved. Ren could control both elements with refinement exceeding what the serpent demonstrated, even though separately for now. The gap wasn't enormous in water, both Min's beasts being specialists there. But in competitive combat, that gap was decisive when exploited properly. And when Ren began using those elements not to attack but to interfere with the control and projectiles the serpent launched, the drop in effectiveness became immediately obvious. Fire that Min generated was neutralized by fire control from Ren's beast that knew the exact temperature and composition to cancel his efforts. Efficiency ratio, approximately 3-to-1 in Ren's favor. Water was redirected by manipulation exploiting superior control under elemental influence. When the serpent launched water projectiles, Ren's Wolverine would generate countercurrents. Efficiency ratio, approximately 2 minutes and 1.5 seconds in Ren's favor. Again. It was a demonstration of mastery stealing back the spotlight that Min had established with his dual-element beast revelation. A moment making clear that even his brilliant innovation wasn't sufficient when facing someone with fundamentally superior domain over the elements being contested. The serpent's effective attack rate dropped as almost all its attempts were neutralized before reaching the target. And the mana expenditure for those failed attempts meant the serpent was burning through its reserves even faster than the evasion had been costing. The situation was collapsing. Min's innovations had been impressive and had extended what may have been a quick defeat into several minutes of competitive exchange. But extensions weren't victories. And the underlying resource disparity combined with Ren's superior elemental control was finally asserting itself decisively. "Hey!" Min protested with genuine frustration and some self-aware humor. "You're stealing my essence and breaking my special moment again. First the invisibility, now water and fire elements. Can't you let me have at least one thing that's uniquely mine?" The complaint was delivered with theatrical exaggeration that drew laughter from the audience. A Finch and Theodore's worthy act. Arms spread wide, expression of mock betrayal and all the whole performance calculated to entertain even while making a legitimate point about Ren's tendency to outshine everyone else's efforts like some novel's main character. "Oops, you're right, I'm sorry." Ren called back with absolutely zero sincerity in his apology. The exchange made the audience laugh harder. Appreciation of the dynamic between friends who competed seriously but maintained the capacity to joke even amid intense confrontation. Several classmates shouted comments. "Let Min have something, Ren. Stop being so unfair. Share the spotlight for once." But also, "That's what you get for experimenting recklessly, Min. Ren's just made a different, accept it." All mixing into an engaged audience investment that made the battle compelling beyond just the exchanges. Ren smiled at the protest but didn't ease the pressure he was applying. The Wolverine continued the assault, pushing the serpent into an increasingly defensive position. Earth projectiles maintained their relentless barrage and were hitting more often now. Fire and water interference continued neutralizing the serpent's movement and counterattacks. The combination created a situation where Min's beast was expending enormous resources just to heal and survive rather than having any realistic chance of mounting an effective offense. Serpent reserves entering the range where combat effectiveness would degrade noticeably. Technique power would drop. Response times would slow. The cumulative effects of sustained high-intensity combat would begin manifesting as performance degradation. Min recognized the deteriorating situation. His expression shifted from theatrical humor to focused calculation. He was running through options. Trying to find the tactical adjustment that would reverse momentum or at least extend the battle long enough for some unexpected development to create an opening. But the Wolverine had overwhelming advantages in reserves, efficiency, and elemental control. Min's innovations had been impressive but they couldn't overcome the fundamental disparity in cultivation and mastery. The serpent had seconds before it would be forced to withdraw or take bond damage. And both Ren and Min knew it. The question was whether Min would accept the inevitable gracefully or if he had one more surprise prepared. One final card to play before conceding the exchange. Ren watched carefully. Min was creative. Min was unpredictable. Min had already revealed dual-element capability that nobody had anticipated. What else might he have prepared that hadn't been shown yet? The Wolverine maintained pressure while Ren's mind calculated probabilities and prepared contingencies. Because underestimating Min had proven costly multiple times during this battle. And Ren wasn't going to make that mistake again, regardless of how certain victory appeared. Min launched a last attack in an effort to create the opening that could reverse the momentum. A massive projectile of combined fire and water rotating and making it difficult to track its precise trajectory. The projectile was enormous compared to previous attacks. It was a desperate move. All-or-nothing gambit where success might create an opening for comeback and failure would leave the serpent completely vulnerable. The power was impressive. If it connected. But Ren, Beast cancelled it on time. Energy dispersion dismantling the projectile just before it could reach the Wolverine. Not violent destruction but careful disassembly. Elements being separated and redirected in ways neutralizing the threat without permitting a secondary explosion that could cause collateral damage. The technique was sophisticated. Counter-rotation at precisely calculated opposing momentum. And with the Serpent's last card denied, the Wolverine exploited the opening that the massive attack's creation and cancellation had generated. The creation had required the Serpent to commit fully to the technique. All its attention focused on maintaining the projectile's stability. No reserves available for simultaneous defense. The cancellation had created a moment of shock where the Serpent hadn't yet reoriented to new threats. That window was sufficient. Earth consolidated into an enormous stake emerging from the ground directly under the Serpent's position. Vertical projection accelerating with force, converting the rock's point into a devastating reinforced weapon. The stake struck the Serpent's head with an impact that resonated through the arena. A deep thud that spectators felt in their chests as much as heard with their ears. Enough force to completely knock out the creature despite the resistance that gold rank provided. Yet not a strike designed to kill but to incapacitate. Precisely leaving the bond intact but severing the beast's consciousness to the point where battle continuation was impossible. The Serpent's body went limp. The creature was unconscious but not dead, not permanently injured, just knocked out. This time Ren had enough control at the end. So much control he could afford to not aggressively eliminate his opponent with techniques designed for maximum damage rather than precise incapacitation. Or perhaps he simply wanted it on the ground for a moment to steal some of the expended mana with roots. One of the two motivations. Possibly both simultaneously. The Wolverine's underground root network, which had been dormant during the exchange, activated immediately. Min reacted almost instantaneously, withdrawing the Serpent to his core before the roots that the Wolverine maintained under the surface could use too much of their parasitic drain. It was a fast movement saving resources that otherwise would have been lost to absorption that would take from Luna the advantage Min had gained for their team. Not enormous but not negligible either when every point might matter in the final confrontation with Luna. The Serpent dissolved in a flash of light. Most of the energy flowing back to Min's core, a clean withdrawal without the jarring disruption of forced severance. Min had lost. But he'd lost while demonstrating remarkable innovation and while forcing Ren to work considerably harder than anticipated. That was a victory of sorts even within defeat. Victory 4-1, Team Patender, Yang announced upon seeing the Serpent had been withdrawn. The audience erupted in applause, recognizing not only the victory but the quality of the exchange they'd witnessed. It had been a battle worthy of the finals. Demonstrating Min's innovation as much as Ren's mastery. A confrontation where both combatants had revealed capabilities exceeding what would be expected from fifth-year students. Min walked toward the arena's edge with an expression mixing disappointment at the loss with satisfaction at having executed as well as his circumstances permitted. "All right," he admitted with a voice projecting sufficiently for Ren to hear, "I admit your control is ridiculously good. But at least I made you work for this victory instead of simply crushing me like would have happened if I only had water." It was gracious for Min, acknowledging superior skill without making excuses and recognizing that the outcome had been determined by execution rather than luck or circumstance. That was maturity that many competitors never achieved even after years of losses, teaching humility. "Your Serpent is impressive," Ren responded with genuine honesty. "And it's going to be even more formidable if you don't mess up refining its balance at superior ranks." It was only his friend's recognition. But that validation that the effort Min had invested in developing a dual-element beast had been worthwhile coming from Ren was big, even if it hadn't been sufficient for winning. And it was a truth Ren believed completely. The system Min had created had considerable potential if developed appropriately. Unique capabilities that could convert the Serpent into a serious threat against opponents who didn't have Ren's huge elemental control and versatility for countering. The absorption capability alone was remarkable. The ability to use opposing elements without a mediator skill was innovative. The explosive propulsion through controlled instability was creative. Combined, those capabilities suggested the Serpent could become truly formidable if Min successfully navigated the challenges of advancing an unstable dual-element system through higher cultivation ranks. But for now, Min had been eliminated, leaving only Luna and other 5 silver rank opponents to defeat before the final exam officially concluded. Perhaps the best strategy would have been letting Luna's last 5 team companions run down more before she personally entered for the final battle. They were competent silver rank tamers who could have forced the Wolverine to spend some additional resources. Not much. But every point mattered when facing someone of Luna's caliber afterward. Perhaps it even would have been prudent letting Luna steal some elemental energy from those companions with her wolf before confrontation began. Preventive absorption strengthening her beast before the critical exchange. The wolf could absorb energy from allies as easily as from enemies. 5 companions meant potentially a significant boost that could shift Luna's starting reserves. That wouldn't violate explicit exam rules. Nothing prohibited absorbing from teammates as long as they consented. And it would provide an edge that could be decisive in the exchange between combatants of such elevated caliber. But for some reason that wasn't completely understood, none of that happened. Luna simply stood facing him at the arena's other side immediately after Min withdrew. Her posture communicated immediate preparation for battle without additional preliminaries from companions providing extra setup. No hesitation in her expression, nor doubt in her body language. Only serene determination of someone who'd made a decision and committed completely without second thoughts. Luna was standing, arms relaxed at her sides. Breathing steady. Eyes focused on Ren with seriousness that suggested she'd been preparing for this confrontation. Her team's 5 remaining silver rank would go after her. Not dismissed. But everything about Luna's posture suggested they wouldn't be participating. That she'd chosen direct confrontation to finish this by her hand. Was it perhaps because she didn't want to use tactics that felt unfair? A preference for direct confrontation over a strategic optimization that could be perceived as cowardly? Luna had demonstrated during years that she valued certain honor code in how she approached things. Or perhaps it was simply because, as Leora had discovered during her own battle, starting with absorption wasn't convenient for some specific reason related to mechanics of how the wolf processed stolen energy. Perhaps there was a limit to how much it could store before battle without creating instability. The mechanism might not function properly. Or perhaps timing of absorption mattered more than the technique suggested superficially. Maybe fresh absorption during combat was more efficient than pre-battle stockpiling. Maybe the wolf's system was optimized for sustained drain during exchanges rather than burst absorption before engagement. Nobody knew with complete certainty what the true motivation was. Maybe all were wrong and even Luna didn't know and was just pretending as always. But honestly it didn't matter in terms of how Ren needed responding. The only thing known with absolute certainty was that this would be the year's last battle. The final confrontation determining the 5th-year exam results and establishing the final hierarchy between the 2 most exceptional tamers of their generation who were becoming adults by their society's standards. Both had just turned 15 within the last few days. Both will legally be considered adults after this rather than adolescents. Both will have responsibilities and privileges that came with that transition. And this battle would be the first major event the people remembered from their adulthood. Not just victory but the manner in which victory was pursued. Of course, it would be enormously convenient for Ren if Luna used her lesser celestial tiger now instead of the wolf. The tiger was an impressive beast certainly. A creature with capabilities exceeding what most Gold One could manifest. It was a formidable opponent that shouldn't be underestimated. But it didn't have that extra weird shadow affinity. Didn't have that mysterious aura that the wolf possessed. That elusive quality making even the sleeping fungus unable to completely identify what made the creature so distinctive. The tiger's capabilities were well documented. Strong but standard advancement path for its species. Predictable elemental interactions. Ren could plan around it. The wolf was beatable but weird. Some of the times Ren had faced it, he'd noticed new subtleties that previous observations hadn't revealed. Small details that accumulated into significant ones. Only light seemed to work as expected against it, the only conventional weakness. But Tamer order was already established, not beasts. According to exam rules, the Tamers were pre-organized, yes, but not the specific order of beasts that the small number of multi-beast Tamers would use. That flexibility permitted tactical adaptation that had helped Ren but now disadvantaged him. Min had been able to choose whether the amphibian or serpent entered first. Had chosen the amphibian because it provided a chance to eat the mantis. Similarly, Ren had been able to choose whether mantis, hydra, or wolverine faced the first opponent. Had optimized the sequence to maximize advantages. That flexibility had been useful to his success. And obviously Luna would deploy her wolf right now. There was no reason for saving her most apt beast to deal with the wolverine. Ren's biggest beast in elemental versatility could be countered by the wolf with 6-element control that, though lesser in refinement, was a full rank above the wolverine's cultivation. The matchup favored Luna's wolf better than the disadvantage it would get against the Hydra's light. Yet the wolverine wasn't completely defenseless against an opponent favoring darkness. If Ren played his cards well and didn't let her absorb too much mana, if he executed with precision permitting no accumulating errors, then victory was possible even under less than ideal conditions. It was a question of recognizing openings as they appeared and capitalizing without hesitation that would allow Luna establishing irreversible momentum. A good chance, but execution would still matter a lot. It would be close. Very close. Probably the closest battle Ren had faced during the entire exam. Yang raised his hand. Combatants. Ren took a breath, focused his mind and prepared for what would probably be the most difficult exchange of the year. Luna's demeanor showed the quiet confidence of someone who knew their capabilities and trusted their preparation. At least that's what it looked like for most. The wolf materialized. Large and powerful. Shadow wreathing its form in ways that made its exact outline difficult to track. The final battle was about to begin. Yang lowered his hand to signal the final battle's beginning. Begin. He declared with a voice carrying the weight of a historical moment. Recognition that this was a confrontation that would be remembered and discussed for years in the academy. Perhaps more than decades. The battle between two exceptional students who'd been at the top when the new techniques revolutionized cultivation understanding in their generation. Who'd both demonstrated capabilities that normally wouldn't appear until Tamers reached their 20s or 30s. Who represented the absolute peak of what their year could produce. The stands were completely silent, spectators holding their breath. Waiting. Watching and not wanting to miss a single moment of what promised to be extraordinary. Both beasts tensed simultaneously. The wolverine and Luna's wolf, both radiating a presence making the air feel heavier under the concentrated mana they emanated. And then, without preliminary exchange of testing blows or cautious evaluation period, both creatures disappeared into darkness almost instantaneously. Ren sent his beast to merge with the shadows to avoid receiving a quick surprise attack from within them. Submerged in the shadow space, it could sense better those who were near in that realm. Perception worked differently there, not visual but almost spiritual, mana signatures creating impressions of position and intent rather than optical information about form and color. And he knew Luna was doing the same with the wolf. Both Tamers operated in the place where direct perception was secondary to information flowing through different connections they shared with their creatures. The Shadow Realm was a strange territory for most Tamers. Disorienting and difficult to navigate. But for those specialized in the shadow element, to the level of Luna's wolf, it was an advantageous ground where normal rules didn't fully apply. The wolf had what effectively would be a 2x multiplier for shadow control that appeared at Gold 1 and Ren didn't fully understand. The wolverine was at a small disadvantage of around 100 points in shadow control but not helpless. It could perceive perfectly, could move and could fight there. Just not as effectively as the wolf could. But that was acceptable. Ren's strategy didn't require dominating the shadow space. Just having the information and surviving there long enough to force engagement in the other elements where his bigger advantages would assert themselves. But before the first confrontation in the dark world could develop, something changed in the solemn atmosphere of the confrontation for Ren. The earth began trembling. A weird vibration started subtle but intensifying rapidly to the point where it was impossible to ignore. Not a technique Ren was executing. The Wolverine's earth control wouldn't cause this type of vibration he felt propagating through the ground. When it used earth manipulation, the sensation was controlled. This was chaotic. Was it a technique from Luna then? Wolf capability she hadn't previously revealed. Terrain manipulation preparing for massive attack. No. This was something coming from a deep place outside the permitted arena range. Ren's amplified senses felt it first. Perception sharpened beyond most Tamer's capability, detecting signals that other specialists would need additional moments to recognize. There were presences approaching. Multiple signatures converging from below toward the academy from directions completely surrounding the perimeter. Beasts. Not just one or two but dozens. No, he gave himself a correction as the count updated with the additional information he was now processing. Hundreds of beasts were approaching from the depths from above the controlled zones from the Tamer supposedly protecting the city. The numbers were staggering when Ren's perception fully processed them. In a depth that should have been safely within controlled territory where patrols would have detected and eliminated or reported corrupted beasts long before they accumulated to this density. Had they entered from some breach near surface level? It was weird taking into account the wall structure and the approach pattern wasn't random. It was coordinated in ways suggesting intelligent direction rather than natural dispersed invasion. Not scattered attacks from different angles arriving at different times. But synchronized convergence designed to hit multiple points simultaneously. Like a classical military encirclement tactic. Ren looked toward where in the semi-finals Selphra and Julius had been stationed, but now their mana presences were absent. He felt a cold recognition settling in his stomach. A sudden understanding. They weren't here because they were dealing with this. Had maybe been dealing with it for hours or even almost 2 days. The situation that had pulled them away from watching the finals. The crisis that had been developing outside academy walls while students competed in exam battles. And now it had escalated beyond what external forces could contain. Was breaching into academy territory. Was becoming an immediate threat to everyone inside supposedly safe walls. Ren shouted to Luna to stop. She listened weirdly fast, almost instantly. The darkness that had been beginning to grow and undulate in the arena dissipated abruptly as both Ren and Luna cancelled their techniques simultaneously. After some seconds they shared a recognition that something considerably more important than exam results was developing under their feet. Both beasts reappeared visible in the arena. Postures that had been prepared for combat changed to alert stances, scanning the environment for threats that their powerful senses had detected. The Wolverine's body language shifted from aggressive to lowered head defensive. Recognition that the immediate opponent wasn't the wolf but something approaching from below. The wolf showed a similar transition. Attention redirecting from the Wolverine toward the ground. Low growl building in its throat, not challenge to Ren's beast but to the external threat. Most spectators were confused by the abrupt stop to the battle. Murmurs spreading through the stands. What's happening? Why did they stop? Is this some undisclosed part of the exam? And then they began feeling it too. Some spectators with earth beasts and others with perception specialist beasts in the stands closest to the lower walls rose from their seats with expressions of growing alarm. The trembling was becoming noticeable to anyone with sensitivity above baseline. Instructors who'd been watching battle with casual attention suddenly tensed as they processed what subsurface perception was communicating to them. Professor Wei shot to his feet. Expression transforming from mild interest to sharp focus, his beast wings manifesting immediately near Ren's parents. Guards stationed at strategic points around the academy activated emergency protocols with urgency coming from recognizing a serious threat materializing. Professor Yang leaned down to touch the ground, positioning himself for improved perception of the Academy's complete subsurface and surrounding territories. His expression changed from battle teacher concentration to genuine shock as he observed what was approaching from multiple directions. Yang had fought in defensive actions in the old and new walls against the corrupted. And what he perceived now exceeded anything he'd encountered. This wasn't a minor incursion requiring routine response. This was a crisis requiring maximum mobilization. Immediate evacuation, he ordered with a voice amplified by mana to reach every corner of the arena facilities. All students and civilians to shelters. Instructors to defensive positions. This is not a drill. It was a declaration transforming the atmosphere from anticipated celebration to barely controlled panic within seconds. Students began moving toward the arena exits with speed bordering on stampede. Emergency training activating as they remembered procedures they'd practiced during years but that most had only needed using 1 to 2 times in actual emergencies. And Ren observed everything unfolding with horror and recognition that some big events should have been developing outside the academy during these days and had reached a point where they could no longer be contained in the exterior without his awareness. Had the mutants reinforced their numbers and power? Attacked at a level where Selphara and the reinforced princes were no longer capable of containing them? His friends and his family. Everyone he cared about. All suddenly at risk from a threat that had been developing unseen while he'd been focused on exam competitions. Younger students, first and second years, showed more obvious panic. Needing reassurance that this was a manageable emergency rather than a disaster. Older students, fourth and fifth years, displayed more composure. Still scared but channeling fear into productive action. Helping younger students and following instructor directions. Master Yang struck the arena floor, his earth behemoth manifested beneath him in a rumble of displaced sand and stone. The massive creature served as a living platform from which he could observe the complete situation while coordinating defensive response. Lin was also acting already. She moved between groups of students with her legs already elongated and transformed, covering ground with speed that normal human anatomy couldn't achieve. Her usual composed demeanor had shifted to urgency focused on Ren. Who? How? Why now? Questions Ren didn't have answers to. Questions that would have to wait because immediate priorities were survival and protection, not investigation and understanding. The guilt was immediate and crushing. Felt like he'd been playing games in a safe controlled environment while outside, people had been fighting and likely dying. He should have known. Should have recognized the absences and understood their implications. Should have prepared rather than being caught by surprise. The earth continued trembling as hundreds of beasts approached. Convergence promising violence on scale the academy hadn't faced from within its internal installations. The academy, just like the city, had walls and a patrolled bowl of reinforced earth underneath designed to handle the sporadic invasions. It wasn't a simple system of two-dimensional walls, here they dealt with threats operating in complete 3 dimensions. Beasts that flew and dominated aerial space. Creatures that burrowed and moved through earth with disturbing ease. That's why the city and academy had developed complex defensive systems. Though they wouldn't need to deploy the anti-air configurations now, they would need to clear the ground because the shield that extended like a giant bowl beneath the school seemed to have failed. The shield wasn't a visible structure. It was rather a layer of earth reinforced with mana from thousands of earth tamers, with some gaps left deliberately to be defended, making it easy to create bottlenecks. Controlled entry points where defenders could concentrate more strength. Its first layer encompassed the entire city. Broad coverage designed to detect major incursions before they penetrated deep. The second covered the center and schools. Tighter security for critical infrastructure and concentrations of more population. A slightly curved plate. Coverage that began deep before closing in a perimeter protecting a gigantic volume of 3-dimensional space. Barriers and kill zones. All the infrastructure needed to repel attacks from outside. The most superficial part covering a good portion of territory assigned to educational facilities was still deep enough that ordinary threats wouldn't activate it. And mutant incursions should have been detected long before reaching its interior. Should have triggered alarms that allowed proper mobilization of dispersed defenses before threats reached critical proximity. That 2-layer shield system was designed specifically for that purpose. To block intrusions and provide detailed information about movement and composition of attacks with considerable anticipation. But the mutants in question had already passed those defenses without activating alarms. Had been noticed only when they were dangerously close. And they hadn't arrived from a depth where the plate-shaped shield would have provided protection. They'd come from approximately 100 to 150 meters below the surface. Considerable depth certainly, but not by the standards of this world where dangerous creatures regularly operated several hundred meters underground. Where truly terrifying things lurked in abysses that went lower down. It was deep enough that vibrations wouldn't be felt easily until the creatures were very close. But again, not so deep as to indicate they'd excavated from the abysses where these corrupt life forms normally resided. And critical for analysis of the external situation, they weren't coming directly from below but diagonally. Trajectories suggesting lateral breach origin rather than vertical ascent. That implied to Ren almost instantaneously that the breach had occurred from the city's outskirts, not from directly beneath the academy. The beasts weren't coming from great depth and ascending vertically. They were approaching at angles indicating they'd penetrated exterior defenses at a distant location. Now they were converging toward the academy and city center from one of the positions surrounding the perimeter. It was a critical distinction. It meant exterior defenses had been compromised sufficiently to permit penetration of hundreds of mutants. Fortunately, based on trajectories that Ren's amplified senses could track, the mutants hadn't surfaced in areas populated by defenseless low-rank civilians. They had arrived close to the center of the city, and would be emerging within protected territory where students and non-combatants were concentrated. But at least not in another part of the city. Even if this was creating a situation where defenders had to fight amid the population they were trying to protect rather than at prepared positions away from civilians, it could have been way worse. The students and guards here were strong. Thanks to information Ren had shared almost freely during 4 complete years, the vast majority of youths in the academy were now at least Silver 1. Even the clumsiest students or those with limited resources had reached Bronze 2 minimum. With just 1 year of applying refined methods Ren had developed, students could start cultivating to Silver regardless of their luck or natural talent. Progression that was orders of magnitude faster than what previous generations had achieved. Only first and some second years, who'd had access to their beasts and the information for less time, still weren't at Silver. But some second-year students that were almost entering 3rd year and onward had reached at least Silver 1. The real bottleneck now wasn't knowledge of how to cultivate effectively. It was funds. Specifically, crystals containing concentrated mana that could help advancement. Even with the new resources and crystal injections to the economy that Ren's discoveries had enabled, not everyone had equitable access. A limitation that still created disparity based on family resources rather than individual capability. On the other hand, most parents and adults from the previous generation already had established beasts before Ren even existed. They'd already ruined their creatures' potentials following inferior methods that had been standard for centuries. Few had managed to leave Bronze. Some of the poorest in the city's exterior areas hadn't even surpassed Iron. Stagnation that was permanent once fundamental errors were committed during early cultivation phases. Ren couldn't know with certainty if the exterior areas had already been attacked by these mutants that had penetrated the defenses. He desperately hoped it hadn't been so. That the vulnerable population he'd once belonged to wasn't facing threats they couldn't effectively repel with such low ranks. Iron Tamers fighting against Silver-equivalent mutants would be a slaughter. No other word for it. But he had somewhat elevated hopes that wasn't the case. Because the beasts would come from the surface if they'd already emerged once to attack civilians. At least that would be more probable and logical. Returning underground after emerging would be without obvious tactical benefit. Why tunnel back down when movement was easy and targets were still available on the surface? But it was hope based on logic that mutants didn't always follow. So he couldn't be completely sure. Still, something directing them specifically toward the academy would be better, but nevertheless didn't sit well with him in any way. Were they following him again like in the first attack he'd suffered when he got corrupted? Or was it something else like an artifact? Some other factor drawing them here? He had no definitive answer. And there was no time to analyze deeply when immediate threat demanded action instead of contemplation. While evacuation chaos developed around them, Ren and Luna exchanged looks across the arena that would have been the stage of their final confrontation. Silent communication of shared recognition. Understanding without needing words. Luna's expression, grim determination mixed with fear and anger. Fear for what was coming and anger that it was happening. Determination to fight regardless. Ren's expression, similar. Plus guilt about not having paid attention sooner. Plus calculation about how to be most useful in a crisis. The exam had ended for now, their battles would have to wait. Because they'd need every capable tamer. Every beast that could contribute to the defense. They were students, but they were also among the strongest students in their year, and that meant more than it ever had. The corrupted mutant beasts began emerging. Earth erupting upward in some places as something massive forced its way to the surface. Whatever Julius and Selphra had been trying to prevent or counteract, whatever had prevented them from watching the final battle, had escalated to the point where it was no longer a distant conflict but an immediate threat endangering everyone in the facility. Luna. Ren shouted across the arena. We need to make time for the people with low ranks. Can you intercept with me? Luna didn't hesitate this time either. Just nodded and directed her wolf toward the first beasts. The teachers and guards quickly realized there was no point trying to evacuate students anymore. It was too late. The mutants had arrived very quickly. The time it would take to mobilize the amount of population in the arena toward the designated reinforced shelters was time they hadn't available before the first enemies emerged. Only a positioning strategy remained. Leave non-combatants at the highest parts of the stands where they'd have some distance from the initial conflict zone in the ground level. Fortunately, practically the entire academic population was gathered here. That made coordination simpler, even if it also meant all the vulnerable people were concentrated in one huge arena. A blessing and a curse simultaneously. Tamers with Earth affinity, particularly those with beasts specializing in rapid construction, reinforced the arena base structure. They created elevated platforms where the highest benches had been. Improvised defensive positions converting spectator seats into small fortifications from which ranged attacks could be launched with some protection against counterattacks. Not elegant construction but functional. Speed mattered more than aesthetics when you had seconds before combat began. The beasts had began emerging from the lowest part of the installation. Which was precisely the arena where Luna, Ren, and Yang were positioned. Plus companions remaining from both teams. Students who'd participated in the exam and who now faced a considerably more serious threat than performing poorly in academic competition. The earth fractured as the first mutants broke through the surface. Creatures of multiple forms emerging with speed suggesting hunger or direction pushing them toward confrontation. They showed no caution that normal beasts would display when entering unknown territory. Just immediate aggression. They were corrupt beasts. That was obvious from their anomalous purple coloration and unpleasant auras radiating from twisted bodies. Unfortunately, Min was completely spent after 2 consecutive battles he'd fought. He needed an appropriate recovery period before he could contribute meaningfully to combat again. He had to go up with Ron and other companions who'd been defeated during the exam. Evacuate to a position where they wouldn't be a burden to those who could still effectively contribute to defense. It clearly frustrated him, Ren could see it in his expression, but Min was smart enough to recognize when pride would get people killed. Ren wasted no time in deliberation. He invoked both Hydra and Wolverine simultaneously. A decision to bring both gold-ranked power beasts to the field immediately rather than conserving one in reserve. This situation didn't permit the luxury of retaining power. Not when hundreds of enemies converged from underground. Not when every second of delay meant more mutants reaching the surface. And he began ordering the firing of light rays from his Hydra's 2 heads. Projections cutting through mutants with effectiveness that came from exploiting the weakness corrupt creatures seemed to have most commonly. The light didn't just burn or pierce, it purified. There was something in the element when used by Ren himself that reacted violently with corruption. Like oil meeting flames. Simultaneously the Wolverine launched varied elemental attacks. Testing what worked best against specific enemies, showing different resistances. Not all mutants were equally vulnerable to the same elements. Adaptation would be critical for sustainable defense. Luna did the same almost in the same instant. Invoking both her wolf and tiger without hesitation. For gold rank power level beasts manifested in the arena within the first seconds. Ren's Hydra fired light rays that were particularly devastating against mutants. There was a strange inherent purification not just in the element but in how it interacted with corruption. Damage exceeding what raw power alone would explain. Like the light was somewhat countering whatever twisted the beasts from their natural forms. When the Hydra was charging and didn't use light, it crushed the beasts between rocks. That was what caused, at least thanks to the beast's extra affinities in both light and earth. A combination that allowed it to control considerable mass without draining reserves excessively. Large stones sandwiched targets with huge acceleration. Simple but brutally effective at that level of strength. The Wolverine continued systematically testing several different elemental attacks to determine which was cheapest and most effective against the variety of mutants emerging. Wood seemed initially advantageous, since it could recover energy from the beasts it trapped. The same parasitic cycle that had worked so well against Min and Leora during the exam. But mutants apparently had corrupt mana and elemental resistances that complicated exploitation. Their unnatural constitution prevented roots from acting as easily as they should. The parasitic drainage still functioned but at reduced efficiency, and maintaining the vegetation required constant mana input to regenerate against multiple sources of damage. Only light seemed to maintain consistent advantage. Effectiveness barely diminished regardless of what specific type of mutant it faced. Again, a confirmation of the principle Ren already knew. But useful to verify under these conditions. The wood roots functioned constricting and draining mutants that became trapped in vegetative nets. Green tendrils wrapping around purple-stained limbs and squeezing. Thorns piercing corrupt flesh and drawing out twisted mana. But as more beasts arrived, it became more difficult to maintain vegetation regeneration against constant attacks from all directions. The mutants had multiple, even if weak, elemental abilities. Capabilities nowhere near Ren's beast's refinement but sufficient to cause accumulating problems. Their crude fire burned roots before they could properly establish. The elemental advantage of that weak fire that mutants generated broke the roots easily. Crude but effective. It was a limitation that made the technique way less useful here than it had been in the controlled 1-versus-1 exam battles. Against a horde attacking without the same level of power but with overwhelming numbers, it became unsustainable. Ren noted the weakness and adjusted tactics accordingly. Less reliance on vegetation networks and more emphasis on direct but cheap elemental attacks. Luna used her wolf mainly with darkness. The first natural element of her beast wasn't a weakness for the mutants but was cheaper for the wolf too. Dense shadows supporting movements while the enormous creature's pure physicality did most of the work. Jaws clamping on mutant necks and shaking violently, claws raking across their flesh and tearing, simple and brutal. But very effective. The wolf would appear behind one mutant, tear it apart in seconds, then vanish into shadow and reappear behind another. A pattern of shadow step and execution so fast that the mutants couldn't predict or counter. They never saw it coming until huge teeth were already closing on vital areas. The lesser celestial tiger maintained itself airborne. Diving to do the same actions the wolf executed on ground. Attacks from above exploiting gravity to increase impact force of its strikes. The tiger would build tremendous velocity falling from height. Then extend claws enhanced by light mana at the last moment and strike with the combined force of muscle and momentum. Devastating impacts that crushed skulls and shattered spines. Application of superior force. Jaws and claws doing work that less advantageous elemental magic not at Ren's level would unnecessarily complicate. When you had the physical power to simply kill things directly, elaborate techniques became wasteful. Both Luna's beasts deliberately saved energy to eliminate more targets. Efficiency mattered when facing numbers that seemed to have no immediate end. Better to kill 100 mutants with basic attacks than 50 by shooting mana. Perhaps also a familiar image to her subconscious. When her father had defended her from the corrupted beasts as a child, using light claws but mostly physical damage for prolonged time, perhaps because it was more sustainable. Lessons learned young about how to fight when outnumbered. Since the mutants only had strength equivalent to silver rank in their vast majority, gold rank physical strength was a big advantage. But they still had a massive advantage in numbers. Dozens rapidly became hundreds as they continuously emerged from tunnels they'd excavated. And they kept multiplying. More tunnels opening and more creatures pouring through. Ren's Hydra dispatched 2 mutants simultaneously with a light beam through their skull. The Wolverine with less physicality crushed 3 more under the rocks. Luna's wolf tore the throat from another while her tiger dove and broke a mutant's spine with impact force. But for every one they killed, 10 more seemed to emerge. The arena floor was already stained purple with corrupt blood. Already littered with twisted corpses. Already transformed from competition grounds to battlefield. And the battle had barely started. Yang's Earth Behemoth, now matured by the 1000 days method and gold rank in power, swept its massive limbs through clusters of mutants. Lin moved with inhuman speed directing attacks toward critical breaches. Her transformed physiology allowing her to cover ground impossibly fast and observe the complete battlefield from multiple angles. Wei and the other teachers also deployed their beasts that they rarely manifested completely in academic context. Creatures of high silver rank that had been cultivated during decades. Even Director Ignatius together with the other school ones were burning mutants left and right already. The other 2 elderly directors rarely involved themselves in direct combat anymore. Their role was administrative and political. But watching students and teachers fighting for survival had apparently triggered old instincts from when they'd been active military tamer decades ago. Their beasts were fire specialized. Powerful. Moving with the deliberate confidence of creatures that had killed hundreds of opponents during their long life. Each gold rank level blast incinerated multiple mutants. Left scorched earth where corrupt bodies had been. Yang maintained shouting orders to guards and students with amplified voice cutting through the chaos of the emerging battle. His leadership converted what could have been a disorganized response into structured defense where each combatant knew their specific role. His behemoth continued helping clear enemy beasts. The titanic mass of the creature made even silver-rank mutants seem insignificant when crushed under weight measured in tons. The new academy guards provided by Selphora and Julius also descended. Gold rank force that normally patrolled the perimeter being redirected to interior defense where threat had penetrated unexpectedly. These were professional military tamers. Actual combat specialists who'd been stationed here to protect the important girls and even Ren. Or at least help the insane kids fight. They moved with military coordination, establishing defensive zones, creating interlocking fields of fire and using tactics that students didn't know that well yet because they came from military doctrine rather than academic training. They engaged mutants with systematic efficiency that made even some experienced teachers look amateurish by comparison. But the students in this academy weren't weak at all. The remaining unspent students belonging to Ren and Luna's teams gathered now as allies like their leaders did to use their silver rank beasts coordinately. Formations they'd practiced during the year's first war exam were now being applied in a context where errors would have considerably more serious consequences than lost points. This wasn't a simulation where defeat meant embarrassment and grade reduction. This was survival where mistakes meant injury or death. Leora descended to the arena with her recently recovered wisp fire already manifested. Purple flames danced between mutants and caused damage exploiting the creature's spiritual nature. The wisp struck at the spiritual essence sustaining corrupt bodies rather than just burning flesh. They withered faster than simple fire damage would explain. Larissa followed with her lynx and light fairy executing precise attacks eliminating threats without energy waste. The lynx was speed and claws. Darting in, striking vulnerable points, retreating before any counterattack could land. The fairy provided support from range. enhancing the lynx claws with light and shooting beams of the same concentrated light that seared corrupt flesh and created openings the lynx could exploit. Taro arrived with his terror and beetle providing defensive support. The creatures established fortified positions from which other students of their year could operate with some protection. The beetle was like a physical barrier and the terror the spear behind it. Thick carapaces that could absorb tremendous punishment. Positioning to block approaches and force mutants into disadvantageous angles. Together they created defensive anchor points. Small fortifications of living creatures that gave the defensive line structure and prevented chaos. Lu's group also descended. So did Roran's team and Sora's squad. Others close to Ren also came down. Loyalty and shared training overcame natural fear that the situation would justify. They'd fought together in simulations. Had pushed each other in training sessions. Had built bonds through years of competition and cooperation. Those bonds now translated into willingness to risk themselves for collective survival. The princess's guards positioned themselves strategically. Already practically experienced professionals thanks to Ren's antics and the girls they protected. Taking leadership roles in coordinating students less experienced in real combat. These guards had dealt with threats that made silver-rank mutants seem straightforward by comparison. They brought that experience to bear now. Calm voices directing panicked students. Tamers with beasts matured by Ren's methods filled the arena. Multiple dual-beast tamers who'd obtained potions thanks to Ren's discoveries. A bunch of young gold-rank tamers thanks to cultivation techniques Ren had shared. Soon there were literally dozens of gold and high silver rank beasts filling the arena that minutes before had been the stage for the final exam. It was a concentration of power that would have been impressive in any context. But it seemed barely adequate when facing the continuous flow of mutants showing no signs of exhausting. For every mutant killed, 2 more seemed to emerge from the earth. For every tunnel collapsed, another opened nearby. The defenders had overwhelming individual superiority, but the enemy had numbers that threatened to make that superiority irrelevant through attrition. When Ren looked up briefly to verify his parents were being evacuated appropriately to the safe upper zone, he encountered something that made pride mix with concern in his chest. 2 enormous black tortoises of silver 3 rank were already descending toward the arena instead of retreating to safety. These were beasts that were almost at the same cultivation time as his Wolverine. And riding on those tortoises' shells were his parents. Firing water attacks while guiding beasts toward positions where they could contribute most effectively. His mother's water techniques were support-focused. Barriers that protected allies. Streams that pushed mutants back without necessarily killing but creating space for others to attack from advantage. His father's water attacks were more aggressive. High-pressure jets that could pierce through silver-rank defenses. Waves that knocked multiple mutants off their feet simultaneously. Together they covered each other's weaknesses. One created opportunities the other exploited. Coordination that spoke to years of partnership and training together. The plants his parents had also cultivated, though technically still iron rank, had surpassed the 1000-day method Ren had first shared with them. They were in the first level of extra maturation too and already applying the 10,000-day refinement that came after completing the base. Refinement improving capabilities gradually without necessarily changing formal rank but increasing effectiveness considerably. And though they were only iron according to technical classification, at least they could restrict mutant beasts' movements when coordinated appropriately. The roots and vines they generated weren't strong enough to seriously damage silver-rank opponents with elemental resistance. But they could entangle limbs and slow their approach sufficiently that other beasts could capitalize on the speed advantage. And critical for survival of relatively weak plants was the water that their tortoises used to protect them from weak fire mutants generated. Liquid barrier extinguishing flames before they could burn vulnerable vegetation. It was coordination demonstrating training his parents had invested. Synchronization between multiple beasts allowing weaknesses of one to be covered by strengths of another. The tortoises provided defense and water support. The plants provided crowd control and area denial. Together they created a system greater than the sum of individual parts. It was a support role. Not glamorous, but valuable in context where every second of delay meant another opportunity for stronger allies to finish enemies that weaker beasts had held in place. Ren felt complex emotions observing his parents reject safety in favor of contributing to the defense that their son had initiated. Pride seeing capabilities they developed being applied effectively. His teachings bearing fruit in their hands. Proof that his methods worked even for those who'd started cultivation late with inferior foundation. Fear knowing they were exposing themselves to danger that could result in serious injury or worse. They weren't invincible. Silver 3 tortoises were strong but not indestructible. One mistake and they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Gratitude for not having to face this alone. For having family who'd choose fighting alongside him instead of hiding while others risked lives. Thanks to potions and methods Ren had shared that had allowed them to advance from Iron to Silver 3 in what would have been an impossible timeframe by previous standards. All that worried him but also meant they were no longer weak by any standard and could have their head held high. An intense war continued between Defender's beasts and the horde of mutants continuing to emerge. It was chaos on a scale the Academy experienced for the first time. Violence transforming the educational institution into a real battlefield where survival depended on execution under pressure that most had never faced outside simulations. Screams of dying beasts filled the air. The wet sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bone, the roar of elemental techniques colliding and the trembling earth as massive creatures moved, fought and died. Blood stained the sand purple from corrupt beasts. But also small red dots from the few defenders who'd already been injured, luckily not yet killed. The arena that had been a competition ground was becoming a bloodbath. And ironically, the final exams war battle had declined into what was basically already a real war. It was a more brutal lesson than any instructor could deliberately design. And while Ren fought alongside Luna, alongside companions and family and strangers united by the need to survive a threat that didn't discriminate between prodigy and average student, he recognized that this was exactly the type of situation training had been preparing them to eventually face. Only, eventually, had arrived considerably sooner than anyone had anticipated. The war games hadn't been games. They'd been preparation. Now the value of that preparation was being tested. Students who'd taken training seriously moved with purpose and coordination. Those who treated it casually were struggling to adapt. The difference between those who'd internalized lessons and those who'd just gone through motions was becoming obvious. And deadly. Julius was with Zhao and his specialized group of Earth Tamers in one of the wide chambers of an ancient tunnel that hadn't been that long originally but now seemed to have no end when trying to exit. Pushing against the flow of abyssal creatures that continued without showing signs of exhausting. They'd been fighting for hours. Constant exchange consuming resources without providing visible gain. They'd gained very little ground considering the effort invested. Perhaps 50 meters of tunnel advance to reach the chamber against resistance that regenerated almost as fast as they eliminated it. It was demoralizing. And it communicated that the present approach likely wasn't sustainable long-term. Every meter forward had cost a tremendous time expenditure. All that effort, and for what? 50 meters. Barely any progress at all when they needed to advance thousands of meters to reach the surface. Julius continued arguing internally between options where none seemed good when evaluated completely. Using his complete fusion to escape was tempting. Power that would very probably provide capability to break through blockages that conventional methods couldn't penetrate. The fusion state would make him and some of the team nearly unstoppable for a brief period. They could probably carve through enemies like they were paper. Reach the surface in minutes rather than hours or days. But if they managed to escape using all their energy and then couldn't help upon emerging because he was completely spent, what was the point of escaping only to be incapacitated on the surface where their power might be needed? It was a paradox keeping him paralyzed between action and caution. Uncertainty about which risk was more acceptable when both had potentially disastrous consequences. Use the fusion now and escape but be useless afterward. Or conserve strength for surface battle but potentially never reach it in time to help. The choice gnawed at him. Every minute of indecision was a minute of continued resource drain. Minute closer to the point where they'd be too weak to execute any plan effectively. Zhao, fighting beside him, had been thinking about the same problem from different angles. He approached while continuing to launch feathers at enemy waves to suggest an alternative Julius hadn't completely considered. Maybe only some of us need to use the fusion, Zhao offered with a low voice so only Julius would hear over combat noise. If we manage to escape with half or less fusing, then the others could help without being exhausted. I volunteer. It was an energetic sacrifice that Zhao presented with calm, making the decision seem more rational rather than a potentially fruitless act of faith. But Julius recognized the weight of what his best soldier and friend was proposing. Understanding that whoever used fusion would be vulnerable for days afterward. Left defenseless, unable to protect himself much less contribute to a larger battle. Julius thought about it more deeply. Evaluating not just Zhao's willingness but also tactical effectiveness of the option. Zhao was certainly strong. Tamer of exceptional caliber rivaling the best in the kingdom. His skills were well trained. His techniques were refined through years of military service. He was reliable in ways that most soldiers never achieved. But in terms of total raw power, Julius probably had an edge. Advantage coming from additional refinement resources and beasts that had reached slightly higher average rank overall. The prince had access to all the privileges that came with his position. Those advantages translated into power that exceeded what even talented soldiers like Zhao could match. At least for now, since Ren was not stopping Zhao's raptor cultivation yet. However, current Zhao was a bit weaker and had superior mobility thanks to his beast's nature. His primary beast was a bird-type creature. Fast, agile and capable of aerial reconnaissance and rapid repositioning. They could analyze the situation upon exiting considerably faster than Julius could with creatures favoring terrestrial power over speed. Julius's beasts were earth-specialized. Excellent for holding ground and crushing enemies. But not fast. Not scouts. Not suited for quick assessment of the likely fast-developing situations. Zhao was perhaps slightly less strong in total. But he could be more strategically useful in a context where rapid information was worth as much as brute force. And that created a new dimension to the dilemma. Julius now argued with himself between using Zhao to execute the escape attempt, sacrificing his friend's combat capability, versus using his own power to exit considering what might be happening on the surface. Both options had merits and costs, making the choice genuinely difficult rather than obviously correct. He needed to decide soon. Resources continued draining with every minute they remained trapped. The abyssal creatures kept coming and time kept running out. Control from the shadows. A bit more than 100 meters above the tunnel where Julius and Zhao's group fought, in a cavern that had been excavated long ago specifically to monitor movement in the ruins directly below, the twin brothers of Orion worked with concentration, making sweat run down their faces. Magnus and Dorian were controlling 4 hearts simultaneously. Crystals floating in a formation requiring constant attention to maintain stability. 2 purple cores pulsed with energy that was familiar but difficult to manipulate, though not as difficult as the rhythm of the other 2 they had to synchronize perfectly or risk destabilization. 1 blue core glowed with intensity that hurt the eyes if they looked directly at it for too long. Brilliant light that seemed to contain a compressed sky or ocean. Power that wanted to expand but was forcibly constrained within the crystalline structure. And 1 red core beat like a living heart. Heat emanating in waves making the air around it shimmer visibly. Temperature fluctuating with each pulse creating convection currents that disturbed the other crystals' positions. And both were complaining as always. This is ridiculously difficult, Magnus grumbled while adjusting his mana flow toward the blue core threatening to desynchronize. I don't understand how Orion manages controlling light and darkness together with 5 others of these. Should be harder than this. These damned crystals practically fight each other for dominance every second. The blue and red cores particularly wanted to conflict. Water and fire principles embedded in their structure creating natural opposition. Keeping them balanced required constant micro-adjustments. Let attention slip for a moment and one would surge while the other weakened. Then cascade failure as the system tried violently rebalancing. Dorian grunted agreement while struggling with balance between the red core and one of the purples. We can only keep fire and water chaos under control because we're twins and have the luck of handling those elements, he responded with audible frustration. I think the almost perfect balance we share is the only reason we haven't exploded these crystals' energy in our faces yet. It was a truth they recognized with pride and resentment. Being twins gave them a strange synchronization they thought individual Tamers could never replicate. Capability to sense each other's intention and adjust instantly without needing verbal communication. Magnus would begin shifting the blue core's power and Dorian would feel it before seeing it. Would compensate with red core adjustment that maintained the overall balance. And the reverse worked equally well. Intuitive coordination that came from sharing womb and growing together through decades of life. It was an advantage, making them exceptional in tasks requiring perfect coordination according to them. At least that's what they told themselves when Orion assigned impossible jobs like this one. If they'd known about a student named Min who'd achieved better fire-water balance than them in a single beast, they'd have felt genuinely embarrassed. Because what they accomplished with two people working in perfect lifelong synchronization, he'd achieved through reckless innovation, completely defying convention. One core system. One Tamer coordinating it all. And functioning stability that exceeded what twins with specialized training were managing with their four-core array. But fortunately for their pride, they had no knowledge of Min's neo-achievement and could maintain the illusion that what they did was unique in difficulty for another while. The orders are too hard to understand also, Magnus added while consulting instructions Orion had left. Cryptic symbols requiring careful interpretation. We only have 4 bases to handle, so technically only 6 possible simple combinations between them. But 6 order options and directions gives too many possibilities to control appropriately between 2 people. It was something overwhelming when they tried processing directions completely. 4 hearts could combine in 6 different pairs. Each pair fundamental interaction requiring specific handling. And each pair could interact in multiple ways depending on relative intensity and activation timing. Pulse fire then water versus pulse them simultaneously versus alternate rapidly, all produce different orders on the controlled beasts below. Multiplying permutations created a possibility space that was too large for 2 people like them coordinating without frequent errors. They'd made mistakes already. Nothing catastrophic but close calls that had them sweating more from fear than exertion. Twice the blue core had nearly broken free of formation. Once the red had flared so hot that Magnus' hands had blistered despite protective scales. Learning through trial and error when errors could mean an explosion of mana wasn't an ideal training method. But at least directing flow to runes wasn't so difficult considering that once near them the mutant beasts tended to follow the energy from the final chamber. The runes acted like beacons. Drew corrupted creatures toward them almost magnetically. Magnus and Dorian didn't need perfect control, just good enough to aim general flow in the right direction and let the runes do heavy lifting. Small mercy in an otherwise overwhelming task. At least we're not handling what Orion controls, Dorian observed with a tone mixing relief and reluctant respect. He's controlling 7 cores right now. That gives. I don't even want to calculate how many possible combinations. Magnus did quick mental math and felt vertigo at the result. More than 20 options just in basic pairs. And if we consider combinations of 3 or 4 simultaneously. He left the sentence unfinished. Implication too overwhelming to articulate completely. 7 cores meant 21 possible pairs. More possible triplets. And that was just the base combinations without considering timing variations or intensity modulations. The number of potential configurations was way bigger than theirs. And Orion was supposedly managing that. In real time. While also coordinating larger strategic operations. Without visibly straining. It was a renewal of respect for their older brother's absolutely insane tenacity. Orion wasn't just handling more cores but was executing control requiring mental processing that would have driven Magnus and Dorian mad if they'd attempted replicating. It was a demonstration of capability transcending simple skill and entering the territory of obsession bordering on inhuman. Sometimes Magnus wondered if his brother had sacrificed something to achieve that level of focus. Normal people couldn't maintain that intensity. Normal people had limits that Orion seemed to simply ignore through sheer force of will. Well, Magnus sighed while refocusing on the immediate task, at least we know we've been lazy if this is killing us and he's doing at least double as much. Let's continue and hope his plan works as well as he says. And they continued the work of directing mutant flows through control that the hearts provided. The manipulation of corrupt creatures that was believed to be uncontrollable now that Yino's leaders were crystallized but that seemed to be responding to signals the crystals transmitted. Like shepherding livestock through gates, the beasts followed the paths of least resistance following the directions that the heart signaled for them. Magnus adjusted the blue core's position fractionally. Dorian compensated with red core shift. The purple cores pulsed in synchronization. Below them, in tunnels they couldn't see, hundreds of mutants adjusted their paths in response to subtle energy gradient changes. And the twins still complained, but maintained the impossible balance their brother demanded. Because for all their frustration and fear, they trusted Orion. Trusted that since he was the brilliant one from their side of the family he knew what he was doing. That the risk would prove worthwhile. They had to trust that since they didn't really understand a lot of things and would be lost in the Noble's game without him. So they didn't contemplate it. Just focused on the work, on maintaining synchronization that kept everything from exploding. And deep below, Julius and Zhao remained trapped, fighting against the tide. Selphora had been with Arturo continuing to put pressure against the rebel forces that had finally entrenched themselves near the ruin. But the push that had been achieving gradual progress during hours of sustained combat had stopped. They'd already dismantled several of the smaller groups. Broken their formations, forced retreats and captured or killed some key commanders. The momentum had been building. Victory had seemed inevitable with enough sustained effort. But then something changed in the battle's dynamics. An enormous flow of mutants emerged suddenly from the south and from two sources. From the surface and from tunnels descending diagonally just a few dozen meters before what had been their entry route toward the city, from the outermost superficial walls. Not a minor infiltration but a massive invasion. Thousands of creatures converging from a direction that was now forming a flow cutting directly between Selphora's group's most forward position and the objective in the ruins they'd been approaching. It was a river of beasts heading toward the city's heart. But not without first suspiciously affecting the advance against the enemy army. There were too many. And it was obvious how they'd entered. The zone near the outermost wall that the soldiers Orion's group had removed from their assigned positions weren't guarding had finally become the entrance for literally thousands of mutants. It was exactly the nightmare scenario Selphora had warned about when she'd accused them of desertion. The reason she demanded punishment. Unfortunately, the vulnerability was exploited at the worst moment, causing maximum damage to defensive efforts. Selphora's group tried stopping them immediately. Acknowledging that allowing the flow to continue unopposed was more important than the previous fight. Because leaving it unchecked would result in a catastrophe for the civilian population depending on the walls remaining intact. But instead of receiving help from an army that even with so many initial losses still vastly outnumbered her group with more than 3,000 soldiers, she discovered those rebel soldiers were deliberately retreating. Despite the great power of Selphora and Arturo's group, there was no ability with such a large area and sufficient mana optimization to cover it. The traitor army retreated closer to the ruin that was in the direction of the fissure. Abandoning the zone where they could have helped contain the flow in favor of defensive consolidation and a truce against the mutants that should have been in the interest of many of their soldiers. Yet instead they accumulated in a place avoiding confrontation with the mutants and protecting only the immediate area where Orion was hiding. It was now a much more complete and serious betrayal against the city. Leaving Selphora's group trying to stop what was genuinely unstoppable through its broadness with the resources they had available. In the case of the stampede attacking Julius's group in the depths of Yino, at least there was a bottleneck. Unbreakable choke point allowing smaller force to hold against larger numbers. Terrain advantage compensating for numerical disadvantage. This stampede in the easternmost Goldcrest zone of Yano was broadly dispersed. No natural barriers to channel the flow. At the beginning, some soldiers from the rebel army did try helping stop the mutants. Surely they were those who weren't there by their own decision or preference. Men and women who'd been forced to those positions by superiors controlling aspects of their military lives. They wanted to do the right thing even if it meant disobeying orders they now recognized as too wrong. But their low ranks eventually forced them to abandon and retreat as commanders shouted threats about the terrible consequences of insubordination. One by one, soldiers who'd attempted helping were eliminated. And with that crude image, others were forced to withdraw. Pressure of death and military hierarchy overcoming most people's personal convictions about what was correct. The executions were public and brutal. Designed to send message that couldn't be misunderstood. Commanders would point at soldiers moving to help contain mutants and would give single warning to return to position. If a soldier didn't comply immediately, they or another group soldier would be ordered to kill them. And many soldiers complied because they were with the detractor families or some even because refusing meant being the next target. Bodies accumulated. Warnings became unnecessary as the pattern established itself. Everyone understood, help the city and die, or obey and live. Most chose living. In the end, the quantity of people who escaped punishment and remained trying to contain the flow wasn't sufficient. Not even remotely when facing a tide of mutants seeming to have no end. The group of almost 40 high-quality Tamers Selphra had brought was exceptional in terms of individual capability. Each one trained and experienced. Each one worth 10 normal soldiers in combat. But they couldn't cover the complete open area and underground that the flow exploited. The math was impossible and cruel. 40 defenders spread across kilometers of frontage meant gaps. Meant hundreds of mutants slipping through regardless of how efficiently defenders fought. Meant failure not through lack of skill but through insufficient coverage. Hundreds of mutants entered the city through a breach they couldn't close. Massive infiltration that would have resulted in massacre of defenseless civilians under normal circumstances. And all Selphra and Arturo could do was observe with growing horror while containment failure unfolded despite their best efforts. They killed dozens. Then hundreds. Their beasts were effective. But for every mutant they eliminated, 3 more passed around them. The flow was simply too broad and too sustained to stop with available forces. The enemy soldiers now watched from a safe distance near the ruins entrance. Most waiting and observing how Selphra and Arturo tried with a few of their own to stop the flow but only tired themselves more in attempts that were futile from the beginning. They didn't intervene to help. Didn't celebrate the success of the strategy their leaders had executed. Just watched with expressions varying widely depending on family affiliation. Many soldiers looked with disdain because they knew their families wouldn't be affected by location. And because they'd been explained before how the new technology recovered and improved from Yano functioned. These were the loyalists. True believers in Orion's group or at least committed enough to the rebellion that unknown civilian casualties didn't matter if they served a larger purpose. They watched the mutant invasion with satisfaction. Proof that plan was working. Proof that Selphra's and Arturo's authority was insufficient to prevent catastrophes. Many other lower-rank soldiers looked with deep sadness as mutants invaded the city they belonged to. Places where their families lived and where they'd grown before being forced to join military forces. These were conscripts. People who'd had no choice about serving, who'd been told to fight for a cause they didn't necessarily believe in. Now they watched their city being invaded and could do nothing without inviting execution. Some more attempted deserting. Breaking discipline driven by desperate need to protect their loved ones in direct danger. But they were also eliminated by their leaders without hesitation or mercy. Summary executions communicating that betraying the rebel faction was punished with immediate death. Warning making others contemplating similar action reconsider and remain in their assigned positions. The other soldiers stopped trying to help or desert finally at a certain point. Defeated acceptance that there was no option that would be not resulting in terrible consequences one way or another. A few more managed escaping by exploiting chaos to slip between lines, running toward the city with hope of reaching their families before the mutants did. And what those few who escaped found when they reached more internal parts of the city was confusion mixed with massive relief. The mutants hadn't attacked the civilian population, weren't massacring defenseless residents, weren't destroying structures, and weren't causing chaos that invasion of this scale should inevitably produce. Instead, after penetrating approximately 3 kilometers into semi-urban territory, they'd gone underground again. Excavation carrying them deeper toward a destination that perhaps wasn't the city itself. Extraordinary luck. Or something more deliberate in how they were being directed. What was a tremendous relief for several soldiers who'd managed to escape to protect their families was simultaneously the battle Ren and the academy students were facing several hundred kilometers away. Because the mutants hadn't dispersed randomly but had converged specifically toward the educational installation. Targeting that wasn't coincidence but execution of a plan someone had carefully orchestrated. The connection between the breach Selphora couldn't close and the attack the academy suffered wasn't obvious to those in the middle of events. Couldn't be seen when you were fighting for survival or desperately searching for family members in chaos. But it was terribly clear for anyone who could observe the complete situation from an elevated perspective, revealing patterns rather than just local chaos. Draw the massive force away from the objective toward the city. Force that force to spread thin trying to protect civilians. Created a gap in containment through sheer volume. Then redirect the breakthrough underground toward the real target that now has insufficient defenders because the best tamers were kilometers away dealing with a diversion. Classic military deception. And Selphora had fallen for it completely. Not through incompetence but through having no good alternative. She couldn't let mutants massacre civilians just to keep her position against rebels. Her values wouldn't permit it. And Orion had known that. Orion found himself in a wide chamber of the ruin that had been his base of operations during the last weeks. 7 crystals floated and danced around him in complex orbits requiring constant attention but that he practiced until control was almost subconscious. Automaticity freeing his mind slightly to process broader strategic aspects of the situation. Each crystal connected to a different subset of mutants. Each one transmitting signals that guided corrupt creatures along predetermined paths. Together they created a network of control spanning kilometers of territory and directing thousands of individual beasts. He smiled while processing the information flowing through connections that the crystals linked to that great purple brain provided. Data about mutant positions and their movements through vast territory. The smile wasn't a pleasant one. It was an expression of satisfaction bordering on smugness. Everything was proceeding according to plan and all the pieces were moving exactly as he'd calculated. Opposition was reacting predictably to stimuli he'd created. And while observing the development of a plan he'd invested years building, he thought about how everything preceding it had finally borne fruit. Not victory he'd achieved alone. Not success coming from individual brilliance only. It was the culmination of many people's work. Efforts of those who'd come before and who'd established foundations upon which he now built. Neither Yino with its prematurely completed corrupted ruined system nor Goldcrest with its rebellion fragmenting the kingdom's loyalties. Even those who'd researched in the Ashenway detractor faction with Lionel until the end. And in the end, even Lionel himself had been useful in that room Leora and Luna had found too late. Because by the time he'd been affected by Ravenspire, he'd managed something unexpected despite having failed at the last moment. His final desperate research produced results he hadn't lived to see exploited. Orion's allies had penetrated the area where the future prince had conducted his final experiments. Allies and opportunists operating in shadows had already collected those results from his research on corruption. They'd salvaged data about Lionel's attempts to avoid what ended in his complete crystallization. Methods the prince had developed trying to escape from the secondary control of the puppeteer who'd bound him. If only the poor fool had had access to the brain, he would have seen he was so close to freedom. So close to breaking the chains Ravenspire and Cashin had wrapped around him. But proximity without achievement was just another failure. Yet what he'd achieved had been perfect for Orion. Critical for his present plans. They'd unknowingly gotten information about new mutations of those same mutants that didn't end up crystallized. Mutations Lionel had been so close to understanding before that final battle, that finally took Dragarian out of the way, consumed him completely. It was that something that was now allowing Orion to understand, and even now refine more and more, his own control over corrupt creatures. Capability to direct rather than simply attract or repel. That was the foundation of the new strategy he now executed. All that had let him obtain the high hand, as some called decisive advantage in high-stakes gambling. Position where he controlled more resources and more information than his opponents. Where he could dictate the confrontation's terms instead of reacting to his enemy's movements. He only needed his coup fulfilling itself appropriately. Only had to deal with Selphira and the remaining princes representing the kingdom's legitimate authority. Elimination or neutralization then would be leaving a power vacuum he could fill. And critical for long-term success, he needed eliminating the dangerous youth who demonstrated perilous capabilities through innovations nobody had anticipated. Ren Patender. While still fighting, Ren saw a student freeze when a mutant charged him. Saw the creature's claws rake across an inadequate barrier, then saw the student fall and saw his beast try desperately to defend its fallen tamer while other students rushed to provide aid just on time. He saw Taro's terror intercept 10 mutants simultaneously. Saw Larissa's lynx exploit that and take them down before they could recover. He saw his parents' plants entangle some mutants. Saw the creature struggle against roots too weak to kill it but strong enough to hold it. Saw a guard's gold-rank beast arrive and end the mutant with a single devastating strike. He saw Luna's wolf and tiger still working in perfect synchronization. Saw her face set in grim determination that matched his own. This was war. Real war. The mutants kept coming. The earth kept trembling with new tunnels opening. And the defenders kept fighting because there was no other choice. Hold the line and protect the vulnerable. Survive until reinforcements arrived or the invasion exhausted itself. That was the mission now. Everything else had become irrelevant the moment corruption had spilled into their world. Now there was only the fight. And Ren intended to survive it with everyone. No matter how much power it costs. The seed started to vibrate slightly. Julius made his decision recognizing that there was no perfect option. Only a choice of which set of risks was more manageable considering the limited information they had available. He would use the fusion himself along with some of his most compatible soldiers. Investment of power that would leave him incapacitated for days but that would provide the force necessary to break through a blockage that conventional methods hadn't penetrated. And he would let Zhao take other soldiers when they managed to open the route. Better exploitation of the superior mobility his best soldier possessed. Because Julius felt in his instinct that he'd refined through decades that this wasn't coincidence or bad luck that had trapped them exactly when they found this empty ruin. He was almost certain critical events were developing now on the surface. He didn't know how they'd controlled the mutants. But it was too much of a coincidence. Had to be a deliberate trap. And that meant whoever had established it had specific reasons for wanting to have Julius neutralized during a long period. Which implied something important was happening above. Situation perhaps requiring whatever support could reach the surface in time. Zhao was who he should trust with delivering that support in time. Zhao, he called while preparing mentally for the fusion process he was about to execute. When we open the path, you exit with half the force straight to the castle to see what's happening. Your speed and flight capability will let you evaluate the situation and respond much faster than I could. I'll follow with the others to the surface and will be protected by one of the group's Wolverines. I'll return to help once I recover enough to move, but don't wait for me. Zhao nodded with understanding, not requiring additional elaboration. They'd worked together sufficient time that he could read the intention behind his orders without needing every detail explained. Understood. I'll see you in Yano when I've resolved the situation. Whatever it is. It was a premature and simple farewell carrying the weight of recognition that they might not have time for goodbyes once outside. But it was necessary if the situation was as bad as both suspected. No time for sentimentality when each second they remained trapped was a second where they could be making a critical difference in some political or even real battle probably developing without them. Julius activated the bonds with his two gold-rank beasts simultaneously. The Earth Wolverine and the Chelan Julius had carefully cultivated merged. Both matured through the 1000-day method that had refined their capabilities beyond what time alone would achieve. Both at the same gold 1 rank and balanced so perfectly their energies complemented instead of creating any friction. He began the fusion but kept it contained in his human body rather than permitting the beasts to manifest physically. It was a tactical necessity imposed by the tunnel's small space where they'd have to advance after each chamber. Walls that were indestructible for his power level by design of the ancient civilization that had created them. The tunnel couldn't accommodate creatures of the size that the vast majority of gold-rank beasts reached when fully manifested, let alone fused ones. It was a restriction that would have made using the power of their body appropriately impossible if he'd attempted invoking the second copy outside his own human body. But maintaining an internalized fusion using both copies' power at maximum was considerably more difficult. The pressure of two massive energies compressing in his human form would be creating stress requiring extraordinary control to manage without permitting the bond to collapse or his body to fracture under a load exceeding normal limits. It was like trying to contain an explosion of energies wanting to expand, that fought against the constraints forcing them into a human-sized container. And Julius had to hold them. Direct them. All while maintaining coherent thought and awareness. Most tamers couldn't do it at all. Those who could usually would manage for minutes at most before the strain became unbearable. Julius felt the power of that transformation propagating through his system while both beasts' characteristics integrated with his form. His skin hardened with mineral texture in some parts. Natural defense the Earth Wolverine provided. Like stone growing over flesh creating armor that could turn into blade or claw that would cut normal skin. Muscles reinforced with the potential that Chelan's musculature contributed. Strength permitting movements that would shatter ordinary human bones instantly. It was power eclipsing what he'd possessed moments before. Multiplication of capabilities justifying the cost that would come after when the fusion exhausted and left him vulnerable. But for now, for a maximum of 30 minutes the complete fusion could maintain, it was a force rivaling any of the most exceptional tamers in all the kingdom. He could feel it. The raw potential coursing through every cell. This was what it meant to truly merge your beasts, transcending limitations of either form individually to achieve something greater than the sum of their parts. Now, he shouted toward the soldiers behind him who'd also been preparing their own fusions. The group's push began with a synchronization of mana that showed a professionalism separating elite forces from simply competent ones. Soldiers with Earth affinity activated their fusions in a cascade and commenced feeding their Earth mana toward Julius from behind. Channeling that amplified his energy. It was an exceptional support technique. Not simply adding forces but multiplying their leader's effectiveness, converting the group into a unified weapon rather than a collection of individuals operating independently. Just like the fusion. The principle was geometric rather than arithmetic growth. Having all that power flowing through a single controlled outlet meant an intensity that dispersed force couldn't match. Julius created with it a rotating point of minerals and pushed forward with the combined power flowing through him. They advanced in minutes what compared with the progress of a few meters they'd achieved before could genuinely be called reaching near the exit quickly. The tunnel that had seemed to extend interminably before them, when facing it with ordinary methods, now advanced at a rate making it seem the distance compressed under the assault of a power accepting little resistance. Abyssal creatures that had been blocking the route with their bodies, and a pressure that pushed one behind another, were now crushed and pulverized when they tried resisting. The rotating mineral point Julius created didn't just pierce through enemies. It grounded them to dust. Obliterated them so thoroughly that following soldiers didn't even need stepping over bodies. There were no bodies, just purple pottage on tunnel walls. It was brutal. But efficient. An absolutely devastating demonstration of what concentrated almost platinum rank power could accomplish. And then they reached the last tunnel. The final section to finally gain control of moldable Earth from the surroundings that should carry them directly to the surface where they could finally escape the beast flow and the underground prison that had consumed precious hours. Julius felt anticipation building. Almost free. Almost able to respond to whatever crisis was developing above. But reality was cruel. Like when his older brother Victor had tried exiting the ruin in another territory days before, in the place where now Selphra and Arturo desperately fought to stop another river of beasts threatening the city, Julius also received an attack not permitting him to continue as easily as making a hole through a purple biological wall. It was again a beam. But it wasn't the beam of intertwined light and darkness that had struck Victor. That combination of white and black. That strange fusion of opposed elements that shouldn't coexist. This was a bit different. The beam blocking the path being fired from the exit was different in composition. Brilliant blue and burning red. Fire and water mixed in a chaotic figure that shouldn't exist according to conventional elemental physics. Elements fundamentally opposing each other rotated around themselves. Impossible balance achievable only through extraordinary control or through devices imposing stability externally. Fortunately for Julius, his primary element provided considerable resistance against the energies from both fire and water composing the attack. Earth wasn't immune to thermal effects or erosion that liquid caused. But it had natural durability, making damage accumulate more slowly than if he'd had any other affinity those elements specifically exploited. The combination was still dangerous but manageable in ways it wouldn't be for someone with wind or wood primary affinity. But resisting wasn't the same as being immune. And the beam's push was enormous. Constant pressure forced Julius backward even when he planted his feet and used his fusion power and his allies pushing to maintain position. It was an energetic flow, practically making advancing impossible without spending resources at a rate that would exhaust the fusion long before he could escape completely. And when the purple energy merged too, the beam wasn't just blocking. It was actively pushing him back. Slowly but persistently. The purple energy now, the mutant beasts, the timing, and there was something else strange. The same mutant creatures that had been entering like mad had stopped suddenly shortly after they reached the final chamber's tunnel. Didn't continue the pressure just a bit before when the beam began. Instead, their nearby energy signatures now waited at the tunnel's entrance as if awaiting the energy confrontation's result without directly participating. That was when Julius realized finding the ruin just now perhaps also hadn't been a coincidence. His group of seekers had finally felt it when they approached the place, the strange sensation of the ancient chamber's mana. But the distance had seemed odd to him. It was very close to it. It had been a great help in avoiding getting lost in the final parts of the purple crystal labyrinth. The crystallized roots of corruption created a maze that would have taken days to navigate without a beacon to guide them. But they'd realized they weren't that far from it. So why hadn't they sensed it before? The mana signature should have been detectable from a much greater distance if the chamber was actually open. Julius understood then that perhaps someone had unblocked the door just recently, letting energy out. Had they done it with some crystal barrier or high-level beast ability like the biofilms of spiders able to prevent mana passage? It didn't matter. If it was true, then this confirmed everything. It was a cumulus of behaviors almost absolutely confirming this was an orchestrated trap rather than an unfortunate coincidence. The creatures were being controlled by something or someone who'd calculated exactly when to let them loose. Let Julius and the others advance just far enough to commit. Block them at the final moment when they were most invested. Force them to either exhaust themselves breaking through or retreat and abandon everything they'd gained. Classic tactical manipulation. And Julius had fallen for it completely. Unfortunately, recognition that this was deliberate didn't provide an immediate solution to the problem they faced. Julius was still blocked by the beam and consuming energy just by resisting. And his fusion's clock continued running slowly but surely towards a point where his power would exhaust and leave him vulnerable. If he couldn't overcome the beam in the next minutes, he'd literally run out of the time window necessary to escape the ruin while still having the capacity to move independently. And then he'd be trapped in the depths of this cave again. Except this time he'd be in a critical state requiring others to carry him instead of being able to contribute. It was a brutal equation of time versus resources that had no good solution. The chaotic beam of blue and red continued, ensuring Julius remained exactly where he was during the critical period, keeping the prince and his most capable soldiers contained underground while whatever was happening on the surface developed without their intervention. And Julius gritted his jaw with determination coming from the same earlier recognition that surrendering wasn't an option he'd consider regardless of how impossible the situation seemed. He'd find a way to break through. Or die trying. Because remaining trapped while his family and kingdom faced threat without him was a fate he rejected with every fiber of his being. His hands moved to the pouch at his belt, fingers closing around a small crystal vial that glowed faintly even through the black leather. Julius pulled out one of the few diamond rank recovery potions remaining in the kingdom. Only Selphora carried one. And Victor might or might not still have his after whatever had happened when he tried escaping. These weren't just rare, they were practically irreplaceable. Product of methods lost centuries ago, each one worth a small fortune. Each one capable of restoring a tamer to near full capacity even from the brink of death. Using it meant burning a resource that might be desperately needed later. Meant gambling that escaping was worth the cost. Meant betting everything on the assumption that whatever was happening above was important enough to justify the expenditure. But Julius had already made his decision, if all his energy wasn't enough then. The final push was about to begin. Orion received a message from his brothers through a fairly large and fast bird. He unrolled the parchment with rapid movements communicating his high expectations mixed with impatience. His eyes scanned the content quickly to extract the most critical information without needing to process each word with excessive care. There had been some complications according to the report that Magnus and Dorian had written with a calligraphy that was deteriorating toward the message's end. Likely evidence of accumulated fatigue controlling the crystals, making their fine motor control more difficult. But despite the difficulties they'd faced, it seemed they'd managed to retain Julius's group until now successfully. An entire day had passed since the attack's beginning. Julius and his elite force still remained locked in the depths. Neutralization that had been the operation's primary objective of the secondary mission that the brothers had been executing. More than 20 hours of constant control over crystals shooting energy and directing mutant flow. Maintaining the blocking that made escape impossible and coordinating efforts requiring intense concentration without appropriate rest. It was a feat demonstrating considerable capability considering the task's complexity they'd been assigned. The energy flow didn't stop at any moment according to the update the brothers provided. Confirmation that the system they'd established continued operating as designed despite prolonged use stress. Everything was going perfectly for Orion because on his side the creatures kept converging toward the academy and other strategic locations like the castle. Directions serving multiple purposes in the broader plan he had prepared. But it wasn't 100% perfect, just because his brothers complained extensively in the message about what constant crystal operation had implied for them personally. Headaches coming from sustained concentration in maintaining a hard balance between the opposed elemental hearts. It was a litany of complaints filling a good initial portion of the message. Protests about difficulty and demands for recognition for the huge sacrifice they were making in service of their older brother's plan. Orion set those sections aside with a disdain he didn't attempt at hiding when alone. He thought with irritation that he could continue operating control over 7 crystals for considerably longer than the simple day both his brothers had endured. And his task as leader was objectively heavier in terms of mental complexity and mana load than what they faced with only 4 crystals. Lazy idiots, he murmured aloud with a tone having both criticism and fraternal exasperation. It was a characterization he applied freely when the brothers didn't meet the standards he considered minimum acceptable for those sharing with him the blood of a family supposed to produce only exceptional individuals. But then, after a moment of permitting his criticism to express itself unfiltered, he admitted with reluctant honesty that Magnus and Dorian were genuinely useful when truly needed. They could complain, protest and require annoying supervision. But they executed when it mattered. They'd kept Julius contained for a complete day despite the difficulties they claimed having. A result justifying the tolerance of their minor deficiencies. It was a balance Orion had learned to accept during years of working with many other individuals who rarely reached standards he imposed on himself except for his late brother Sirius. Perfection was unattainable when depending on others inferior to you. So you had to settle for sufficient competence and manage their weaknesses through appropriate supervision to get at least some secondary work done. The twins were adequate tools. Not exceptional but functional. And in operations of this scale, having functional tools in critical positions was worth tolerating their whining. Orion rose from the position where he'd been seated for hours monitoring the information flows the crystals provided. His movements revealing stiffness coming from prolonged immobility. He stretched briefly to relieve tension in his muscles that had remained static too long. Then began walking toward a deeper section of the ruin. He descended through the only possible passage. Steps confident not requiring light to navigate the stairs perfectly. He eventually arrived at the penultimate chamber. An area that had been designated for a specific purpose that few even of his followers knew. There they had Victor. The older brother of Arturo and Julius. It was an important piece Orion had captured. Had taken considerable resource investment to secure but that now would provide the leverage he needed to force a favorable outcome when the final confrontation occurred. Elite soldiers he'd assigned to care for Victor, or what remained of him, straightened when Orion entered. Recognition of the authority he now commanded thanks to the crystals without needing any more explicit demonstration. They'd been executing instructions given to them with diligence coming from knowing failure would result in consequences that could be seen in front of them, consequences they preferred avoiding. Orion observed the situation briefly. An evaluation confirming everything was as he'd ordered. Victor's body remained in a state serving the purposes Orion had established. Not necessary to verify any specific details now. Only confirm he was still in one piece and in a form where it could be utilized now that the appropriate moment had arrived. The prince had tried escaping with all his strength. Had been struck down by the light-darkness beam. And since then had been kept in a condition that would maximize the psychological impact on his rescuers when revealed. Victor was his tool too now. A weapon to be deployed against his brothers and teacher morale at a precisely calculated moment. Orion had decided sufficient time had passed. One day of continuous combat against the endless mutant flow would have left even Tamers of Selphira and Arturo's caliber with considerably low reserves. Not to the point of complete incapacitation certainly. But sufficient that a direct confrontation would favor Orion who had the crystals in his power. It was time to personally go verify if the old woman and middle brother were sufficiently tired to show them what remained of Victor. Give them the final morale blow that would finish their resistance faster and permit the plan's next phase to proceed without additional obstacles. If by some reason Julius freed himself and added reinforcements, things would be more complicated. Better to hurry things slightly. Prepare to transport him. I want him visible, he ordered the soldiers with a tone permitting no questioning. We'll take him outside. And make sure his rescuers can see him clearly. He turned to begin the ascent toward the surface. Anticipation grew as he contemplated the confrontation he'd been planning for months. Selphira and the princes had been persistent obstacles. But every obstacle could be overcome with appropriate force application at the moment of maximum advantage. And that moment had finally arrived. The soldiers moved to execute his orders. Lifting Victor's body with care that wasn't compassion but rather the preservation of a valuable asset. Preparing for transport that would carry him to the surface where he'd serve his final purpose in Orion's design. Selphira continued eliminating mutants with an efficiency coming from centuries of perfecting her control to the point where each movement was optimized for maximum impact with minimum expenditure. Especially when she set aside things like Yano's practice pride and let her beasts act outside her body. Something becoming more common each day for many tamers thanks to its utility demonstrations seen more often in recent years. Selphra's black tortoise crushed creatures under its enormous mass, making even those weird silver-rank beasts seem insignificant. Her white serpent remained inside her body, giving her protection and the capacity to direct another part of her attacks by herself. Until now she hadn't gone crazy trying to stop the complete mutant flow continuing to emerge without apparent end. It would have been tempting to unleash her full power in an effort to totally contain the invasion. Demonstration that would have impressed any observer too. And honestly, she'd be capable of doing it if she committed completely. She'd even demonstrated it somewhat at the beginning. The power she'd accumulated during a really long life had also advanced in recent years with the 1000-day method and was sufficient to create a zone of absolute death that would stop the flow fully, at least temporarily. But she'd had to stop after the first few minutes. It was surprising for the enemy, lowered their morale and all that. But then she'd tire faster than her mana regeneration could keep up. Her reserves would exhaust to the point where she could no longer maintain a decent activity level. And the situation would turn out considerably worse when she inevitably needed to reduce her efforts. Because mutants would exploit those weak moments to penetrate the defenses with a more forceful march than what they had maintained through constant and more steady numbers. Until now she'd been eliminating slightly more than sufficient quantity to maintain a manageable pressure for her and for the youth's resources. She trusted that with all the Academy's new gold-rank students and forces remaining in the city, they'd be capable of handling the dozens of mutants constantly passing through the area she and Arturo controlled. Load distribution permitting defense to function without depending on individuals maintaining themselves at impossible levels indefinitely. The Academy had all those strong young Tamers Ren had facilitated creating. Students with capabilities vastly exceeding what previous generations had achieved at comparable ages. And it also had professional guards and experienced instructors who could contribute effectively even if they didn't equal the prodigies like Run or Luna in terms of raw potential. Together they should be sufficient to stop the leftover mutants she didn't eliminate directly. At least that was the hope she operated under while continuing her battle that had already extended during hours beginning to feel like days. However, too much time had already passed since the flow began. Too much time for it to simply be an opportunistic attack exploiting the vulnerability of the moment. She was starting to somewhat worry it may be too much to let this continue. Because it didn't seem like it would stop soon. This was a sustained assault requiring resources going beyond what any ordinary mutant threats had manifested. Were these corrupt beasts truly this intelligent to know they just needed a bit more? To sacrifice this much and keep at it? Selphra began to genuinely worry a lot that the forces defending the Academy or city wouldn't be capable of dealing with the same pressure for much longer since the youths weren't as experienced in resource management. Cumulative exhaustion would eventually degrade the effectiveness of even the most powerful tamers. To a point where errors would become more frequent and where gaps in defense would begin appearing. Her hand moved unconsciously toward the pocket where she kept a powerful potion she'd been saving for an emergency exactly like this. She could spend all her energy in a fusion to stop the flow now and try entering the ruin before her time ran out. And if her power was exhausted? Taking the diamond power while almost exhausted would provide purer energy than what was normal in her system. Generating a massive boost to her capabilities for a limited period. An amplification elevating her to levels she normally didn't reach. She wondered if she should attack with everything she had now. Use the fusion and potion to unleash a final assault that would completely clean the area for a while and eliminate the rebel army that had entrenched itself near the ruin. It would be an enormous loss since these potions were very limited resources of immense value that she preferred saving for the youth's future like Run or her granddaughter and her cousins. But it could end this threat before the situation deteriorated further. The diamond-ranked potion in her pocket was one of maybe slightly more than 5 remaining in the entire kingdom. Irreplaceable treasures that could turn the tide of battle but at the cost of never having it available again. Was now the right time? Or should she wait for even more desperate circumstances? But then she felt something making her calculations about the potionless future importance become secondary to a more urgent recognition. A known energy signature emanated from the enemy army so jealously guarded. Mana signature she'd felt before in multiple contexts during years of passive conflict that had preceded this open confrontation. It was a presence she couldn't confuse with anyone else because there was a familiarity coming from investigations she'd done for Sirius's sake for too long. Remembering Sirius's tragedy and his unfortunate recent end. Her gaze hardened as she processed what she didn't know she would feel. Muscles tensing in preparation for an escalation this encounter demanded. The expression she'd maintained neutral during hours of combat transformed into something considerably more dangerous. Intensity communicating that the patience she'd been exercising was about to be fully exhausted. Orion had dared. He was exiting the ruin. Not simply a suspicion based on indirect inference but absolute certainty coming from feeling his distinctive mana presence moving from the depths toward the surface. There was more hate inside her than she'd thought would be. But it was fine. Because now she'd make Orion see that with all this he'd committed a grave error. Because Selphira had been holding back. Conserving strength not just for sustained defense but for this exact moment. She'd killed more dangerous opponents than Orion during her long career. Had faced Tamers with power exceeding his. The primary objective had just presented itself. And Selphira fully intended to make him regret every choice that had led to this moment. But there was something strange around Orion. Selphira was considerably more affected by what was happening than she'd anticipated would be the case. She'd faced multiple crises. Situations where lives depended on her decisions and where failure resulted in catastrophe. She'd learned through many errors to maintain an appropriate emotional distance. Separation between personal feelings and tactical necessities permitting her to function effectively under pressure that would paralyze those less disciplined. But today was different. And the Ashenway matriarch realized with uncomfortable clarity that she cared about Victor and Sirius's inherited mission considerably more than she'd expected permitting herself to feel. Victor was her grandnephew technically. Family connection coming from marriages rather than blood. Perhaps little blood shared between them through some of those marriages. Family nonetheless. The boy she'd watched grow from child into prince. Who'd trained under her observation and who represented the future of the kingdom if by normal succession. And Sirius. Sirius had been her most difficult student. The quietest and then most annoying as an adult. In life she'd come to avoid him. Treated him as a nuisance many times because his reserved attitude and stubborn independence frustrated her teaching methods that required open communication. But investigating his tragedy in the last years, looking back and considering his reserved attitude being only a facade hiding pain and isolation, she'd realized something that hadn't been obvious while he lived. When he didn't return from that cave, it had left a wound that had never healed appropriately. Because she'd never had closure. Never had a chance to say things that should have been said, an opportunity to understand him properly before it was too late. And now Orion was playing with both memories simultaneously. Victor and the light heart in his power. That manipulation was touching nerves Selphira normally kept well protected behind a cold mask and implacable professionalism. Now she needed to know what was happening with Victor. Needed seeing with her own eyes what Orion had done with Victor whose mana she couldn't sense. Mana that should be enormous and easy to perceive. His mana signature should be blazing like a bonfire visible from kilometers away to anyone with perception abilities. But there was nothing. Waiting patiently while the situation developed at the slow pace Orion climbed the stairs was no longer an option she'd tolerate when her instinct screamed that each second could matter for survival of a little bird that, whether she admitted it or not, she'd come to consider as genuine family. Not just the overindulged prince that his mother pampered and spoiled rotten. Not just a political asset to be protected for strategic reasons. But someone who mattered personally in ways that transcended duty or calculation. That spoiled brat mattered a lot to her. Maybe it was Lionel's loss or maybe she was finally getting too old. Selphira absorbed her black tortoise in a decision that was more emotional than calculated. The massive creature was withdrawn to her core where the energy it contained could be accessed without needing to maintain the enormous physical manifestation limiting her speed. The tortoise had been a devastating weapon. Crushing mutants by the dozens with each movement. Creating a defensive anchor that enemies couldn't easily bypass. But it was slow and somewhat ponderous. Not suited for rapid repositioning toward a new objective. And she needed speed now more than raw crushing power. She launched forward now mounted on her white serpent that was considerably faster. Acceleration converting the distance into a blur as she closed the space between her current position and the army. The serpent moved like flowing water. Fast in ways that her massive tortoise could never match. Not as durable perhaps, but mobility had its own defensive value when you could simply not be where enemies expected you. She had to reach the rear guard soon. Place where Orion would appear when he emerged from the ruin. She created an enormous ice wall in her path. Structure rising from the ground in seconds and extending laterally to cover more than a considerable area. Not simply a defensive barrier but a weapon eliminating mutants getting in her way. Creatures being crushed or frozen when the thick wall manifested in the space they occupied. The ice didn't grow gradually. It erupted. An explosive formation that gave no warning and permitted no escape for anything caught in the manifestation zone. One moment there was empty space and the next moment there was a solid ice wall several meters thick and dozens of meters high. Mutants caught in that zone were frozen solid if they were lucky or crushed between the fast-forming ice masses if they weren't. Bodies preserved in crystalline structures or reduced to paste depending on exactly where they'd been standing. It was a casualty result that would have taken several minutes of careful combat. Though in a certain way much less efficient than more sustained elimination methods would have been. But efficiency wasn't a priority now, speed was. And the wall bought her that speed by creating a barrier that would slow mutant advance even after she left this position. Arturo, she shouted toward Victor's brother with an amplified voice to reach through the distance and battle noise. Communicating this wasn't a suggestion but an order expecting immediate obedience. You're in charge of mutant containment supported by this wall. Keep them contained and eliminate as many as you can. Arturo didn't agree with the decision. That was obvious in the expression he adopted when processing what Selphra was doing. Dividing forces when facing three separate threats was more than risky. And permitting her to charge alone toward the second threat was madness violating basic operational principles they'd followed during the last hours of cooperative combat. His mouth opened to protest, to demand she reconsider splitting their force when coordination had been key to survival so far. But he didn't get a chance to voice any objections. Because Selphra was already moving. Decision made and executed before he could effectively protest. And someone had to keep the mutants contained or the flow would reach the city without resistance. Someone had to maintain the line they'd been holding for the past day of continuous fighting. He'd have to trust that Selphra was much more skilled than Victor. That even with a similar rank power she could handle the army and Orion simultaneously in ways Victor apparently hadn't managed. It was an unexpected situation of conflicting necessities where the perfect answer didn't exist regardless of which configuration they chose. Divide forces and risk being overwhelmed separately. Maintain combined position and let Orion keep doing whatever he was gaining time for in the ruin. Neither option was good. Both carried enormous risk. But a decision had been made and now there was only good execution left. So Arturo gritted his jaw with frustration, having no appropriate outlet, and refocused on the task assigned to him. Consolidating defenses that now depended mainly on him and his 35 soldiers maintaining the new wall rather than the powerful giant tortoise that had been dividing the beast's advance. He'd do his part. And hope Selphra succeeded at hers. Because if she failed... Selphra arrived at the range where the rebel army of still more than 3,000 soldiers had entrenched itself in front of the building guarding the underground entrance. Her approach was noticed immediately. Hard to ignore that giant white serpent approaching at high speed. Hard to miss the killing intent radiating from the rider who just demonstrated willingness to create massive ice constructs without apparent concern for mana expenditure. They began launching desperate attacks in response to the scary intrusion. Elemental projectiles converged toward Selphra's position from multiple directions while Tamer's coordinated fire and wind supposed to overwhelm any defense through pure volume. Dozens of attacks. Then hundreds. Organized volleys that lit the sky with elemental energies and that would have instantly killed anyone even with gold-rank defenses. When hundreds joined their mana, the fire blasts were hot enough to melt stone and wind blades turned sharp enough to cut through steel. Combined techniques that magnified effects beyond what individuals could achieve. All focused on a single target with intent to eliminate the threat before it could close distance. It was a textbook response to a solo attacker. Overwhelming firepower applied before they could engage at close range where the numbers would be a nuance too. But Selphira wasn't any ordinary solo attacker. She responded with the same combination of evasion and defense she'd perfected during centuries of facing exactly this type of assault. The white serpent moved with huge speed, its zigzagging making it difficult for attackers to predict its trajectory. Serpentine paths converting precise aim into an impossible task when the target changed direction with frequency defying any prediction. And when attacks that couldn't be completely evaded converged toward her position, she manifested conical ice shields she'd used in several previous wars. Protections not simply blocking but deflecting projectiles at angles that dispersed energy without permitting it to penetrate her defense directly. It was geometry applied to survival under siege. Understanding of how force behaved when encountering inclined surfaces that redirected most of the impact rather than absorbing the hit directly. And projectiles that glanced off continued traveling away from the target rather than remaining a threat. Simple principle. Devastatingly effective when executed near thousands of enemy soldiers by someone who understood the dynamics of combat at an intuitive level that came from surviving hundreds of battles. She was doing what she'd initially decided avoiding to not leave the enemy in her rear. And she was doing it without activating her fusion. For her it would be considerably easier making a frontal assault if she used fusion right now. The power that the duplicated Genbu would provide would be sufficient for destroying even the combined attacks from dozens of soldiers together without needing to evade or deflect individually. She could advance straight through the front through absolute superiority, converting the enemy army into an irrelevant obstacle. Could simply penetrate everything without worrying about minor damage accumulation because amplified capabilities would make that type of wear negligible compared to massive resistances fusion would unlock. But she feared that if she revealed all her power now, Orion would retreat. Orion would escape toward the ruins' depths where overcoming a bottleneck in unmoldable terrain would be difficult. Where pursuing would require fighting through confined spaces favoring defenders. She needed him to stay visible. Needed him committed to surface confrontation where she could actually reach him, confident enough in his position that he wouldn't immediately flee when she arrived. So she was holding back. Deliberately. Making the advance look difficult rather than easy. Making it seem like she was struggling against the army's coordinated defense rather than merely inconvenienced by it. Let him think she was near her limits. Let him believe the day of continuous combat had depleted her to the point where breaking through 3,000 soldiers required all her remaining strength. Let him feel secure in his numerical advantage and prepared defenses. Then strike when he was committed and escape routes were cut off by her ice. The white serpent continued weaving through attacks. Ice shields continued deflecting what couldn't be evaded. And Selphira advanced meter by meter through the army's defensive fire. Looking tired. Looking like someone fighting at their absolute limits. To make everyone unaware that the old woman approaching was considerably more dangerous than she appeared. She couldn't fuse yet. It was a risk she couldn't take when the primary objective was reaching Orion and Victor, not demonstrating dominance over an army that was secondary to the real confrontation that mattered to her. For the moment Orion seemed not to be retreating despite her advancing aggressively through defenses supposed to protect him. It was behavior that was still intriguing in its lack of appropriate caution despite her acting. Perhaps because she was alone too now and that made him underestimate her. Did he think an individual Tamer without backing of her own army was a threat he could handle even if that Tamer was Selphira? It was good, but still another thing that enraged her slightly, yet something that also provided advantage. If Orion's arrogance kept him in a position where she could reach him before he recognized his evaluation error, better for her. Let him think he was safe. Let him believe his army and prepared defenses were sufficient. Let him stay visible and reachable. That's all she needed. Selphora kept pressing directly through the army without deviating toward the flanks or attempting some maneuver that would have taken more time even though it might cost her more mana. It was an approach that used more shields to literally run over soldiers who didn't move fast enough to get out of the way. The White Serpent didn't slow for individual soldiers. It just flowed forward like an avalanche. Anyone too slow to dodge was crushed under its mass or sent flying by an impact with the ice shields protecting its body. It was brutal. The advance of someone who decided that reaching an objective mattered more than minimizing casualties of some traitors. Advancing through the center also considerably affected the quantity of soldiers composing defensive and offensive formations. Created chaos in ranks supposed to maintain order under pressure. They couldn't defend very well because the serpent broke or climbed any obstacle, and obstacles couldn't be too large or they'd obstruct their own formation. Also, they couldn't launch very concentrated attacks towards Selphora because collateral damage to their own units would be worse than permitting her to continue advancing without maximum opposition. Attacking with power sufficient to seriously threaten her required techniques that would cause massive casualties among the same soldiers who were too close to possible deflection trajectories. It was a tactical nightmare. Their numerical advantage became a liability when their own people were in the line of fire. But though they couldn't stop her completely, they were effectively wearing her down through accumulation of small and more accurate attacks. They forced her spending considerable mana on shields she had to constantly manifest. Projection after projection responding to attack waves that never completely ceased. Dozens of minor techniques, hundreds in seconds and thousands in cumulative terms. Small attacks that, though they bounced off defenses or were destroyed, accumulated damage through the cost that each defensive layer required. It was a strategy of death by thousand cuts. Recognition that if they couldn't defeat her through a single great blow, then they'd exhaust her through attrition, eventually reducing her capabilities to the point where she'd become vulnerable. Each shield manifested costing mana. Each deflection required some energy expenditure. The drain was constant and relentless even if no single attack was threatening. And Selphora was pretending but still felt it. She'd been fighting for a day already. Hours of eliminating mutants before this, and now pushing through 3,000 soldiers while maintaining constant defense. Even her tremendous reserves had limits. She still penetrated the defenses with a combination of speed and ice shields that formed and fractured repeatedly as they absorbed impacts. Regeneration maintaining her functional protection but draining her reserves with each cycle of damage and repair. The army also attempted different tactics. Tamers with Earth affinity trying to destabilize the ground beneath the serpent to compromise Selphora's high mobility. But the ice she projected stabilized the surface before the enemy techniques could fully manifest. Countermanipulation negated the attempts to create treacherous terrain that would have slowed the advance. Freeze the ground solid. Make it hard and stable to deny Earth Tamers the moldable material they needed for their techniques. Simple but effective counter. Water and wood mana also couldn't do much against the superior ice. Water she absorbed and converted. Wood she froze and shattered. Her elemental advantage in these matchups was significant enough that enemies with those affinities were nearly useless against her. But each conversion still cost mana. Each absorption required energy investment, and though it was fairly efficient, efficiency wasn't the same as free. Reserves continued draining as she penetrated line after line. Progress that was impressive in speed, but that came with a price accumulating inevitably. Finally Selphora reached the army's rear guard. Position that was already almost in the courtyard of the building guarding the underground entrance. Selphora had penetrated the complete depth of the rectangular defensive formation supposed to stop her or at least delay her sufficiently to make her spend all her mana. But she'd done it in record time, communicating that the individual power of an exceptional tamer could overcome almost any numerical advantage when the caliber disparity was sufficiently large. 3,000 soldiers. Some elite rebel forces that had a long time to have prepared positions while she fought mutants, and they also had home ground advantage. Yet she'd carved through them like they were a training exercise rather than serious military opposition. But the cost had also been real even if the result looked easy. She was panting slightly. Breathing accelerated, showing her effort that the fast approach had required. A rapid evaluation of her reserves would have indicated she was operating at approximately 30% capacity. Perhaps less if she was honest about how much cumulative small attacks had drained her during the advance. Not critical levels, but considerably less than ideal when the final confrontation with Orion still waited. She'd spent a bit more than 2/3 of her remaining mana killing mutants and getting through the army. That left barely enough for sustained combat against a gold-rank opponent who presumably was fresh and operating at full capacity. The math wasn't great. It was what it was. She'd made her choice when she charged forward alone rather than waiting for a better opportunity that might never come. And then, shortly before completely overcoming the last stretch of soldiers separating her from the ruins entrance, she saw something making her calculations become secondary to an emotional reaction that overwhelmed the discipline she normally maintained. Orion emerged from the ruin and from the building that guarded it. Appearance she'd been anticipating, but that came with something she didn't expect in his hands. He was dragging a body that Selphra recognized instantly despite some big changes making it difficult to process what she saw. Worse was that being this close she didn't feel his signature. Victor was. But it wasn't Victor's body as she remembered from last time she'd seen him days before. He was semi-crystallized in a way that was more terrifying compared to Dragarian or Sirius. Not a complete crystal statue like his father who'd been transformed into a monument leaving him immobile. That had been terrible but at least had looked dignified. Like a sleeping hero rather than this torture. This was something worse in many aspects. Intermediate state communicating suffering instead of simple stasis. It was the body of a poor wounded man in many places. Damage visible even at this distance to her enhanced eyes as Selphra processed details that her maternal instinct tried rejecting as impossible. And from those wounds emerged crystals in multiple colors that shouldn't exist in a human body. Purple mostly. Manifestations of corruption that had been forced through methods Selphra didn't understand nor wanted to contemplate. The purple crystals grew from open wounds like tumors, foreign growths that didn't belong. But also some black that absorbed light unnaturally, making holes in the visual field where they existed. And white that glowed with vigor, hurting the eyes when focused directly. Brilliant and pure but also wrong because they shouldn't be growing from tissue. The overall effect was nightmarish. Selphra hadn't felt his energy neither now nor when approaching. Absence that made terrible sense. She'd seen corruption before. Had studied the crystallization phenomenon that had claimed Sirius and others. But this was different. This was controlled. Weaponized suffering rather than the other accidental transformations. This was torture, and Orion had done it to her family member. To the boy she'd watched growing up. The spoiled prince she'd protected despite his flaws. The future of the kingdom she'd sworn to preserve. And fury like she hadn't felt in decades exploded through her control. She raged with intensity that made ice around her manifest spontaneously without conscious command. Temperature fell precipitously as emotions translated directly into elemental manifestation. The air froze. The ground crystallized and moisture in the atmosphere condensed, creating falling snow crystals despite the clear sky. Soldiers near her backed away instinctively. Recognizing that whatever was happening, they didn't want to be close to it. That the old woman who'd been advancing through their lines had just transformed into something considerably more dangerous. That conviction pushed her to make a decision she'd normally reserve as a last resort. Selphra fused with the little mana remaining to her. Approximately 30% of reserves being channeled into the technique that would multiply her capabilities for a few minutes at the cost of exhaustion coming shortly after. She couldn't wait or be cautious anymore. Couldn't hold anything back when Victor was right there in a sorry state that made her want to scream. The black tortoise manifested in her body simultaneously with the white serpent. Both radiating power that made the ground tremble and the air shimmer. And then the fusion began. The merging of woman and beasts into a single entity that exceeded what any component could achieve separately. Her body transformed and shifted. Scales erupting along arms and legs. Shell fragments appearing across back and shoulders. Eyes changing to reflect serpentine and Chelonian qualities simultaneously. The power surge was immediate and overwhelming. 30% reserves would last at maximum 10 minutes but were suddenly providing a capability equivalent to full mana strength through the fusion's multiplicative effect. Weakness became strength through a technique that Orion apparently hated not to possess. It was time to finish the most hateful Star Weaver with mad violence. But the increased perception from the fusion stopped what would have been a big attack and brought a small hope cutting through her rage. Her first thought had been that he was dead. That Orion had killed him and was bringing the corpse as a trophy or final mockery. His mana signature was that small. Reduced to almost nothing by some process that had consumed the majority of his vital energy normally radiating from a tamer of his rank. It was a signal communicating he was at the edge of complete extinction. Life sustained by margin so narrow that any additional perturbation could end it permanently. But it was still there. Victor lived. The transformation Selphira experienced while fusion completed wasn't simply integration of beast characteristics with human form. Genbu wasn't an ordinary creature even among those of high gold rank. It was the manifestation of a concept that transcended simple power. A guardian beast. A protector. The symbol of absolute defense, the creature itself became the living embodiment of an ideal. And when the power of such a being fused with a tamer of Selphira's experience, the result was a transformation carrying an air that couldn't be described as simply powerful. It entered the category of those presences inspiring instinctive reverence even in those who didn't completely understand what they were witnessing. Light began emanating from Selphira's body as Genbu's characteristics fully integrated. Not harsh glare but radiance that seemed to come from within rather than reflecting from the surface. Like she'd swallowed a star and it now burned in her chest. And the ice she'd been manifesting began transforming in response to that light. Ordinary crystalline structures elevated towards something closer to physical manifestation of the concept of absolute protection than any mundane frozen material. The ice changed. What had been simple frozen water became something approaching the essence of cold itself. Crystals formed around her limbs like armor. Plates that reflected light in ways creating patterns of infinite depth. Defensive layers that seemed to exist slightly outside normal space. Not simply a defense but also a declaration. Statement that whoever wore this form had reached power levels separating extraordinary from legendary. And more critical, her senses sharpened dramatically. Perception expanded to a point where she could detect details that had been invisible moments before. Not just seeing more clearly but perceiving on levels that normal human consciousness couldn't access. She felt the flow of mana in the air around her. Tasted the signatures of every tamer in range. Sensed the pulse of energy in the soil beneath her feet. And with that enhanced senses her fusion provided, Selphira realized something transforming blind fury into determination that was more dangerous because it had a specific direction. Victor was alive. Barely. By a margin almost imperceptible even with sharpened perception. But alive by a miracle-defying logic of how much damage the human body could absorb before vital functions collapsed irreversibly. Only a whisper remained in him. Mana signature reduced to a flicker that could extinguish with next gust of wind or next heartbeat that failed to come. But still fighting. Still holding on despite everything that had been done to him. Victor lived. Barely, desperately. But lived. It was enough. Enough to communicate there was still an opportunity to save him if they acted fast. And that changed everything. Because death couldn't be saved, but live meant possibility. Meant there was still something to fight for beyond simple revenge. Meant she had to reach him. Had to get him away from Orion. She had to heal him now. Orion stood there holding Victor's broken body. Smiling. Like he'd already won. Like the trap was complete and she'd fallen into it exactly as planned. And maybe she had. Maybe this was exactly what he wanted. For her to commit everything in emotional response rather than tactical calculation. But she didn't care anymore. Not about strategy. Not about anything except reaching that naughty boy and making Orion pay for what he'd done. The ice around her intensified. The temperature dropped further. Time to end this. One way or another. Fortunately, contrary to the fear that had motivated her previous caution, Orion didn't retreat when seeing her fusion activate. He remained in position with an expression difficult to read at distance, but that didn't communicate panic or preparation for immediate withdrawal. It was confidence suggesting he had reasons not to fear a confrontation even when facing Selphra operating in her most amplified state. Confidence that made her want to tear him apart even more. Because it meant he thought he could win. Thought he'd accounted for everything. Thought Victor's suffering and Sirius's memory were just tools he could exploit without consequence. But she only wanted to heal Victor first. Getting him away from Orion. Stopping whatever process was making those crystals grow from his flesh. Stabilizing his foundation before it crumbled completely into the void that would leave nothing to save. And if Orion interposed himself in that objective, if he tried using Victor as shield or any other manipulation delaying the treatment desperately needed, then Orion was going to regret being born. Not death. Too quick and merciful. He was going to suffer considerably more than what he already deserved for the crimes committed. The ice around her intensified. Temperature falling to levels making enemy soldiers retreat instinctively, even those not directly in effect range. Some started shivering uncontrollably. Others felt skin burning from a cold so intense that moisture in their breath froze before leaving their mouths. It was a manifestation of fury, a liberation of emotions that discipline had suppressed but now exploded in elemental power display, communicating exactly how dangerous Selphra was when personal motivation surpassed prudent considerations. This wasn't a soldier fighting for duty. This was a grandmother fighting for family. In her right hand materialized an ice spear with a long blade at the tip. Not a simple projectile like those she'd launched during the mutant battle or army approach. This was a considerably more elaborate construction. A weapon that had been reinforced with mana at levels converting its apparently fragile structure into something outstanding in durability. The spear had perfect balance between weight and length, achievable only with something precisely custom-made like this. Shaft thick enough to not break under stress but thin enough to not slow its wielder. Blade sharp enough to pierce platinum-ranked defenses and broad enough to deliver devastating wounds. Selphra was using this spear with hands trained during years in close-range combat art. Experience coming from the wise knowledge that even tamers with elemental techniques at distance needed competence in close approach when situations collapsed toward physical confrontation. It was a weapon she'd employed in previous wars. A tool feeling like a natural extension of her will, to the point where the line between thought and action blurred. The spear remembered. Carried imprint of those battles in its crystalline structure. Responded to her intent almost like a trained beast rather than an inanimate object. And it seemed to want Orion's blood. The transformation left Selphra operating in a qualitatively different state from what she'd been moments before. Not just stronger or faster, but fundamentally changed in how she interacted with the world. Like viewing reality through lens that revealed layers normally hidden. And the first thought she processed with new sharpened clarity fusion provided was the need to separate Orion from Victor immediately. Couldn't attack indiscriminately when her new primary objective was rescue rather than simply elimination. Needed enough precision not to compromise the safety of who she tried saving. Balance between enough force to overcome any defense Orion could deploy and enough control not to cause collateral damage, defeating the intervention's purpose. So Selphra executed an ultra-fast technique she'd perfected specifically for this situation type. The ice spear launched forward not as a thrown object but as an extension of her will physically manifested. A trajectory calculated to cover the shortest route to Victor's closer safe distance while striking Orion directly with force that should cut him in half or at least force him to drop the hostage. It was an attack that was strong and concentrated but simultaneously precise. The spear moved at speeds making it appear to teleport rather than travel. No visible arc, no warning whistle. Just instantaneous relocation from point A to point B with devastating force channeled through every centimeter of its length. An attack practically instantaneous to the point of not giving time to react. Most tamers would be dead before nerve impulses could carry any signals from eyes to brain. Before the conscious mind could process the threat and formulate a response. But Orion stopped it. A barrier materialized between the spear and his position with an speed almost impossible, seeming to demonstrate it had been active but invisible, or that Orion had anticipated exactly this approach type. Preparation suggesting he'd studied Selphra sufficiently to predict and deploy responses even at speed most would find overwhelming. And it wasn't an ordinary barrier Selphra could penetrate through elemental superiority or fracture through pure momentum. It was a light manifestation glowing with intensity, hurting the eyes when focused directly. Purity contrasting dramatically with the purple lines running through its structure like veins transporting corruption, contaminating what otherwise would have been an element associated with healing and benevolent protection. The light was wrong. Beautiful but diseased. Watching it was like watching a sunset through toxic clouds that turned natural colors into something nauseating. Perversion of something meant to be pure transformed into a mockery of its own nature. And the purple veins pulsed. Throbbed like living tissue. Pumped corrupted energy through the crystalline structure in a rhythm suggesting a heartbeat. A wrong heartbeat. Arrhythmic and stuttering, but undeniably alive in a way that made her recoil instinctively. And Selphra had recognized the composition immediately, her mind processing implications with speed her fusion amplified. That was the crystal that had belonged to Luna's mother. Lycia's heart. The artifact she'd left behind when the ruins claimed her. Object carrying last fragments of a happy and loved woman. Luna's inheritance. The last thing connecting her to the family she'd lost. And Orion was using it without caring about causing it to wear. Combining its energy with corrupt sources that were absolutely disgusting in nature. Forcing it to serve purposes completely opposed to what Lycia would have fought for. Luna would be equally or possibly more enraged than Selphra seeing this. Profanation by the enemy having no right or respect for the meaning the object held beyond simple utility. He was using her mother's heart like a very strong but non-renewable disposable tool. Like an expendable resource to be burned through and discarded when no longer useful for his dumb aspirations, whatever they were. It was an insult, adding another layer of motivation to the fury Selphra already felt for Victor and Sirius's situations. This wasn't just a random confrontation. This was personal on levels she hadn't fully processed until this moment. Orion had violated every boundary. Had desecrated every memory. Had weaponized every loss against those who'd suffered it. And he stood there smiling behind a barrier he'd manifested. Expression visible even through distortion the intense light caused. Satisfaction of a strategy game player who'd predicted the opponent's movement. Confidence coming from knowing he'd calculated resistance correctly. Did you think I would just come out unprepared? His voice carried through the space between them. Not shouted but projected with the common mana technique that made it clear despite distance and battle noise. That I'd simply wait for the great Selphra Ashenway to arrive and crush me? She knew the mockery in his tone was deliberate. Calculated to provoke and to make her commit more deeply to attacks that he could counter. To turn fury into a weapon he could use against her. And it was working. She could feel rage building despite knowing manipulation for what it was. Could feel control slipping despite decades of discipline teaching her better. Because he was right. She hadn't expected this. Hadn't imagined he could feel the defense capable of stopping her fusion-enhanced strikes. Hadn't accounted for him possessing something of this caliber. She'd underestimated him. And likely Victor was paying the price for something similar to her miscalculation. The light heart barrier alone perhaps wouldn't have held against Selphra's attack, Orion thought with analysis that was cold even while experiencing triumph of seeing defense function exactly as expected. The power the fused Tamer generated was genuinely formidable. Equivalent to what a platinum rank Tamer might manifest. Actual platinum rank, not some high gold rank Tamer having a good day. The real thing. A force that could level forests and shatter defensive formations from armies. But with support from the 5 corrupt hearts he'd integrated into the barrier construction, the amplification the crystals provided was more than sufficient for stopping even an attack of that caliber. 6 hearts total in that barrier. Lykia's light heart has a core structure providing the barrier framework and 5 corrupted hearts, providing raw power multiplication. 1 heart alone might provide defense equivalent to a dedicated mid to high gold rank barrier. 6 hearts working in concert multiplied that by factors that made linear calculation meaningless. Each heart making others stronger until combined results exceeded anything individual components could achieve. It was capability multiplication converting his defense into absolute certainty, permitting him to maintain position without needing to retreat or evade. Let the old woman exhaust herself. Let her burn through fusion time trying to penetrate a barrier that wouldn't break regardless of how much power she invested. Let her commit everything to offense that would ultimately fail. And when she was spent, when fusion collapsed and left her vulnerable, then he'd finish this. Facing the unexpected situation of seeing not her most powerful but a strong, quick and precise attack being stopped so easily, Selphra decided to increase the power she invested. If that initial force wasn't sufficient, then she'd escalate until finding the level needed for surpassing the resistance Orion was opposing. She channeled more mana through her spear. The energy intensification making the weapon glow with increased brightness as the energy compressed into a structure already operating near its containment limits. Ice was beginning to sublime at the edges where the mana concentration became too intense for any material to maintain a solid state. And she pushed harder. An application of insane force increasing as her fusion permitted the matriarch to access muscle capabilities normally blocked behind limiters, preventing self-damage through overexertion. Even her now merged body with the muscles and bone of her Genbu wasn't meant to operate at these levels. But healing bypassed those limits. Genbu's durability wasn't the only thing reinforcing her physical structure. The light from her armor and internally controlled healing blessed water were letting her push with a strength that should shatter her own arms but instead transferred cleanly into the weapon and threw it into the barrier. The spear's tip screamed against the barrier surface. Crystalline structures ground against each other, generating a high-pitched wail, making nearby soldiers clap hands over ears and back away further. Light flared where the spear met the barrier. Purple and white energies clashing in space between them, creating a corona of mixed radiation that would be lethal to anyone without gold-rank mana density protection standing too close. The spear's power seemed to purify a good part of the barrier's corruption, but didn't achieve overcoming its function as a shield. Regardless of how much she increased the power investment, the barrier remained at least half corrupted and not letting her move the spear through even 1 millimeter. Resistance showed no signs of yielding even when Selphra committed resources, pushing her dangerously, rapidly close to the exhaustion that would come when fusion dissipated. And Orion still waited patiently, watching with a predator's attention, trying to recognize the exact moment when prey committed too completely to an action course and became vulnerable to a counterattack, exploiting that overextension. Now, in a fraction of a second when she was transitioning from full offense to balanced stance, when her guard was momentarily incomplete, Orion struck with unexpected timing that was perfect in execution. A black energy ray interwoven with the corrupt purple launched from Orion's position. Projection crossing the short distance in a fraction of a second without giving any time for evasion when Selphra had just finished pushing against the barrier and her power had been fully used. The timing was beautiful in a terrible way. And the hit was not a simple blast but a precisely shaped beam optimized for concentrated power rather than area of effect. And it came from an angle she hadn't been watching, exploiting the visual gap the light of her own attack had created. Path she hadn't adequately protected because all her energy had been focused there anyway. But Orion had waited for just the moment her offensive shield died. His attack impacted with insane power. The energy transferred, overloading defenses that made a strong cracking sound. And it literally sent her flying. Momentum launched her backward dozens of meters before she impacted the ground with enormous force. The impact wasn't a clean landing or controlled fall. It was a crash. She hit at an angle, driving her deep into soil. creating a crater that would have been just a stain in the ground for anyone with a slightly less durable body. In the academy, several hundred kilometers distant from where Selphra had been hit head-on by Orion, Ren and the other defenders continued fighting without rest for appropriate recovery. The battle that had begun with energy and determination had now transformed into an endurance test of who could maintain functionality longer under a pressure not diminishing regardless of how many mutants were eliminated. The dead littered the arena floor, creating obstacles that the living had to climb over or circle around. Purple blood mixing with a bit more red now. Corrupted flesh dissolving slowly into puddles that stank of wrong nature, and acrid smoke rising from places where fire techniques had cremated enemies mid-combat. And still coming. More tunnels opening, more mutants emerging. The flow sustained at rates suggesting truly massive numbers or insane sustainability by some mechanism replenishing forces. Many students were already close to completely running out of energy. Reserves drained to the point where manifesting beasts outside the body became impossible. Many had already withdrawn their creatures to their body since the protected mana bodies became too expensive to sustain. Especially those lacking two beasts to alternate between them. A rotation permitting one recovering while the other operated. Load distribution helping them to extend sustainability considerably. Single beast tamers were expectedly hitting walls first. So they had to leave and hide in the arena top now, knowing that when they reached emptiness, they become liabilities rather than assets. Dead weight other defenders would need protecting rather than combatants contributing to shared survival. The defenders were diminishing. The mutants kept coming. Pressing advantage that time itself provided as human endurance wore down against the seemingly inexhaustible enemy numbers. Ren looked around at faces he knew. Almost everyone looked exhausted. But at least those who were dual beast tamers had become more efficient as they gained real battle experience that simulations could never completely replicate. They learned to coordinate their beasts in ways maximizing effectiveness while minimizing expenditure. A refinement that came from necessity when the alternative was the collapse that would leave them exposed to the threat. Few dual tamers had completely lost one of their beasts. Eliminations that had occurred when errors or bad luck resulted in sufficient damage cutting the bond before the tamer could withdraw the creature to safety. They were losses weighing on morale as much as on defensive capacity. Figurative deaths serving as preliminary reminders that this wasn't an exercise but a confrontation where consequences were permanent. And that situation also generated more weight on those who remained functional. Now the remaining dual beast tamers carried more load on their beasts. Compensation for the companions who had fallen or who were too exhausted to continue contributing effectively. It was a redistribution of responsibility, amplifying the stress on exactly those who were already operating near the limits of sustainability. Meanwhile, some teachers and even some professional guards were also running out of energy as the battle prolonged itself. They were veterans with considerable experience. But experience didn't create mana reserves from nothing. Decades of training couldn't conjure energy that simply wasn't there anymore. Defending the students in various ways also ate through the reserves of many. Even some dual beast tamers exhausted themselves through continuous use of both beasts for defense without the opportunity to recharge appropriately. The rotation strategy that should have preserved their stamina broke down when threats came too fast to permit alternating. When both beasts were needed simultaneously just to maintain the defensive line. When choosing to rest one meant accepting breakthroughs that could kill dozens of students. So they fought with both beasts active and burned through reserves at unsustainable rates. Watching their mana dropping toward critical levels with growing desperation. Ren observed the situation unfolding with increasing concern that he barely compartmentalized appropriately. His parents, the princesses, and his closest friends were near him. His beasts, being among the most powerful and versatile, were having a large impact on the defense. But even he was becoming exhausted. The Wolverine had been fighting for hours. The Hydra had eliminated hundreds of mutants. His reserves, while enormous for his age and rank, weren't infinite. He could feel the drain accumulating with each moment of sustained high-intensity combat. How much longer could they hold? The math was brutal when he calculated consumption rates against their remaining reserves. And the mutants showed no signs of stopping. Selphra possessed a vitality that was enormous even for the few tamers of her rank. Her endurance wasn't low even compared with her enormous offensive capabilities. In fact, it was considerably better than the destructive power she could project. It wasn't really a deliberate construction. She'd never specifically focused on building stamina over damage output, her beasts were just like that from the start. But it served her purposes because for her it was better being someone who remained on the field for an extended period than being someone who collapsed after a single brilliant burst. Glass cannons had their place in warfare. Overwhelming force applied at critical moment could turn entire campaigns. But Selphra had learned through decades of actual combat that sustainability often mattered more than peak output. Better to operate at 50% power for an hour than at 100% power for 5 minutes. Better to be standing at the end of the battle than to have delivered the most impressive individual strike before falling to exhaustion. She rose fast from the distant position where the impact had buried her. A crater that communicated the enormous force the beam had contained. She was already healing herself completely with her own mana as she emerged. Regeneration utilizing a combination of water and light to accelerate her repair well beyond her already rapid natural rate. The water mended torn tissue and the light purified corruption that the black-purple beam had tried introducing into her system. Burned away foreign energies before they could establish themselves in her mana channels. Within instants, the damage was gone. Not just patched but genuinely healed as if the hit had never landed. And she was mentally prepared to block or dodge the next beam that she anticipated Orion would launch. It was logical recognizing the pattern of the opportunistic enemy who wouldn't delay repeating the attack when the opportunity presented itself. Hit her while she was down, press advantage before it disappeared. Basic combat doctrine that any competent fighter would follow. But Orion didn't fire again. Instead, he began speaking with a tone that was conversational in a way that was almost insulting considering the context of the confrontation they'd just exchanged. "Are you ready to negotiate now?" he asked with a voice that projected sufficiently to reach across the distance without needing to shout. A control that communicated a calm he shouldn't possess in the middle of a battle of this level. "Or do you need another lesson about the reality of the situation before you're willing to discuss my reasonable terms?" It was an offer presenting itself as if it were generosity rather than a threat. Phrasing that suggested Selphra was the one being irrational by attacking instead of Orion being the one who had created a complete crisis through deliberate actions. Like she was the aggressor. Like he was the victim defending himself against unprovoked assault. Like Victor's semi-crystallized body and the mutant invasion and everything else were just unfortunate misunderstandings that could be resolved through calm discussion. The audacity was staggering. Selphra launched forward in response. A movement that communicated exactly what she thought about any negotiation proposal. But while closing the distance, she allowed her voice to project a warning that was clear in intent even if the tone remained controlled through iron discipline. "There's nothing to negotiate," she declared with a finality that admitted no debate. "The only thing you can gain from me is a faster death if you surrender right now and release Victor without additional resistance." It was her own ultimatum. An inversion of the dynamic that Orion had attempted to establish. She was the one with power here. She was the one who would determine outcomes. But Orion didn't seem intimidated by the declaration. Nor did he appear worried by the approach Selphra was executing with huge speed again. "Then you haven't understood the situation completely if you still think that way," he responded with a tone that was almost pedagogical. Like he was explaining a simple concept to a student who'd failed to comprehend the obvious lesson. The condescension was deliberate. Calculated to provoke and make her attack more recklessly. To turn fury into a weapon he could use against her again. While maintaining the barrier protecting his position and Victor behind him, the 6 crystals floating around Orion began spinning with increased speed. Orion made gestures with his hands that were precise in movement. They moved in complex orbits following paths suggesting sophisticated control systems. Each crystal maintaining a specific distance from others. It was something she hadn't seen before. And that made her cautious despite her forward momentum. Unknown capabilities were the most dangerous because you couldn't prepare for what you didn't understand. The earth began trembling again. A vibration that was familiar from when the mutants had initially arrived but that now had an increased intensity, communicating that what would come would be on a larger scale than what had occurred previously. The barrier resisted her charge again. And shortly after, directly beneath the exact position where Selphira was maintaining her push against the barrier, the ground fractured as dozens of mutants emerged simultaneously. Not individual creatures attacking randomly but a coordinated wave converging towards Selphira from below. An approach that exploited, once again, the moment where she was committed. It was almost the same tactic he'd used before. But Selphira eliminated them with ice she manifested almost casually. The projection froze mutants before they could reach the distance where claws and jaws would be a serious threat. Spears of ice erupting from beneath them, frost encasing them mid-leap, or simple energy pressure executed with minimal mana expenditure because she'd done this thousands of times. It was ridiculous that even partially exhausted and facing another surprise attack, her capability to respond to multiple simultaneous threats remained formidable. The mutants were just annoyances. Not actual dangers to someone of her caliber. Orion would need more than silver-rank corrupted beasts to seriously threaten her even in her current depleted state. But while she dealt with the mutants emerging from below and pushed against the barrier, Orion exploited the distraction again to launch the black beams. Yet Selphira blocked the beam this time with an ice shield she materialized reflexively. The shield formed in a fraction of a second. Dense defense, optimized for stopping penetrating attacks. The beam struck. The ice cracked, but held. Good, she'd adapted. But the second beam broke through the barrier. Selphira covered herself with a smaller ice shield that she materialized reflexively, but even the new barrier broke under the impact of the second black beam that Orion had launched. And that second shot that had followed almost immediately behind the first one sent her flying again. The momentum threw her several meters backward before she could arrest the movement and land, this time in a posture that maintained some dignity despite the violence of the impact. She hit hard but had learned from the first hit. Adjusted her defensive stance fast and prepared for the follow-up she knew would come. And it had come. Just as predicted, because Orion was nothing if not consistent in his exploitation of openings. Orion continued launching more beams. Observing with deep attention how the old woman healed quickly, judging by the manner in which she'd stood from the first blow that had connected moments before. It was a regenerative capacity that exceeded what most tamers could manifest. And it suggested that if he wanted to incapacitate her permanently, he would need to inflict damage at a rate that surpassed her insane repair capability. If he could maintain hitting attacks, eventually the accumulated damage would overwhelm her mana. It was still a war of attrition. And he had the advantage because she was already depleted from fighting through his armies. And though he didn't want to spend the crystals too much on a prolonged bombardment, he recognized that anyway these crystals didn't wear out as fast as the erosion lines had initially made him believe. They were artifacts designed for prolonged use. Not just disposable tools but weaponized tamer systems meant to last through extended campaigns. The ancient civilization had transformed them to endure. And once his plan was fulfilled, he would have access to even better tools still. The ancient technology was simply too good. Superior to anything the present civilization could fabricate. Better materials and better understanding of fundamental principles. The ancients had reached heights that modern tamers couldn't even imagine, much less replicate. So he wondered again, as he had done countless times during years of research, how they had been so absolutely idiotic as to disappear if they had such power at hand. It was a paradox that genuinely puzzled him. How had a civilization with access to such extraordinary intellectual resources collapsed so completely that only dirty ruins remained? No gradual decline, just, gone. Disappeared so thoroughly that even their name had been lost. Only their structures remained as testament to what they'd achieved. But then he thought that perhaps they were fools in the same way that Yaino's leaders had demonstrated being fools. Misuse of advantages and shortness of vision. Developing incredible power but neglecting to cultivate the wisdom necessary to use it responsibly. creating tools that could reshape the world but lacking the judgment to prevent those tools from being turned toward destructive ends. Human stupidity could truly reach infinite levels when given the opportunity to manifest without appropriate restrictions. It was a lesson he observed repeatedly in multiple contexts. And apparently it transcended eras and levels of technological sophistication. The ancients had probably destroyed themselves. Not through external conquest but through internal collapse. But now Orion was picking through their remains. And he was determined not to repeat their mistakes. Orion emerged from his mental wandering because he wasn't managing to hit Selphra again despite continuing to fire beams with frequency that should eventually result in connection through simple probability. It had been different, impacting her from very close when he hadn't given her appropriate time to react. But at the distance they now maintained, the old woman was too good at dodging and deflecting with that damned strange and annoying fusion that should already have ended according to his calculations of how long that technique could be sustained based on observations of Victor and calculating the reserves that Selphra had available. Victor's fusion had lasted double this thanks to his potion. But Selphra was older. Yet it had been longer than that. Either his calculations were wrong or she had reserves that exceeded his estimates. Neither possibility was comforting. Orion clicked his tongue with frustration. Lamenting that the combined beam he wanted to use traveled in a spiral and therefore was more powerful but simultaneously slower than the simple linear projection that already wasn't managing to hit. The spiral beam was beautiful. Two elements intertwining as they traveled, but the rotation added drag. It was a power trade-off he'd accepted for the moment because even if the direct beam was weaker, the damage it provided was necessary to at least threaten someone of Selphra's caliber. If he couldn't hit her, the power didn't matter. And she wasn't giving him openings even now. Every shot he fired found only empty air where she'd been moments before. If he couldn't damage her, it didn't matter that she also couldn't damage him. She wouldn't feel sufficient threat to accept granting him the jurisdiction he wanted to at least control in case she escaped. Of course, the best situation would be getting rid of her right now if possible. Killing Selphra would remove one of the kingdom's strongest defenders. Would eliminate someone with decades of experience and political connections. Would send a message to anyone else considering opposing him that not even legendary Tamers were safe from his reach. If he wanted to crystallize her like he'd done with Victor but fully this time, he would have to drag her to a place where she couldn't move freely. Or weaken her first with the faster but less powerful beams without forcing her to retreat in the process. It was a tactical dilemma he needed to resolve if he wanted to end this confrontation in which he was investing a large quantity of corruption bodies in a manner that would provide maximum benefit rather than simply momentarily driving away an opponent who would return for more, perhaps on a less favorable terrain for him. The mutants he was burning through were still a ridiculous amount but weren't infinite. Each one directed toward Selphra was one fewer available for other objectives. He needed this to end decisively. In a way that left him in position to consolidate gains rather than defending against future counterattacks. So Orion continued trying to deliberately enrage Selphra to prevent her from retreating when her fusion inevitably exhausted itself. If her amplified power ran out while she was still committed to the battle, he wouldn't have to search for her throughout the entire region afterward when she'd escaped to recover appropriately. It was preferable to finish this now when he had the best advantage of position and preparation. And he was almost certain that with Victor in the present state, he had them trapped anyway. They wouldn't let him die easily. Not when the emotional investment was so obvious in the manner that Selphra had reacted to seeing him. It was the main leverage Orion had hoped for specifically for this purpose. And he trusted it would function as planned. Love made people predictable since caring about others was a weakness he could exploit. And Selphra clearly cared about Victor far more than was strategically wise. From Selphra's point of view, she was maintaining avoidance of the beams after having healed from the second impact almost instantaneously. Her fusion form was resistant by design and perfect for healing. Accelerating regeneration beyond what any of the components would achieve independently. In fact, she was already healing herself even when being thrown backward by the second beam's impact. The process beginning before she landed because it didn't require her being in a stable position to initiate techniques that had been refined until becoming almost automatic. But Selphira felt with worrying clarity that her mana was almost used up. Soon she would be at 0% and couldn't maintain the fusion. Each defensive shield cost more. Each regeneration cycle drained reserves further. And she had no way to recharge that much mana in combat. She would have to use the potion. The Diamond Rank Recovery Potion. Irreplaceable treasure that she'd been saving for an emergency that justified burning resources that could never be replaced once consumed. Victor's life. The kingdom's stability. Stopping Orion before he could consolidate whatever plan he'd been executing. All of it maybe justified the cost. But it still hurt. Knowing she'd be drinking a literal fortune. Using tool that could turn the tide of future battles that might be even more critical than this one. Gambling that this was the moment that mattered most. But there was no other. Suddenly Orion stopped launching beams. The change in tactics was sufficiently unexpected that Selphira immediately increased her vigilance. She recognized it meant something new was about to occur. Silence after a sustained bombardment was more threatening than the attacks themselves. Because it meant he'd likely shifted strategy. Was about to try something different. And what she saw made fury mix with fear in proportions that made it difficult to maintain appropriate thoughts. Orion had sent Victor's dying body to the ground without ceremony. Letting him fall like he was an object without value rather than a person. And now he was aiming at him directly with his own energy. The implicit threat being absolutely clear without needing verbal articulation. Victor's body hit the earth with a sound that made Selphira's heart clench. Not gentle placement but discarding. Like trash. Like used tool no longer needed. And Orion stood over him. Black-purple energy gathering in his hand. A beam forming and aimed downward at the broken prince lying helpless at his feet. If you're not going to stop running or negotiate with me in any way, Orion said with a tone that was almost casual in its cruelty, then I really don't need the hostage anymore. Selphira cursed him with words she rarely used even in intense battle contexts. Language that communicated exactly what she thought about the tactic Orion was employing. Obscenities that would have made soldiers blush. Threats that violated several codes of civilized warfare. But despite the fury, she recognized she had no realistic option except to finally accept listening. She'd seen that her power wasn't sufficient to break that stolen barrier Orion maintained. And attempting to continue the frontal assault would only result in complete exhaustion without achieving the objective of rescuing Victor. It was a tactical defeat that hurt to admit. But it was reality she couldn't deny regardless of how much she wanted to continue fighting. Pride said keep attacking. Find a weakness and overcome that barrier through persistence and skill. But wisdom said accept the temporary setback to try and understand the mechanism, to preserve what could be preserved. Save Victor for now and deal with finding a way to hit Orion's ass later, when circumstances were better. Victor mattered more than her pride. That was the truth she had to accept even if it tasted like ash. So Selphira took advantage of the pause in attacks to deliberately retreat. Creating distance that would provide a safety margin if Orion decided to attack treacherously during negotiation. And she deactivated the fusion. It felt like shedding a protective shell that had been pushing her forward, the power drained away. The enhanced senses faded a bit and the supernatural durability returned to merely exceptional, rather than legendary. She was just Selphira again, an old woman with depleted reserves who'd been fighting for more than a full day without proper rest. The transformation dissolved, conserving the remains of mana she had left. She was dangerously low on them, less than 10% of her total capacity. But still with sufficient energy that she could reactivate the fusion briefly to escape if the situation deteriorated to the point where retreat was her only remaining option. If she maintained this considerable distance, she felt reasonably safe that she could dodge Orion's beam shot even without the amplification that fusion provided. Her base speed being sufficient when she had appropriate notice time of an approaching attack. Her decades of combat experience didn't disappear just because fusion ended. She was still likely the strongest tamer in the kingdom now. And Orion's beams, while powerful, were straightforward. Linear trajectories that could be predicted and avoided with proper timing. She could handle that. She could survive any surprise for a chance to hear what he wanted and decide whether it was a price she could accept. So Orion began projecting his voice with elemental amplification that permitted him to reach across the distance now separating them. His tone adopted the quality of a formal speech that even part of his army could hear. A relaxed tone contrasting with the violence of the exchange they'd just finished. "I only want what belongs to me by right," he declared with conviction that sounded genuine even if the foundation logic was questionable. "The ruin beneath the Starweaver territory that you want to give to my niece. The territory itself and my own niece must all be under my jurisdiction. What lies on the other side of the door in that ruin must be treated as mine when I open it. And even if it's not an extractable artifact, it must be treated as such without the castle having any interference over this new installation or in how I use it." He continued enumerating demands with confidence, suggesting he truly believed he had the right to what he requested. "Also, when the third door beneath the castle opens with Luna's genetic key, you must not demand anything from what I discover there either. You've already taken enough from me on the second level of something that in its great majority corresponded to my family and bloodline. Because it's the Starweaver genetics that makes the opening of those systems possible in the first place." Selphra became deeply bothered by the pretense and the absolute audacity of the presentation. Trying to get something that should benefit all humanity for just himself. That stupid story from a few hundred years ago about the genetic key was also completely ridiculous when demanding inheritable benefits as if they were birthright rather than a fortunate accident. At the end of the day, it had also been something fortuitous that happened in an ancient ruin. It wasn't as if the Starweavers had been born with genetics inherently different from the rest of humanity. No divine right nor special bloodline blessed by gods. Just a lucky ancestor who'd found a potion in a ruin. Who'd drunk it not knowing what it would do and who'd passed on the modification to a small part of his descendants. It was a coincidence that an ancestor had found that potion. Not deliberate design justifying perpetual claims over unrelated resources that should benefit the complete society. If she accepted Orion's logic, then he'd soon be taking enough power to be king, a recipe for tyranny based on his actions until now. If Selphra knew about the true origin of Ren's power and how he'd acquired knowledge through an accident in something similar to a ruin, she would compare it quite a bit with the Starweaver situation. Though she'd recognize they weren't exactly equal in the specific details. But the underlying principle of fortuitously acquired power was comparable in both cases. And yet he'd shared that knowledge. Almost freely, even if compared to posterior secrecy and scam practices for the ones that had relatively extended knowledge of cultivation before. He wasn't demanding tribute or claiming ownership nor insisting that everyone who benefited from his discoveries owed him a perpetual debt. That was the difference between someone who saw fortune as responsibility to help others and someone who saw it as justification for claiming everything as personal property. Between Ren and Orion. Between generosity and greed. Between building up and tearing down. Selphra seethed at Orion's demands while calculating whether accepting them was a price worth paying for Victor's life. The territory, 2 ruins with 1 unopened, the 3rd castle installation and apparently a new one in Yano. The access to the 3rd door of the castle without oversight alone represented a massive concession of power and resources to someone who just demonstrated he'd use them for future destructive purposes. But Victor was dying. Right now at Orion's feet, with beam aimed at his broken body. What were material things compared to family? What were future unclaimed resources compared to life? What was a bit of a temporary setback compared to the boy she'd watched growing up? She knew the answer. Hated it. But knew it. "Those are your terms?" she asked. Voice controlled despite fury. "That's what you want in exchange for Victor?" "Yes," Orion said. Simply. Like it was a reasonable request rather than extortion. "And if I refuse?" He smiled. And the energy in his hand grew brighter. It's ridiculous. Selphora shouted with indignation that she didn't attempt to moderate. There's absolutely no way you can keep all the benefits that should be distributed to the entire city in a sustainable manner. Your group is absolutely imbecilic because ever since the second chamber opened, you've been asking and asking for stupid quantities without ceasing. Don't you understand that the future also matters? Why do you insist on wanting to spend what could last hundreds of years as support for the entire city on personal splurges? It was a criticism she'd made repeatedly during many failed negotiations at the beginning with the rebel faction years ago. Accumulated frustration from having to protect the precious resources that these idiots wanted to treat as if they were infinite when clearly they weren't. The second chamber contained enough concentrated mana crystals to support the city's cultivation advancement for generations if managed properly. Distributed carefully, they could elevate the average Tamer rank across the entire population. Create stronger defenders. Produce more capable soldiers. Build a foundation for genuine prosperity that would be able to get more resources from outside and compound over time. But the rebel faction had wanted to concentrate on everything immediately. To pour massive resources into advancing a small elite as always rather than gradually improving everyone. To achieve maximum individual power in minimum time regardless of long-term consequences. It was their classic aristocratic mindset. Secure personal advantage while resources exist and don't worry about sustainability. Take everything now, damn the future. And it enraged her. Because she'd spent her entire life trying to build systems that would outlast her. That would serve generations she'd finally never meet. While Orion and his faction just wanted to grab everything they could reach and burn through it as fast as possible. Orion responded with a tone that was almost pedagogical. Like he was explaining a basic economic concept to a student who hadn't comprehended the lesson. You don't understand the situation well. It's an investment, not a simple expense. You shouldn't see the cake as something sliced with a finite determined size. If I take the larger part of this small cake we have today, I'll be able to use those resources to unearth one much larger in the future. It's multiplication instead of simple division, a larger cake for everyone. It was an argument he presented with big conviction suggesting he truly believed in the logic he articulated. A growth vision that would justify the present concentration of resources in the hands of a few. The trickle-down theory. Give everything to those at the top and eventually some of it would filter down to those below. Concentrate power in the capable and they'd use it to benefit everyone. Except it never worked that way. Never had and never would. Because greed had no limits. The more these avaricious beasts had, the more they wanted, and those who accumulated power very rarely voluntarily redistributed it for the common good. If she didn't know that greed would have no limit or fill line regardless of the cake size, she might have found his argument more convincing. But she did know. Had seen it play out in kingdom after kingdom throughout history. The rich got richer while claiming they were creating wealth for all, and the powerful concentrating authority while insisting it was for efficient governance. The pattern repeated endlessly with identical justifications each time. And each time the promise trickle-down remained a promise. The larger cake that would benefit everyone somehow never materialized. Or if it did, it remained in the same hands that had controlled the smaller cake. Selphora laughed at the lies with a sound containing no genuine humor but pure disdain. Are you seriously not going to ask for something realistic? Because what you've done won't be easy to justify with anything. And it's going to be very difficult for both factions to coexist after this. You've crossed lines making reconciliation almost impossible. It was recognition of a political reality that Orion couldn't honestly deny. The actions he'd taken during this rebellion, the mutant attacks, Victor's torture, the coordinated resistance, had caused a problem that wouldn't be easily repaired even if they reached some type of formal agreement. You could negotiate with political rivals. Could compromise with ideological opponents and could work alongside those you disagreed with if you shared enough common ground. But not with someone who deliberately endangered thousands of civilians. Who'd tortured members of the royal family. Who'd weaponized corruption against his own people. Those weren't policy disagreements. They were war crimes. And they created wounds that didn't heal through simple treaty signing. The rebel faction had been an annoyance before. Obstacle to efficient governance and source of political friction that required management. Now they were enemies. Actual enemies who'd proven willing to kill innocents to achieve their goals and who couldn't be trusted to honor agreements. Who even represented an existential threat to the kingdom's stability. You're right. I can't be forgiven, Orion admitted without apparent defensiveness. The casual acknowledgement was somehow more disturbing than denial would have been. Like he'd calculated the cost and decided it was acceptable. Like burning bridges was a strategic choice rather than an unfortunate consequence. But Dragarian was the bridge between two very similar conflicts like this, he continued. A mediator that both sides respected or feared sufficiently that they could work through him. So now I can be that bridge too. It was a comparison that was insulting on multiple levels. An equation of himself with a figure who'd been genuinely powerful and genuinely respected. Dragarian had been legendary. Someone whose strength was even heroically offered to ultimately stop a long war. Orion thought he could replicate that. Did Orion really think that having some stolen crystals gave him comparable respect? That coercion created the same stability as genuine authority? It was delusional. And dangerous. Because he'd act on that delusion. Selphira couldn't let him do as he wanted. But for now, he had Victor. And that gave him leverage regardless of whether his broader strategy was viable. Ha ha ha, don't make that face, Orion continued with confidence bordering on arrogance. The proof is that you yourself with all your power can't touch me. And that will remain true as long as I control the resources I've secured. So you can follow me if you want to sign a treaty in which you give me total control of the Starweaver family and territory now that Sirius has been gone for quite some time, and accept that I'll have absolute control of everything in the ruins I open from now on without interference from the castle or any other authority. He paused to permit the weight of his ultimatum to settle before adding the final threat. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to Victor here and now. I have no problem eliminating him for good if he doesn't serve the purpose for which I've kept him alive to this point. The casual mention of murder. Like it was a simple business transaction, or like Victor's life was just another negotiating chip to be cashed in if the terms weren't met. Selphira had met monsters before. Had fought against Tamers who killed without hesitation or remorse. But there was something particularly cold about Orion's approach to the moral and social consequences. And the terrifying part was that he was right. She couldn't touch him. Not while he had that barrier, even while Victor's life hung by a thread in a situation that pulled her to the maximum input. Orion turned and began walking, dragging Victor back toward the building guarding the ruins entrance. Smiling to himself with satisfaction coming from recognizing he'd established the situation exactly as planned. Selphira was trapped thinking about her options. And she'd have to follow him if she wanted any chance of recovering the hostage. Victor's body scraped across the ground. The crystals growing from his wounds left trails in the dirt. And Orion didn't look back. Didn't check to see if she was following. Just walked with absolute confidence that she would. Because he knew he'd won this round. He had calculated her responses perfectly and trapped her in a situation where every option was terrible but where the less terrible option at least kept Victor breathing. Selphira turned to see the army behind her maintaining defensive alert but not actively attacking now that negotiation had begun. And farther away she could see Arturo still fighting against the mutants continuing to emerge in a flow showing no signs of ceasing. His position looked increasingly desperate. How long could he hold alone? How long before exhaustion overwhelmed even his considerable skill? Then she looked toward Orion's retreating back. The figure representing a dilemma that seemed impossible to resolve satisfactorily. But was this actually advantageous to her? Did Orion believe Selphira's signature would be some unavoidable oath here? She was indeed someone who kept her promises, but she wasn't stupid. Could she really exchange Victor for a treaty that would be essentially empty? Would she and the princes respect the clauses they signed, or would it simply be paper without real meaning the moment it was convenient to ignore it? She certainly wouldn't respect it as soon as she found a way to rescue Victor. Sign under coercion and then seek any opportunity to invalidate an agreement that had been forced through threat to family members' life. Treaties signed at clawpoint weren't legally binding for her. So why was he bothering with the formality? What did he gain from a piece of paper everyone knew was worthless? They just had to heal Victor and attack with the three princes together at the right moment. Surely the barrier would fall then. Combined assault from Julius, Arturo, and Victor at full strength. 3 gold-rank Tamers coordinating techniques. That should be enough to overwhelm even the artifact-enhanced defenses. Especially if she supported them with her own power. If she could help Victor by pretending to sign something willingly now, conserving the appearance of cooperation until they had the opportunity to act. That was a consideration deserving serious evaluation. Except that raised a puzzling question: did Orion really believe she'd respect the treaty signed under these circumstances? Maybe even against the 4 Orion thought he still would win. But even then, was he that confident in his position that he thought a simple document would be sufficient to guarantee compliance? Or was this about something else entirely? An additional layer of planning that Selphra wasn't seeing completely yet? Perhaps the treaty itself wasn't the objective but some other political thing that the signing process would facilitate. Public ceremony creating fait accompli or witnesses who'd seen her acknowledge his authority. Documentation that could be used to legitimize his position regardless of whether she later repudiated it. Or maybe something more sinister. Some mechanism in the signing process itself, like some ancient blood oath that would actually bind her. Some convenient ancient contract magic that modern tamers didn't know existed. Never seen before, very unlikely. She didn't know. Couldn't know without more information. But the uncertainty was itself warning that she was missing something critical. There wasn't any other realistic option than following him anyway. Not when the alternative was permitting Victor to die without even attempting his rescue that seemed like it could succeed if executed appropriately after signing. Maybe she was walking into a trap. Probably she was. But doing nothing guaranteed Victor's death, while following at least offered the possibility of success even if it came with risks. And she'd spent her entire life taking calculated risks. Accepting danger in service of objectives that mattered, this was just another gamble. Risk versus reward. And Victor's life still tipped the scales despite everything. But before committing to following Orion toward what was probably an additional trap, she needed to prepare as completely as circumstances permitted. Selphra reached the pocket where she'd kept the potion she'd been reserving for emergencies. Her fingers closed around the small crystal vial. Warm to the touch, humming faintly with concentrated energy. Diamond rank recovery potion. One of the few remaining in the entire kingdom. Worth literal fortune, an irreplaceable treasure. And she was about to drink it like cheap wine. Burn through resources that could save the future from moments that might be even more critical than this one. Another gamble, that this was the moment that justified the expense. She pulled it out and consumed it without ceremony. The liquid absorbed rapidly. Components beginning work on systems that recognized them and directed them where they'd be most effective. It wasn't like normal healing. Wasn't gradual restoration or slow regeneration. It was like every cell in her body simultaneously remembered what perfect health felt like and snapped back to that state. Mana reserves flooded from depleted to full in seconds. From less than 10% to 100% so fast it was almost painful. Like a dry sponge suddenly immersed in water. Absorbing everything at once until saturated beyond standard capacity. And it didn't stop there. The potion continued working, clearing out accumulated mana toxins she hadn't even realized were there. Smoothing blockages in channels that had developed over the last 3 years. She felt stronger. More alive. This was why diamond rank potions were priceless. Not just because they restored, but because they improved. Left you better than you'd been before consuming them. And she just burned one to let herself fall into the trap of following Orion. But she needed to be ready for whatever he had planned. Needed to be at absolute peak condition. Needed every advantage she could possibly secure. Because if this went wrong, if she'd misjudged the situation, she might not get another chance. Win here and Victor lives, kingdom stays stable, Orion's rebellion can be crushed. Lose here and everything collapses. No pressure. She turned to see the army behind her again. Observing how soldiers maintained positions but didn't attack or move aggressively. And she noted that the mutants Orion had diverted toward her position no longer surged from the ground. Having been redirected back to the main torrent continuing to flow toward the city beyond when not stopped by Arturo. So the attack on her had been indeed deliberate. That every element of this crisis was orchestrated rather than opportunistic. Which meant he had more capabilities than she'd seen. Walking into this was insane. Every instinct she possessed was screaming warnings. But Victor was family. And you didn't abandon family just because saving them was dangerous. Selfer sighed deeply. An exhalation carrying the weight of recognizing the bitter irony of the situation. She'd never thought she'd make this much effort to save the worst of the three brothers. But here she was committing resources and risking herself for someone who honestly bothered her considerably more than Julius or Arturo. Victor had always been the problem child. The entitled and spoiled prince who'd had everything handed to him. Julius was responsible and dutiful. Carried the weight of his position with appropriate seriousness even if it made him stiff and overly formal. Arturo was intelligent, passionate and committed. Genuinely cared about people even if his methods were sometimes too statistical. But Victor? Victor was just strong. Yet causing problems through negligence or arrogance. Never quite crossing the line into being bad but never quite being super helpful either. She'd never favored him much. And yet here she was. She began following Orion toward the building, but maintained considerable distance because she didn't trust that he'd respect the implicit truce their negotiation suggested. She remained attentive to the barrier Orion kept manifested at all times. Ready to exploit any moment when he'd have to cancel it. Mental preparation permitting instantaneous reaction if sudden attack became permitted. So she watched. And waited. And followed. They walked quietly through the last small piece of Goldcrest territory the rebel faction controlled. Orion continued walking ahead with confidence, communicating this was his domain. And Selphora followed with caution, coming from recognizing each step took her deeper into terrain where the enemy had preparation advantage. They entered the small castle that had been built specifically to guard the ruins entrance. A structure that was considerably more modest than other fortresses of nobility typically occupied. But that served its functional purpose effectively. Maybe even maintaining that modest appearance to deflect attention. Making it seem less important than it actually was. The corridors they advanced through were wide. Designed to accommodate movement of large beasts that high-ranked tamers would regularly manifest. And curiously empty of guards or soldiers you'd expect to see patrolling an installation of importance. It was an absence suggesting Orion had deliberately cleared the area. Preparation that could indicate he'd expected allowing Selphora to advance to the innermost point from the beginning. No obstacles, no defenders and no delays. Just a clear path straight to wherever he wanted her going. Like a corridor in a slaughterhouse leading livestock to the killing floor. And she was walking it anyway. Because Victor was at the other end. And she couldn't abandon him no matter how obvious the trap became. Neither of them spoke during the walk. The silence remained tense in a manner making each step resonate louder than physical acoustics would justify. Their footsteps echoed. Victor's body scraped. The barrier hummed faintly. But no words. No threats or negotiations yet. Just a quiet march toward a different kind of confrontation both knew was coming. Selphora felt growing annoyance seeing Victor being dragged the entire way. The semi-crystallized body scraped against the stone floor and probably causing additional pain even if Victor wasn't sufficiently conscious to process it. But she said nothing. Recognizing it was probably Orion's deliberate strategy to bother her more. Provocation designed to make her react more emotionally. Make her angry. Classic manipulation. And it was still working despite her recognizing it for what it was. Because watching a family member being dragged like garbage wasn't something you could just intellectually dismiss. Even knowing it was manipulation didn't stop the fury building with each scrape of crystal against stone. Each bounce of Victor's head on steps. Each casual demonstration of contempt for a life she was trying to preserve was another small thorn in her side. Finally they descended several floors into the underground. The stairs descended to considerable depths before reaching the destination Orion had been directing her toward during the silent walk. They arrived at a zone that was very wide. A chamber that had been excavated to unblock the enormous door of the ruin the surface structure guarded. Selphora hadn't felt trapped during the descent because she recognized she could simply destroy the castle walls or stairs to create escape routes if the situation deteriorated to the point where dodging or flight became necessary. They were ordinary constructions, her power could fracture them without serious difficulty. And Orion also hadn't seemed to want to attack her during transit. Behavior consistent with the declaration that negotiation was an option he was willing to seriously consider. It was compliance with the implicit truce making the situation slightly less tense than it could have been if both had been continuously attacking. But the atmosphere began changing dramatically now that they'd arrived at this underground chamber. The tension that had been manageable intensified to the point where Selphora had to resist the impulse to preventively manifest the fusion. First, there were a few dozen Tamers of good level waiting in the chamber. Positioned around the perimeter providing coverage from multiple angles. They were all gold rank, without exception of inferior ranks that would dilute the average quality of the force Orion had congregated. And there were even some dual beast Tamers among them. Members of various families from the factions Orion led. Many of whom were recognized leaders of their respective lineages. It was an impressive show. A concentration of power representing a significant portion of the rebel faction's total military strength. All gathered here, guarding while waiting for Orion's command. A signal that would begin the violence everyone knew was coming. Still, Selphora didn't feel genuinely threatened being completely recovered thanks to the potion she'd consumed. Those gold ranks couldn't compare with her fusion even operating collectively. And they hadn't received the ability to fuse from Ren because only those she and Julius had chosen after exhaustive political investigations were permitted to learn the techniques Ren had selectively shared. It was an advantage providing considerable edge in any confrontation where fusion could be deployed. Superiority coming from access to power that enemies didn't possess regardless of how many numbers they could congregate. It would be like a bunch of children against an adult. She could kill them, all of them if it came to that. The fusion would let her operate at basically platinum levels. But killing them would take time. Would drain her reserves even with the potion boost and would leave her vulnerable to Orion while she was occupied with his subordinates. It was better to avoid that blood shed for both sides. But that was probably the point. They weren't here to defeat her, they may be here to hinder her. To force her spending power fighting them instead of focusing on Orion. Yet it didn't seem to be the case, at least not yet. No bloodthirst could be felt. What she did feel in a manner that was impossible to ignore was the presence of the ruin itself. Not simply a physical structure but something more fundamental. An emanation suggesting the ancient systems remained active beneath the layers of rock separating this chamber from technology that the previous civilization had deliberately buried or that had been consumed by time when something on the surface collapsed. It was like standing next to a sleeping giant. Something vast and powerful yet dormant. They were installations that maintained themselves through mechanisms modern civilization couldn't replicate. She could feel it humming beneath her feet. Energy flowing through conduits that ran through stone like veins through flesh. That was more threatening than the gold-rank Tamers. Because she couldn't destroy it. Fighting Tamers was familiar. But ancient technology? That was unknown. Could be anything. And that uncertainty was what made it truly dangerous. Orion stopped in front of the enormous door marking the ruins' official entrance. The portal being considerably more impressive than the ordinary doors that surface structures employed. It wasn't just large but impossibly smooth. No seams or joints, nor visible mechanisms. Just a solid surface that somehow opened when pushed with enough strength to never close again. It was a construction directing toward the first chamber where, according to information very few knew, they'd fought against a beast from which Cashin had inherited the white egg in the final chamber. Selphira knew the first chamber contained a guardian beast. Defeating it granted passage deeper. Standard ruin configuration that repeated across multiple sites. Orion ordered half a dozen of the most capable tamers to follow him. A selection excluding the vast majority but specifically including those whose capabilities he valued most highly. And he ordered the rest to guard the enormous door. Positioning that would prevent Selphira from easily escaping if she decided retreating when recognizing whatever the trap's nature was that probably waited inside. Forward was the only option. Advance or abandon Victor. Selphira felt a bit more trapped now. Recognition that the walls of this enormous chamber were indestructible for her according to ancient civilization design. Resistance that would exceed what even her fusion could overcome through brute force. It was a limitation reducing escape options in a manner making the situation considerably more dangerous than it had been moments before. She'd relied on knowing she could break through normal construction. That certainty had provided psychological safety even when walking into obvious danger. But ancient materials like these didn't break. So retreating through walls wasn't an option anymore. And retreat through the door meant fighting through dozens of gold-ranked tamers while Orion attacked from behind. Also not a viable option unless she was willing to abandon Victor completely. Which left only forward. Into whatever Orion had prepared. Into the trap she could feel closing around her with each passing moment. Orion advanced to the entrance of the stairs descending toward the first challenge chamber. Position providing him control over access to the ruin's deeper sections. And there he changed the situation in a manner revealing exactly what type of trap he'd been preparing during all this time. Orion let the 6 tamers he'd selected pass and allowed them entering first. Ordering them to descend the stairs toward the next chamber to await their prize. Then he deliberately positioned himself to obstruct the entrance. His body still surrounded by the barrier blocking access in a manner that would be impossible to pass without destroying that same barrier. And after a minute he threw Victor like he was disposable garbage down the stairs. The body rolled without control downward. Crystals scraping against stone as it slowly descended. Yet through it all, that faint mana signature still flickered. Still persisted despite all that should have extinguished it. Stubbornness or miracle keeping him barely alive through abuse that exceeded anything humans should survive. Orion laughed with satisfaction. He turned to see Selphira, who was now considerably more enraged than she'd been during previous exchanges. Her fury being fed by the unnecessary cruelty Orion demonstrated toward a prisoner who couldn't defend himself. "Don't worry," Orion said with a tone that was almost conversational in its falseness. "These men are going to wait for him at the bottom of the stairs to play with him a bit. Let's say they're his old rivals who don't like him very much. Though the rule is they must wait at the end of the stairs." He added with a smile that was absolutely mocking in intent, "But you can go ahead if you want to recover him immediately before they mistreat him too much. However, you have to enter through these specific stairs, following the straight path the ancients and I have prepared for you so carefully." Selphira realized immediately what Orion was establishing. If she descended through the stairs that were completely straight without curves or alcoves where she could take refuge, she'd have no way to dodge the beam Orion would launch from his elevated position where he'd have the perfect angle to attack without her being able to effectively dodge or deflect. The geometry was perfect. From his position at the top of the stairs, he could shoot straight down. It was a simple but effective trap, using terrain and motivation against her. Making her choose between accepting a vulnerable position or abandoning her objective. And knowing she couldn't abandon it, that she couldn't let Victor die after coming this far. The stairs were maybe 100 meters long. Straight drop with no landings. She'd be exposed for the entire descent. And if thinking too much she'd need to arrive among 6 gold-ranked tamers to take Victor from them while expending the power she'd need for Orion himself. There was no good option. Facing Orion's increasingly mocking smile, Selphra clenched her teeth with force that made her jaw ache. Physical control being the only outlet for fury threatening to overwhelm the discipline she normally maintained to keep emotions appropriately contained. She couldn't jump into such an obvious trap. But she also couldn't not jump into it. Orion elaborated on the situation with a tone that was almost pedagogical. Like he was explaining a lesson to a student needing deeper comprehension. I can launch a more powerful beam. This one travels in a spiral and has more power that would make your fusion insufficient to completely protect you as it was for Victor. But if I do that, I have to deactivate the barrier. It couldn't defend me from you if you decide to attack when I'm committed to that technique requiring considerable concentration. He paused to permit the dilemma's weight to settle before continuing. Besides, that beam is slow if we compare it to the simple black one. Too slow for a slippery old woman like you who's perfected evasion during hundreds of years. But here in the stairway tunnel, not even someone who can fly as fast as Victor could escape when the space is so confined that maneuvering becomes impossible. It's a perfect zone where speed provides no great advantage. It was an explanation communicating strengths and weaknesses carefully with detail that was almost insulting. He was laying out the entire tactical situation. Showing her exactly how the trap worked and making it clear he was confident enough that even with complete information, she couldn't escape it. The spiral beam was devastating but required dropping his defenses. The straight beam was weaker but could be fired while maintaining the barrier. And the stairway eliminated the mobility advantage that would normally let her dodge either one. It was elegant in its simplicity and terrifying in its effectiveness. It was obvious he wanted to give Selphra hope that the barrier wouldn't be standing if she could overcome the beam. Dangling the possibility of victory. Making her think that if she just survived the descent, she could reach him, break through his defenses when they were momentarily down and could end this. But it was bait. Obviously bait. And she knew it. Selphra already desperately wanted to save Victor. But she knew perfectly well this was exactly what Orion wanted. Eliminating her using the same method that had left Victor in that dying state barely qualifying as living. She clenched her teeth even harder to resist the now greater impulse to launch herself without appropriate consideration of consequences. Control requiring considerable effort when instinct screamed, she needed acting immediately to prevent additional damage being inflicted beneath the stairs. Because she could feel them down there. The 6 Tamers positioning themselves around where Victor would land. Discussing in voices too low to make out words but with a tone that promised violence. Old rivals eager to settle scores. To finally have power over a prince who'd once had power over them. And Victor couldn't defend himself. Every second she delayed was a second where they got closer. Where Victor's already fragile life became more precarious. But Orion sighed after a moment of observing Selphra's resistance. His expression changed to one of disappointment and acceptance. If you're not going to cooperate, then leave. I'll have to find another way to resolve this later. At least permanently disposing of Victor will be sufficient for this occasion. He's not precious to you, so he no longer serves a useful purpose to me anyway. And he aimed the black beam directly toward the stairs where Victor had fallen. The threat being absolutely clear without needing additional verbal elaboration. Finally Selphra couldn't resist anymore. The energy in Orion's hand promised death as a black-purple light. Not firing yet but prepared to. Just waiting for her decision. Stay or go. Choose now. And they both knew what she'd choose. He'd calculated this perfectly. Finally Selphra couldn't resist anymore. She transformed in an explosion of mana that made the air around her cool precipitously. The fusion activating in a fraction of a second. And she launched toward the entrance with a furious look communicating exactly what she'd do to Orion if she managed to get out of there. Not a threat but a promise. After she survived this, and she would survive this, she'd make him regret every choice that had led to this moment. All of it would be repaid with interest that would make his current confidence seem like a tragic miscalculation. Orion removed himself from the entrance instantaneously to let her pass. The movement being smooth suggested he'd been expecting this still. He'd known exactly what buttons to push. Known how much pressure to apply before she snapped and did exactly what he wanted. Was he watching that intently all those afternoons when Sirius trained with her? Barely a second after Sulfura passed through the threshold, Orion repositioned himself at the entrance with the barrier still active. A blockage preventing her from retreating to escape from the trap into which she'd voluntarily entered. The black beam already charged began launching immediately. A projection converging towards Sulfura's back that was vulnerable during the moment where she was completely committed to forward movement until reaching Victor. But she still covered herself with ice armor she'd anticipated manifesting. The protection ended up absorbing the impact and giving her more forward speed. The ice cracked, but held long enough. Sulfura reached Victor about 20 meters before he would have reached completely to the bottom of the stairs where the 6 dual beast tamers Orion had sent ahead were waiting. Her speed was sufficient to intercept the fall with space to spare. She had the option of exiting the stairs-confined tunnel and fighting with the 6 tamers in the more open space where mobility would provide advantage. But Victor was literally in his final moments. Life being sustained by a margin so narrow that any additional perturbation could end it permanently. She had to heal him immediately before considering any confrontation with enemies. Every second counted and every delay increased the risk that he'd die before she could stabilize him. And she'd have come all this way, sprung all these traps, expended an irreplaceable potion. Would that be just to watch him die in her arms because she'd been too slow? Unacceptable. Sulfura decided to give absolute priority to healing. The rescue didn't serve its purpose if Victor died during the extraction process. So she invested a good quantity of mana and covered the tunnel with ice from both sides, taking advantage of the moment between Orion's first and second beam. And below it worked better, where the 6 tamers were beginning to ascend to reach her. Having sensed that the initial situation of Victor reaching the bottom had been prevented, they tried to cheat going up but 3 ended up frozen. It'd take them some minutes to free themselves. It was an expensive technique supposing an investment of approximately 10% of her mana in a powerful long-range ability creating a plug of ice barriers that were considerably more resistant than her normal ice would be. The ice wasn't simple frozen water. It was reinforced with tons of mana that made it very sturdy. Not impenetrable but resilient enough to buy time measured in seconds or even minutes rather than milliseconds. For now the 6 tamers couldn't reach her easily. A separation providing precious moments she needed to stabilize Victor's condition. Though she recognized that on the other side, Orion's beams would destroy the ice considerably faster than the gold tamers could. She calculated she should have barely sufficient time for at least initial healing before the 80 meters of the upper ice barrier completely collapsed. It was a powerful barrier but very costly. Using it too much would only give Orion a target for his beam and would waste her mana much faster. In a few minutes. But this once was all she needed. The water and light mana she controlled at expert level, additionally amplified by the potion's effects she'd just consumed, flowed toward Victor in a constant current beginning to repair the damage that captivity's abuses had caused. It was healing operating at levels no healer in the kingdom could equal. Water mended torn tissues and reconnected severed vessels, light flushed corruption from systems barely functioning, burned away the foreign energies trying to establish themselves in his mana channels. And together they worked miracles. Taking a body that should have been a corpse and dragging it back from the edge of death through sheer force of will and centuries of accumulated skill. Victor woke up gasping after barely 3 seconds of intense treatment. Consciousness returned abruptly in a manner that was disorienting when the last memory had been pain and darkness without apparent end. Then suddenly this, cold air, warm hands, someone shouting his name through what sounded like underwater echoes. But still, he remained practically incapacitated despite recovering his consciousness. His system didn't stop being affected by crystallization, that was something perhaps only Ren could heal. And probably only partially. Victor's crystals were enormous and platinum rank according to the analysis Sulfura could make feeling the mana density they contained. They weren't anything like the small gold and silver rank crystals that had affected Zhao during the previous incident that had been resolved by Ren relatively easily. Though they weren't as impossibly difficult as completely decrystallizing a diamond energy statue like Dragarian, they also weren't something achievable without considerable effort and risk of causing more damage during the removal process. Still, Selphira was considerably more hopeful now that she had Victor in her hands. Physical contact permitting her to directly monitor his condition rather than simply observing him being dragged from a distance. It was an improvement, transforming the situation from desperation to difficult but potentially surmountable challenge. He was alive. That was a victory already. Everything else was just details to be managed. The prince looked at Selphira intently and she saw his mouth opening slowly as the healing was finishing. Victor's first word wasn't a question or complaint. It was sorry. His voice was barely a whisper. Hoarse and damaged but unmistakably sincere. I'm sorry, he repeated, stronger this time. I'm so sorry. He broke off coughing. Blood flecking his lips. The crystals in his throat making speech painful. But he pushed through it. I failed again. I was stupid, Hush, Selphira said, but gently. Without the harshness that usually characterized their communications. Save your strength. No. Victor's hand, the one that wasn't fully crystallized, reached up to grasp her arm. Weak grip. But insistent. I wanted to prove myself. The words came in a rush now. To father, to the kingdom, to myself. I'm the oldest prince yet never adequate as my father's replacement, never excellent. Never terrible. Just eternally, frustratingly mediocre. His voice cracked not from his horrible pain. From something deeper. Selphira felt something twist in her chest. Pity and guilt as she'd thought of him exactly that way. I thought if I could be useful, Victor continued, voice dropping to whisper again. He laughed. Bitter sound that turned into cough again. Stupid, right? I was so desperate to prove Turns out I was just being a fool. Again. Like always. Victor. Selphira grabbed his face with both hands. Forcing him to look at her, see her eyes. To understand that she was actually listening rather than just waiting for him to finish. You are not a fool, she said with conviction. You are not useless. You are Victor. My student, my responsibility, my family. You were just unlucky. And also you are loved not because of what you might someday be useful for but because you are ours. I'm also foolish for being here with you, she admitted honestly, not trying to hide behind professional bravado. But I wouldn't have done it any differently, regardless of the consequences. It was a statement that communicated exactly how much she valued Victor, despite the frustrations his behavior had caused over years of their complex interactions. Victor's eyes widened. Like he'd been struck, since he'd never believed he would hear those words from that strict Selphira before today. Maybe he hadn't. He was dreaming. But Victor started crying. Silently at first, then with full-body sobs that made the crystals in his chest grind together painfully. But he couldn't stop. The words hung between them. Filling space that had been empty for too long. Healing wounds that physical medicine couldn't touch. Giving validation that Victor had been starving for without knowing what he needed. Above them Orion had changed from a simple black beam to the infamous spiral black and white one, Selphira's ice barrier shattered fast. Orion's next beam would likely have a clear shot. Below them, the 6 Tamers were escaping the ice and melting some now. Climbing toward them with old grievances fresh in their minds. Time was up. The small moment to talk was over and reality was crashing back in. But something had changed in Victor's eyes, in the way he held himself despite the pain and in the set of his jaw beneath the tears. He wasn't fully healed. Not physically. The crystals still grew from his flesh and part of his body was still broken. His mana system was still damaged, perhaps beyond complete repair. But something inside had mended. Something that mattered more than flesh or mana or power. He knew he mattered. Not as a soldier or prince. But as a person. As family, as Victor. And that was worth more than any treasure or title. Victor recognized the beam pattern immediately, a traumatic memory triggered by the energy vision that had reduced him to this state of being. If that hits you for too long, you'll end up exactly like me, he warned, his voice carrying the urgency born of direct experience with what the beam could do. Selphra responded with the dark humor characteristic of how she handled impossible situations, a lightness that made horror more tolerable through acknowledging the absurd. Don't worry. We'll push him back and get out of here to at least give that damned Orion a good hit, even if we have to leave with our hands and feet completely crystallized. She paused before adding with a smile that was genuine despite the circumstances, that way they'll hurt more when I use them to hit him over the head. Victor sighed with a small smile. You won't be able to push the beam if you fight it with your own mana. It needs to be pushed with a lot of strength, physically. I may not look as big as you, young man, but I'm also strong. I won't let you die here, Victor interrupted. Voice steady now despite the earlier tears, despite the pain. Despite everything. We'll use my crystal arm as our shield. You're in no condition to. I know. Grim smile. But I'll still have one good arm. Let me finally do something that counts. Selphra wanted to argue, but she saw it in his eyes. The determination. The need not to prove himself to her but to prove himself to himself. And who was she to deny him that? She'd just told him he wasn't useless. Fine, she said. But you follow my lead. Don't take stupid risks and don't try to be a hero. You contribute what you can safely contribute and no more. Understood? Understood. He smiled, a real big smile this time. Thank you, for coming. For everything, for what any good teacher does for her students. Selphra stood, helping him up. Now let's show these bastards why it's a mistake to trap the two members of the Ashenway family in confined spaces. I'm not Ashenway. You are now, little bird. You got yourself saved by the old lady that adopts pitiful kids from the roads, earning a place in a family that mostly chooses its members rather than inheriting them. Welcome, sing something to me later. Victor's eyes widened. Then filled with tears again. But different, not despair, not shame. But gratitude. On Ren's side, the situation had worsened considerably as time advanced from when the initial defense had been established. What had begun as a coordinated effort by hundreds of combatants had now been reduced to resistance sustained by fewer than 100 defenders. Attrition having eliminated those with lesser reserves or whose beasts had been incapacitated by cumulative damage. Not many dead, mostly just exhausted beyond ability to contribute. But the effect on the defensive capability was the same. And the mutants kept coming. Endless. Like a tide that never retreated. Just wave after wave breaking against the defensive line that grew thinner with each assault. Only the highest power levels remained active in relevant combat capacity. The silver rank students who'd contributed valiantly during the initial phase were now mostly withdrawn. Exhaustion forcing them to positions where they could recover under the protection of those who still had energy to continue. They'd done their part. Had fought until they literally couldn't anymore. Until their beasts refused manifesting because there was no mana left to sustain them. Now they huddled in the upper stands. Trying to meditate, to recover even fragments of their spent reserves. Knowing that if the defensive line broke, they'd be defenseless and unable to fight. Just targets waiting for slaughter. But even among those who remained fighting, efficiency was degrading as fatigue made techniques they'd normally execute perfectly become less precise, more costly in terms of mana spent for result achieved. It was like trying to write with numb fingers. The knowledge was there, the skill existed, but the body wasn't responding correctly. Every technique took longer to manifest, required more concentration and consumed more energy because the channels weren't flowing smoothly anymore. Ren was beginning to feel the toll from the prolonged battle against Min that had preceded this massive assault. The Wolverine, which had fought consecutively against the amphibian and then the serpent without rest between confrontations, was running out of energy, making its effectiveness fall notably. Ren could feel it through the bond. The creature's frustration and its determination to keep fighting despite exhaustion. But determination didn't create mana from nothing. Willpower couldn't sustain combat indefinitely. Luna had taken the lead in eliminating corrupt beasts. Her wolf and tiger working in coordination. They moved like extensions of her will, covering weaknesses and operating with synchronization that made them deadlier than their individual capabilities suggested. And she was being effectively supported by Leora and Larissa. The three forming a resistance core that was already better than Ren alone. They kept their defense sector functioning when others were collapsing under pressure. It was an impressive coordination. Three powerful Tamers working as a unit. But some of it came at a cost. Leora's bash had especially exploited the absorption ability to maintain itself considerably more active than other beasts depending solely on their own reserves. The capacity to steal energy from mutants it eliminated provided constant supply extending sustainability beyond what would normally be possible. It was a tactical advantage that had permitted Leora to contribute at levels exceeding what her power level alone would justify. Every mutant the bash killed became fuel. Mana reclaimed from corruption and converted into power that could kill more mutants. It was beautiful efficiency. A self-sustaining cycle that should have let her fight indefinitely. Should have. But there was always a catch. The corruption impregnating the energy the bash absorbed was beginning to affect it in worrying ways. Contamination manifesting as distortion in the beast's aura and as interference in Leora's mana channels that transported energy between tamer and creature. The channels that should have been clear spiritual conduits were turning dark. Murky. Like clean water becoming polluted. It wasn't a problem yet. But it was deterioration accumulating with each additional absorption. A warning that the technique that had been so effective had hidden costs that could eventually result in serious consequences. Leora could feel it. A wrongness. Like drinking water that tasted slightly off, like something foreign in her system that didn't belong. Something her mana immune system was trying to purge but couldn't quite eliminate. And it was getting worse. Each absorbed mutant added more corruption. Larissa insisted with growing urgency upon seeing the blackened channels in her sworn sister's skin that she shouldn't do it anymore. The channels were visible now. Dark lines running under Leora's skin like bruises. Spreading from where the bash spawned connected to her cultivation base. Creeping outward with each absorption. Getting darker and wider. We don't know what corruption can do to you long term, Larissa argued with a worried voice carrying the trauma of having seen Ren covered by corruption and attacking his allies in a situation she'd arrived almost too late to reverse. That memory haunted her. Ren's eyes vacant and his power turned against those he cared about. Corruption had gotten into his system and hijacked his control. She wouldn't let that happen to Leora. Couldn't, the risk was unacceptable regardless of present benefits. It's not worth the risk when we don't completely understand the consequences, she continued. Trying to make Leora see reason. You could be permanently damaging yourself. Leora acceded momentarily. Withdrawing the bash from active absorption mode and limiting techniques to those depending only on internal reserves. But she insisted with determination, admitting no debate that she'd have to do it again if the defense fell even further. If the situation deteriorated to the point where immediate survival mattered more than concerns about long-term health. If the alternative is permitting everyone to die because I was too cautious, then I'll accept those contamination's consequences. It was a declaration that Larissa couldn't honestly refute without denying the reality of the desperate situation they faced. So she simply nodded with reluctant acceptance, communicating continued disagreement but understanding of the underlying logic. Sometimes you had to choose between bad options and worse ones. And watching everyone die to preserve your own health was definitely worse. But she didn't have to like it and she'd be watching. Ready to pull Leora back the moment the contamination became critical. Even if it meant fighting Leora to save her from herself. Luna, beside them during the exchange, said nothing verbally but analyzed her own situation with attention coming from recognizing worrying similarities. The elemental absorption of her wolf had also evolved. The capacity refining itself to the point where now it stole energy from anything touching the shadows it projected. Luna's wolf also had a powerful absorption skill now. It was the ability she'd wanted to use for surprising Ren during the final battle that had never truly begun. A technique she'd been saving as a trump card. But she'd been using it semi-passively for a while now during the Academy's defense. Absorption occurring almost automatically when mutants entered contact with the darkness the wolf constantly generated. It was giving her an efficiency flow permitting the wolf to recover energy without needing active concentration on the process. An advantage maintaining the wolf operating at high levels when other beasts were degrading under continuous stress. The wolf's shadow wasn't just darkness. It was hungry now, drinking in energy from anything that touched it. Growing stronger as enemies fell into its embrace. And Luna had felt the difference. The wolf was fresher than it should be, operating above baseline despite hours of sustained combat. But at what cost? However, Luna hadn't felt any of the corruption effects Leora was clearly experiencing. Her wolf seemed to process stolen energy without contamination affecting bonds or mana channels yet. A cleansing occurring in a manner Luna didn't completely understand but that was undeniably beneficial. Was her wolf different from Leora's bash in ways going beyond simple specialization in elemental absorption? Maybe it was the shadow element itself. Or maybe it was something about the wolf specifically. Some property of its unique nature that made it immune to contamination that affected other absorbing creatures. Or maybe, and this was the thought that worried her, maybe the corruption was just hiding. Operating on a deeper level. Accumulating in places she couldn't see yet. She took it with appropriate caution, recognizing that absence of symptoms didn't guarantee the problem didn't exist. Perhaps she hadn't felt them yet because her absorption was slower or less direct. A difference in methodology meaning contamination accumulated at a rate that hadn't reached a perceptible threshold yet. For Luna's limited knowledge there was no definitive answer. So she maintained vigilance over her own condition while continuing to permit some absorption to operate. Because the tactical benefit was too valuable to sacrifice based on an hypothetical concern. But she'd be watching. Ready to cut off absorption the moment she detected contamination beginning. Better to catch it early, before it became a problem requiring outside intervention and she became a liability like Ren had been in Larissa's story when corruption took him. Luna and Leora had powerful absorption, yet even without it. Larissa seemed to be quite effective despite her fairy being generally more defensive by nature and better for tactical positioning than direct offense. But now that light had emerged as the default most effective element against mutants, she'd shifted to a more aggressive role exploiting the elemental advantage she possessed. Pure light projectiles cut through corrupt creatures with ease other elements didn't match. Maybe an inherent purification in the attack causing damage exceeding what raw power alone would explain. And against creatures that were fundamentally corrupt, that purification was more devastating than any physical damage could be. All the other allies close to Ren were maintaining formation. Taro with his terror and Beetle still providing solid defensive support. Their armored bulk creating a physical barrier that channeled enemy movement into kill zones. Lu contributed area control that slowed enemy approaches. Plus the groups of students from Roran's team, girls like Sora and Mira, and professional guards. All found themselves in joint defensive formation functioning well considering the adverse circumstances. The coordination they'd perfected during training was now being applied. And despite real combat stress, they executed with professionalism justifying the confidence Ren had placed in them. Ren had empowered them and that plus the training was paying off. They weren't panicking and weren't breaking formation. But exhaustion was still widespread and obvious. In how movements became slower. In how reactions that should be instantaneous now required additional fraction of second to process. An accumulation of fatigue that couldn't be denied regardless of how strong determination was. Even Ren's parents, who'd been fighting alongside him with their silver 3 tortoises and plants matured beyond the first maturation that the failed cultivation gives, were now beginning to run out of capacity to extract and process mana at rates sustaining continuous combat. Not that their reserves were completely exhausted. But their conversion efficiency had fallen dramatically too. They were older and not as resilient as some of the gold-rank students. Bodies that had accumulated decades of were now being pushed beyond safe operational limits. But they kept fighting. Because their son was here, because students he talked them about growing up were here, and because retreat wasn't an option when family was at stake. And Ren saw it. Saw his father's hands shaking between techniques. Saw his mother's breathing becoming labored. He wanted to tell them to rest, to withdraw to safety and to let him handle this. But he also knew they wouldn't listen. Knew that suggesting it would only hurt them and would make them feel useless when feeling useful was the only thing keeping them going. So he said nothing. Master Lin, who'd been operating on multiple fronts almost simultaneously and coordinating defenses while directly contributing to threat elimination, executed a kick connecting with a mutant's head with force that completely tore the appendage from the body. It was demonstration of amplified physical power that few could equal. The technique was perfect. An optimal impact with devastating force. The mutant's head didn't just separate, it exploded into fragments that scattered across the battlefield. But 3 more beasts immediately advanced to fill the void. And while Lin recovered from the kick's extension, others began devouring the fallen mutant's corpse with voracity, communicating a hunger going beyond simple feeding instinct. It was disturbing in implications about what exactly they were facing. Were they feeding to gain strength? To absorb the corrupted energy from the fallen? Or was it just mindless hunger driving them to consume anything organic regardless of source? Lin didn't know. And not knowing was itself disturbing. Because unknown enemy capabilities were the most dangerous kind. Lin retreated toward Ren's group's defensive circle. Maintaining an advanced position was no longer sustainable when support had diminished. She looked at Ren with an expression evaluating his condition quickly. Professional observation identifying exhaustion signs he probably didn't completely recognize in himself. And something else. A small resonance familiar from that battle where she'd fought him more seriously. She couldn't see the black marks on his chest but could already perceive them slightly. That black corruption trying to take root again. Now still barely perceptible. But present. Stop projecting your beasts externally, she suggested with a tone that was directive without being authoritarian. It's taking too much from you, better to use your beast with your body. It's more efficient in terms of mana spent for results achieved. Ren responded with an objection having genuine tactical merit. That way I can't use larger techniques to defend more people simultaneously. The big projections permit me to cover an area that close combat doesn't reach. It was a valid argument Lin didn't dismiss without consideration. But she countered with logic, prioritizing sustainability over maximum impact. It's better if you're somewhat useful for a more prolonged time than considerably more useful but lasting much less. If you exhaust yourself completely now, you won't be available when the situation deteriorates even more. And it definitely will deteriorate more before improving if nobody arrives to help us. Ren processed the evaluation for a few seconds before accepting with a small nod, understanding of the underlying wisdom even if he didn't completely like it. He fused with the Hydra. Permitting the beast characteristics to integrate with his human form in a transformation feeling natural by now, years of practice not in vain. The changes were immediate. His skin taking on faint scales, his eyes shifting to reflect serpentine qualities and his senses sharpening as the Hydra's perception merged with his own. Power flooding through systems designed to channel it efficiently. But also restraint. The fusion was contained, more concentrated. Not an explosive release of mana but controlled application of sustainable force. Like switching from sprint to marathon pace. Less impressive but more relaxed. Lin began guiding him in close-range mutant elimination with full physical or at most cheap short-range attacks, maximizing efficiency. Techniques costing a fraction of what distance projections required but equally lethal when correctly applied. Clawed strikes infused with light element, or hits channeling venomous energy that was actually compressed mana dissolving inside structures. Even sweeps or throws using small help from earth manipulation to carry and crush multiple enemies simultaneously by ramming them into each other. It was a good strategy adjustment, recognizing the reality that attrition war favored the side that could maintain pressure during extended period. The approach proved quite effective in terms of mana spent versus mutants eliminated ratio. Ren killed more mutants per unit of energy now. He could feel the difference immediately, the drain was slowing. This could work. This could let him fight for some more hours if needed. Could give them chance at surviving until reinforcements arrived or the invasion exhausted itself. But if they didn't? Lin must have seen his hesitation. You're doing as much as you can. His teacher was right. Yet Ren was already starting to see the lack of overall impact. The absence of his large area skills that had been simultaneously clearing groups of mutants meant the elimination was becoming slower in aggregate pace, even if more sustainable. It was a trade-off they had to accept when the alternative was complete defensive collapse when resources were prematurely exhausted. But seeing the consequences in real time was different from understanding the theory. Where he'd once cleared dozen mutants with a single skill, now he killed them one at a time. Where barriers of Earth had once channeled entire waves into kill zones, now he intercepted individual threats as they came. Even if he could fight 10 times longer with this approach, if he was killing mutants at 1/3 the rate, the net effect was probably negative because other defenders couldn't compensate for the lost area denial. The mutants were recognizing the situation too. The human defenders were weakening, so they pressed harder. And the defense line bent further, straining toward a breaking point that was approaching whether they acknowledged it or not. They weren't far from being exhausted. The teachers were almost completely depleted too. Instructors who'd begun the battle with confidence in their capabilities now operated on reserves bordering on dangerous. You could see it in their movements. The hesitation, the careful rationing of every attack. They were mostly professionals. Had fought in wars and had experience managing resources during extended conflicts. But experience didn't create mana from nothing. They were running on fumes and everyone knew it. The students could see their teachers struggling and started to sense the fear beneath professional exteriors. If the teachers fell, what hope did the students have? Even Yang, whose behemoth had been a defensive pillar literally crushing hundreds of mutants, was close to having to withdraw his beast before the bond broke on its own and left him exposed. It was a decision he hated contemplating, because he knew the behemoth's absence would create a gap in the defensive line that would be difficult to compensate for with the few resources remaining. The behemoth had been an anchor, an immovable point around which the defense organized. Its massive body blocking approaches and its skills creating barriers that channeled enemy movement. Its mere presence had been deterring mutants from committing fully to attacks. Remove it and the entire tactical structure collapsed. Defenders would have to reorganize and establish new coordination, all while under sustained assault from enemies who wouldn't give them time to adapt. It would be chaos, and chaos in a defensive battle usually meant massacre. Yang stared at his beast. At the cracks forming in its stone skin and the way it moved slower with each passing minute. He had maybe 10 minutes, maybe even less before the choice was made for him and the bond shattered from overextension. 10 minutes to find a solution that didn't exist. But he'd keep trying anyway. Because the alternative was unacceptable. Yet the situation escalated dramatically before that. There was a breach in the upper defense. A perimeter section supposed to be secured failed when other combatants maintaining it finally succumbed to exhaustion and were overwhelmed by numbers exceeding their capacity to contain. It happened fast. One moment the line was holding, next it was gone. Sudden collapse as 3 defenders fell simultaneously and mutants poured through the gap. Some mutants managed to climb to the top of the stands where non-combatant civilians had been evacuated. believing until now that the elevation would provide security against threats appearing primarily at ground level. That they could shelter here while stronger people handled the fighting below. They were wrong. The mutants broke through the rock barrier established as the final protection line. The penetration creating panic among the vulnerable population that didn't have effective means of defending themselves against silver-rank creatures now directly threatening them. Screaming and pushing each other in desperation to escape. Parents grabbing their children and elderly being knocked down in the chaos. The civilians had beasts even if they were weak. Iron and bronze ranks that in normal circumstances wouldn't be sent to combat against serious threats. But desperation forced action. Ordinary people fighting with everything they had available to protect their families and neighbors. It was bravery that was admirable even if effectiveness was limited. Resistance buying precious seconds until help could arrive from main defensive positions. More capable tamers responded to the emergency as quickly as they could disengage from their own confrontations. But it took time, and in those minutes before help arrived, people died. Were injured or traumatized in ways that would never fully heal. The smell hit Ren before he saw the aftermath. Blood. Lots of it. Mixed with the wrongness of corruption. The acrid stench of dissolved flesh where mutant attacks had landed. The copper taste in the air that came from violence on a scale that overwhelmed his senses. Then he saw the bodies. Civilians who'd been caught, partially devoured, left in pieces that would haunt dreams of everyone who witnessed them. And among them, people he recognized. Families of students who'd come to watch the exams. There were casualties among those who defended the last position before reinforcements arrived. And more disturbingly for him, among the wounded were members of Ren's team. Specifically those who'd run out of mana during the previous battle phase and had been withdrawn to positions supposed to be safe. Safe, the word felt like mockery now, like a cruel joke. There was no safe, the mutants were everywhere and they were winning. Ron, who'd been one of the first entering the final exam battle before everything collapsed into the present crisis, received a large chest cut when a mutant reached him before he could appropriately evade. It was a wound that was critical in depth. Damage to tissues and possibly internal organs requiring immediate medical attention or risk of death from internal bleeding that couldn't stop without intervention. Ron was conscious. Barely. Eyes wide with shock, pain and fear. Hands pressed against the wound trying to stem bleeding that wouldn't stop. Breathing in shallow gasps that made the cut open wider with each inhalation. He needed a healer urgently. But most of those with healing capabilities were completely oversaturated. Divided among dozens of wounded all needing attention that couldn't simultaneously be provided to everyone. The seed in Ren's core began vibrating stronger. Triage had become a nightmare. Deciding who to save, who had a chance of survival versus who was already lost. Making choices that would haunt healers forever but that had to be made because resources were finite and wounded seemed infinite. Ren watched the situation unfold with growing concern. He fought to keep out of his facial expression. But internally he processed the reality that they were losing. That without a change in circumstances they couldn't sustain defense long enough for help to arrive. The math was inescapable. Defenders decreasing, new mutants' arrival still constant, defensive lines shrinking, casualties mounting and resources depleting. Every metric pointed toward inevitable collapse. Just a question of when. Hours? Minutes? Would help even arrive? The thought crept in despite his efforts to suppress it. The possibility that no one was coming. That the kingdom was focusing resources on defending many sides of the outside city walls instead. Ron was dying and Ren couldn't save him. Couldn't do anything except watch and hope someone else would handle it because he had to keep fighting to prevent even more people from dying. It was a failure. Complete and total. And it was happening in real time while he stood helpless to prevent it. The seed in Ren's core began vibrating stronger. The dark energy leaking from its fissure intensified. Spreading from his core outward. Affecting the Hydra's bond. Touching the Wolverine despite its exhaustion. Power was building. He could sense it. Not his power. Not the Hydras or Wolverines. But something else. Something that had been sleeping under control and was now waking again because the situation facilitated it. Ren didn't understand it. Didn't know if it was helpful or dangerous. Didn't know if he should encourage it or suppress it. But he knew they were losing. Knew people were dying. Knew that without change they would all die here today. And the seed was offering change. Was offering power. Was offering something that might make difference between victory and defeat. So he didn't fight it anymore. Ron still desperately needed a healer, but most of those with healing abilities were completely overwhelmed. It was triage that prioritized those with the best chance of survival, a brutal calculation no healer wanted to do but which necessity forced when resources were insufficient to meet demand. And Ron was in the difficult intermediate category. The wound being serious but not mortal if stabilized immediately. But requiring that almost immediate attention and transport taking time that healers didn't have available when others were literally dying in front of them. Ron was delayed. Would live if treated soon, but soon was a relative term measured in minutes rather than hours. And minutes were commodities they didn't have when immediate cases consumed every healer's attention. So he unintentionally waited while bleeding, sliding without option slowly towards his death from the delayed attention. From salvageable toward lost cause. He wasn't close to a healer apart from Min. And Min had no mana left. Who had knowledge but not power, who could only watch and hope someone else arrived before it was too late. The situation worsened with each passing second. Defenders being worn down faster than they could recover while the mutant flow still showed no signs of ceasing. They still needed something to change. Ren felt something dark awaken in his chest when he saw Ron being ignored by oversaturated healers trying to prioritize among dozens of wounded. It was growing fury he'd been containing less and less throughout the entire battle. An emotion he'd suppressed beneath the necessity of maintaining appropriate focus on efficient execution. But the vision of his close companion bleeding critically while help delayed too long made him discard the control he'd been maintaining with conscious effort. And he began losing command of his energy. The first sign was the speed. Movements becoming faster and reactions sharper. But not in a controlled way. In a frantic one. Then came the brutality. His strikes destroying nearby mutants with violence exceeding what he'd been demonstrating moments before. Each blow carrying more than necessary force, carrying rage that had been building for hours and was finally finding an outlet. Exoskeletons didn't just crack. They exploded into fragments that scattered like shrapnel. Skulls didn't just break. They burst, spraying matter that painted nearby surfaces in ugly colors that shouldn't exist in living things. Each elimination being executed with intensity communicating this was no longer simply defense but some type of imaginary vengeance. Personal vendetta against creatures that had dared threatening people he cared about. That had dared making him feel helpless. It was violence that went beyond efficiency into territory that was primal. Lin noticed immediately what was occurring. Recognition coming from having taught Ren for several years and differentiating his actions when affected by influences, however minor, that compromised his judgment. The black lines she'd noticed in Ren's core during that time were more pronounced now. Dark veins expanding visibly beneath the surface. It was happening again. The corruption Selphra told her about was taking hold. Ren, she called with a voice projecting a bit of panic this time. You need to calm down. Control your breathing and focus. It was advice she'd given rarely to someone like Ren who normally never permitted emotions to exceed the discipline learned from her. Principles that should have been reflexive. That should have triggered an automatic response the moment she invoked them. But Ren didn't respond to her direction this time in the manner he normally did. Continuing his assault against mutants with intensity that didn't diminish when instruction should have provoked reflexive adjustment. Like he couldn't hear her. Or heard but didn't care. Or cared but couldn't stop even if he wanted to. The corruption was winning. Ren's father seemed to notice the situation. observing from his position in the defensive formation center. Seeing how his son was losing control while simultaneously processing that Ron and other wounded needed attention he could provide if he managed to reach them. Reed was a healer. He could save Ron. Could make a difference if he could just reach him. He seemed to want to exit the protected perimeter to go heal those in the breach that had been partially secured but still contained wounded awaiting treatment. But as soon as he tried exiting the formation's edge, the mutant flow pushing intensified dramatically against the defense. Like they'd been waiting. The lack of defenders worsened with attempts supporting the upper breach. Force redistribution creating weaknesses in other sections then requiring additional reinforcements. A cycle degrading overall perimeter integrity with each adjustment. And with deteriorating coverage in more zones came attack intensification. It was cascading failure. Reed didn't manage exiting the defensive circle. No matter how much Lin tried calming him with words and with physical presence near Ren that normally would provide rationality's anchor, he entered more deeply into desperation as he felt Ron's mana signature weakening at the distance. It was Ren's advanced perception of energy signatures, permitting approximate condition tracking without needing visual contact. And feeling Ron fading pushed Ren to increasingly aggressive actions. Like he was certain his brutality and mutant elimination speed could somehow compensate for his inability to reach the friend slowly dying while overloaded healers couldn't provide desperately needed attention. The black veins consumed him more visibly with each passing second. Corruption expanding to the point where they were no longer simply subtle lines beneath skin but obvious manifestations any observer could notice if paying appropriate attention. They crawled up his neck. Across his jaw. Reaching toward his face like grasping fingers. And there came the moment where Ren simply stopped caring about the secret he'd been guarding so carefully. Electricity began manifesting around his strikes. Sparks jumping between fingers when fist connected with corrupt flesh. Discharges propagating through mutant bodies and causing spasms incapacitating them more effectively. It was the element he'd kept hidden even to the end. The capability only a very small circle of friends knew he possessed. And he was revealing it now. In front of everyone. But he didn't care. Couldn't care, because Ron was dying and that mattered more than some hypothetical advantage. Who'd become friend through shared struggle. The electricity wasn't subtle. Wasn't a quiet discharge barely noticeable in combat chaos. It was lightning. Arcing and jumping. Bright enough to cast shadows. Each punch landed with impact that made mutants seize. Nervous systems overloading and muscles contracting uncontrollably. It was devastating. More effective than any element he'd shown before. Because corruption might resist normal elements. But electricity was an offensive and chaotic light. But fortunately for Ren, with chaos's onset, the Tamers who'd been assigned specifically monitoring him weren't close now. They'd been withdrawn. Monitoring external areas to facilitate mutant flow or report to Orion the Academy attack situation from macro rather than micro aspects. Since crystal control wasn't individual but flow-based, that semi-absence provided a small window where this revelation wouldn't be immediately noticed by those who'd report for the moment. Lucky timing. Or unlucky depending on perspective. Because it also meant they were making sure no one escaped or sent signals for help outside the Academy, eliminating the messenger birds. Ren destroyed every beast in his path while launching himself at the maximum speed his last hidden element permitted. The trajectory being a direct line toward where Ron lay bleeding. Abandoning all caution in favor of his raging urgency that tolerated no delay. He was basically a blur. Lightning made flesh and leaving a trail of destroyed mutants behind him. Some defenders saw him pass and registered vaguely that it was Ren. But combat demanded attention and analyzing too closely was a luxury they couldn't afford when mutants were still coming. Arriving at the upper breach, he found a scene making his fury intensify. And some softer feeling, difficult to appropriately name. Because Min was kneeling beside Ron with his hands completely covered in blood. Not just stains. Covered. Like he'd plunged them into a crimson pool and pulled them out dripping. Red from fingertips to wrists and soaking into his sleeves. Pressure being applied to the chest wound in an effort to stop or at least slow the bleeding, threatening to end Ron's life very soon. It wasn't working. Not really. Blood still flowed, poured from a wound that was too deep and too wide for simple pressure to seal. All Min was doing was buying maybe some extra seconds of time. He had been trying to use his water mana to heal to no avail. Normally he'd make a joke about being unable to use his only important utility as the group's water dual Tamer. Self-deprecating humor that deflected from the genuine skill he possessed. But now it was no joke, only the terrible desperation of someone knowing he had no way of executing his healing without mana. Failing miserably in his effort while crying because he no longer had a way to help. Even the simplest energy manipulation attempts didn't work when none of his beasts were available to help him channel. But he was still trying anyway. Forcing it. Pushing against empty reserves, trying to squeeze out drops that didn't exist. He kept crying, quietly, subtle tears easily missed, no open weeping. Just sobs shaking his shoulders as tears mixed with the blood on his hands. Voice breaking as he begged Ron to hold on. To stay alive and don't dare die because Min couldn't save him. It was devastating in its helplessness. But at least the physical pressure he applied had reduced bleeding somewhat. Manual compression being better than nothing. Small mercy since. Min looked up when Ren arrived in an energy explosion. His expression showing relief mixed with desperation coming from the urgency and doubt if he would still see Ron die without having been able to do anything effective for preventing the outcome seeming inevitable. Ren. Voice cracking. I can't, there's no mana. I tried but. He didn't say anything beyond that. Simply maintained pressure while waiting for Ren to do what he couldn't. Luckily Ren had power. Had the ability to tread mana even after hours of fighting and had the knowledge and skill needed to save Ron. So Min held the wound closed. Waited and hoped he bought enough time. Ren eliminated the remaining abyssal creatures flowing toward the wall breach with brutal efficiency, leaving no survivors. Electricity jumping between enemies in chain, incapacitating them simultaneously. Systematic annihilation of everything threatening the area where Ron lay dying in Min's arms. And then he knelt beside them. Hands already moving with dense mana to accelerate the healing processes. Water and light flowing toward the wound in an almost uncontrolled current. Tissues being repaired at a rate exceeding by a lot what a body would achieve in days of ordinary recovery. It wasn't complete healing that would immediately restore Ron to combat condition. But it was a stabilization, stopping the bleeding and repairing some critical damage to organs compromised by the deep cut. Take him, Ren ordered Min with a voice sounding strange even to his own ears. Tone being harsher than normal. Like his vocal cords were under tension affecting their sound production. Like something was wrong with the throat or lungs or whatever made speech possible. There was something in seeing Ren annoyed despite having achieved the objective of saving Ron. Like healing had satisfied one need but left another unresolved. The rage hadn't dissipated at all. Hadn't been spent through the desperate sprint or healing effort. It was still there. Still building. Still demanding an outlet. Ron was saved but mutants remained. Things to destroy remained. Things to kill to satisfy the hunger building in the chest where the seed vibrated and corruption spread, and something that wasn't entirely him demanded blood. Min observed him with a strange expression. Noticing the black lines and things about Ren's appearance and behavior not fitting how he normally operated. He was panting in a manner suggesting considerable effort. Or excitement. And there was intensity in eyes that was disturbing in a quality not completely human. The black veins were more obvious now. And the electricity. Still crackling around Ren's hands. Min had seen Ren use it. Had known it was possible. But the corruption and altered behavior created a picture that was concerning in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Yet Min didn't ask beyond his superficial assessment. Recognizing this wasn't the moment for interrogation when priority was evacuating Ron to safety. simply accepting the order with a quick nod and thanking him for the help with brief words communicating genuine gratitude without unnecessary elaboration. He lifted Ron carefully and began retreating toward the position within the broken walls. Moving slowly and glancing back at Ren with an expression mixing gratitude with concern. Like he wanted to say something but didn't know what. Like he recognized something was wrong but didn't know how to address it. Moving away from his friend slightly from the breach, Ren channeled mana toward the new task of closing the containment wall that had been compromised. Reinforcement being somewhat more solid than the original construction had been thanks to additional attention he invested ensuring it wouldn't easily collapse under new pressure. Forming a barrier that was thicker, stronger than what defenders had managed during the initial construction when time and resources were limited. But mana use for that large-scale technique weakened his core further in manner permitting black lines to grow more. Expansion being the price he paid for each large energy investment. And using lightning during cleanup had been particularly costly in terms of feeding the corruption propagating through his system. Each technique fed the darkness. Each moment brought him closer to the tipping point where corruption overwhelmed his control completely and left only a beast wearing his face. He could feel it. The wrongness. That foreign presence in his cultivation base. The thing that wasn't him making decisions. And he couldn't stop it. Could only ride the wave and hope he retained enough self to stop before doing something irreversible. Ren launched himself more chaotically against the nearest monsters after securing the breach. Abandonment of control being obvious in how he moved without appropriate consideration of positioning or energy conservation. Violence that was instinctive. It wasn't defense anymore. It was just pure and simple brutality. And it was consuming him. The corruption fed on his power and his rage in equal measure. And Ren kept killing. Just kept killing until either the mutants were gone or he was something else entirely. Whichever came first. Lin arrived after fighting her way through mutants interposing between her previous position and the place where Ren now operated. The last part of the trajectory being marked by corpses of creatures he'd eliminated with brutal efficiency. And she found Ren considerably more uncontrolled than he'd been when she'd seen him last, just moments before. The difference was stark. His movements were frantic, each strike landing with a force exceeding by much what was required. And the black veins weren't just visible. They were pronounced and prominent. Pulsing with wrong energy that made her senses recoil. He wasn't fighting mutants anymore. He was slaughtering them. Run, she called while positioning herself near him. Attempting to establish visual contact that could help anchoring his rationality. You need to use a calmer pacing. You're going to exhaust yourself long before the battle ends and you won't be available when we need you the most. It was advice with solid tactical merit. And she had called his name in a manner that should have been reflexive. That should have triggered an automatic response through conditioning that made it instinct rather than conscious choice. Yet, nothing. She tried speaking to him again. But she was gradually realizing Ren didn't stop for anything nor fully listen. Continuing his assault without pause suggesting he wasn't appropriately processing communication. He didn't even acknowledge her presence. Didn't look toward her voice and didn't slow. Just kept killing with a speed that would have been impressive if it wasn't so terrifying. This was worse than she'd thought. Now there was almost nothing of Ren's consciousness left. Just violence. However, she noticed something else that was deeply disturbing in its implications. Ren wasn't losing energy as he should have been given the combat pace he maintained. In fact, he seemed to be gaining it somehow. Reserves increasing rather than diminishing when each attack should be draining mana or strength. That was wrong. Energy didn't come from nowhere. Mana didn't regenerate alone during active combat. Yet he struck faster with each passing minute instead of slower as fatigue would dictate. Acceleration being possible only if energy was increasing rather than depleting. And his energy signature also grew visibly. Mana signature expanding to a point where Ren's presence was more prominent than it had been at the battle's start. It was like he was fresh. Operating at full capacity or more despite hours of sustained combat. And the growth wasn't slowing. Actually still getting stronger and faster. Getting more dangerous with each kill. Lin observed closely and realized with growing alarm that Ren's shadow and his wood element combined into black tentacles at his feet, that was likely what appeared to steal energy from the mutants he massacred. And from the bodies touched by that shadow grew things. Vegetation maybe. Or fungi. Hard to tell, black growth sprouting and spreading across corpses. Dark vegetation/fungi briefly sprouting from the corpses and giving dim light before withering after extracting whatever they contained. Or were they fungi? The more she looked, the less certain she became. They had characteristics of both. Whatever they were working. The cycle was self-sustaining and Ren grew stronger. Kills faster. Process accelerates. And in a certain way it seemed good that he eliminated the mutant beasts increasingly quickly. Efficiency being an advantage the defense desperately needed. More mutants dead meant fewer threatening civilians. Meant pressure reducing on exhausted defenders. Meant buying time for reinforcements or whatever miracle might save them. From some perspective, Ren's transformation was beneficial. But Lin didn't believe it was much of a benefit if Ren ended more uncontrolled as a result. If the price of increased power was rationality loss, the main thing separating him from the creatures he fought. Especially when stolen energy increased his corruption. Then it would be net negative in the end. She could see it happening. Each absorption making the black veins pulse brighter. Each kill feeding the darkness spreading through his system. Each moment bringing him closer to a point where he'd be lost completely. And then he would be consumed until there was nothing left except a monster wearing a familiar face. A monster that may end up being worse than the mutants. She had to stop him. Before transformation progressed to the point where it couldn't be reversed. Before the student she'd taught for years became something she'd have to kill to protect others from. Because caring about him meant not letting him become a monster he himself would try to eliminate. It was better to have the courage to stop it now, else stopping would mean having the way bigger courage to end him while he was still redeemable. She tried speaking to him again. This time being much more insistent in tone while positioning herself directly in front of him to force acknowledgement. Run. Look at me. You need to stop and regain control before you go too far. The voice that had always worked. It should have worked. Should have reached whatever part of him still existed beneath the darkness. Should have. But didn't. And Ren finally reacted her. Yet not in the manner Lin had wanted. He attacked her. A killing strike. Not a tentative approach or warning. But a genuine fatal blow directed toward the position where Lin stood. Electricity sparking around his fist moving with huge speed that would have connected if she didn't have insane reflexes perfected during a lifetime of combat and if she hadn't seen the technique before. The strike was even faster than he'd been moving moments ago. Enhanced by corruption and stolen energy and whatever the seed was doing to his cultivation base. But it was also sloppy. For someone like Lin it was telegraphed and committed fully to a single trajectory without feint or deception or any of the sophistication his techniques now normally employed. Like an attack from a beast rather than a gold-ranked genius multi-tamer with years of training. Because he was operating on instinct rather than thought. Reacting rather than strategizing. Just lashing out at movement without considering what or who he was striking. Lin had dodged with a narrow margin. Lateral movement extracting her from the trajectory just before impact would have connected. The fist passed centimeters from her face. Close enough she felt displaced air. Close enough the electricity made her skin prickle. It would have been frightfully bad. Corruption made him stronger but stupider. More dangerous to enemies but also to allies. Double-edged transformation cutting in all directions. Fortunately and perhaps disturbingly, Ren didn't pursue after the initial attack failed. Simply turned toward the nearest mutants and continued the massacre as if interruption had never occurred. As if Lin wasn't there despite having just attempted striking her moments before. He'd already forgotten. Already dismissed her as irrelevant. Or maybe it meant there still was something of him there. It was behavior that was deeply strange and alarming in what it communicated about his present mental state. But there was a small hope. If she could save him then. She had to do something now. Had to stop him before he hurt someone else. Before corruption consumed him completely and left only monster that would have to be put down like rabid animal. But what could she do? Knock him unconscious? Maybe. If she could land a decisive blow before he killed her. But that would make the defense situation worse. Yet the corruption was still erasing distinctions. Making everything the same. Just targets. Just things to kill. Friend. Enemy. Student. Teacher. Ally. Threat. All the same. All irrelevant. All just meat and energy waiting to be harvested by the parasitic rot spreading from the shadow at his feet. If he arrived at the endgame of corruption. Kill him. The option she didn't want considering but had to anyway. But she wasn't there yet. Wasn't ready to make that choice. Not while other options remained unexplored. Not while part of her still believed he could be saved. She planned quickly. The only solution she saw available with present resources. Fuse to be able to fight at the level where Ren now operated. Power equalization permitting her to contain him before he caused any damage. It was likely that both would probably end up worn out or knocked out in a confrontation of that nature. Mutual exhaustion predictably resulting in incapacitation, leaving them vulnerable to the mutants continuing to press against their weakened defenses. And that almost certainly meant they'd die in the mutant attack that would very probably continue when they couldn't appropriately defend themselves. Death being the price of preventing Ren from eliminating the very people he'd been protecting, and what he'd regret if his consciousness returned and processed what he'd done. The calculus was cold and wandered into sacrifice again. 2 lives, hers and Ren's, versus however many he'd kill if left unchecked. But it was better than nothing. At least this way there was a small hope of being saved by others here, or if lucky some timely reinforcements, from the mutants before some irreversible disgrace occurred. A terrible possibility if Ren continued falling into the dark without restriction until he did something irredeemable. Lin began channeling mana toward her 2 bonds that would activate the fusion. Mental preparation requiring considerable focus when she knew this would probably be the last technique she executed. The last thing she did before dying. Activating this would give her just minutes before the exhaustion inevitably takes her out. Should she have regrets? Probably. Things left undone. Words left unsaid. Life left mostly unexplored because she'd spent most of her prime time training a weird kid. But she didn't. The mana gathered, her bonds resonating and the fusion beginning to. But before she could complete the process, Leora appeared behind Ren in a flash, having no visible transition. Spatial jump depositing her in the perfect exact position without needing to traverse any intermediate distance. And she struck Ren with a fireball that was purple and black instead of ordinary colors other flames manifested. The fire wasn't normal. Didn't burn like conventional flames. Instead it exploded into dark particles when connecting with Ren's back. Scattering black fragments that weren't heat but something else. Don't be an idiot. Leora shouted with a voice carrying urgency mixed with affectionate frustration. Words being directed at Ren even if she wasn't sure he could hear them in his present state. But she said them anyway. Because maybe some part of him was still listening. You're accumulating too much. You have to expel it before it completely consumes you. It was an instruction coming from an understanding Lin didn't yet share. Knowledge Leora had acquired through a recent experience Lin and Ren hadn't witnessed. Ren stopped. And seemed dislocated by the impact. Like the attack had interrupted a process operating without his consciousness. He shook himself. Like an animal trying to clear confusion. Head moving side to side, body swaying. And for a moment that was brief but perceptible, it seemed he recovered some of that consciousness the corruption had been suppressing. Clarity returning to those eyes that had been empty of appropriate recognition. The corruption retreating slightly. The human underneath surfacing like a drowning person breaking water's surface to gasp air before going under again. He blinked, half-focused. Seemed to see rather than just perceive targets. His lips moved like he was trying to say something. But the words didn't come. Still. It was something. More than he'd shown in the last moments. More than Lin had hoped for. Proof that he wasn't completely lost. That some part of him remained salvageable if they could just reach it. Lin didn't understand what had happened exactly. Confusion being amplified by the speed with which the situation had changed from crisis to something different that seemed equally urgent. She got distracted observing the exchange to the point where she didn't notice the mutant approaching her from the right flank. The creature exploiting the moment of inattention to close a distance that normally would have already obtained Lin's attention. It wasn't particularly dangerous despite everything. She would have easily eliminated it if it got closer. Her reflexes being sufficient to respond before any silver-rank threat materialized into real damage. But she didn't get the opportunity to demonstrate it because someone removed it first. Intervention being so fast the mutant fell before Lin could appropriately react. A corpse hitting ground while Lin was still turning toward the threat that no longer existed. Luna appeared from the shadows after having used the enormous wolf jaws that were only partially manifested. The creature being barely visible and mostly non-solid in a new manner communicating Luna was also conserving energy now, avoiding the complete manifestation of her beasts to steer clear of future mana shortages threatening all defenders. It was the same logical conservation sacrificing some elimination speed in favor of sustainability. Seems Leora found her balance and then the way to burn corrupt energy, Luna commented with her classic pretend monotone that was almost conversational despite the battle context surrounding them. It was a small summary providing a partial explanation of what they'd just witnessed. Those specific details were still missing for complete comprehension. Lin remained mostly confused while Luna continued directing her shadow to eliminate other approaching mutants. What exactly is happening? Lin asked, demanding clarification without being discourteous about the urgency she felt. She needed to understand so she could adapt. Could help. Luna explained while maintaining divided attention between combat and conversation. Ren wasn't the only one losing control, that's why we couldn't come sooner. At least the desperate strategy he and Leora employed served to reduce pressure on defenders momentarily. Especially Ren, seems his aggressive absorption eliminated sufficient mutants that it even created a small respite our defensive lines needed for reorganizing. She paused to eliminate 2 more creatures before continuing. But we couldn't let him continue like that after seeing what almost happened to Leora when she was also absorbing corrupt energy without appropriately expelling it. It was another reference to the event happening on the other side of the defensive circle that Lin hadn't directly witnessed. While you were trying to reason with Ren, Luna elaborated, Larissa and I had to purify Leora with our water and light mana because corruption was seriously affecting her. Things were getting ugly until Larissa gave her some loving strikes of intense light so she'd come to her senses. It was a very Luna-style direct description communicating the important parts in this urgent context. No embellishment or drama. Just facts presented efficiently so understanding could be achieved quickly. Finch and Theodore, that were now trying to maintain the non-combatants entertained to avoid further panic and chaos, would be sad at that. But the image was clear enough. Leora had lost control like Ren and Larissa ended up literally beating sense back into her sister through elemental attacks. It wasn't something easy to understand for tamers without spiritual beasts. But the spiritual nature of Leora's fire helped her find an expulsion route for corruption that the incomplete and relatively new and unadapted network of mutants can't counter. Leora's spiritual core was separated from her normal mana core. Though they occupy the same space in a dynamic that's quite strange when trying to conceptualize it. It was a specialization coming from the unique path Leora followed with her spiritual beasts. But not only that. Leora was brilliant when it came to managing emotions. She still was an adolescent, a ball of chaotic feelings and passion, but in the confines of that she was a genius of picking great choices. She didn't just have the most mature emotional relationship with Ren. She had it with her beasts, her energy, and her life in general despite her obscure family situation. It was a skill that went beyond combat power. Into territory that most tamers never even considered because they treated bonds as limbs rather than relationships. In the end the light helped her and she managed to control the huge energy her now too big serpent absorbed with her will-o-wisp's fire. Seemed she just had to expel it somehow before it became too much. Luna summarized it simply. But the implications were enormous. If Leora could help Ren control his energy somehow now that she understood it better, they could use it to their advantage. And the general situation against mutants would likely improve considerably. It was a most wishful rather than logical conclusion Lin immediately went for. But it was way better than the solution she'd contemplated, fusion and mutually destructive fight, that now might not be necessary if this different approach worked. Hope. Actual hope. Maybe they wouldn't all die here. Maybe they could actually win. Then I'll help you, Lin declared with renewed determination coming from having a new concrete direction instead of simply reacting to the crisis. With my full fusion if necessary. Even if I end up knocked out and eliminated by the beasts in the end. If that's the price of saving my student and keeping the defense functioning, I'll pay it without hesitation. It was willingness to sacrifice offered with sincerity admitting no debate. Commitment demonstrating exactly how much she valued her favorite student she'd trained for years. Larissa appeared near them with a jump similar to Leora's. She smiled with an expression that was warm despite the tense circumstances. Appreciation being obvious in how she looked at Lin. It's good you appreciate him so much, she commented with a tone carrying genuine gratitude. But surely that won't be necessary if we execute this correctly. It was optimism contrasting with the grim evaluation Lin had made. But coming from a different perspective having seen solutions where Lin had only seen need for destructive containment. Stop fooling around. Leora shouted from the position where she'd remained near Ren. Voice carrying urgency cutting through the conversation the others were having. Not anger. But a desperate need to refocus attention on the immediate crisis rather than discussion of it. Ren is still unstable. We don't have time, that nasty corruption is trying to seize him again right now. The three turned to look just in time to see another fireball that was totally spiritual in nature impact Ren directly. The corruption that had been visible as black lines exploded dramatically in response. Reduction being obvious as Leora's spiritual resolve countered part of the dark energy being burned by her will-o-wisp's fire that operated on a plane specifically for spiritual channels instead of ordinary mana ones. The effect was immediate. Black veins retreated, consumed by purple-black flames that burned without heat. That destroyed corruption without damaging the flesh beneath. That purified rather than merely burning. Ren's normal body color became even more visible. Human features emerging from behind the darkness. Skin pale but recognizably his, expression confused but aware. Like he was waking from a nightmare and didn't yet understand where he was or what had happened. But the corruption seemed to have reacted to the interference this time. Recognition of a threat to its existence provoking a response that was more aggressive. Intelligent countermeasure suggesting whatever drove the corruption wasn't just a mindless force but something aware. Something that learned and adapted. The tentacles that had been subtly forming at Ren's feet stretched with speed and violence they hadn't previously demonstrated. Dark extensions reaching toward the mutant bodies scattered around the area where Ren had been massacring them. And they began consuming corpses more aggressively than the previous absorption had operated. It was feeding and accelerating corruption's growth. Like compensation for the energy Leora was burning. Increasing investment in expanding control over the host being disputed. The tentacles pulsed and drained corpses in seconds, converted death into power and channeled it back toward Ren. Black lines covered Ren's face again with alarming speed. Dark veins propagating upward until reaching the features that had been partially clean just moments before. Spreading faster than before. Fighting back against Leora's intervention with everything it had. And they reached his eyes. covering Scara and Iris with darkness that was absolute. Total black eclipsing natural white. His eyes went completely dark. Pure black. It was like corruption was trying to cover his sight. His consciousness. His connection with reality permitting him to resist. Trying to seize him completely through isolating his mind from sensory inputs that could anchor the rationality the darkness didn't want him maintaining. Leora recognized the escalation immediately. Comprehending the window for successful intervention was rapidly closing. She began gathering a fireball that was much larger than previous projections she'd launched. Spiritual power accumulation making the technique considerably more potent but also requiring preparation time she normally wouldn't spend during active battle. The fire grew in her hands. Purple-black flames coalescing, becoming dense enough the air around them warped from spiritual pressure. It was massive. Growing with each second as she fed more power into it. More will. More everything she had. Hold him in place for a moment, she shouted toward Lynn, Luna, and Larissa with a voice carrying absolute urgency. Don't let him move. I need a few seconds to prepare a technique strong enough to burn all the corruption at once. The black tentacles spread further from Ren's position. Purplish darkness expanding its territory and those weird growths appearing on more corpses. Energy flowing back toward him in a faster continuous stream. He was becoming a node. A focal point. A thing that drained everything around it and grew stronger through consumption. Converting death into power in a cycle that would continue until nothing remained except Ren and the corruption wrapping him. His mana signature was enormous now. Overwhelming. Approaching levels that shouldn't be possible for gold rank. But it wasn't pure power. It wasn't clean, just corruption masquerading as strength. And it was consuming him. Less human with each passing moment. Less Ren. Less anything except violence, hunger, and darkness. The Tamers nearby were starting to notice too. Starting to back away. Starting to look at Ren with fear rather than hope and recognizing that something was wrong even if they didn't understand what. That fear would spread. Would undermine morale that was already fragile and would create a third crisis on top of the invasion. So they had to act now. The girls and Lynn moved with a synchronization born from years of shared training. They had to stop Ren long enough for Leora to prepare a big attack that required concentration without interruption. The perfect containment to provide the necessary window for a technique normally not executed during chaotic combat. It was simple in concept. But difficult in execution. Holding a corrupted gold-rank Tamer who'd been getting stronger through absorption. Who was controlled by a thing that wanted survival and would fight with everything it had for it. But they'd try anyway. Because Ren was worth the risk. And thankfully they had the upper hand. Larissa had the most advantage in this specific confrontation. The light she projected worked exceptionally well against the corruption infecting Ren. Elemental purity being almost an antithesis of the corruption that had been propagating without control. That corruption visibly writhed before the powerful radiance Larissa generated. Dark energy being forced to retreat when brilliance reached it directly. Not yet destroyed but pushed back. Denied the space to spread. Darkness fleeing light. Wrong yielding to right. Not because of some subjective, moral superiority, but because of fundamental incompatibility. Because one had to give and this incomplete corruption was weaker. The advantage was important, converting Larissa from defensive support to a critical piece of the offensive strategy. Her fairy blazed. Not with heat but with pure luminance, a light so bright it hurt to look at directly. Light that left nowhere for darkness to hide. And the corruption hated it. So the thing controlling Ren recognized the threat and responded with everything it had. The tentacles that had formed at Ren's feet increased aggression even further and became considerably more chaotic in movement. The already long dark extensions launching toward multiple directions simultaneously without a predictable pattern permitting appropriate anticipation. And they extended even beyond what they'd previously reached. length increasing faster as corruption invested resources in defending itself against the purification threatening its existence. The darkness at Ren's feet was no longer just like a shadow. It was a huge network. A web-like living thing spreading across the battlefield. Connecting all corpses and draining them. Feeding power back to the host through channels that pulsed with dim purple light. It was massive now. Growing with each second as tentacles reached farther. Many tentacles reached, shot up from the ground and attacked Larissa directly. Recognition that she was the primary source of light causing trouble. It was a targeting having a solid tactical logic from a strange entity fighting for its survival. Major threat elimination being priority before dealing with secondary threats. Smart even. Not mindless corruption anymore but something approaching intelligence. But Larissa was protected. Luna cut the tentacles with her wolf before they could reach Larissa. Interception being executed with perfect timing coming from her attentive observation of how darkness moved. The shadow jaws had closed over the dark extensions and separated them from the main mass. The severed tentacles withered and dissolved, returning to nothing like they'd never existed. But more grew to replace them. Faster and more aggressive. More numerous even. It was a losing battle. For every one she destroyed, two appeared. The corruption was spending freely now, burning through its reserves and committing everything to survival because it recognized this was its final stand. Win here or die, no middle ground. But Luna also stopped conserving mana and re-invoked her celestial tiger to support with additional light. Second beast manifestation compromising sustainability but being justified by the immediate necessity. The tiger added its own luminous projection to the effort. Amplification transforming the constant pressure into an advantageous assault, making it difficult for corruption to maintain appropriate form around Ren's body. Two light sources now. Bracketing Ren from different angles and denying Shadow the space to maneuver. Creating a cage of brilliance that contained darkness even as it fought to escape. The corruption compressed. It was working. Leora was almost ready. Spiritual power accumulated reaching a critical point where the technique could work with maximum effectiveness. The black fireball floating above her hands had grown to considerable size. Compressed energy being visible as distortion in air around a construction containing sufficient force to burn completely through the corruption infecting Ren. And it kept growing. Fed by everything she had, every ounce of will she could channel. Because this was it. One shot to save him or lose him forever. Her hands trembled holding it. Not from weakness but from power. From containing a huge force that wanted to be released. Just a few more seconds. Just a little more power. Just push it to the absolute limit where it would burn away everything corrupt. But in the end, just when Leora prepared to launch, the tentacles became even more aggressive in an energy explosion seeming to be corruption's last resort. It was a massive resource investment the controlling entity recognized as necessary. All or nothing bet also sacrificing its future sustainability in favor of preventing its immediate loss of such an incredible host. The darkness exploded from Ren's position in a wave pushing everything backward. Force being sufficient to partially break Luna's and Larissa's containment and create an opening permitting corruption to escape. Light energy shattered. Cage broke. Luna and Larissa were thrown back. Not far, but far enough. And in that gap, corruption saw opportunity. Yet Leora jumped to appear several meters above Ren and launched her attack in the next moment. Spatial relocation gave Leora the perfect angle. Perfect shot. Projection being directed toward the center where Ren's body remained. The spiritual fireball crossed the distance in a direct trajectory. Black-purple flames trailing behind like a comet's tail. Beautiful and terrifying. Salvation and destruction in a single package. But corruption's last effort had blocked Larissa and Luna's light for this critical moment. The light manifestation surrounding Ren's body and having served as a barrier that wasn't physical but energetic opened for an instant. That imaginary cage with light bars failed just an instant. But it was enough. And the corruption surrounding him moved with Ren's body. Control over the host being used to force muscles to execute a jump that led to him escaping the light prison Larissa and Luna had created. Ren, or the thing controlling his form, managed to get completely out of the lethal area. The movement had unfortunately even been sufficiently fast. He was clear. The fireball would miss. Would impact ground where he'd been rather than where he was. Would waste all that power. All that preparation. All that hope. And corruption would survive and consume him completely now that it knew they could hurt it. Would never give them a second chance. They'd failed. Been so close. But before the fireball impacted, Lin appeared directly in front of Ren with the enormous speed her fusion provided. She'd been watching. Predicting an escape attempt before it happened. So she executed a kick with force and form only sufficient to push but not overly injure. Impact being specifically directed at his center of mass in a manner maximizing momentum transfer. Just put him back where he needed to be. Technical perfection. Decades of experience compressed into a single movement with every muscle firing in perfect sequence. The strike connected perfectly and sent him back toward the fireball's trajectory that continued approaching the ground. It was a marvelous reversal of the escape, forcing the target back into the lethal zone. Beautiful in its precision. Ren's body flew backward and there was nothing more corruption could do. The big fireball finally impacted. Spiritual fire connecting with the accumulated corruption and resulting in a mutual annihilation reaction more aggressive than simple combustion would be. It wasn't burning. It was erasure. Dark energy covering Ren being destroyed in an explosion that made the air vibrate. The detonation was almost soundless but overwhelming. No physical noise but spiritual pressure so intense it made the mana veins in the body of every tamer feel something akin to their ears ringing. And light. Not normal light but spiritual luminance that made corruption visible in ways it hadn't been before. That showed every tendril, every connection, every contaminated channel. And then this sent an energy pulse through the black networks on the ground that corruption had built in convergence with the point where Ren was located. A purification wave propagating through long connections the entity had established to expand its influence in already numerous mutants. The tentacles withered as it was consumed by the flames. And then it was gone, leaving an exhausted body and a human who'd been trapped beneath darkness finally free. The girls first looked up when they felt a change in ambient temperature. Leora had extinguished and was falling from the elevated position where she transported herself using the final spatial jump. She'd fired the fireball from above specifically to eliminate any advantage shadows provided to corruption. Superior angle negating most coverage darkness would have offered. But now that she was almost completely exhausted and her technique, having drained reserves to the point where remaining combined with her will-o-wisp required considerable effort, ended. She fell like a stone. Just her body obeying gravity with nothing left to resist. Lin moved with that speed her fusion permitted. Positioning herself to intercept the fall before Leora impacted the ground. She caught her with care, contrasting with the violence she was capable of. "Well done," Lin murmured. Larissa on her side also thanked Luna for the support she'd provided, cutting tentacles to protect her and adding her own light when necessary. Verbal recognition of a contribution having been critical to the operation's success. It was becoming a habit of hers, acquired from thanking people when helping Julius and Arturo, but not perfunctory. Genuine appreciation between sisters and also warriors who'd fought together. Luna nodded briefly in response before running toward where Ren was collapsing. Priority now being verifying the condition of the one they'd been trying to save through a somewhat aggressive process. He was free, but was he okay? Was he damaged? Was he conscious? The others followed quickly. Convergence toward the position where Ren now fell after being freed from the control that corruption had exercised over his system during those minutes that felt like a compressed eternity for everyone. Ren, finally free from the influence dominating him, fell to his knees. It was a collapse that was both physical and mental. Exhaustion from the prolonged battle combined with the trauma from having lost control so completely. He was shaking. Hands pressed against the ground like he needed to confirm it was real. That he was back. That the nightmare was over. Around them something positive was also happening. The mutants pressing against the defenses changed their attitude dramatically. Their behavior transforming from continuous aggression to ominous stillness. They had stopped. Just stopped. Mid-charge, mid-attack. Mid-everything. Like things receiving a signal to cease that overrode all previous programming. It provided a welcome respite to the defensive lines pushed to their sustainability limits. What had happened? Had the corruption controlling them died when Leora purified Ren as the network connecting them collapsed when the central node was destroyed? Had something else changed that they didn't understand? They didn't know. Just accepted gift of a moment without pressure. But the motionless respite was brief. Soon the mutants turned toward Ren specifically. Orientation being synchronized in a manner communicating they were still being directed by something. All faces. All eyes. All attention focused on a single point. On a single person. On Ren kneeling exhausted and vulnerable. And an energy that was genuinely ominous was perceived from below. Not from mutants. From underground. Something was there. Something massive. Something aware. Something focused directly on Ren. Ren opened his eyes with difficulty. Vision being initially blurry before focusing sufficiently to process his surroundings. He extended his hand toward Luna's silhouette, who was the first person he saw. Reach being instinctive when recognizing a familiar presence, providing a security anchor in a moment of extreme vulnerability. He wanted contact, confirmation this remained real. Needed knowing he was safe and among friends rather than still trapped in darkness. Luna. Voice hoarse but recognizably his. Did I? Had he hurt anyone while corrupted? Luna was already almost reaching him. The distance between them being only meters. Her hand extended to take Ren's. Maybe contact would be confirming he was really okay and the rescue had been successful. Relief remained visible in her expression. Fears she'd been hiding melting away because he was alive and human. Himself. You're okay, she said. A simple statement. But carrying the weight of everything unsaid. Just a few more steps. Just reach him and confirm through touch what her eyes could see. That he'd survived. That the nightmare was over. But before they managed to touch. 5 enormous stakes erupted from the ground around Ren with great speed. The eruption launched debris of earth and rocks in all directions. Projectiles being thrown with enough force obligating Luna to dodge, using a shadow jump at the last moment. The skill deployed reflexively when recognizing that being hit by such large debris would cause serious damage. She vanished and reappeared several meters away. Safe but separated again. Ren, still disoriented from the recent liberation from the corruption control, took considerably longer to react to the new threat. He didn't activate the spatial jump in time when normally it would have been his first response to the imminent danger. The stakes closed around him with a specific movement coordination revealing they weren't independent projections but components of a larger structure. Not stakes at all. But fingers of an enormous hand. Or more appropriately a claw, having emerged from the depths with the specific purpose of capturing a target it couldn't permit escaping. 5 fingers. Each massive and tipped with something sharp. Each moving in a way suggesting intelligence directing them. Run! Luna screamed. Her shadow lunged forward, jaws opening to bite the fingers. No damage. It was the artifact that had been revived by the mutants in that last big attack. Ancient technology being activated again to serve a purpose the civilization creating it probably hadn't anticipated when its design was originally conceived. Something so dangerous that an entire civilization had separated and built elaborate mechanisms to contain and suppress it. To ensure it could never threaten them again. Ren tried escaping when he recognized he was about to be clasped. He tried using his mana to manifest a spatial jump, extracting him from the trap. Should have activated instantly. Should have saved him like it had saved him dozens of times before. But the claw cancelled his mana. Interference being obvious when every time he tried channeling energy, the artifact interrupted it in manner preventing appropriate rune formation. Sparks generated between the enormous fingers each time he tried forcing the disappearance. Visible manifestation of conflict between Ren's will and the suppression the artifact imposed. Blue-white electrical discharge. Proof that his power was useless, that resistance was futile. That this was a cage designed to hold things far stronger than he was. And not only was he trapped. Dark energy began affecting him again from the palm of the hand. Corruption being reintroduced from this new source, not depending on what had been eliminated from Ren's system. Again. He felt that connection he'd experienced last time when he'd been partially controlled. Recognizing a presence that wasn't simply energy but something more, having its own will and intention. A will that wanted to rewrite his own. His eyes glowed intensely this time. And the mutants that had been scattered around the arena began converging toward the center where Ren was trapped. Movement being directed like he was some gathering point they needed to reach to complete a strange process that had been initiated. Not random. Responding to signals only they could perceive. They came from all directions. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, every mutant still mobile. All abandoning whatever they'd been doing and now focused on a single objective. Reach Ren and the artifact. Larissa's light and Luna's darkness had stopped working in the claw's vicinity. Techniques that had been devastating to corruption moments ago now just fading. Cancelled by field the artifact projected. Suppression zone where corruption was permitted but purification was denied. Lin kicked one of the fingers with enormous force. Fusion-enhanced strike that should have cracked the black metal. Should have damaged any structure. Should have at least created an opening for Ren. But didn't. Didn't even dent it. The powerful kick just produced a ringing sound like a dull bell being struck. For Lin it had felt too hard and heavy, like kicking a mountain. And just after that hit a pulse pushed her backward. Run! Leora shouted from Lin's arms with a voice carrying urgency and fighting against exhaustion still affecting her capacity to appropriately project. You must fight against the sensation of freedom, it's completely false. The complete opposite. It was an advice coming from the understanding Leora had acquired during her own experience with corruption. Knowledge of how it seduced through attractive sensations hiding enormous cost. How it promised power while delivering slavery. How it offered freedom while forging chains. How it made imprisonment feel like liberation. But did he hear her? Could he hear anything anymore? From inside whatever was happening to him internally from corruption while externally the artifact held him captive? She didn't know. Could only hope her words had reached him. That some part of him was still listening. Still capable of resistance. Most mutant beasts finally arrived at the arena's center. They circled around the claw containing Ren while his energy grew. Pressure being generated in a manner pushing the girls increasingly backward physically. Not simply psychological intimidation but a tangible force making it difficult to maintaining their positions against the pulse. Like standing in a hurricane. Each step toward Ren required effort. Each meter gained was immediately lost. Each attempt at approach was rebuffed by a field growing stronger as more mutants arrived, as more connections formed and as the process approached completion. The claw's arm continued rising from the ground. Movement being relatively slow but inexorable as a complex structure emerged from the earth like having been concealing its total extension. But instead of a body or head, more arms began appearing. Emergence revealing the first appendage wasn't unique but part of a strangely similar group. 6 arms total manifested eventually. 3 right-handed, 3 left. Each terminating in a claw similar to one containing Ren, and even 2 legs were added at the process's end, the appendages being thicker than arms but following a similar design. It was a construction reminiscent of a strange spider in general configuration. Though proportions and specific details diverged sufficiently that the comparison wasn't at all perfect. First, There was no thorax or opisthothoma/abdomen. No normal anatomical structures. The structure joining them was actually amorphous. The union maintaining the 8 artifacts stuck to each other being provided by mutant bodies beginning to adhere when making contact. They became a pulsing mass upon touching the artifacts. Tissue being transformed into a substance seeming more fluid than solid. An amalgamation filling spaces between the rigid components and providing cohesion, converting a collection of parts into a unified organism. It was wrong. Bodies weren't meant bending that way, weren't meant flowing or merging into a single mass that pulsed with combined heartbeats. But they did it anyway. The 8 artifacts in the mutant's power were finally together. The result was this horror transcending a simple local threat and entering the territory of a nightmare that could destroy the entire city. Inside Ren's mind, the experience was now completely different from what external observers witnessed. He wasn't seeing the arena nor feeling physical pressure from the claw containing him. Instead, he found himself in a space simultaneously familiar and alien. A place he recognized as internal but having been altered in ways he didn't completely understand. It wasn't the first time. Not even much time had passed since last time darkness had trapped him here. They'd just saved him and already he was looking at this enormous dark space again. What had once been an enormous library was now empty and lightless. No books, no shelves, and no knowledge preserved in physical form. Just void, emptiness. Just architecture without purpose serving as a monument to what had been lost. The library existed as a memory. As a hollow shell reminding him that something important had been here once. But this time something was different from last time. This time upon opening his eyes he saw a small girl nearby in a dimly lit corner. White hair. Appearing approximately 11 years old. A small figure sitting still with her back turned while remaining curled into a ball. Arms wrapped around herself in a position communicating vulnerability. It was somewhat familiar, and an image-provoking protective instinct. Impulse to approach and provide comfort alleviating the obvious suffering. She was crying, he could hear it. Quiet sobs, the kind of desperate sadness that came from being alone, from being trapped in darkness with no hope of escape. And part of him wanted to help her. But then the girl disappeared abruptly. Vanishing being instantaneous without transition or explaining how movement had occurred. Just there then not there like she'd been deleted from reality. And then someone called Ren from behind with a voice that couldn't be from such a small girl. Strange voices in quality that couldn't belong to a child not simply because of discordant age but something deeper. Not a human voice. Or not entirely human. Something else underneath. Ren turned to see who had spoken. Curiosity being mixed with confusion about what exactly he was experiencing and whether this was real or some hallucination or strange senseless dream. What he saw was a girl appearing almost his same age. Perhaps a year younger according to an approximate evaluation he made comparing her with the girls he'd interacted with all last year. Observing features and body proportions he could calculate something close to reality. Not the child he'd seen moments before but a bit more mature version. Transformation having occurred in an instant, in a manner defying ordinary logic. She looked at him with a genuine curious expression. Evaluation being directed not in manner suggesting threat but like studying something she found intriguing in ways she hadn't completely anticipated. Beautiful. He had to acknowledge that. Objectively beautiful in a way that made looking away difficult. White hair flowing, features perfect, big eyes that caught light despite the darkness surrounding them. But also wrong. Something about her was wrong. An uncanny valley, like almost human but not quite, like a statue animated, like a painting given life. Like a thing wearing human shape but not truly understanding what humanity really meant. You've grown well, she commented with a tone carrying approval and surprise. At least in that simple visible form you present to the external world. She paused before adding with a critical note contrasting with the previous praise. But your network not so much. Are they idiots? Why would they stop the growth of? She interrupted herself abruptly. The final word remained incomplete when her attention was captured by something she noticed, something she was observing more carefully now. She looked toward Ren's chest with disconcerting focus intensity. And Ren felt strangely vulnerable under such scrutiny. Is there something strange about me? Looking down to see what had so completely captured the girl's attention, he realized something making his discomfort increase considerably. He was completely naked. Hadn't noticed clothing absence until the girl's observation made him conscious of his present state. Revelation being belated in a manner that was more comic, being followed by Ren awkwardly covering himself. Perhaps he would have recognized the girl sooner if not for the genuine embarrassment he felt. Hard blaming him when the situation was particularly awkward, considering it was quite a pretty girl seeing him in such a vulnerable condition. Though suddenly he realized something fundamentally changing the discomfort's nature. The girl wasn't looking at his body in a manner suggesting romantic or sexual interest. She only saw his chest specifically. Focus being directed toward an area apparently containing something interesting transcending simple physical anatomy. Ren looked down again, the inspection being more careful this time to find exactly what the girl was observing with such attention. And he discovered with shock he could no longer see his skin in an ordinary manner. His chest seemed to have become transparent. Solidity being replaced to reveal internal structures normally remaining hidden behind his flesh and bone. He could see his Tamer core with clarity impossible under normal circumstances. Actually the entire system. Mana center being visible in manner permitting direct observation of a configuration that no one or perhaps few in ancient history ever understood so explicitly. His mana core was complex in structures to a level exceeding what he'd anticipated. Millions and millions of small connections, patterns that suggested design rather than evolution. 3 nodes stood out seeming to represent his extra beasts, Mantis, Hydra, and Wolverine. Each being a cluster of light and transparent ethereal crystal connections pulsing with energy. And all were united to a much larger very tangled network in the center with connections forming even more elaborate complex weaves. But that central network was surrounded by a dense formation from which a more intense light escaped only through some small spaces between tightly woven, crystal roots of light wrapping the central structure. Practically everything seemed like light or transparent crystal. But this light was different. It was light with a particular color, jade green mixed with gold. The coloration was beautiful but also communicated its nature to some knowledgeable beings. Not normal mana, but something else. Something ancient that had been planted. The roots weren't protecting the core. They were containing it. Something was trying to break through. The light was pressing against the barriers. But that wasn't what most captured their attention. In the center there was a crack impossible to ignore. Not only ordinary damage but also contamination around it. Black and purple light entering through the fissure, it seemed the energy coming from the rift in the seed had contaminated the barrier and corruption had established an entry point into the net. The girl had been mostly interested in this and smiled when seeing it more closely. Her expression transformed from intense curiosity to what seemed like understanding from recognizing exactly what she was observing and what it implied about Ren's present state. It was a smile that wasn't malicious, just satisfied. Like a puzzle she'd been contemplating had finally resolved. She extended her hand with what seemed to be the intention to gently touch it. The gesture was almost tender in its approach. Movement slow, delicate and careful, like fully aware that she was handling something precious. But Ren, still embarrassed, tried moving away to prevent contact. Instinct warning that permitting another girl touching him would be a mistake, having serious future consequences. Even if this was just a dream or hallucination or whatever this space was. Yet he realized with horror he didn't have much control over himself. His body, partially crystallized in this space, didn't respond to the commands his mind issued. Paralysis being complete and leaving him vulnerable to whatever the girl, who Ren was realizing now was also covered by crystal in various places, planned doing. She finally reached. Her expression changed then. Her smile transformed into something genuinely malicious when recognizing Ren couldn't resist. Not cruelty exactly. Just a scary excitement at finally having access to a thing she'd wanted to touch for so long. But the delicate movement ended and she thrust both hands' fingers directly into the crack she'd been observing. Contact being established without the initial gentleness her approach had suggested. And even worse. She began forcing the crack open. Applying pressure to expand the fissure gradually beyond the size it had initially had. Ren observed with both fascination and horror while her delicate crystallized fingers worked to separate the borders of a structure his mushroom friend had made for supposedly protecting his core's future. It was as brutal as if his own body were being opened. His mind even generated an image of his physical torso for a moment. Visualization of his ribs being opened and breaking under enormous force exceeding what his bones could support. It was an imagination of a level of violence that should be agonizing, unbearable pain. He should be screaming. But the reality he experienced was the complete opposite. It didn't hurt at all. In fact, it felt inexplicably good. Like a burden he'd been carrying without consciously recognizing it was finally being removed. Like a cage he'd lived in was opening. He felt liberated from a restriction he didn't know existed until it began loosening. The sensation was intoxicating. More free than ever before in his life. Like the crack being opened was also an expansion of possibilities. An intoxicating feeling making it difficult to remember why he'd think about resisting initially. Power was emerging, raw, unfiltered. Unlimited. Energy beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond anything he'd imagined possible. His core was filling. Not gradually, just flooding. The darkness pouring in through the cracked girl was forcing wider. Drowning him in power he couldn't control. And it felt wonderful. Like finally breathing after a lifetime of suffocation. Like finally seeing after a lifetime of darkness. Like finally becoming what he was meant to be instead of the diminished thing he'd been forced into. The amassed golden roots were breaking, shattering as the crack widened. As containment collapsed. As whatever they'd been holding back finally found a way to escape. In the real world, dark energy exploded from Ren's position with an intensity that exponentially exceeded previous manifestations. It wasn't simply black veins spreading beneath his skin, but a massive eruption that enveloped his entire form in a cloak of darkness that began to grow beyond the boundaries a human body would normally occupy. And as it grew, the cloak began to take on inhuman features. Horns emerged from the dark mass, protrusions that curved backward in a way reminiscent of draconic anatomy. Wings began to form, membranes extending from his back. It was a transformation that manifested power that had been hidden beneath the surface, waiting for the opportunity to emerge unconstrained. The girls watched in growing horror as they realized that what they had feared was happening. They hadn't saved Ren from corruption. They had only delayed the inevitability of what the transformation showed, which was now complete. The creature Ren was becoming roared with a sound that was both human and bestial, a vocalization that surpassed what a tamer should be capable of manifesting. The battle everyone had thought was ending was only just beginning in earnest, the escalating confrontation with a mutant invasion becoming something secondary to a considerably more dangerous threat. It was too good to be true. Ren knew that. Part of him had always known it, with that same cold certainty with which he knew 2 + 2 = 4. The sensation was false. It had to be. But convincing the rest of him that knowledge mattered was a different problem entirely. The power filling his core didn't hurt. It didn't burn the way that ball of spiritual energy had, that slow but intense heat he'd felt seeping through his mana lines. This was nothing like that. This felt like pulling off a pair of boots he hadn't realized were too tight, like taking a full, deep breath after so long without one that he'd forgotten what breathing right felt like. Freedom. The word rose in his mind without invitation. Like something that had been waiting for him. And in that exact instant, another voice crushed it. You must fight against the sensation of freedom, it's completely false. The complete opposite. Leora. Not a soft or old blurry memory. It was her exact voice with that particular urgency she only showed when something truly mattered too much to her and there was no longer any time to pretend otherwise. Sharp and desperate, but not the desperation of someone afraid, the desperation of someone who knew something the others didn't, and couldn't say it fast enough. Ren held on to that. It was the only thing he could do. He held those words like a fixed point while everything else kept filling up with something that felt glorious and wrong at the same time. The white-haired girl noticed before he opened his mouth. Her hands stopped, just for a moment. Her eyes, too still and calm for someone her age, moved across him with the same focused attention Ren associated with experienced tamers fighting, not with one person looking at another. "Don't do that," she said. No rise in tone or threat behind it. Just the same way you tell someone their hand was over an open flame, not to scold them, just because it hurts and because the result is predictable and because it makes no sense. If you start swimming against the current in here, it's going to hurt quite a bit. She paused briefly, almost considerately. And not because I want it to hurt you. It's just how this works. Ren met her eyes. Thanks for the warning. She studied him for another second, parsing whether there was sarcasm and whether it was worth responding to. She decided it wasn't. You lost something, she said instead. Changing angle with ease Ren found more disturbing than a threat. Something that's been with you since the beginning of all this. Her partially crystallized fingers slowed as she spoke, as though giving the idea room to settle. I don't know if you actually liked it, or if you just got used to having it. Ren said nothing. But she could see the answer. Read it in the silence that spoke louder than words because it was shaped by loss. She continued. Her voice dropped one register, not to intimidate, but to make it feel closer. More personal. I can give you what it gave you. The function, what it did for you before. Except this time there's nothing holding it back, nothing deciding how fast you can grow and by which path and for what reason. A pause. Just you. She was talking about his mushroom. His first beast. About the silence having occupied this space ever since the familiar presence that had been part of his development as Tamer from the beginning had withdrawn behind a wall he himself had built and Ren didn't know how to overcome. He wouldn't lie to himself saying he didn't miss it. He missed it. That was the simple uncomfortable truth. The mushroom had been there from the start. Had been a mentor, a guide, and a partner. Almost a friend in a way that transcended normal tamer-beast bonds. And now it was gone. Sealed away. Silent. Leaving a void that nothing else filled no matter how many other friends he had. No matter how strong he became or how many battles he won. She saw it in his face before he finished processing it himself. A small smile crossed hers, different from the ones before. Less calculated. Like something genuine had surfaced, briefly, beneath everything else. There it is, she said quietly. You don't even have to do much. Just stop resisting completely. I'll handle the rest. We wake it up and you get that back, but without the limits you had before. The argument had a serious flaw. It sounded too good. And Ren knew, with that same cold, analytical part that never went fully quiet, that things which sound too good often carry a cost they're not showing you yet. And yet. The offer was tempting. Dangerously tempting. Because it targeted the exact vulnerability he'd been trying to ignore. The exact loss he'd been having a hard time pretending didn't matter lately. The exact wound that hadn't healed despite time passing. Getting his mushroom back. Having that presence again. That voice. That guidance. Just had to stop resisting. Just had to surrender. Such a small price for something so valuable. Such an easy solution to a problem that had been tearing him apart. Then he saw them. A fresh vision. Luna, a few meters away, reaching toward him with that particular tension in her expression she normally worked hard to hide. Larissa, shooting some light the artifact's suppression field swallowed before it reached him. Desperation visible even from a distance. Leora looking at him from Lynn's arms with that expression she had when deeply worried. And further back, that had been unable to break from the last defensive formation, his parents, pushing forward now that the mutants left them and being pushed back again by the pulses. His friends, his allies. No, Ren said. The girl didn't react with frustration. She simply turned her attention back to the crack and resumed. Fine. I'd rather you'd relaxed and let this be easy, but you don't have a choice either way. She pressed forward, and she was right. He couldn't stop her. That had been clear from the first moment he tried to move his body in this space and found the paralysis was absolute. His resistance was exactly what she'd said, swimming against a current that didn't notice him. The crack widened under her pressure. Ren felt it. The sensation had no physical equivalent. But it was deeply pleasant again. Like scratching an itch that had been bothering him for years. And that made it worse. Because part of him wanted it. Wanted to finally be free, the restrictions broken and the limiters removed. There was already sufficient space in the core's rift for the interior luminosity trying to escape, not to blind too much. Celthea leaned forward and looked through the widened crack with the focused stillness of someone reading an important document. Her eyes sharpened. Then her expression changed. Not rage. Something adjacent to it, but quieter and more specific. The particular irritation of someone who has just discovered they arrived too late. So they were already using it, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Unexpectedly they gave priority to the birth rather than getting the food for it first. Morons. She straightened slightly without releasing the crack, and Ren could see the exact moment when she reoriented the persuasion effort. The mutants have claimed more ground outside. Volume, connections, external architecture, we hold a huge advantage there, no question. She paused. But this specific seed inside you, I have to agree, it's a permanent advantage, that's no longer ours to take. Seems your friend got you down there ahead of us and now it's ruined. She spoke with that almost academic calm Ren had noticed from the beginning. Without drama, without theatricality. Like doing inventory or analyzing a failed experiment among thousands of others. Like processing data rather than experiencing emotion. At least we gained information. Her gaze moved briefly past him, towards something he couldn't see. Since there's apparently nothing too important left for us beneath this castle. I only need to do one last thing before we move on to the other side and secure the half we need. Her eyes came back to him, and there was something in them now that didn't quite fit the rest of her composure. Something that hadn't been there before. One last thing. It'll only take a moment. Something approaching genuine emotion. She thrust her arm through the crack. Slowly. The careful delicacy of someone who doesn't want to wake a guardian beast while poisoning its food. Her crystallized fingers moved toward the jade seed covered in pulsing golden light tendrils, visible now at the center of his core with a clarity that only existed in this interior space. She almost reached it. And the golden light detonated. There was no warning. No gradual intensity increase giving the girl time to withdraw her hand. It went from sleep to absolute power in a fraction of a second, a concentrated pulse that expanded outward, fully and all at once, at a magnitude Ren had never seen in any skill from any tamer he'd ever met. She was thrown backward. It wasn't a controlled flight. It was the kind of involuntary movement that happens when something fully outstrips the body's ability to resist, completely and without negotiation. She crossed the empty space of the library, which had no shelves or books left to break her path, and hit something invisible at the edge of the interior space with enough force that the entire architecture shuddered around them. The impact was soundless but overwhelming. Spiritual rather than physical, but no less devastating. She remained still for a moment. Then, from where she was, a sound was heard that Ren took a second to identify. Dry. Almost amused. A laugh. Not the laugh of someone who was fine. From someone just receiving something they didn't expect and processing it. From someone finding humor in their own failure because the alternative was acknowledging how badly they'd just lost. From someone whose plans had just shattered and who was coping through dark amusement. Then a voice came from inside Ren's chest. Muffled. Like speaking from behind a thick wall, from a floor below or from somewhere that was technically in the same space but not fully present in it. But still recognizable. Are you going to ruin it just because you can't have it? It's too early for our seed to grow. And certainly not with a fertilizer that disgusting. Get lost, contaminate somewhere else with your garbage. Ren didn't breathe for 2 seconds. The voice. That voice, that was familiar beyond familiar. Sarcastic yet educational. Everything he'd been missing compressed into some words that he didn't think would hear today. That had to be hallucination or desperation or wishful thinking. But it was real. Was there? Was his mushroom speaking for the first time in what felt like an eternity? Seemingly still with him despite everything. The voice continued, with the slightly irritated tone of someone dragged out of a nap before they were ready, still putting the pieces together. And you. A pause. Stop doing stupid things just because you miss me. We need the platinum node first. That's the next objective, in order to grow this thing correctly. Don't you dare skip steps. Ren opened his mouth. Closed it. Words wouldn't come, couldn't come. Too many emotions competing for expression, relief, confusion, joy, fear, gratitude and a lot of questions. All tangled together into a knot that couldn't untangle fast enough to form coherent sentences. His mushroom was talking. Was treating this like they'd never been separated. Like the barrier between them was minor inconvenience rather than wall Ren thought might be permanent. Something tight in his chest had gone loose. Something that had been a quiet wound for a long time, the absence of a presence so familiar it had stopped registering as anything other than painful silence. And to remove these annoying intruders you already know what you have to do. You've known since the tomboy girl's fire. Another pause, briefer. If the fire felt a bit bad, that's the correct sensation. Means it was working. Those telling you everything should feel good are the ones scamming you. From the library's other side, the girl still laughed but hadn't moved again. Don't let the scammers pull you along. It feels good for a moment and then you regret it. The scammer's name is Celthia. She shouted, then murmured something about not being able to believe how small her rival was. Celthia was still laughing, a sharp, duplicated sound. The mushroom seemed annoyed at being called small but despite everything ignored the provocation. Didn't defend itself. Just continued with what mattered rather than wasting energy on more meaningless exchanges. A pulse of light came from the center of Ren's core. Different from the detonation, slower. Like a hand pressing something gently back into place. The jade gold roots moved, reinterlaced and found each other. The crack didn't fully seal, but its edges came together enough to change the balance of everything. Enough to matter. The power flooding through Ren retreated. Not gone but contained. Like a river that had been about to overflow, its banks suddenly redirected into proper channels. Flood diverted before it could destroy everything. The rest is on you. The voice faded mid-sentence, the way voices fade when someone falls asleep before finishing the thought. Not gone. Just dormant again. There was a difference, and Ren knew it now with a certainty that hadn't been there before. It wasn't gone. It was just sleeping. The roots settled. The empty library was quiet again. Ren looked toward the edge of the space where Celthia was still not moving. The expression she wore now wasn't any of the ones she'd shown him before. It was the expression of someone recalculating from the ground up. He turned his attention back inward. The crack was smaller. Not sealed, nor resolved, but different. And the power that had been flooding him with that too easy sense of freedom had gone from euphoria to friction, to something that pushed against him instead of pulling him with it. The crystallization was retreating too. Not gone but less Going against the easy way. It hurts. Outside this space, the artifact still held him. Mutants still converged. The girls still couldn't approach. But that would change. Was already changing, because he knew what he had to do now. He'd known since the first time Leora had set him on fire from inside out, and he'd felt something not exactly pleasant but that had pushed corruption backward. Ren realized he could move now. He closed his hands into fists. 25 meters. She could see the top. The end of the stairwell was right there. But Selphira had spent too many years in this profession to confuse reachable with reached. Orion's beam came from above with the patience and constancy of someone who had no reason to hurry. A spiral torrent of black and white twisted around each other, coiling over itself as it descended, and Selphira had been holding it back with the best ice she could produce for longer than she would have liked. The first solid plug she had used had held the single black beam for several seconds. But the double spiral was another matter entirely. It chewed through her ice formations faster than she could rebuild them. Trying to stop it that way now was practically a mana donation. She needed much better resistance. The same focused approach she used forging her spear, a smaller shield, tightly angled, shaped specifically to counter the spiral's rotation. And she had to keep it connected directly to her body, feeding it in a continuous stream, squeezing every fraction of efficiency she had. The reinforced ice held. But barely. Each new one was a bit better but cost more than the one before. Behind them, 3 of Orion's Tamers lay solved at the bottom of the stairwell. 3 more were thawing out on their own. They'd been more trouble than they deserved. Not because any of them were particularly talented, but because some were doubles and having 2 beasts and combos didn't care how good you were. It was a logistical headache. She'd burned through more ice than she cared to admit just managing them. Victor had pushed upward with a grim resolve, his entire right arm was now crystallized past the shoulder. He hadn't mentioned it once. That side had stopped hurting some time ago, the one advantage of crystallization nobody talked about, the only clean edge in an otherwise ugly process. They'd covered 40 meters while she helped carry the load by pushing him from behind and giving him her ice barrier that resisted the beam's pressure for them. An improvised system, ungraceful and improvised, working roughly the way 2 people share an aerodynamic umbrella in a gale. Uncomfortable. But sustainable and doable, as long as both of them agreed on the direction. The last stretch had been exponentially worse than the first. The higher they climbed, the harder Orion pressed. The spiral tightened. Somewhere between the 15-meter mark and the 10, Selphira, who had measured her mana reserves with the precision of her long experience, quietly accepted that the numbers weren't working out the way she needed them to. They probably won't reach the top. But probably was not a word she used for things that mattered. Victor had gone quiet a while back. He stood with his good shoulder against the wall, crystallized arm hanging at his side, staring upward with an expression Selphira recognized because she'd watched it settle over his face several times in the last few minutes. "Let me take the beam again," he said. Selphira didn't look away from the shield. "No. Selphira. I said no, Victor. If you use me again, you can reach the top without a problem." His voice was steady. Not the steadiness of someone who didn't understand what he was suggesting, but the steadiness of someone who had understood it completely and already made peace with it. "My body is already useless. I'm not helping you, I'm weighing you down." She pushed the shield another centimeter higher. "You were helping me not have to listen to you just a moment ago. Do that. This isn't the moment for that. There's always a moment for that." She shifted the beam's pressure toward the shield's left edge, buying her right side a few seconds of rest. "And I'm not sacrificing you." Victor exhaled slowly. The sound of someone looking for a different angle. "My father turned himself into a statue to stop something that couldn't be stopped any other way. He said it without the weight, like the loss didn't hurt him anymore. If that's the end waiting for me, it isn't a tragedy. It's an honorable family tradition." Selphira turned her head and looked at him. Only one moment before focusing in the front again. Your father sacrificed himself because it was the only option available, and because he was the only person who could do it. She looked back at the shield. Your situation is neither of those. But the outcome would still be better than the alternatives. We need you that can still use beasts and skills more. Outcome isn't the only thing that matters in a decision, Victor. If it were, I'd have been taking shortcuts for 300 years that I have never taken after the last one. Another centimeter. 24.98 meters left. And I have no intention of carrying you home as a statue. You wouldn't have to spend so much mana. If you use me here, I can do what? Watch you slowly expire in my arms. Something that in another person's voice would have been a scold came out of hers as something drier, a short exhale that acknowledged the absurdity without committing to finding it as an option. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not being ridiculous. I'm being realistic. At your age, you don't know the difference yet. Victor opened his mouth. Closed it. Selphira used the silence. She checked him sideways, careful enough that he wouldn't notice. The crystallization had moved past the shoulder and edged slightly toward his neck. It hadn't progressed in the last hour, not since the initial exposure, which was, within the narrow range of available good news, the best she had. The rest of him looked better than it had any right to, all things considered. But under no circumstances should he tank it anymore. She turned her attention back to herself. 3 small crystal formations had appeared on her left forearm in the last 20 minutes. None of them had been there before. Small enough that they didn't restrict movement yet. But they were growing despite the shield. That was the part worth noting. Despite the shield she'd been reinforcing and maintaining and feeding mana into without pause. The shield that was supposed to be protecting her. Selphira filed it away, adjusted her grip, and kept pushing. The crystallization didn't hurt. That was almost beside the point. What mattered was what it meant. Orion's beam was bleeding through the shield with a consistency she didn't want to dwell on. She could feel each new formation on her forearm the way you feel a splinter you can't reach. She had less mana than she needed. Not dramatically less, but just enough less to matter. We're going to make it to the top, she told Victor, and her voice carried no cracks, no hesitation, nothing he could use to build a counterargument. Victor didn't respond immediately. When he did, his tone had the measured quality of someone deciding whether a fight was worth starting. You're sure? I'm sure. She shifted the shield's concentration toward the right edge, where the spiral was biting hardest. The adjustment bought her roughly 2 seconds of easier pressure. Stop asking me questions and save what you have left for when we reach the entrance. You're going to need it for running. Victor obeyed. That, more than anything, told her everything she needed to know about his condition. When Victor obeyed without pushing back, without one more angle, without at least a pointed look to register his disagreement, things were genuinely bad. He'd pushed them 30 meters with a fully crystallized arm, 30 meters that would have cost her twice the mana to cover at the same pace without him. That was more than anyone should have managed in his state, more than she would have expected. But that contribution was done. If she forced more out of him now, she wouldn't be carrying Victor out of here, but a big useless souvenir. So she let him push from behind and took the beam alone. 10 more meters gone. She'd covered them, but not the way she would have liked. The ice shield trembled with an irregularity she'd been working to mask for several minutes now, the kind of subtle wobble that an untrained eye might miss but that Selphira felt in her palms. The shield was arguing with her. The fusion she'd kept in reserve as a last measure had started costing more energy just to maintain than it should have, the upkeep bleeding into the same reserve she needed for the push itself. 15 meters left. I knew it. Victor's voice came from just behind her. Let me go to the front. You look too tired. He had waited, with precise and irritating accuracy, for the exact moment when the shield was most compromised to say it. No, said Selphira. I can take more impact than you right now, Anne. I said no, Victor. My arm doesn't feel anything, I swear to you it's not. Exactly. She didn't raise her voice. She never raised her voice when she was right, because being right didn't require volume to prove. If you put that side forward, the one that's already stopped feeling, you won't notice when it's too late. And your stubborn skull will become crystal before you realize you've crossed the line. A sigh. Although I suppose that might be an improvement. Victor opened his mouth, then he stopped moving it. Then he moved it again with that particular expression he made when he knew he'd lost the argument but wasn't ready to finish losing it. What about you, then? Selfra considered how long to take answering that. She used the time to reposition the shield half an inch higher. What about me? What? You have crystals on your face. Selfra didn't blink. It was true. The first formations had appeared on her forearm some time ago, but somewhere in the last few minutes, while she was redistributing what remained of her mana as efficiently as the situation allowed, compressing her technique down to its smallest workable shape, new ones had appeared. 2 on her left cheekbone, catching the chaotic lights on the stairwell. 1 at the side of her neck, small but positioned poorly, stiffening the rotation when she turned her head. She felt them. They didn't hurt. But they were there the way unwelcome things are always there. They don't bother me, she said. That's exactly what I just told you about mine. Selfra smiled. Victor. The same tone she used with students who kept making the same technical mistake 3 weeks after she'd corrected it. We are not the same. A pause. Besides, they suit me. Which was also true, in a way she hadn't expected. The crystals caught on her cheekbone in a way that happened to cover the lines age had carved into that part of her face, a small and absurd side effect that she filed away without comment. Do you know why I'm not worried, she said, keeping the same level of concentration she maintained while she spoke, the shield fed by the steady background of her attention. I'm not that far gone yet. And when we get out of this and I've finished dealing with that idiot Orion, if I find myself in the right part of the city, I might be able to make this a new fashion statement. Crystals are actually quite striking if you look at them from the right angle. They cover a few age lines too. Silence. Then, from behind her, where Victor was pushing against her back to help with the weight of the climb, came a sound she needed a moment to place. A laugh. Not bitter or polite. A real laugh, surprised out of him, the kind that happens when something strikes a person as genuinely absurd at the worst possible moment to find anything absurd. You're completely insane, said Victor, and there was something in his voice that hadn't been there before. Something with less weight to it. Yes. Selfra drove the shield 2 more centimeters upward. 14.98 meters. But I'm not so insane that I'm going to let you sacrifice yourself after all I invested here. Victor was quiet for a moment. If we don't make it. He started. We're going to make it. I'm only saying, if. Victor. Fine. Do whatever you want, you crazy old woman. A beat. If we die down here at least I'm better off listening to your nonsense than suffering alone down there. Selfra considered that. It wasn't an elegantly constructed compliment. Victor had many qualities, but eloquence had never been the most prominent. He was too direct to be eloquent, too honest to polish things before saying them. What came out was what he actually meant, every time, with no decoration. It was, in that way, more reliable than anything more carefully worded would have been. It was exactly the sort of thing he would say. Shut your mouth and don't call me, crazy old woman ever again, she said, or I will actually let you crystallize and use you as part of my shield when you're a statue. A crystallized idiot weighs less on my nerves than one who talks. Victor laughed again. Shorter this time, but just as real. Is that an insult or a tactical proposal? You never learn. The beam pressed. She felt it in the shield's weight, in the way the ice cracked with a sound she didn't like, in the fraction of a second where the backward force outpaced the upward one and she had to compensate without warning, redistributing her footing and the angle in one motion that cost her more than it should have. Victor felt it too. She knew without looking. "You're completely focused," she said. "I am completely focused. Which is what you should also be, instead of cataloging my face." Victor said nothing to that. The problem with honesty was that it normally arrived at the worst moments. Selphira had spent decades being honest with herself in situations where most people would have chosen the comfort of refusing to look. It was a habit she'd built over a very long time, and one that was nearly impossible to suspend, even in circumstances where the comfort would have been considerably easier to carry than the truth. So when the calculation resolved itself with uncomfortable clarity, she accepted it without argument. They couldn't make it to the top. Not as things stood. She had mana for perhaps 5 more meters, 6 if she compressed every usage to its theoretical minimum and made no mistakes. But Orion's beam was not the only problem waiting at the top of those 14 meters. If she reached the threshold by some big miracle, he could reactivate the barrier in seconds. The same barrier that had eaten her best techniques on the way and would seal the entrance before she crossed it. She knew what a lost battle looked like. She also knew that recognizing a lost battle and stopping were 2 entirely different decisions. Victor had said something earlier about Dragarian. About honoring a family tradition, if becoming a statue was what the moment called for. He'd said it with the calm he put on when he wanted to appear indifferent to something he actually cared about very much, and Selphira had registered every word without acknowledging them at the time. She thought about Dragarian now. The way he looked on the day he gave up everything, forward-facing, not one step back, his posture saying something clear about who he had decided to be at the end. She had known him long enough to be able to copy the exact same bearing. Selphira was not Dragarian. She was shorter, she had 200 more years of lines beneath the crystals on her cheekbone, and her beasts were not the stuff of legend the way his had been. She had different advantages, different history, a different way of arriving at the same decisions. But the posture, at least, could be the same. So she kept pushing. Upstairs, Orion had been ignoring the ringing in his ears for the better part of the last hour. It wasn't sharp. It was the low, dull kind that settled in after maintaining a technique past the point the body naturally recommended, when concentration began drawing on reserves he hadn't asked permission to use. The sound of sustained effort catching up to him, not dangerous, not yet, but present enough that pretending otherwise required a small continuous effort of its own. Orion was very tired. He had been pretending otherwise. The honest reason was that acknowledging it meant acknowledging that the old woman was costing him more than he had planned for. Which was not, strictly speaking, his fault. The plan had accounted for Victor as a hostage and nothing more. A tamer with a half-crystallized arm and days of captivity behind him had no business functioning as a meaningful shield. By any reasonable calculation, he shouldn't have any fight left in him or strength enough to matter. But Victor's partially crystallized body had turned out to be denser than Orion's estimate accounted for. It had absorbed impacts for far longer than it had any right to before Selphira finally pulled him back. That miscalculation had cost him. Not critically, but he could feel the cost in the ringing, in the slight delay between decision and response that hadn't been there at the start. He could have switched to the barrier and let himself recharge. That option had always been available. But he'd set it aside because giving Selphira even a brief respite meant giving her the choice to fully beat his soldiers and move deeper into the ruins, and hunting her down afterward would have opened a window for other problems he preferred to keep closed. He didn't have days to spend on one old woman. So he held the beam here. And if she could keep pushing, he'd have to endure it with his ears ringing, more easily. The distance between them had dropped to nearly 10 meters. Clearly, the old woman was incredibly stubborn, more than was reasonable. But there was a limit, and she was obviously approaching it. Every meter she gained now was costing her more than the one before, and at a certain point she would simply run out regardless of what she was willing to accept. They couldn't be far from done now. Orion added another rotation to the spiral and held his concentration steady. 9 meters. Selphira's skill started failing, and Victor recognized it before she said anything. Because there was nothing to say. He knew that kind of failure from the inside. It was the same silent unraveling he'd experienced the first time Orion's beam had pressed him alone, the body still trying to channel mana that couldn't move freely through the crystal blockages anymore, still sending the signal, still insisting, and what came out the other side was a fraction of what it should have been. Irregular and unreliable. He had taken his potion back then, had fought with everything he had and still hadn't made it out. Selphira had no potion now either. Victor looked at the crystals that now covered areas on almost her entire body. He knew exactly what it felt like when the body started to lock, to stiffen. He'd been living that knowledge in his own body for hours. He knew they weren't going to reach the exit. But Selphira kept pushing. Not with the strength she'd had at the start, and not even with what she'd had 5 minutes ago. With what remained, which was considerably less than enough, yet she was spending it anyway. No complaints. Not one word asking him to take her place, not one moment where she turned to him and acknowledged that her math had stopped working. She just kept the broken shield up and kept moving, meter by meter, as though the numbers were a problem she'd deal with once she was done or dead. Victor had spent most of his life testing the edges of her patience. She had spent just as many years of her life refusing to let him give up on things that still had breath in them, even when he couldn't see it himself. He understood, watching her now, that he was never going to convince her to let him sacrifice himself, neither in life nor in death. She wasn't going to step aside and let him absorb the beam. She wasn't going to let him be the one to stay behind. Maybe they were more alike than he'd been willing to admit. At least on the subject of stubbornness. He put his good hand on what remained of her shield, beside hers. "I understand," he said, low enough since it didn't need to carry far. "Not surrender. Something closer to recognition, of the kind that only comes when a person finally stops arguing with a truth they've been circling for a while." Selphira didn't respond, she just kept pushing. Victor silently pushed with her. Upstairs, Orion's ears were still ringing. It had crossed the threshold from temporary discomfort into the kind of thing that settles underneath everything else, layering a dull fatigue over thought and movement that he refused to name correctly. The body's way of presenting a bill he hadn't agreed to sign. He noted it and set it aside, because acknowledging it meant acknowledging what had caused it, and what had caused it was a woman in her final reserves who still hadn't stopped. But it was almost over. He could see that now. The last shield had fractured in a way that told him everything he needed to know. There was a specific quality to the resistance when a tamer was running on will instead of mana, a rigidity that came not from the skill but from the person holding it, a stubbornness that had its own texture and that could not, in the end, substitute for what it was trying to replace. He'd seen that quality in her shield for the last minutes. The ice wasn't responding the way it should. It was responding the way it could. Not much longer. Orion held his concentration with the inflexibility of a man who has decided he is not going to release first no matter what. Watching the distance close. Almost. Almost there. The energy burst hit his senses from behind with almost no warning at all. A whistle, and the sharp, flying feathers pierced him. Orion had spent enough years practicing his agility and sensitivity in combat, preparing for this day when he would take down the opposing leaders, for his body to react before his mind had even finished understanding what was happening. He had spent years drilling the instincts for exactly this kind of moment. Not for this specific situation, but for the general shape of it, the possibility that any engagement might open a second front in a direction he wasn't watching. His body half transformed into his black tiger and moved before his mind had finished processing what was happening, throwing him sideways on pure reflex. Several of the feathers passed through the space where his back had been a half-second earlier. They weren't decorative. They were the size of long daggers, each one edged with a density of concentrated mana that drove them into the stone floor up to their shafts when they missed their mark. But several didn't miss entirely. He felt impacts across his back and upper legs, sharp and immediate, the kind of pain that registers as fear of death before it registers as pain, and that told him the damage was serious before he'd even hit the ground. He activated the barrier from the floor before he even finished falling. He had made that decision instinctively too, before thinking of standing up, because standing first would have cost him a moment he didn't have. The barrier expanded outward around him and caught the second wave of feathers that followed almost immediately after the first. When he finally got himself upright and oriented, he realized two things first in rapid succession. Not that he was obviously under attack, but the beam he had been directing into the tunnel no longer existed. And the entrance was open. He moved almost instantly after touching the ground to reposition the barrier over the tunnel mouth. One fast scramble pushing his body with his tiger claws to close the angle, to block what he already knew had to be happening below. He didn't make it. Selphira had been ready thanks to her sheer stubbornness. That was the only reason. She also hadn't waited for the situation to explain itself to her, she'd felt the pressure disappear and move before the reason had time to matter. She had survived for too many years and knew not to wait for explanations when riding the moment. She came out of the tunnel at top speed, dragging Victor with her, burning what remained of her fusion into pure velocity because velocity was the only currency that meant anything in those specific seconds. Orion turned to take in what was behind him. The wide chamber where he had left the smaller, elite portion of his forces managing the perimeter was no longer the contained situation he'd set up before going underground. The geometry of it had changed entirely. The people and their positions were wrong in ways that took him a moment to fully map, because the wrongness was spread across too many points at once. Arturo was at the center of it. The middle brother, who had never had Victor's natural authority or Julius's ease with people, who had always been the one who compensated for those absences by calculating carefully and refusing to stop working. And he had brought people with him who had no business being here. Zhao came down fast, adjusting his angle mid-descent with the direct, economical movement of someone who had no time to be elegant about it. He caught Selphira and Victor cleanly and pulled into a sharp turn in the air that carried all three of them away from the tunnel mouth's vicinity and into the coordinated retreat the rest of the group was already forming. Full retreat. His voice carried the right amount of mana behind it, not a shout, but something with enough structure to reach everyone who needed to hear it through the noise. We have who we came for. Although she would have liked to give Orion a few good blows. Selphira did not protest. She just cancelled her fusion. Zhao and Victor both registered that in the same moment, and neither of them said anything about it, because there was nothing useful to say. The fact that she let it go without argument communicated her state more precisely than any description of it would have. Orion launched black beams from the barrier he'd anchored at the ruins entrance, but the target positions were already abandoned by the time the first ones landed. The group's shields also came up in layers as they pulled back. It wasn't a perfect retreat, far from it, but Orion's group wasn't that large and Ren's elite with the ability to use fusions balanced the battlefield quite well, especially since they didn't need to win and their ground control, thanks to the large number of members of Julius's special unit, was so high. The unit Julius had built for exactly this kind of job, underground movement, terrain management, the particular skill set that made retreating look like a good decision rather than a failure, was doing what it had been built to do. They were giving ground deliberately, at their own pace, toward tunnels they had already used. Slowly, the reinforced stone between them and Orion's remaining forces grew. Pulling those feathers out was the kind of pain that demanded full attention and didn't accept negotiations about timing. He dealt with it. He had spent a long time training himself not to let physical pain restructure his priorities, and he applied that training now with the same systematic approach he applied to everything else. The healer he'd kept assigned to himself worked quickly, and within a few minutes the damage had moved from urgent to manageable. Removing those enormous knives from his body hurt, but being left without his hostages hurt even more. He could have used those two to eliminate Arturo, but it was too late now. Orion left the underground and stepped out through the castle. The air outside had the particular weight of a battlefield that had been running for hours. Heavy with dust and residual energy, the distinct quality of large amounts of mana burned in a compressed space over a short time. He took it in without commenting on it, because it was a detail and not the detail that mattered. His army had changed shape since he'd gone underground. Orion's army. The more reliable half had entrenched itself close to the castle using the reinforced stone wall formations. They had losses that Orion had already estimated from what he could observe and that fell within the margins he'd calculated for this phase. Acceptable numbers, given what they'd accomplished. The other half. The portion that had chosen the least convenient possible moment to develop independent opinions, had broken formation and was now fighting alongside an army that should not have arrived yet. Their techniques were directed against a section of the flow of mutants that was moving with more autonomy than Orion had been actively directing. He noticed that last part just now. He pulled his attention to the crystals that were currently serving as the anchors for his barrier and checked the control of the corrupted beasts out of habit. The flow was present. The connection was there, responsive, functioning. He made a small adjustment to the mutants' direction, a slight correction to test the response. They moved accordingly. No problem. He held the observation for a moment, then settled it. He'd been underground managing the tunnel for a sustained period, occupied with a level of technical focus that didn't leave room for active management of the flow, just the previous order direction. But they had changed the target direction slightly not long ago. The mutants had continued attacking on their own momentum, which was what they did when no active direction was applied. That was their nature, not a malfunction. The connection had been intact the whole time. He told himself this with the certainty of a man who has reached a conclusion and sees no reason to revisit it. He redirected the flow in full. The mutants that the new defender group and the defectors had been contending with shifted direction, pressing with their full numbers toward the new army and the traitors alike, pushing them back from the castle's perimeter, away from the ground Orion still controlled. It wasn't an optimal outcome. The pressure on the city castle and the academy would ease with the mutants partially reoriented, and that respite was a cost he'd have preferred not to pay. But it recovered the territorial position the remaining half of his army could regroup well first and breathe. He considered the full accounting of what today had produced. Selphra and Victor had made it out. That was the entry on the balance sheet that carried the most weight, and he wasn't going to pretend otherwise or dress it up as something more favorable than it was. They had escaped. That was the fact. But Selphra had come out of the tunnel as a woman who had burned through everything she had, her body compromised from crystals as Victor had been first, something she had no way to recover from. Victor wasn't in any fighting condition either. Whatever threat either of them represented in their current state was negligible compared to what they would have been at full capacity. They were no longer useful as fighters. They were no longer a factor he needed to plan around. They were just hostages. The second step of the plan had never depended on them to begin with. It depended on joining the groups waiting on the other side of the city, the ones who had stayed out of today's engagement by deliberate order, the ones who had watched from a distance while the first moves were made, the ones who would now march alongside what remained of his army with the weight of the crystals behind them. It depended on clearly making the situation obvious for the people and demanding what's theirs. With that force and with the mutants under control, the castle would have no workable choice but to yield the remaining ruins and the access they represented to start his full connection with the crystals. And then the final step. But he knew there was a small extra problem he had to address fast first. Orion thought briefly about the strange boy and allowed himself to feel something that wasn't quite satisfactory. With time the kid could find a way to reverse crystallization. So he needed to finish him now. There would be no time to find a cure. No time to recover what had already been neutralized, nor time or room to grow into something capable of closing the distance between them with some magical training arc. It was now or never. For both of them. Earth was the most boring element to explain and the hardest to stop. Julius had known that since he was old enough to argue about elements with anyone willing to listen, and he had confirmed it enough times in actual combat that the theory no longer needed demonstration. Fire was spectacular and powerful. Wood was impressive, its growth input arriving almost instantly when you needed it. Wind was silent and sharp. Water was versatile, beloved for how it healed. Each of them had a moment, a peak, a reason people talked about them. And Earth was the one less talked but still pushing when everyone else had finished doing impressive things. The twins had understood that too late. Orion had tested their capability beforehand, trusted them with the mutant flow, but his brothers hadn't inherited his obsession, his strong will or his patience. They had many mistakes after a while. When Julius's group found the seam in their control and pushed toward it, the twins lost the thread. The mutants drifted. Not for long, just long enough, but Julius had spent his entire career building a life on those kinds of moments and he wasn't going to waste this one. His group moved hard toward the exit while the twins scrambled to re-establish the flow and blame each other for losing it. By the time they coordinated again, it was too late to stop the retreat entirely by only redirecting mutants. So they had done what panicked people with firepower tend to do, they escalated. The combined beam arrived to cut off Julius's group, fire and water twisted together in a combination that was technically chaotic but technically coherent, the kind of technique that took real cooperation to produce and real discipline to maintain under pressure. Julius absorbed the first impact with a reinforced mineral shield and noticed something the twins probably didn't know he would notice. The beam fluctuated. It was a genuine achievement, synchronizing two separate tamers well enough to make a technique that heavy and complex viable at all. One person would have struggled to execute it at all. Two people executing it together were capable of something neither could produce alone. But two people controlling a single technique always had that problem. That millisecond of difference between one person's impulse and the other's, invisible under normal conditions, indistinguishable from noise unless you were looking for it specifically. In most fights it didn't matter. Against most opponents it would never surface. But Julius was the kind of person who looked for the crack in people. He had been doing it since long before he had any business doing it, and he was very good at it. His group also had an advantage the twins hadn't fully accounted for. Earth was the element with the best internal synergy of all of them, his tamer's mana was compatible not just with his own but with each other's, the flow passing between them and returning reinforced in a way that resembled a battery that recharged itself from the effort of being used. Not infinite efficiency. Just extended efficiency, which in a long fight was exactly the same thing as the only efficiency that mattered. They formed the feedback pattern Julius had been preparing since he first identified the fluctuation. The mineral shield reshaped itself into something narrower and more reactive to the spin, a drill that matched the spiral's own rotation and drove against it along the axis of least resistance. It was patient work. It required everyone to trust the pattern and not flinch from the pressure, and his tamers trusted it because they'd seen it work before and because Julius had a way of communicating absolute confidence in a plan without saying anything about it directly. The twins had no sophistication available to them at that point. They had panic, and they had supposedly unmatched firepower, so when they saw Julius advancing anyway they had more panic. By the time a few meters separated Julius from the exit, the twins had already switched to their barrier and ran. Which was, if Julius was being honest with himself, a relief. Maintaining the fusion much longer would have started costing him in ways he would have felt later, and not having to fight through a last desperate push let him conserve the reserves he'd need above ground. They came out with more left in them than he'd expected to have. In summary, Julius had won after a long battle against the mutants, which then transformed into a battle against the chaotic spiral beam of fire and water. The beam battle had been a bit long, but considerably shorter than the one Selphra survived. Just minutes before leaving, Julius was certain he could escape and had decided on his next move. Zhao. He didn't need to say anything else. Zhao was already positioned even against his true will. That was the quality Julius valued above almost everything else in someone in that line of work, the ability to process the situation at the same speed as the commander, to have already reached the same conclusion without being walked through it. Zhao read the group in seconds, who had flying beasts, who could carry an additional person without sacrificing the speed they'd need, which order minimized bottlenecks at the exit point, and organized the first wave out with the methodical efficiency of someone who had made these calculations in worse conditions than this and knew which variables actually mattered. Yes, take the faster ones and you go first, Julius told him. Zhao opened his mouth. It's not negotiable, Julius added. Zhao closed it again, with the expression of someone who disagrees but recognizes when the conversation is already over. When Julius had pushed a lot and was just a few meters from the exit, the frightened twins had already switched to their barrier and fled. Which, if Julius was honest, was a relief because it allowed him to conserve some of his energy, which would soon run out if he maintained the fusion much longer. So they emerged from the ruins with more energy reserves than he had expected. And Zhao was gone the next moment. Outside, Julius oriented himself and read the mutant flow. His group's Earth affinity gave him a natural sensitivity to the way large numbers of creatures moved across the ground, the pressure they exerted, the direction that pressure was building toward, and what he read stopped him for a moment. The flow was moving upward. Toward the massive bridge connecting Yino and Yano. Mutants without direction normally scattered. These weren't scattering. The line was deliberate and consistent, organized in a neat way that very likely didn't come from the creatures themselves. Julius traced it to its most probable destination and held the conclusion in his mind for a second before accepting it. They were crossing from Yino to Yano. He noted where Zhao had gone. The energy traces his beast's fusion left in the air were readable to anyone with sufficient mana sensitivity, and they pointed toward Goldcrest territory, the direction the twins had taken when they ran. Julius didn't yet know what the twins were about to do there or what their next move looked like, but Zhao had decided to follow their direction until its probable end in seconds, and Julius just trusted that kind of decision was good since it came from a scout that always understood without needing much explained to him. Zhao had even left someone shadowing the twins already, quiet and good for hiding from good senses, also fast. So tracking two people considerably slower than Zhao's flying group would be easy. That was enough for now. Julius moved toward the bridge. Earth tamers were rarely fast, and the beasts his group ran with were built for endurance and strength rather than speed of movement. But the bridge was considerably closer than Goldcrest territory, and crossing alongside the mutants, through the noise and mass of them rather than against it, turned out to need some specific techniques applied with patience. Earth had a long list of tricks for situations that looked impossible from a distance and merely difficult from up close. They arrived faster than he'd expected. The castle was still holding. Hundreds of fighters at the entrance to the vault, the marks of hours of sustained combat and slow retreat to the deeper zones of the castle visible in the way they stood and in how they managed their mana, that particular economy of movement that tamers developed when they knew they couldn't afford to spend anything beyond the strict minimum. Each use was measured against what remained and what was still coming. They were holding. But it was the kind of holding that had a deadline on it, and anyone who had spent enough time in long fights could read the deadline in the posture. Julius had arrived ready to be the relief. Then the mutant flow stopped. Not gradually. It stopped the way something stops when it receives an instruction, which is entirely different from how something stops when it runs out. Julius now knew the difference because he'd watched the corrupted mutants under the twins' control long enough underground to have formed clear opinions about how directed movement looked versus undirected movement. This was directed. Something had changed for the mind behind all this. Then the flow reversed direction. Julius felt the movement and tracked the new line, and the feeling that settled in his chest wasn't quite fear, but it shared enough characteristics with fear that he didn't waste time arguing about the distinction. The Academy. He left a third of his group at the castle, just in case the mutants came back, and moved the rest. What Julius found when he reached the Academy was not something he could have prepared for even with a warning. Maybe not even with full knowledge in advance. 8 artifacts had formed a structure in the center of the Academy grounds, and his brain took several seconds to finish processing it, the kind of thing the eyes recognize before the mind accepts what it is actually seeing, that brief gap between perception and classification where the only available word is wrong. Wrong. There was no coherent anatomy to it. No logical reference point in anything Julius had studied or faced in combat, except maybe loosely a spider, and even that comparison broke down immediately when you considered the range of movement and what it was clearly capable of. The construct wasn't built around any principle he could name. But it was still built around a purpose, and the purpose was visible in how everything about it oriented toward holding the figure above. It was elevating something. The energy emanating from that central point made the combined presence of every tamer on the field feel irrelevant by comparison. Julius had sensed the distortion from a distance, had felt it building as he approached, but the rate at which it had escalated since then sat at the edge of what he was willing to call alarming without sounding like someone who panicked easily. He was truly not someone who panicked easily. He was also not going to pretend the number was something other than what it was. In the elevated position, in the palm of what might generously be called one of the spider's hands, if you were willing to stretch the definition, stood something that didn't fit any prior category Julius had available. His father was the first thing that came to mind. Then the feeling arrived, and it was the complete opposite, and the power was much larger. Hybrid. Human, dragon, and corruption in one, and maybe something beyond all three that none of those terms fully reached. The entity stood at height, still, in a way that wasn't the stillness of someone waiting. It was the stillness of a process that hadn't finished yet. But that amount of energy. Something that large should have been felt from much farther away. Even from inside the ruins, from Goldcrest territory, Julius calculated that Zhao must have sensed it too, or would have by now. But he didn't know that this didn't work like ordinary mana. The dark energy radiating from the entity in the palm wasn't expanding outward the way energy always expanded, dispersing and thinning with distance. It was accumulating inward, pulling toward a central point that Julius could only perceive at all because of how close he now was, because it was actively interacting with the energy around it, drawing it in rather than pushing it out. Like a void that fed on everything within reach, growing more efficient the closer you came, the pull increasing with proximity in a way that suggested it wasn't close to finished. If you could feel it, that was only thanks to how plentiful it was. Even escaping the void's vicinity. And around that void, a wall of mutants moved in a continuous churning mass, channeling into the center with the single-minded consistency of something that had surrendered any individual direction. Not attacking but feeding and defending. Delivering what they had to what was accumulating above them with the blind momentum of a current that no longer needed anyone to sustain it. Julius assessed his reserves. They weren't enough to make a difference here. Maybe they wouldn't have been enough at full capacity. That wasn't pessimism. It was simple arithmetic. Then his heart lurched. He saw the girls in front of the entity. All three of them in maximum fusion, though Leora looked like she was forcing hers just a second on mana fumes. Luna and Larissa's stances had that particular quality of people who had already decided something and were past the point where additional information was going to change it. Julius moved forward without calculating the odds further. But he already knew he wouldn't reach them in time. Luckily, Lynn was at the front. She was the reason Julius sprinted as hard as he could but didn't break into a desperate scream immediately. Her posture said something specific to him, not holding position, not waiting for a better moment. Power accumulating. He recognized the preparation a half-second before he understood what technique she was loading into it, and when he understood, something in his assessment of risk shifted. They weren't trying to escape, they were attacking. Power finally exploded and the kick landed against the mass of hundreds of mutants and disintegrated the nearest ones in the immediate impact zone. But the impact wasn't the point. The real function followed a fraction of a second later, a pulse of compressed air that drove outward from the point of contact and displaced everything in a 20-meter arc that wasn't anchored to the ground. It wasn't the damage to the mutants who were already dying anyway that mattered. It was the gap it opened between the mutants, that momentary separation between bodies to allow a clear view that lasted exactly long enough for the three girls to all point at the same spot. The beam that left them was the closest thing to an adequate answer that Julius had seen since arriving. Light and darkness wound together with spiritual energy, technically covering the widest spectrum available to the three of them, synchronized with a precision that only comes from their fusion augmentations pushing their awareness to their ceiling combined with extended practice and the specific clarity that urgent necessity produces. Everything they had, directed at the figure above, released as a single unified attempt. Julius held his breath. The entity didn't move. Still locked in whatever process the transformation required, still building toward whatever it was becoming. The beam made contact with its chest. And disappeared. Gone inside of the void. Absorbed, but not the way a shield absorbs an impact, with resistance and dispersion and residual energy that has to redirect somewhere. It was absorbed the way nothing Julius had ever seen was absorbed. No visible effort, no residue, and no indication at all that the impact had registered against a process already in motion. The figure above didn't move. The energy point at the center of the structure kept accumulating. Julius looked at the girls and saw in their stances what he had hoped not to see. Not surrender, none of the three were people who stood like that. But the recognition that what they had just used was the best they had, and the best they hadn't been enough. The specific exhaustion that follows maximum output with no result is different from any other kind of exhaustion, and he knew what it looked like. Suddenly, the energy they had launched, which seemed to have disappeared, reappeared in the entity's chest and began to spin. To transform into something different. Wrong. Then the entity extended its hand and directed it toward them. Julius closed his fists. He wasn't going to reach them in time. He assessed what he had left. Assessed what was around him. Assessed the distance, the angle, the realistic probability that anything he could do from his current position changed what was unfolding in the center of that field. The numbers didn't work out. But Julius Dravenholm was the son of a man who had thrown himself forward without hesitation to save others. One way or another, he was going to reach them. Moments earlier. Ren closed his fists. The faint light the mushroom had left in his chest was still there, quiet and low, like the last ember of a fire that has gone to sleep but hasn't quite finished burning. Not gone. Just resting at the bottom of something that still had warmth. The jade gold roots had returned to their place. The crack was a fraction smaller than it had been. And the words that had come through that thick wall still rang in him with enough clarity that they weren't going anywhere, the kind of clarity that comes not from volume but from the dear memory something important is said. To push out these intruders, you already know what you have to do. That uncomfortable feeling. He knew what it felt like. He had been subconsciously avoiding pushing to that direction directly since the first time Leora's fire had burned him. But it was indeed something that pushed back and spread outward, burning something that was inside his mind and felt wrong in a weird way that only intrusive thoughts feel wrong. This feeling was not corrupted wrong. Not Celthia's version of wrong. The other kind. The kind that worked and let him move. Celthia was on the floor at the far side of what had been the library. Or what remained of the library's architecture. The walls still stood, the ceiling was still the correct height, the angle of the floor was still what it had always been. The bones of the space were intact. Everything else, the shelves, the books, the accumulated evidence of everything that had once been stored and accessible here, was simply gone. It was the shape of a library with nothing in it, which had been somehow worse than a different kind of emptiness entirely. She had come to crash against the back wall. The space was smaller than normal, which meant that when the mushroom's pulse had driven her across it, the wall had arrived sooner than it might have. She was examining her shoulder with the careful, slightly detached attention of someone assessing minor damage to something they care about, but not panicked or angry yet. Just evaluating. The expression on her face turned to irritation. The specific, slightly absurd kind of irritation that comes not from pain but from indignity. There's at least one small advantage to a space this small, she said, rotating the shoulder once and apparently deciding it was fine. When you go flying, the wall is close to hit you again. A pause, dry as dust. I'm not sure it's worth it, honestly. It hurt my ego more than anything else. Think you'd win with just that? Ren didn't answer. He also didn't have time to answer, because the moment he started actually listening to her was the moment he was doing exactly what she wanted, which was staying inside his own mental space 1 minute longer than necessary while she worked out whatever she was working out. He had learned enough about how she operated in the last few minutes to know that her commentary was never just commentary. It was a hand keeping the door open. So he came at her instead. The first second confirmed what he already knew but what his body needed a moment to accept as operational reality. He could move but without his beasts, without any of the bonuses they provided, without anything except 15 years of physical conditioning and the principles Lin had drilled into every muscle he had. He was not weak, but he was not strong against a Tamer of her caliber either. He had a well-trained young body. Against most problems a Tamer his age faced, that was enough to matter when everyone would have small buffs still. In a normal situation 10 years ago, against a girl his age with his level of training, he had a real chance. But Ren would do much worse in his city and even more in the academy. His spread knowledge had redefined that, what a 15-years-old Tamer was supposed to look like. But at least in Yaino it would be a bit less changed. For someone, frozen in time, even worse. This girl should be far from a gold-rank beast. But even so. Celthea was not most problems, he didn't know how different she was, how anomalous. With the corruption using her as main body. She could even be as weird as him. And maybe it was so since when Ren reached her, she slipped the punch without leaving the wall. A minimal lateral adjustment, precisely calibrated, the margin so exact that his fist passed through the same space her face had occupied a half-second earlier with nothing to show for it. Not a full dodge. Just enough movement to make him miss, applied with the economy of someone who likely saw him in slow motion. Then she hit him. The claw arrived before Ren finished processing that the dodge was over. Purple diamond crystallization, the same technique he carried in his own arsenal, recognizable in structure the moment he felt it, except that Celthea's had that corrupted undertone that changed not just the color but the texture. Bigger and heavier claws. The corrupted variant of the same Hydra he used, wearing a different coat over the same bones. The impact sent him across the room. He traveled, hit the floor already rolling, and ended up flat on his back staring at the ceiling of what had been the library's reference section, a detail his brain supplied with complete uselessness given the circumstances. Ren lay there for a moment taking notes of the damage. Spat blood. Not much, just enough to confirm that the hit had been real in every sense that mattered, that this space translated force the same way the outside world did, and also that his ribs were going to have opinions about this later. Celthea had gotten to her feet. She watched him from across the empty floor with something that in another person would have read as amusement, but in her carried that particular quality of someone observing an experiment that is producing results worth noting. That nice body of yours doesn't do much for you in here, so lovely yet useless you know. Not cruel or mocking tone. Just like a data point she was sharing, monotone the way someone mentions the weather before deciding whether to bring a coat. Ren wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. He breathed. Not because the oxygen mattered, in this space that was a concept open to debate, but because he needed the 2 seconds it took to do it correctly. Full breath in, slow breath out. The kind Lin had made him practice until it was reflex, back when he thought it was just a breathing exercise and before he understood it was the reset button she was actually installing. It wasn't useless. Lin's first rule, build the foundation. Her voice had that quality of something you hear and accept before the first real weeks of training convince you it isn't what you thought, and then you come out the other side of it and realize it was always exactly what she said. The body is the foundation that everything else sits on. Without a real foundation, the bonuses have a low ceiling. It's not just the bonus that matters. It's what the bonus is multiplying. Ren looked at his chest. The mushroom's light was still there, faint, slowly reconstructing the casing around the seed. His first beast needed to sleep. He had understood that. Forcing it again would be the kind of mistake that didn't get corrected easily, the kind you paid for in a currency that wasn't just mana. But the energy the mushroom had released in that pulse hadn't simply vanished. It was still in the space around him, loose and available, carrying the particular signature of something that had been his for long enough that he recognized it the way he recognized his own voice. He breathed it in the way he'd learned to breathe in, not grabbing for it, just opening the channel and letting it find him. The first bonus of his first beast opened. 10% strength, just grabbing at the edges of his full power, barely enough to notice from the outside. Not what he needed. But more than he'd had 30 seconds ago. He came at her again. This time Celthea registered the difference before he arrived. He saw it in the small postural adjustment she made as he closed the distance: worry, a shift in weight, a slight change in how her hands were positioned, the half-second where her expression moved from passive observation to something closer to active attention. She had noticed. Same pattern of attack. But this time he dodged her counter. "Plenty of strength and speed," he said. "But your technique is zero and your movement has huge gaps." Ren didn't stop moving. "There are many more important variables," he said, breathing through the sentence. "My teacher covers all of them." Cynthia blinked just once. The single visible sign that the answer had landed somewhere she hadn't expected it. "You're faster than before," she conceded. "But only by a margin, you shouldn't be able to." Another dodge positioned him at the perfect angle for a clean shot to the liver. His fist drove toward it with the full commitment of someone who had set that opening up. The punch landed. And did nothing. The purple diamond scales absorbed the impact without acknowledgement, without so much as a sound. Like hitting a mountain. Ren felt it before his fist had fully extended, felt the density in the instant of contact and was already pulling the arm back, but that moment of adjustment cost him. Her counter arrived while he was still between positions. He covered, barely, but the blow caught his side and drove him back several meters. He had already turned with the impact instead of bracing against it, converting the force into directional movement, bleeding off momentum through rotation rather than absorption. He landed on his feet, not elegantly, but controlled. Still standing. He stood there, breathing, and let the unpleasant sensation of the spiritual fire build in his chest. The feeling that wasn't comfortable. The feeling that worked in his favor. The bronze bonuses opened. A small golden mushroom bloomed at the top of his head, barely there, and the energy that had been circulating found its natural channels and followed them without needing permission. Faster. Stronger. Not doubled, nothing so dramatic, but enough that the space between him and Cynthia felt different. He could feel the gap in his own reflexes closing slightly at the edges. He went back at her. Cynthia laughed while she defended. A genuine sound, not mockery nor the polished amusement she deployed when she wanted to unsettle someone, but the unguarded laugh of a person who is enjoying themselves in a way they hadn't anticipated. Ren kept pushing, kept looking for the angle that would make the scales matter less than the body behind them, and every time he found what looked like an opening the diamond absorbed it without complaint. Ren processed it and changed what he was trying to do. He couldn't damage her through the scales. That was a fact, at least for now. Accepting facts quickly was one of the things Lin insisted on, because the tamers who argued with facts in the middle of a fight were the ones who got hurt by them twice. But scales were a static defensive system. They weren't a balance system. They weren't a reaction system. A tamer covered in armor was well protected against being hit, and significantly less protected against being moved. Feints. He had already moved. 2 feints, one setting up the other, each one committed enough that they read as genuine attempts, because Lin had taught him that a feint nobody believes is just a really bad punch, and the only feint worth throwing is one you're willing to follow through on if the read is wrong. Cynthia took the bait on the first and broke her stance on the second. Her weight shifted to cover the anticipated angle. Ren went low. The leg sweep caught her before she could redistribute weight. She went down, and Ren was already there before she even finished falling, his hands finding her ankles, back muscles engaging, using the momentum of her own fall and adding to it with a full rotation that carried her in a wide arc over his head. The sound she made when she hit the floor of the empty library was extremely satisfying. Ren chose not to say that out loud. Cynthia was down for approximately 1 second. She lay there with an expression he hadn't seen on her face yet, not the cold analysis, not the observation or that dry amusement. This was something more direct. The irritation of someone who has just had something done to them that they hadn't calculated for, and who considers that gap in their calculation a personal problem. "Fine," she said. In a tone that had nothing fine about it. She didn't transform all at once. That would almost have been easier to digest. Instead she did it the way that was somehow worse, gradually, methodically, each layer added with the deliberation of someone who has options and is working through them from the bottom up. The scales extended further. The musculature beneath them shifted, not just the surface but the underlying structure, bones and tendons resettling into something built for a different weight class entirely. Her posture changed. The way she occupied the space she was standing in changed. When she came at him this time, the speed was different by enough margin that the technique he had been running arrived half a second late. He didn't have the reaction time to close that gap. The hit caught him with the full weight of what she was now delivering directly into him. Ren didn't try to turn it into anything. He went to the floor, bounced once, and lay still for a moment staring at the ceiling again, which was becoming a familiar view. He breathed again. Annoyance wasn't helping with that uncomfortable feeling. Two sensations that together didn't soften anything. But he embraced it. And underneath it, something steadier, the part of him that Lin had spent years building past the point where pain could reach it. More mushrooms bloomed along the top of his head, small and golden, appearing with the quiet logic of a system that recognized what the situation required and responded to it. The silver rank bonuses of his mushroom opened with a fraction of those of his other beasts, each one settling into place the way something settles when it belongs there. More strength. More speed. Not dramatic yet like a transformation. Just the next rung of the ladder, made available because the foundation underneath it was solid enough to hold it. The difference, when he got to his feet, was real. Celthea was looking at Ren with a face expression that had moved past the point of fun into exasperated. "That's a mistake," she said. The tone was different now, not the dry amusement she had been deploying since the start of this, not the careful observation. Something more direct, stripped of performance and with the particular calm of someone saying what they actually believe but still not especially caring whether the other person accepts it. "What you're doing right now. Letting that thing help you is bad." Ren didn't respond. "The gold wants to play the good one." Celthea tilted her head slightly. "But it's deceiving you, so you think we're the ones doing the deceiving. Because it wants exactly the same thing as what you call corruption." A pause. "What they unfairly call corruption." Ren closed his fists. "The difference is that we're more honest about it," she continued. Her voice still had that calm, even when everything else around her was in motion. "Your false beast plants seeds, cultivates them, directs them toward where it wants them to grow. And when they're large enough." She opened one hand in a gesture that was almost elegant, the crystallized fingers spreading slowly, "it will harvest them. The same as us, just with fewer varieties of modification and apparently a better public image." Her eyes held his. "Let us give you the power to free yourself from an ending you won't be able to enjoy. Let us save you." If it was a lie, it wasn't a simple one. That was the most uncomfortable part. Ren knew at the moment he heard it, and the knowing arrived from two directions at once. He watched for fluctuation in the mana and found none, and underneath that, the part of him that processed logical information at inconvenient moments, the part that had never once agreed to be quiet when he needed it to, turned the words over and found weight in them. There was something in what she had said that he couldn't dismiss cleanly, a thread of something real woven into it tightly enough that pulling the lie out would take the truth with it. But it wasn't the complete truth either. It was too ambiguous for that. A half-truth used as a door left half open, waiting for him to step through. "You might be right about some things," said Ren. Celthea raised one eyebrow. "But right now the only thing I'm interested in is getting you out of here, and you're distracting me so." He came at her. Something had changed. Celthea had noticed it before he said a word. The way he moved was different, not simply faster in the straightforward sense of velocity increased, but recalibrated, as though Ren had quietly revised his internal map of where he ended and the fight began. She registered the shift not as a single observable thing but as a collection of small things that added up to a conclusion. But he was already close, so she attacked. The strike found only air. Celthea's expression tightened for a fraction of a second before it smoothed back to neutral. She threw another. Ren didn't retreat, he moved laterally, stepping into the angle that left her committed to the momentum of the swing, and the purple diamond claw raked across the empty floor of the library and found nothing. She tried again. More velocity this time, more mass behind it, increasing the fusion because when a technique stopped producing results the obvious answer was to escalate the force driving it. She pressed harder and moved faster and the outcome was the same. Ren had read her movements and was simply no longer where she had aimed. His three beasts' powers had started filtering back in. Not at full strength, nothing close to what they would have been under normal conditions, but enough that each exchange left her in a slightly worse position than the one before it. Small deficits accumulating. The mushroom's power kept flowing from the faint pulsing light at the center of the space, steady and unhurried, and Ren absorbed it without forcing it, letting it find its own channels the way water finds the lowest resistance path. Celthea pushed her fusion further. More bestial, more speed, more strength, the transformation deepening as she committed more to it. The empty architecture of the library began vibrating from the weight of two presences that kept escalating, the space between them shrinking and expanding in rapid sequences as they moved. But for a good while now, Ren didn't take a single hit. Somewhere between the 15th and 20th attempt, he started laughing. Not the laugh of someone enjoying themselves in a comfortable way. The specific laugh that comes when a person suddenly understands something, and the satisfaction of understanding it is enough that the laugh escapes before any decision is made about whether to let it out. "You'd be better off leaving on your own," he said, slipping from another strike with a rotation that was almost unnecessarily smooth. "Otherwise I'm going to have to make this unpleasant while I push you out." Celthea stopped. "You're getting overconfident." Her tone carried the weight of a reminder, the reminder that less than 5 minutes ago she had sent him across the room. A moment ago. A moment ago. Ren shrugged. Things change. Celthea came at him with genuine focus this time. Ren cleared her path with enough margin that the motion looked unhurried, reappeared at her side, and instead of hitting the armor he placed his fingers with perfect accuracy at the thinnest gap between the plates on her abdomen, the exact point where, if you could perceive the mana pattern of a Tamer clearly enough, one of the primary flow nodes sat closest to the surface. It was the same technique he had worked out with Larissa once. Refined again with Luna after that. Find the pattern, find the node, disrupt the flow before the system can compensate for the interruption. Celthea didn't have the same flow pattern. The corrupted system was mutated, rerouted in ways that weren't standard, built around different principles. She wasn't Larissa. She wasn't Luna. Who would have thought that a disrupted mana flow in a projected entity from a crystallized body would feel like being tickled? Ren was confused. What happened was difficult to categorize precisely. Celthea folded. Ren's first interpretation was pain. That reading lasted approximately 3 seconds, which was the time it took to register that the sound Celthea was making wasn't the sound a person made when something hurt. It didn't have the right shape for pain. It was involuntary and sharp, yeah. But broken at the edges. It seemed to be the kind of sound that escapes when the body produces it before the mind can decide whether to allow it. A weird sound he also had never heard coming from someone with a doubled voice and this degree of mutation. But he wasn't going to let himself be distracted just to process what it actually was. Not right now. She straightened with visible effort, pulling herself back together. "Stop or I'll explode." "Don't pretend," said Ren, pushing his hands to the front as she kept backing up. "I figured it out a while ago." Celthea looked at him from her position. Her expression was genuinely difficult to read, the first time in this entire encounter that her face had stopped giving him something legible to work with. But still. "I figured out that you can't use complete abilities in this space." Ren kept moving forward, with the particular steadiness of someone who has reached a conclusion and tested it enough times to be sure of it. "My mushroom's roots limit what your corruption can do in here. The rift. If you can't expand it further, your power doesn't scale even with that extreme fusion. So all that escalation you've been doing, it's almost purely cosmetic." Celthea opened her mouth. "Part of me is still CROST." She started. "Not interested." Ren extended his hand toward another flow node. Wait, listen. Celthea took a step back, but the empty library wasn't large and the wall arrived sooner than expected. She pressed against it. There's a human part that's Sep. He touched the node. The sound Celthea made this time was even less compatible with suffering than the previous one. High-pitched, entirely involuntary, ending in a short exhale that she clearly had not planned to produce. It had a very specific quality to it that did not match any of the sounds a person made when something was genuinely wrong with them. Ren considered this data point carefully. Wait. Every time I touch here, he said, adopting the measured tone he used when testing a hypothesis in real time, the flow partially interrupts. It's a fairly effective seal, honestly. He paused, arriving at the conclusion his observations had been pointing toward for the last 30 seconds. Maybe that's what pushing her out of here sounds like. Run. Celthea's voice had a new register. Not threatening. Something closer to the warning of a person whose patience is running out at an accelerating rate. Stop. Why should I listen to you? You're the one who came in without permission. Another touch. Another involuntary sound. Besides, I'm only interrupting the flow. If it bothers you that much, just leave on your own, Anne. I said stop. Ren snapped his fingers. I'm not falling for your noisy distractions. It's time to purge the evil. He paused. Wei would say the correct pedagogical approach is repeated practice until the pattern corrects itself, so. What followed was, from Ren's perspective, approximately 3 minutes of methodical flow disruption applied across several secondary nodes while Celthea produced a varied range of sounds that he continued cataloging as manifestations of energetic discomfort. From any other perspective it would have been categorized differently. Celthea, who understood her own situation with considerably more precision than Ren did, reached a limit. It wasn't a gradual decision. It was the kind of decision that gets made when the alternative is to remain on the floor being purified by a 15-year-old who is thoroughly convinced he is performing an exorcism, and who greets every involuntary sound she produces as confirmation that his theory is correct. Enough, she said. Very quietly. The tone was unlike every one that had come before it. The cold analysis was gone. The dry humor she had been using as distance was gone. It was just the voice of someone who had finished having patience with a situation, stripped of everything else, carrying only what it needed to carry. The corrupted energy that had been accumulating around the incomplete artifact since she first entered this space converged all at once. Celthea deformed when it hit her. Not the way a tamer activates a fusion, not with the deliberation of someone choosing a shape, selecting a form and stepping into it. This was closer to a directionless explosion, her body losing its boundaries and expanding outward toward every point of the interior space simultaneously, the edges of her dissolving into something that had no recognizable form left. What remained was a network, vast and dark, occupying the entire volume of what had been the library. Every wall. Every corner. Every inch of space between them. Ren was at the center of it. Having been so close to the epicenter, the threads closed around him before he could react. Not a grip in any conventional sense, a web of roots that resembled the ones in his own chest, but made of corrupted energy in its most concentrated form, wrapping him from every angle at once. There was no direction to run because every direction was equally occupied until the walls. He pulled. He turned. He applied everything he had available in terms of strength and technique, trying to find a gap in the threads, a point where the tension was lighter. The threads didn't give. Then the corrupted flow started arriving again. It wasn't an attack. It was forced feeding, the kind that was designed to produce a fusion, a monstrous unification of two similar forces, a metamorphosis built from the outside in. Corruption entering his ethereal body from every point of contact simultaneously, converging toward the crack in his chest with that familiar pleasant sensation that Ren already knew and that remained exactly as difficult to resist as the first time, the false freedom, the power without a ceiling, the promise that what was coming next was what should have always been. It didn't matter that Ren recognized the feeling. Recognition and resistance were not the same thing. He reached for Leora. The memory of her fire, that sensation that burned in a painful but correct way, that pushed back against the wrong kind of feeling and replaced it with the right kind. But this time the quantity was different. A fierce pain arrived before he had time to prepare for it. Not the pain of Leora's spiritual fire, which was clean even when it was intense. This was the pain of an absurd quantity of corruption being resisted without a channel wide enough to expel it, accumulating in the same nodes he had been disrupting so calmly just minutes ago, backing up against the resistance his body was trying to maintain, finding nowhere to go and pressing harder in every direction. Ren screamed. The sound filled the interior space with a volume he had never let go outside, where his physical body was still held inside the veil of darkness in the artifact's grip, about to be struck by a powerful combined triple beam. The energy kept coming. Outside, what Julius and the girls saw was the convergence, every mutant that had been scattered across the academy grounds now running in circles around him and funneling their energy toward the center of the 8 artifact structure, a dense black power accumulating in the core of the construct. A power dense enough that the temperature of the surrounding air dropped, not for any conventional thermal reason, but because of what that much concentrated energy did to the senses of the Tamer around it. Inside, Ren felt that volume as pressure from every angle at once. He kept resisting. Not because he had a strategy but because it was the only thing he could do, and letting himself be a toy of corruption was not a thing he was willing to consider while his lungs still had air in them. Yet the pain was insane, maybe he was already done. Then something happened outside that pulled his attention out of the pain for an instant. Celthia's command arrived through the network, slow, like information traveling through a medium that was thicker than it should be. Ren felt it too, the instruction forming and moving outward, past the network, toward the artifact, toward the girls who were still trying to find an opening in the transformation process. Attack them. Ren disagreed mightily strongly. Fighting the command together with the corruption hurt too much to describe. But he kept resisting. Every second of resistance was a second the command took longer to execute in the external body, delayed past the timing Celthia had wanted it to be. So the girls got their attack off in time. But it wasn't enough to stop the transformation. The beam struck the convergence point and seemed to be absorbed, so Celthia registered it as a victory. The energy spent, she assumed, would simply feed the process further. Then it entered the vortex. That weird beam. Not a single element or a common combination. Something that carried the essence of Leora's fire, the density of Luna's shadow, and the clarity of Larissa's light, except that it wasn't any of those 3 things separately. It was a new thing, the thing the 3 of them formed when they arrived at the same point at the same moment without a prior plan for what it would become. The energy spun in the vortex of corruption for a moment. Then it entered the center where Ren was. What happened next had no category in the mana theory Ren or Celthia knew. The energies that had been pulling everything toward chaos found a structure to organize around. Corrupted in the way corruption always was, permeating, seeping into every gap, but also purifying now, embracing, spiritual, all of them turning in the same cycle, each one finding its position in a pattern that none of them could have formed alone. The extraordinary nature of it pulled Ren's attention away from his resistance. Just for a moment. Just long enough. So outside, Celthia's command was finally executed. The shadow of the external entity Ren had become raised its hand and struck toward the girls with what should have been concentrated corruption. Yet what reached them was something else. It didn't encroach them as contamination. It recognized them. The impact connected them to the interior space instead of consuming them, the bond traced by something that carried their signatures already mixed with Ren's in proportions that the corrupted mana network hadn't calculated, couldn't have calculated, because those proportions had never existed in a spiritual form, a form it couldn't have anticipated. Lin was the exception. The explosion sent her backward with the clean force of an impact that formed no connection, because Lin had not combined her energy with Ren's, but Julius caught her before she reached the ground. He had been running to help from the moment the situation started coming apart, calculating trajectories, keeping track of everyone at once. Inside, the familiar energies entered the vortex. Their minds came with them. Ren recognized them. They were warm in a known human way, the warmth of things you know so well they no longer feel external, because they aren't. They had always been at the perimeter of what he was, forming the edge of something that had no precise name but that existed regardless of whether anyone named it. He felt the shape of each one clearly, Leora's urgency, Luna's steadiness, Larissa's directness. All of them present. The pain of holding that much energy was still there. But it was a benign pain now. He embraced it. Leora's energy burned with its full intensity. He accepted it. Luna's shadow cut with a coldness that wasn't hostile, just honest about what it was. He accepted that too. Larissa's light didn't ask permission before it started cleaning what it found. He accepted it the same way. The interior space came back to him. Not gradually. All at once, the way something returns when it was never entirely gone and was only waiting for someone to take hold of it again. Ren's jade gold network expanded and took the energy Celthia's had been built from, so she got fragmented, collapsing back into her human shape, semi-translucent now, her form diminished and unsteady on the floor of the space. The empty library transformed into a chamber surrounded by golden roots. Ren stood at the center, bare as he had been at the start, though at least now covered in his diamond armor. Celthia was on the floor just in front of him, wearing the same expression she'd had the first time the mushroom launched her into the wall, except that this time something that could be called exhaustion had settled into her too perfect features. She was already fading at the edges. She would disappear from his interior soon. Ren exhaled and finally relaxed. But then he noticed something else. The interior space, which had been exclusively his for as long as he had any memory of it, now held 3 additional presences. 3 very specific presences. And all 3 of them were looking at him. In a very particular situation. How could you abuse me like that? Celthia seemed about to cry. Celthia was not going to take long to fade. But it was a gradual process. Like ink dissolving in water, the edges of her figure were losing definition while Ren's interior space slowly reclaimed its golden quality, patient and inexorable. Her features were still visible. Still readable. The expression on them was something Ren didn't manage to catalogue in time. "You were very rough with me," said Celthia, with that tone of hers that skipped dramatic inflection entirely and landed somewhere in the register of calm observation, someone stating a fact they find mildly interesting. "Touching me all over like that was cruel." A deliberate pause cleaning an unexisting tear. Though honestly. Her lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile but occupied the same neighborhood, it didn't feel that bad. A new sensory experience. Ren opened his mouth. He closed it. Not because he had no answer. He had an answer. Several, in fact. The problem was that every version of that answer he could formulate in the next 2 seconds was going to sound exactly like the thing it wasn't, and 2 seconds was precisely how much time he had before the 3 girls reached his back. He felt them before he turned. When he did, Larissa was already just 3 steps away. She moved with that efficiency she had when she had finished evaluating a situation and settled on her next step, no additional processing time required. Even when the context made composure a genuine effort. Her eyes swept the space once, the floor, where the traces of the corrupted network had left their marks on the golden surface. From the floor to Celthia, from Celthia to Ren and from Ren back out to the general situation. The full picture assembled and filed under a category Ren recognized immediately as Larissa arriving at uncomfortable conclusions. She stopped in front of him and put a hand on his shoulder. Ren drew breath to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, but she got there first. "If you want a 4th, said Larissa, with a calm that was somehow more unsettling than outrage would have been, "you'll need to discuss it with us first." The air left Ren without permission. He deflated completely. He hadn't prepared a response for that, because preparing a response for that would have required anticipating it, and anticipating it would have required a level of imagination that he refused to credit himself with. The response he had ready was for indignation, or for questions, or for any reasonable variation of what the situation looked like from the outside. Not for that specific calm, the kind that meant Larissa had processed the complete picture and arrived at a conclusion that didn't make sense for him. He glanced for Leora. She was 2 steps further back. Her face had the look of someone whose body had finally sent in the bill for everything they'd spent over the last few hours, very tired but arriving while there were still important things left to deal with. She exhaled slowly, the breath of someone preparing to say something they already know isn't going to be enough. "I don't agree," she said. "For the record. 3 is already a problem for me. Leora, this isn't. I'm not saying I won't accept it in some fair agreement." She cut him off with the same tired energy. "I'm saying it's a problem. Those are different things." Ren opened his mouth to explain that nothing they were constructing had any basis in what had actually occurred. That there was a technical explanation for every element of the scene. That disrupting mana flow through secondary nodes was a perfectly documented combat technique, one that the sounds a projected entity made when its corrupted flow was interrupted were a natural physiological response to. A laugh didn't let him start. Not from the girls. Celthea, still dissolving at the edges, had clearly decided to make full use of her remaining time. She was watching the scene with the first expression of genuine amusement Ren had seen from her since she'd entered his interior space, relaxed, open, like someone settling in to enjoy something they hadn't expected to find entertaining. "After everything he made me feel," she said, addressing all 3 girls with a comfort level that Ren found profoundly unfair given the timing, "he can't escape responsibility now." Her eyes moved to him with something that in a different context might have been called flirtatious and in this one was specifically engineered to make his life difficult. "I'm keeping him for myself. So he can make me feel things like that every day. I'm not sharing." A brief pause. "I don't understand how any of you could." "That is completely." Ren started. Celthea's body finished dissolving. Mid-sentence. Without letting him even finish. He stood there with his mouth open, looking at the spot where she had been a moment ago, which was now just an empty section of the Golden Library. He closed his mouth. Opened it again. Closed it again. He turned slowly toward the girls. All 3 of them were looking at him. Larissa with that composure of hers that had depth behind it, which made it harder to read than simple indignation, because you couldn't be sure what the depth contained. Leora with the face of someone adding new data to an already complicated social calculation and watching the results update in real time. And Luna. Luna, who had taken a step forward. Who had put both hands on his shoulders. Who was holding him with a firm grip that maybe wasn't aggressive, not exactly, but that still didn't factor in the possibility of him going anywhere. Her grip was unyielding in the way that meant the person doing the gripping had been thinking about not letting go for a while before something happened. Ren registered her mana in the first second of contact because it was impossible not to. The surface was quiet, controlled, carrying that particular serenity Luna used as insulation between what was happening outside and whatever was happening underneath. But beneath that surface the mana was a full vortex. Complex and enormous, the complete storm of someone who had spent a period of time not knowing whether the person in front of them was going to still be that person when it was over. He looked at her. She looked back at him. He thought that the most reasonable course of action was to explain everything, calmly and in order. That maybe after the shouting and the scolding, once he could show them the actual state of the mana in his core, they would see that there was nothing to understand in the wrong way. That the truth was simple even if it sounded complicated. That Celthea had said exactly what she'd said to produce exactly this situation, and that the 3 of them were too intelligent not to see through that if he gave them 30 seconds. He opened his mouth. Luna pulled him in. Luna didn't punish him. It was a hug. But her arms were a bit stronger than expected for someone who had no intention of hurting him. He still hadn't anticipated it and so he didn't have time to decide how to react before he was already there, his face against her hair, her arms locked around his back with the persistence of someone who has been waiting to do something for long enough that when they finally can, they don't measure the force. The side of her face pressed into his chest. Ren deflated for the second time in under a minute. Luna was crying. Not the dramatic kind. The quiet kind, the kind that comes out when someone has been holding something back long enough that when it finally goes, it goes without warning or control. He felt the dampness against his chest before he fully processed what it was. He stood there for roughly 2 seconds with no idea what to do with his hands. Then he put them where they made sense. One against the back of her head, careful, and one flat against her back. A hug he hadn't planned that, once started, had nowhere better to be. Larissa cleared her throat. "She's right," she said, with the tone of someone who has reviewed a conclusion and decided to stand by it. "We can't trust what an enemy says." Her words sounded credible but they were deliberately vague. The most reasonable interpretation is that she was trying to create division so we'd be easier to target afterward. Staying together is the logical response. Ren caught movement at the edge of his vision. Larissa joined the hug from his side with the same composure she brought to everything else, as though embracing Ren while Luna cried into his chest was a tactical decision that happened to coincide with many other considerations, a logical response to the situation that she had evaluated and found sound. The warmth of the two of them wrapped around him from different angles of his almost bare body. Ren's face went red. He turned his head toward Leora, who was still in her position from before, wearing that complicated expression she got when feelings were stacked on top of each other and hadn't yet found the right order to be processed in. That Celthia girl was just causing trouble. The words came out fast, because if he didn't say them fast they weren't going to come out cleanly. What I was doing wasn't strange the way she made it sound. It was flow disruption through the secondary nodes, which is a combat technique that actually. Leora extended one finger. She placed it on his lips. Ren stopped. "Celthia, I don't care. What I'm thinking about," said Leora, her voice quieter than usual, "and what's been worrying me, isn't any of that." A pause. Her eyes had the quality they got when she decided to say something that actually mattered and had dropped the wrapping she normally used to make important things easier to hear. "I didn't need to hear any explanation to know I was relieved you were still you." Ren said nothing more. "For the record," Leora added, pulling in a slow breath the way someone does when they're consciously setting something aside, "I have things to process. A lot of things about all of this." A loose gesture that took in the interior space, the spot where Celthia had been, everything that had happened. "But that can wait." She exhaled. "This can't." She joined the hug. Ren ended up surrounded on 3 sides with enough warmth that the interior space of the empty library, which had spent the last several minutes serving as the setting for too many things that were too intense, stopped feeling like a battlefield. It was strange. Strange in a sense that didn't fit any classification system he had built for the many implausible things that happened to him. Not uncomfortable, not exactly. Not completely comfortable either. Something that existed between the two, something without a name but that also didn't urgently need one. Maybe a happy mistake, he thought. It was the word that came closest. He wanted to say it was indeed a good thing. He wanted to say something to all 3 of them, because there was something more important than the strange girl, there was something he'd understood better during his brief contact with his sleeping mushroom, a glimpse into the vast depth of information it now contained at gold rank, things about the crystallization and the problems surrounding them that he hadn't seen clearly before. He wanted to put it into words. To tell them he understood more now. To reaffirm, out loud, that he was going to help them, that the warmth they were giving him right now was something he intended to return with positive actions, in the only way he actually knew how to return things. He opened his mouth. His eyes closed. It wasn't a decision. The body took over when the mind had been running at overcapacity for too long without giving it a say. The exterior battle. The interior battle. Celthia and the mushroom and the roots and the bonuses and the vortex and the pain and the 3 of them entering the center of everything at the precise moment when he had nothing left to hold himself up with, not alone. Too much time under too much pressure, the kind of massive load that doesn't let your body announce when it's done, it just stops, and you go with it. He tried to open them. He genuinely tried. If he couldn't tell them what he wanted to tell them, he at least wanted to know that everything outside was handled. The mutants. The artifact. Lin, his parents, the others. Whether the situation had shifted or whether there was still something he could do from where he was. But his legs went first. The girls caught him before he fell, before the fall became disorganized and took him all the way to the floor without any control. They brought him down together with the kind of coordination that doesn't require anyone to say anything, because it comes from the same concern arriving at the same moment. They settled him onto the floor of the interior space, and Ren held on to all three of them with what remained of what he had, which was very little, his face saying in silence everything he hadn't been able to say in words. Something the girls had already understood, there was no way a body and a mind pushed so hard until arriving in that state had anything to be ashamed of. It was impossible to believe Celthea, to believe anything negative about him, when the evidence of how hard he had been pushing was right there in his face, in the weight of him, in the way he had been fighting to hold on a few more minutes just to check that everyone else was all right. The girls watched him go quiet. And in their look there was not even a small doubt. Some time passed before any of the three spoke. Larissa was first. "He's carrying too much." She didn't say it as an accusation, she said it with the meticulousness of someone arriving at a diagnosis they would have preferred not to have to make after much deliberation. "And he's fighting forces that are." She searched for the right word, found it, set it in place, intrinsically different from anything any of us understood, at least before this. She gestured toward the horizon of the interior space. The network Celthea had left behind when she dissolved hadn't fully disappeared. They extended toward the edges of the space like the outer structure of something enormous waiting just past the library's limits, branching threads of corrupted energy that seemed to reach endlessly into the dark beyond the walls, showing clearly how far the influence had spread before it was pushed back. The map of what really was the true body of the girl that had been here. "It seems the corruption isn't only the strange beasts we see outside," Larissa continued. "It's something deeper. Something that works affecting the mana of the world at a more fundamental level." A pause. "And he was dealing with that from the inside, at the same time he was dealing with everything he could from the outside." Leora was watching the networks with an expression that mixed the exhaustion from before with something closer to a new worry and active concern. Not the kind that needed to spiral into catastrophizing the quiet since she was indeed that tired, but the focused kind of worry that was already looking for where to apply itself. "That's what made him vulnerable in the first place," she said. "The load. Not the corruption's strength alone." Her fingers tightened slightly around the muscles near Ren's shoulder. He was sleeping with the heaviness of someone who had fallen more than drifted, the dead weight of total collapse. "We have to reduce it. That load. Or this is likely going to keep happening." Luna still had her head against his chest, her ear over the place where his heartbeat was easiest to find. Her eyes were open, fixed on nothing in particular, with the expression she got when she was thinking things she hadn't decided to say yet, the internal machinery still running, sorting and filtering and deciding what came out and what didn't. "It's my fault," she finally said with a soft voice. The other two looked at her. "I've put too much on him." A broken voice but with no drama in it. Just the unguarded quality Luna's voice had when she'd decided to be honest without armor. "I've placed too much hope in him solving things that are mine, without actually seeing what it cost him. Things about my family. Situations that." She exhaled slowly, "I assumed someone like Ren could handle, because he was so assertive after the dance and always handled everything easily. Without making sure if he really could. Without offering him anything in return except more weight." Leora leaned slightly toward her. "Then tell us more. Not just the surface." Luna looked up. "Everything you feel," Larissa specified. "Whatever you've been carrying too. So we can distribute it. There's no point in either of you carrying things alone when we're here too." Luna looked at Leora, who nodded without saying anything. Then she looked at Ren sleeping. And she spoke. Not with detours. Not with the usual filters she used to regulate how much of herself she showed at any given time. She talked about what her mother's crystal actually meant to her, the real weight of it, not the version she described when she needed to explain it but didn't have the heart to let go of her tears for the full truth. The full fearful mind of the girl that had been trapped inside that castle. The uncles who used the sad result of that day as leverage, who had been using it lately for long enough that the leverage had become the shape of every conversation she had with them. How long she had been the only stable point in a family that was coming apart from too many directions at once, and how she had stopped noticing the cost of being that point because you stopped noticing what you always carry. She talked about her father. About the particular weight of an absence that had no explanation attached to it. He had simply stopped being there one day, and the not knowing had a mass to it that she had spent a long time pretending was something smaller than it was. She said all of it, without measuring her sulk face or grimaces. She didn't notice, while she was talking, that Ren's hand, which had been completely still for several seconds, closed slightly. Not enough to look intentional. Just the involuntary movement of someone sleeping deeply who is still processing, somewhere in a lower layer, what reaches them from outside. Leora noticed. She didn't say anything. Somewhere beneath the exhaustion that was pressing everything else flat, something tied itself into a knot. Not a thought with words attached to it yet. Just a certainty, quiet and solid, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself, that when his eyes were able to open again, there was going to be a list. Long and complicated. With parts that were going to require more than he currently had available. But available or not, they were going to get fixed. All of them. The mutants started dying on their own. It wasn't a gradual process in the sense of something weakening over time. It was closer to a system losing its power supply, functioning, and then simply not. The ones ringing the artifact fell first, then the ones farther out along the perimeter, and finally the ones still moving toward the center as though the ritual that had called them was still active, still pulling, even though the core sustaining it had already collapsed from the inside. Julius watched it from his position near the center of the arena and did not feel immediate relief. He felt the specific caution of someone who has seen enough situations improve in inexplicable ways to know that inexplicable improvements have causes, and that the cause matters as much as the result. Sometimes more. He looked at the girls. All three were still suspended in the air, eyes open, irises burning with an intensity that had nothing in common with unconsciousness. These weren't the eyes of someone absent, they were the eyes of someone completely present in a space that wasn't this one. Julius and Lynn watched them blink at irregular intervals and took that as confirmation of what they were both already assuming. Either they were conscious somewhere deeper in, or it was an illusion produced by the shifting energy flow and their own need to believe things were going to be fine. Neither of them said which interpretation they preferred, as it was obvious. The light around the three of them pulsed without uniformity, not a steady glow but the fluctuation of four distinct energy sources attempting to share the same channel without having been designed to do so for long. If Julius concentrated he could separate them, Larissa's clean light, precise and direct, Luna's shadow with a density that existed on its own terms, not the absence of light but a presence in its own right, Leora's fire, bright and purple, pushing at the edges of whatever contained it. And surrounding all three of them, connecting them, threading between them and outward, something else. Something Julius had no reference to classify, but that he recognized as the root network tying everything here to the center of whatever was still unresolved. The ethereal mana between the girls and the entity was barely visible with the naked eye. A near-translucent web, almost solidified where it was densest, reaching from the three of them outward to the structure of the 8 artifacts with a passive nature of something that was not attacking but communicating. They were speaking to it, or through it, in a language that didn't use words. Lynn tightened her grip on his arm. Julius looked at her. There, she said, with the calm voice of someone who had seen things adjacent to this with Ren before, and who for that reason said it without unnecessary drama. The dark entity that had occupied the peak of the artifact was changing. Not fighting or resisting. Just changing, the way things change when they lose the purpose that was holding them together. The form that had been a hybrid of shadow and corrupted power expanded outward in every direction at once, losing itself in the process, becoming first a sphere with no defined edges and then something closer to a dissipating cloud than a presence. The density drained out of it gradually and then all at once. What had felt enormous and powerful a short while ago was becoming something the eye could hold. The energy that had composed it began flowing downward. The 8 artifacts received it. That was the moment Julius found hardest to process, not the entity dissolving, but what the artifacts did with the energy when it arrived. They didn't respond like structures absorbing power back into themselves. They responded like something that had completed a function and was returning to the state it had occupied before being activated. Then they began to sink. Slowly, methodically, with the same movement with which they had risen from the ground, but inverted, as though something down the earth was calling them back and they were simply answering. And as they descended, several of the artifacts' arms came together. They lowered Ren to the ground. Julius didn't have a precise word for what he was watching. Lowered was the closest available and still not quite accurate enough. There was something in the way the arms adjusted their angle and pressure as they brought him down, that small, continuous calibration that no structure without intention produces, that belonged to a category Julius associated with people rather than objects. Like someone handling something that matters to them with a care they can't help showing even when they're not trying to. The word that came to mind, unbidden, was tenderness. He set it aside because it didn't make sense in context and he didn't have time to make sense of it. Something the watching crowd could not know, but that anyone who had witnessed the interior situation with Celthea might have connected to the strange girl's parting declaration, that she intended to keep Ren entirely for herself. Ren came to rest on the ground near the girls. Julius held that image for a moment. Then he looked at the point where the entity had been, which was now just empty space and fading light. The girls seemed connected to whatever was happening, Lynn murmured from where he was still holding her, more to herself than to him. Maybe they'll have an explanation. Julius didn't answer, because he didn't have a certainty to offer. The 3 girls descended slowly and opened their eyes almost simultaneously, with that specific transition of people returning from a very long distance who need a moment to locate themselves before they can do anything else. All 3 of them looked at Ren on the ground before they looked at anything or anyone else. And all 3 moved toward him with the same urgency, without consulting each other. Julius walked toward them. "I can walk," said Lynn. "Yes," said Julius, without putting her down. "I said, I can walk on my own." "Sorry." He set her down quickly and kept moving, already looking past her toward the center of the arena. "I was, lost in thought." After Julius and Lynn, those who had been holding the inner arena reached Ren first. His parents, Taro and Lu, whose beasts had specific capabilities that had kept them functional through the sustained defense when others had been forced back, still relatively fresh despite the hours, still clear-eyed in the way that Tamers were when they had pushed hard but not past their limits. Other fighters who had held the inner perimeter and stayed when the outer lines gave ground made their way in from the edges. The dead mutants covered the ground in every direction. Moving toward the center required attention to where you placed each foot, which meant the walk itself became a kind of accounting, each body on the ground a reminder that what had happened here in the last several hours was too large to process in a single pass. The mind touched the edges of it and moved on to the next step, and the next, because that was what the situation required. At least the involuntary pause the mutants had created while converging on the artifact had given the healers a window to work without the pressure of active combat, and the condition of the wounded was considerably better than anyone would have estimated an hour ago. Injuries that should have required painful and dangerous days were closed. People who had been down were sitting up. It was a fortunate result that didn't square with the ominous reason it had been made possible, and Julius noted the dissonance without resolving it. He noticed it in the faces too, as they moved toward the circle the girls had formed around Ren. Not in the ones who arrived first. Not in the people who knew Ren closely, who had fought beside him, who had the context to read the scene without filling in the blanks with the first available negative interpretation. In those faces there was no ambiguity, only the focused concern of people who already understood the boy they were looking at well enough not to need a story around this hostage situation. But further back, in the Tamers who didn't share that history, the ones who had been on the outer perimeter and were now moving inward because the immediate danger had passed, he saw it clearly. The question that nobody was putting into words, because this wasn't the moment for that, but that was forming anyway the way things form before they become words. In that manner a crowd's posture changes before anyone in it decides to say anything. Why had the corruption embraced him? Why had it given him power, and then released him, and then lowered him to the ground with that careful, almost reverent quality that had nothing corrupted in it, nothing aggressive, nothing consuming, but something that looked uncomfortably close to devotion? The boy who had broken the two-beast standard. The boy who knew things no one his age should know, who had neutralized threats that Tamers with decades of experience over him hadn't been able to neutralize. And now this. The boy standing at the center of something that none of the outer witnesses had a complete picture of, surrounded by the aftermath of something they couldn't fully explain, set down gently by something that should not have been gentle. It was too easy to think about Yino. About how that had started, and what it had become, and how little anyone had understood it until it was already decided. The boy who broke the two-beast standard, just as Yino had done before ending up crystallized as part of the evil crystal they didn't fully understand. Julius watched that question taking shape in the distant faces. His people and Wrens had formed a ring around the scene first. There were no hostile eyes close in, not yet. The inner circle held. But this was not going to stay contained inside the inner circle for long. The distance between what the people who knew Wren understood and what the people who didn't were currently constructing was already visible, and distances like that had a way of growing faster than anyone planned for. Julius filed it alongside everything else that was going to need handling. Reed reached the center first. He knelt beside Wren and the girls and put his hands on Wren's chest with the practiced moves of a healer who starts assessing before the patient has confirmed anything, even before anyone around him had finished deciding what to feel about what they were looking at. His expression was focused and unreadable in the way healers went when they were working. Fern arrived one step behind him and made no effort to maintain a composure she didn't have available. She knelt on the other side and took her son's hand in both of hers without saying anything, which said everything. Julius watched the girls shift slightly apart from Wren to look around, taking in the arena, the mutant bodies covering the ground, the people converging from the edges. The transition back into the external world happening in real time in their faces. The beam, Julius said, pulling his attention away from the surrounding crowd and back to them. Are you all right? The three of them had that particular look that fusion left on a body when it hadn't yet finished calculating the real cost. Present and functional, eyes clear, responses intact, but with the kind of exhaustion behind them that a short rest wasn't going to resolve. The kind you carried for days. Larissa was the first to answer with something organized. She laid out the interior situation with the precision she used when she wanted information to arrive useful rather than merely complete, the entity girl, with white hair, the nucleus, what they had been able to observe of the roots and the crack in the vortex before their three energies entered the cycle and the picture changed. No unnecessary detail, no gaps either. The version that gave the listener what they needed to work with. Leora and Luna added the pieces that remained. Julius listened without interrupting, which was how he listened when information was new and required him to update several things at once. Lynn's expression, beside him, was the one she had when something confirmed a theory she had already been carrying but hadn't been able to verify. Her eyes moved between the girls and the point where the artifact had sunk back into the ground, connecting what she was hearing to what she had already seen. Reed listened while his hands continued their work. Fern listened with her eyes fixed on Wren's face. Taro listened and understood roughly half of it, his expression was honest about that. Lou stood with his arms crossed and his jaw set in the way of someone who doesn't like what he's hearing but knows he needs to hear it. The original corruption hasn't disappeared, said Julius when the three of them finished. It wasn't a question, he was already certain of it. It's dormant. Maybe waiting for different conditions, maybe working on something we can't see yet. But it hasn't gone anywhere. No, Larissa confirmed. Then we need to. The ground moved. Not the familiar tremor of Earth techniques, which everyone in this arena knew by texture and frequency at this point. This was something different, the vibration of something emerging from below, pushing upward from the same point where the artifact had just finished sinking back in. As though the retreat had been a pause and not an ending. As though whatever had been interrupted was simply resuming. Mutants again. The flow that came out of the gap was immediate and large. Not the initial trickle of a new incursion but the sustained pressure of something picking up exactly where it had stopped, with no reduction in scale, the full weight of it arriving all at once. Julius didn't spend time thinking on it. Fall back. He said it to the girls, to Ren's parents, to the healers, and to the tamers who had been active long enough that keeping them in combat was going to cost more than it returned. Anyone with decent reserves follows me. Lin took Ren carefully by the shoulders to help move him. Julius was already moving forward. The Earth Tamers from his group who remained fell into formation with the automaticity of people who had run this kind of sequence enough times that the individual steps no longer required thought. The ground rose at Julius's direction, barriers closing angles, walls cutting the space between the emerging mutants and the people pulling back into something with good elevation and resistance. The Earth knew his mana well enough by now that the conversation between them was short. But the mutant flow was large. As large as it had been at the start of this, possibly larger because the emergence point was now more concentrated than the earlier dispersal had been, all of it pushing through one gap instead of spreading across a perimeter. Julius held the line. He was holding it and had already noted precisely where in his reserves he was sitting and how long he would resist when the shadows came from above. Zhao landed without announcement, with the accuracy of a raptor who had picked his point of impact from the air and committed to it cleanly. His blade feathers cut through the front of the first wave before it reached Julius's barrier, buying space with speed that Earth couldn't generate on its own. Behind him, the high-mobility group spread across the perimeter with the coordination of people who had been working together long enough that basic positioning decisions happened without anyone issuing them. And on Zhao's beast, Selphra. Victor in another unconscious but present, held by one of the other tamers in the group, color in his face and breath in his lungs. Julius took that in during the 1 second he could afford to look away from the flow. Victor was alive. Something in his chest that had been pulled tight for several hours released just enough to give the rest of his thinking room to function. He turned back to the barrier and kept working. "Tell me everything," said Selphra as Zhao's beast set her down carefully on the ground. With the reinforcements the defense had stabilized into something that held well. "I think the eastern mutant flow stopped because you intercepted the twins, and the southern flow stopped because Orion redirected pressure to push the southern wall's army out of the Goldcrest territory," said Selphra. Her mana reserves were low enough to be visible in the way she moved, but her mind was running at its usual speed. He would have used that window to regroup his army and even his brother's crystals before pushing everything back here. "We saw the artifact from before, but complete," said Julius, closing a gap in the barrier without looking at it directly. "And the mutants we had here didn't stop moving or change direction, they were likely doing some kind of ritual. But now that you mention it, maybe they stopped coming for some time and those were the ones already here based on the summary I got." He gave her some more of the outline of the local situation in a few sentences: the convergence, the entity, the transformation, the collapse. Selphra processed it. Her face had the expression of someone adding up numbers she doesn't like. "Orion doesn't have full control," she said, with the tone of someone who has arrived at a conclusion that irritates her in a specific way. "If he did, there would have been no reason to pause for whatever that artifact process was. He's directing this flow, yet parts of it respond to him, but other parts respond to something above him that he hasn't accounted for." A pause, brief and precise. "The idiot is working for the original corruption without knowing it. He thinks he's using it. He's not." "You're sure?" said Julius. "No." Selphra's answer was immediate. "But it makes more sense than the alternative. Orion running that artifact from a distance and trying to corrupt our promising young tamer at the same time. That's too many moving pieces for one foolish person managing it consciously." Arturo arrived from the south with the army that couldn't move at Zhao's pace, plus some reinforcements he had been gathering by messages since the situation started shifting. He came fast but without unnecessary urgency, at the methodical pace Julius associated with his middle brother when he had been managing something complicated for a long time and had been managing it well despite how it looked from the outside. Jaw set and eyes clear. The specific composure of an Arturo who had already spent everything that could be spent on emotion and was now operating purely on the remaining structure underneath it. He positioned himself beside Julius and read the flow in 2 seconds. The Southern Wall Army is compressing the defensive perimeter, he said. Here's where I need you. Nothing else passed between the two brothers, because nothing else was necessary for the immediate function. The words that weren't said were words both of them already knew. What followed was work. Not the kind with large moments or decisive exchanges that could be described in a sentence. But the kind made entirely of small correct decisions executed consistently, one after another, without interruption and without acknowledgement. Arturo and Julius coordinating the barrier, trading pressure back and forth as reserves demanded. Zhao and his group covering the flanks, keeping the edges from folding inward. Selphra directing from a position that acknowledged her current limits without pretending they didn't exist, placing herself where her experience and her read of the flow were the contribution, not her output. Healers rotating between the people who needed it most. The rotation held. Not perfectly. Functionally, which in this context was the only kind that mattered. Orion's dissenting army and the portion of the Southern Wall force that had joined them pushed north after being driven back by the mutants. A second large contingent of soldiers who had been holding the south abandoned their section of the wall entirely to establish a new line much further inside city territory. The defensive perimeter contracted, leaving the majority of the Goldcrest zone outside its coverage. It was territory that would need work afterward, reclamation, damage assessment, the slow process of taking back what had been ceded again, but it was territory without enough civilian presence now for the decision to carry a cost in lives that couldn't be afforded. The evacuation had been effective when it mattered. The new perimeter was a little over 2/3 of the original. 2/3 was sustainable with what they had. The original size hadn't been. Julius verified it, adjusted the weak points, and looked west. The real problem had arrived in the form of information, which was how the hardest problems always arrived, not as something you could hit, but as something you had to hold in your mind and keep turning over until the shape of it became clear enough to act on. Orion had been moving his pieces while they were moving theirs. 2 armies. One coming from the north, one from the south, both converging toward the western side of the city with the coordination of forces that had a meeting point already agreed upon and were approaching it on schedule. Not a reaction to what had happened with the artifact Orion didn't even know had moved. But still a plan that had been in motion even before the artifact situation was resolved, time to arrive at exactly the moment when whatever the mutants' flow had cost them would be most visible. Orion hadn't waited to see how things turned out. Either he hadn't expected the crisis to resolve, or he had calculated exactly this, that the crisis would exhaust what it needed to exhaust, and that when the metal was hottest he would be the one to strike the hardest. He hadn't stopped pressing at any point. Julius looked at the mutant flow that still required active attention at the perimeter. Looked at Selphra, who was not in combat condition and was not going to admit that until she absolutely had to. Looked at Victor, unconscious, being assessed by the best medical staff available. At Arturo, who had arrived from his own front with what he had left just after hours of his own fight. He ran the inventory of what was available against the 2 now merged armies. The inventory was not satisfying. Arturo. His brother looked up. The 2 of us are the only ones who can stop this. Arturo looked at him with the expression he had when he wanted to argue and had already recognized that the argument was over before it started, the resignation of someone who does the math himself and arrives at the same answer and doesn't like it any better for having confirmed it independently. Understood, he said, and his jaw tightened a fraction more. Julius was already looking west, calculating how long they had before the convergence stopped being a projection and became a fact. It wasn't much. Orion's message arrived on paper. Not an accident. Julius knew that the moment he held it, because Orion was the kind of person who calibrated every detail of a presentation to communicate exactly what he wanted communicated before anyone had read a single word. The paper was high quality. The handwriting was clear and unhurried, the script of someone who had written it without time pressure. The seal was correct, the right impression, cleanly applied, really nothing rushed about it. Everything in it was designed to say, I have time, I have control, and this exchange is a formality between parties who have already reached their conclusions. Julius read it once. Then he read it again more slowly, because some things deserved the effort of verifying them. The demands were close to what Orion had laid out for Selphra on the way to taking her underground. Complete jurisdiction over Luna Starweaver and the territories tied to her lineage. Rights over the third gate beneath the castle and any installation that Starweaver genetics could activate. Unsupervised access to the resources of the secondary vault. And the clause Julius read 3 times because he needed those 3 readings to be sure he understood the full scope of it, independent management of the most important installations, with no accountability to any existing authority. Julius crumpled the paper. That damned paper. Arturo, who had read it over his shoulder, had his jaw in the position it went when he was containing what he actually thought because what he actually thought wasn't useful out loud at this particular moment. He wants to plunder the vault first, said Julius, keeping his voice low. The space they were in had enough people within range for volume to matter. We already knew that. But the installations. He paused, holding the full implication of it. If he gives the corruption access to those installations. I don't think he knows he's doing that for it, uttered Selphra from where she was sitting, her more crystallized arm resting immobile yet hindering communicated how bad her situation was. Sitting helped since the hugging posture compensates for what the sensation could no longer provide. He believes he has control of it. He believes the crystals are his and the corruption is a manageable tool he's been clever enough to harness. Which he doesn't, uttered Julius. Which he doesn't and. The ground shifted. Subtle, not the kind of vibration that meant a bigger flux of enemies, but the kind that meant something changing direction before the consequences became visible. The adjustment of a flow before that same flow declared itself. Julius looked toward the perimeter with the attention of someone who can feel the earth like his body and already knows what complex new logistical trouble they're about to face. The concentrated mutant torrent they had been containing at the perimeter split. Not in 2, but into 5 separate streams that began moving toward different points across the city simultaneously, each one with the directness of something that had a premeditated destination rather than a broad or imprecise direction. Toward the densest residential areas to the east. Toward the main market to the south. Toward the secondary access points that defenders had left with minimal coverage because the bulk of the pressure had been elsewhere and the resources hadn't stretched that far. Julius ran the available numbers against the necessary numbers at the same time. They didn't balance. They could follow the flows and distribute their people to reduce civilian casualties. Or they could hold their concentration to meet the army approaching from the west. With what they had, there was no version where they did both. Orion knew that. He had calculated exactly how much pressure needed to be applied across exactly how many fronts to ensure that none of the available options were sufficient, to make the only rational exit from the situation one that involved at least engaging with his demands, at least opening the conversation. It was the kind of trap that didn't require walls because the geometry of it made moving in any direction look worse than staying. Julius leaned on Arturo for the logistics and still sent the redistribution orders with a bad feeling of doing exactly what he was being made to do, with no better option visible in any direction. We need time, said Selphra. Yes. And we need Ren. Julius looked at her. She didn't say it as some wishful hope. She said it as the logical analysis of their only choice, with the meticulousness of someone who has reviewed the available resources and arrived at the conclusion that one specific variable is necessary for the equation to produce the only different result. And the tone of a person who would have preferred the math to work out some other way and still was reporting what the math had actually said. If he wakes up and can help us with the crystallization even partially, she continued, then Victor can fight, I can fight. With the four of us together, you, Arturo, Victor, and me, and whatever is left of the defense units, we might be able to press Orion hard enough to break through that barrier of light. A pause. But we need the fusions. All four together. Without that we have no realistic way through the crystal barrier protecting him. None. Julius didn't answer immediately, because there was no answer to give until he had evaluated the rest of it. What he's asking for regarding Luna, he said then. The name changed the texture of the atmosphere, thickened it, and gave it an uncomfortable direction. Larissa won't agree either, he added. No, Sulfura confirmed. But we only need the girls to pretend to accept for a limited time. A pause that carried the weight of a decision already made. Though we're not going to give them the choice to say no for now. The unpleasant decision landed with the full weight it carried. Julius let it land. So we send the acceptance message, he said. Not a question. You send the acceptance message. Sulfura said it with the tone of someone who has reviewed every available option and arrived at the only one that leaves any room to maneuver afterward. But with conditions of substance. Orion wants to make this official. He wants the ceremony because without it what he has is a coup, and with it he has a functioning government he can use when the crystal energy eventually runs out. And for the ceremony he needs to establish at least some arguable claim to the things he's demanding, since several of them are rewards tied to Luna and Ren specifically. Julius crossed his arms. And Luna is going to accept this willingly? I don't think she even knows the crystal is being USD. Luna doesn't need to accept it willingly. Sulfura raised a hand before he could continue. Not in the way you're thinking. Also, if Orion wants to use the Star Weaver genetic key for what he's planning, he needs her physical presence. That's the last piece of positioning we have right now. Her eyes moved toward the great hall of the castle, reading something in the space that the others in the room weren't looking at. The New Year ceremony has a protocol that is very old and very respected. The hall is wide and it will give us the opportunity to look for vulnerabilities in the barrier up close. And if we use the time the negotiations and preparations require for someone to wake up and someone to recover enough to move. It's a risky gamble. Everything we have left is a gamble. Sulfura said it without drama, the same way she would state that the sky was a particular color. The difference is that this is the last one we have and the one I understand well enough to bet on. Julius looked at Arturo. Arturo had the same expression as before, the one that meant he wanted to argue and had already recognized the argument was over. He nodded once. But we need to think about how to slow down the now smaller mutant flows enough that the city doesn't fall while we do this. Julius looked back at his brother. Hold the defense. I'm going to respond to Orion positively on his demands and buy us the time we need to prepare the ceremony. Give me an hour to come and help you later. An hour, Arturo repeated, with the tone of someone accepting a deadline that both of them knew could shift with circumstances but that served as an anchor for the next sequence of decisions. Sulfura got to her feet with the careful economy of someone who had calculated exactly how much effort each movement could cost and was not going to spend more than necessary on any of them. She gestured to one of the attendants to bring Victor along. He was still on a stretcher, still surrounded by medical staff, still unconscious, and started walking slowly toward the castle. Use that diplomatic talent you've been building your whole life to buy us the time we need, she said to Julius without turning around. I need to go speak with Luna. The room in the castle's recovery wing had the specific quiet of a space where someone nearby is sleeping deeply. Leora's breathing was the steady rhythm of a person who had spent everything they had and whose body had taken over the situation without asking permission. Her face in sleep had the unguarded quality that young people's faces had when they were genuinely resting, free of the accumulated tension that builds through waking hours, the expressions that got constructed over a day's worth of decisions all temporarily gone. She would probably need a full day to surface. Maybe more. Ren was different. Luna had been watching him from the chair she had occupied for some time without moving, hands folded in her lap, eyes on his face with the focused attention of someone looking for something they aren't sure is there. His parents had gone to prepare food. His other friends were still supporting the defense. In theory there was nothing left to worry about, the breathing was steady, the color in his face was normal, the medical assessment had been clear. But something about the way he was sleeping didn't look like ordinary rest. It looked like the silence of a system that had redirected all available resources toward a repair or restructuring that couldn't happen any other way, the kind of deep internal work that required the outside to be completely quiet while it ran. Less like recovery and more like reconstruction. How long? That was the question Luna had been turning over since they brought him here, and it had no answer because no one in the castle had any reference for what had just happened inside that boy. Whether they needed him soon, in several ways, was obvious. When soon was going to be something nobody could tell her. Larissa was standing by the window. She had been looking out for a while, then at Ren, then out again, the pendulum movement of someone working through a thought that the visible surroundings weren't helping resolve. The room was comfortable enough and there was nothing useful to do in it, which was its own particular problem for someone who processed things better when there was something useful to do. After a few more minutes she made the decision she had been considering. "I'm going to find water," she said. Luna nodded without speaking. It wasn't that they needed water especially. It was the kind of reason a person gives themselves when what they actually need is a hallway and 3 minutes of movement to let a thought find an order it can't find while sitting still in the same room. Larissa closed the door carefully behind her. The recovery wing corridor was long and relatively quiet. Her footsteps on the stone had that particular echo of castle architecture, the kind of construction that doesn't absorb sound but redistributes it with an uncomfortable honesty, so that every step announced itself twice. She walked without hurrying. She thought about Ren sleeping with that non-ordinary silence. About everything Luna had said in the interior space, with an openness Larissa hadn't seen from her in any conversation with others present, the kind of openness that didn't come from a decision but from circumstances making the filters temporarily gone, and about the feeling it had left her with, of carrying something that wasn't hers to hold alone but that had nowhere to be put yet. She thought about what they told Julius before they were brought back to the castle, described with just enough detail that the detail conspicuously missing was clearly the part that was going to matter most. She thought about Luna. She turned the corner toward the room where the water jugs were kept and found Selfra walking in the opposite direction. Both of them stopped. Larissa assessed what she saw in the time it took her to assess anything relevant. Selfra was standing with the posture of someone who refused to allow the body to show what the mana reported anyway, but the mana didn't lie to people with the sensitivity to read it, and Larissa had that sensitivity. The signature was real and present, responsive, but all of the basic structures. Its damage was different from any reading Larissa had taken of her before, in the limited exchanges they'd had at distance over the past few years. It was like reading an ocean and finding that the floor was much closer to the surface than it should have been. Everything above the waterline was working. What lay underneath was another matter entirely. The crystallization had not been cosmetic. Selfra looked back at her with the direct, unfiltered attention Larissa had learned to recognize in adults who didn't consider the age of the person in front of them a reason to reduce the quality of their focus. "You were going to find some water," said Selfra. Not a question. Yes. And mostly to think as always. Also yes. Selfra considered that for a moment. Then she did something Larissa hadn't expected. Instead of continuing past her toward Ren's room, she stopped in the corridor with the posture of someone who had recalculated their destination and decided that here was sufficient. "I was going to find Luna," she said. "I need to speak with her about something that affects her directly and that she isn't going to want to hear." A pause. "But you're here first." Larissa didn't respond immediately. "This is not an accident," she said finally. "The way you said that." "No." Selfra didn't elaborate where elaboration wasn't needed. She was the kind of person who let silence do the work when silence was more efficient than words. "Luna is going to need someone who she has opened up to before. Since you girls are lacking some important points, I'm almost certain the boy didn't divulge to you. So when I arrive and say what I have to say, someone who understands the full situation can share some acknowledgement with her." She found the right words with the cunning of someone who had the judgment to choose it. And help her process the part that isn't political before we have to talk about the part that is. Larissa looked down the empty corridor toward the room. Then she glanced back at Selfra. How bad is that political part you have to tell her? Direct to the point. So Selfra answered, also with the direct honesty that was probably the only thing Larissa would have accepted at this moment. Bad in the sense that there is no version of this situation she is going to like, and no version where she isn't at the center of something she didn't choose to be part of. A very brief pause. But not bad in the sense that there is no way out of it. Another pause, shorter. If we play it well. And if we don't play it well. Selfra didn't answer that directly. What she said was, that's why I need Luna to have someone with her when I arrive. Larissa looked at the woman in front of her. At the widespread crystallization damage, especially in her arm. At the posture compensating for what the body no longer did automatically. At the mana signature that was a very small fraction of what it should have been but was still holding itself organized and functional anyway, because several hundred years of practice produced that kind of control, the kind that ran on structure when the fuel was gone. Larissa stepped to the side to make room in the corridor. But tell me first, she said. Orion marched slowly. It wasn't some timing imprecision. It was the deliberate kind of slowness that communicated something, the pace of someone who knows the other side needs more time to prepare a coherent response, and who therefore has no reason to arrive before that need has been felt at its fullest. Every kilometer he took longer than necessary was a kilometer during which Arturo had to maintain the defense, had to keep splitting his forces, and the Tamers who had been active for too many consecutive hours had to stay active for one more. Pressure without the expense of direct combat was the particular advantage that the staggering volume of mutants beneath the ground gave him, and he was using it the way someone uses a hand they're confident in, without rushing, without showing the cards, letting the weight do the work. Julius recognized it from the first response message. The tone was that of someone for whom the urgency lived entirely on the other side of the exchange. What followed was a negotiation Julius would have found genuinely interesting under different circumstances. Orion bargained with the confidence of someone who believed his crystals resolved any tactical discrepancy that might arise, a confidence Julius understood perfectly, because in terms of raw power it was difficult to argue with. The barrier was real. The crystals storing extraordinary captured abilities were real. The unified army of opportunist factions now marching from the west, consolidated and complete, was real. But Orion had a need that Julius understood just as clearly. He needed this to be official. A coup without ceremony was a usurpation. A usurpation could be maintained by force for as long as the force held, but it demanded an indefinite expenditure of his crystal's energy to contain the resistance that would inevitably organize itself in the margins, the pockets of opposition that never fully dissolved, the figures who became focal points, the slow erosion of control that came from having to manage resentment rather than consent. It required years of the kind of work that left marks and enemies and no clean way to stop doing it. Orion clearly didn't want that when a cleaner alternative existed. The ceremony gave him legitimacy. Legitimacy reduced the long-term cost by an order of magnitude. Which meant Julius had something to offer even though the immediate balance of force, after the loss of his two most powerful assets, was not in his favor. He had the one thing Orion couldn't manufacture on his own, the credibility of the other side agreeing to the terms. He accepted moving the mutant flow to the empty Starweaver sector in the northeast, Julius told Arturo while dictating the next message. Further from the castle, from the residential areas, and from the supply storage. Arturo looked at him. That splits my formation from yours even further. At least distance-wise, the separate flows were a problem but they were closer to. Yes, but this makes the flow more manageable overall and saves more civilian lives, because the northern sector has fewer critical access points. Julius sealed the message. Orion is going to accept because it serves him to have your side and mine further apart, and because in the general accounting he doesn't care where the mutants are being contained as long as they're keeping us weaker and more dispersed than him. He isn't using the flow to win. He's using it to maintain pressure, because if it actually overruns us it creates problems for him too in the end. They were still under the same rules. Arturo processed that. His jaw tightened another fraction. He didn't like it, but he understood it. Orion's response came back in under 10 minutes. He simply accepted. And he added, with the specific elegance of someone who wants their generosity on the record, that there were undoubtedly many honors to be distributed among many entities, large and small, and that nobility would not be noble if its rules were not applied with equal rigor to all. It was a way of saying that the ceremony was where he intended his new order to be made public, and that delaying it only accumulated losses that Julius could spare himself. Julius responded in the same register. He expressed appreciation for the consideration. He noted that precisely out of respect for that principle, the ceremony required preparations that honored tradition, and that tradition had its own protocol regarding attendance by lineage. One lineage, one limited delegation. Orion accepted that too, without negotiating. Julius read that acceptance more carefully than all the previous ones, because it was the one that mattered most for what he was building around it. The ceremony hall operated under a fixed attendance protocol, a small number of soldiers per family established by historical precedent that no faction could alter unilaterally without violating the same rules Orion was invoking to legitimize himself. Which meant that Orion's army, large as it was, would remain outside, separated from the hall by hundreds of substantial historical buildings that weren't easy to destroy or move through quickly. Inside, only his elite. Inside also, the elite who answered to Julius, whose numbers were still, despite everything, slightly greater than Orion's inner circle. It wasn't parity when the crystals were factored in. But it was considerably better than open ground against a full army when the defender was dispersed and exhausted. "You're giving him the ceremony he wants," said Arturo, who had been reading the exchange in silence. "I'm giving him the stage where he has the least advantage." Julius folded the final message before sealing it. If what he wants is to avoid spending his crystals on a prolonged war of attrition, then what he has to do is behave during the ceremony. And I want him to behave, because if he behaves that's when I can take enough from him that losing today isn't permanent. A pause. When I can secure a future for the kids. Arturo considered that. And if he cheats anyway? Then the coup protocols activate. Julius said it with the calm of something already decided, requiring no further deliberation. Documents, seals, artifacts, old keys, everything Orion needs to run this castle and a functional government instead of a disorganized occupation. All of it disappears into a resistance network that creates problems for him for years. Decades even. A pause. Time during which other things can grow in places he isn't watching. Arturo was quiet for a moment. "You already have that prepared," he said at last. "I've been preparing for it since Orion started marching." Arturo made the sound he made when his jaw was tight and he was compressing approval into its smallest possible form. Not a compliment. Just the acknowledgement that the information was satisfactory. The corridor where Larissa listened to Selphra had no name on the castle maps, one of those functional passages that connected wings in ways the protocol had never needed to distinguish or label. But Larissa was going to remember it, because it was where several things became clear to her at once. Selphra didn't hide anything from her. She laid out Orion's situation, Luna's position, the full shape of what was being constructed and what it required. She included her unverified assumptions and identified them as such. She explained to her their reason why Luna would be moved toward action rather than paralysis or protection. As a bait. So as her close friend and family the reaction would be. But then Larissa said something unexpected. "Tell her everything. Including about her aunt, about the real reason behind what happened to her mother and about her father's sacrifice and why he made it." A pause. "Including the parts that will hurt her most." Wouldn't that break Luna entirely? To learn finally that everything she had suffered, the family she had wanted back, had been the direct result of the decisions and the absurd plan of someone as close as her father's own brother. Sirius told her that Luna had always believed that most of her misfortune had the quality of a natural disaster, bad luck, the kind she had made her peace with and learned to carry. Something that had happened to her family rather than something done to it. But now this. Yet Larissa's reasoning was simple and precise. Luna didn't freeze under intense pain, even if her exterior made it look that way. What she actually did, when something reached her at the level that mattered, was become aggressive in a particular and focused way. She would do almost anything to bring down someone who had betrayed her family far more deeply than she had ever known, from the inside, from the beginning. So real pain doesn't paralyze her, Selphra repeated slowly, as if placing the piece where it belonged. I'm glad I spoke with you first. She paused. I was operating under the wrong assumption, that she was like her father. But she's much more like her mother. It seems I never gave her something worth suffering over enough to see that. Larissa nodded. But what if her reaction is too immediate? Selphra asked. What if she acts before we have her position properly set? Isn't that exactly why you found my mana signature first? Larissa exhaled with a slight smile that had something mischievous in it. You don't need to maneuver me or guide me toward it. I understand why it's necessary. A beat of Silene. You can leave the second part to me. You caught me. Selphra looked at her with the directness of someone who has assessed their interlocutor and decided they can receive things straight. But I'm glad to see you haven't lost the touch. I hope you can keep tormenting Victor with that mind of yours when this is over. I knew you were the most suited for this part, that's why I told you first. Because you can hold her. You can make sure she hears the complete context before she reaches the conclusion. Another pause. Or takes action. Larissa thought about Luna sitting beside Ren's bed, with the stillness that wasn't peace but the surface of something that had been pushing upward for a long time without finding a way out. Tell me the rest, she said. The complete plan. Selphra did. Luna listened to all of it. She didn't interrupt. Larissa knew her well enough to understand that Luna's silence during a difficult conversation wasn't passivity, it was active processing, the internal machinery running in parallel with the words arriving from outside, filing and cross-referencing and building towards something while the surface stayed still. Her father adjusting the truth of the crystal heart. Her uncles being far more responsible for her misfortune than she had ever believed. What Orion had laid out as though Luna were a trophy with a genetic key rather than a person with her own capacity to decide anything. The part about Orion was where the texture of the silence changed. Luna didn't cry. Her eyes went still with that particular quality they had when something cold settled in behind them and took charge of the rest. Not shutting down, but reorganizing, the way a room looks different when someone has quietly decided what is going to happen next and has already started rearranging the furniture in their head. When is the ceremony? She asked. This afternoon. Julius couldn't delay them more than a day, said Larissa. Luna looked at Ren and Leora, both still sleeping, for a moment. They still haven't moved at all. Not while you were sleeping. Another moment of silence. Good. The word came out with a sharpness that had nothing resigned in it. It was the voice of someone who has made a decision and is already in the next part. Then I'll have the freedom to be ugly and aggressive and act as horribly as I want without being seen by them for now. A very brief pause. As those monsters deserve. Larissa opened her mouth. I'm not going against the plan, Luna cut her off, with something that didn't quite reach a smile but occupied the same space. I'm going to contribute to it. She stood up. Which is different. Leora woke 2 hours later looking like someone whose body had collected the full bill and who had slept exactly enough to be able to pay tomorrow's installment. Not recovered. But functional enough to move. She sat up, blinked, took in the room, the common unhurried inventory of someone orienting themselves after a sleep that went deeper than usual. Her eyes moved to Ren in the next bed, who was still carrying that non-ordinary quiet, and then to Larissa, sitting in the chair Luna had occupied before. How long? She asked. Almost 30 hours. Leora processed that. And Ren has shown any signals of? Larissa shaked her head. Nothing. Same as the first hour. What did I miss then? What followed was the organized version Larissa had prepared while waiting, because Larissa understood things and was capable of producing organized summaries of complex situations with the same easy instinct other people breathed with, not an effort, just a mode she operated in when it was needed. Selphra and Victor had been treated, but the improvement had been minimal. Both were still out of combat, unfortunately. Julius had negotiated the ceremony. Orion was marching almost in front of the castle but slowly, still applying pressure without committing to a direct engagement. The defensive perimeter had contracted but was holding. Luna was going to the ceremony without Ren. Leora listened to that point and her face made the transition Larissa had calculated it was going to make. You left her go alone. The voice had that quality of urgency Leora used when she was working not to raise it, and the effort was visible. Luna is going to a ceremony where her horrible uncle is trying to claim her as property, Ren is still sleeping, and she's going alone. She's not going alone, said Larissa. We're going too. I was waiting for you. The two of us. The three of us. Leora looked at Ren. Him like that? Larissa didn't answer immediately, because the honest answer was complicated and complicated answers deserved the second it took to formulate them correctly. Julius is stretching the preparations as far as they'll go, she said finally. Every hour he can delay the start is another hour of hope for waking him up. She looked at Ren too, at the stillness that wasn't rest. But the ceremony can't be postponed any further. It started being prepared 20 minutes ago. If Ren doesn't attend he loses his rewards under Orion's pressure. Leora went quiet. Then she got up with the speed of someone to whom exhaustion had stopped being a relevant consideration. I need clothes. In the wardrobe. One instant jump later Leora was at the wardrobe. She dressed with the concentration of someone who has somewhere to be and no time for anything except getting there. 3 movements for her hair, tied back without ceremony. She checked the mirror for exactly the time it took to confirm the result was functional and not a moment longer. Before fastening the last button, she stopped beside Ren's bed. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that had several layers to it, and Larissa didn't try to read all of them, since some things deserved the privacy of not being read. Leora put a hand on Ren's shoulder, carefully. I know you're tired, she said quietly. No drama. Just the direct, honest register she used for the things that actually mattered, the one without any performance in it. But we need you. A beat. You know how this works. You never missed the important moments. You always made it to the end of them somehow. She took her hand back. So it's fine if you sleep until the last possible second. Larissa summoned her lynx, and together they lifted Ren carefully onto the soft fur of its back, settling him so he wouldn't shift. They moved out into the corridor. The castle hallway had that late afternoon light coming in at an angle through the high windows, turning the floor into a map of long shadows that stretched and overlapped toward the far end. From somewhere not too distant came the sounds of ceremony preparations, organized voices, the footsteps of people who knew where they were going because the protocol had told them where to go. The ceremony had begun. And Ren was still sleeping. The Starweaver sector was the emptiest front, so the best one for dealing with the mutants, but still the most complicated assignment Zhao had been asked to run alone. Not because of the density of the flow, that was manageable with what Arturo had left him. It was complicated because saying that giving orders to an entire army was manageable with maximum effort was not the same as being manageable with margin, and Zhao had spent a small but enough window of time doing this to notice the difference in every decision. The gap between those two things was exactly the gap where mistakes happened, and he was aware of it without letting the awareness slow him down. But every wave they contained here was a wave Arturo didn't have to direct the main army to handle. And Arturo needed to be at the ceremony. The reinforced blade feathers, sharpened by the bond with his raptor, swept across the left flank before the next wave reached the earth tamers holding the center of the line. Clean cuts, precise angles, no feathers wasted on targets the ground formations could handle themselves. We hold here, he said to the nearest person with enough rank to relay it. Rotation every 20 minutes. Anyone who cycles out rests outside the perimeter and doesn't come back until called. He didn't wait for confirmation. Zhao rarely waited for confirmations when he could keep shooting and the situation was clear enough that confirmations were a luxury of time that didn't exist. He'd compensate for whatever he lacked in Arturo's kind of leadership with offensive support and positioning, filling the gaps where they appeared rather than trying to manage everything from the center. Arturo had looked at him once before turning toward the castle. "Don't move from here for at least 10 hours, he'd said. It was an unnecessary instruction. Zhao had enough judgment to know exactly that without being told. But it was the kind of thing that got said anyway, because saying it out loud made the instruction exist in the shared space between two people rather than only in one person's head. Arturo had turned, jaw still set at its permanent angle for this particular day, and left. Zhao returned his attention to the line. The largest ceremony hall near the castle of Yano had the kind of architecture that changed the way sound worked inside it. Old stone, the kind that had absorbed centuries of use and gave it back as a constant low resonance that had no equivalent in newer construction. The columns rose to a ceiling whose height Julius had once discussed in a conversation about acoustics that had seemed theoretical at the time and turned out now to be practically useful. It meant that conversations happening at the edges of the hall carried to the center with considerably more clarity than the people holding them expected. Sound didn't disappear in a room like this. It traveled, reflected, and arrived. Julius had chosen the positions with that in mind.